Chapter 001. A planet is slowly moving in the depths of the distant universe. This planet is not big, in the vast universe can even be described as small, but its name is enough to make the universe fearful: the Winter Star. Winter Star, the ancestral star of the frozen devil race, a super rare race in the universe. The Winter Star is located on the edge of the universe. The climate is harsh, the wind is cold all year round, the snow is flying, the gravity has reached an amazing level, the air is thin, almost equivalent to nothing, and various harsh environments have led to almost no life on the Winter Star. A large-scale, highly developed fortress stands majestically on a mountain in the Winter Star. The fortress extends in all directions. Hundreds of cosmic people are busy performing their duties. In a well-guarded secret room of the fortress, a half-meter diameter ice crystal ball is suspended. The ice crystal ball is constantly exuding cold. This cold air reaches -175 degrees Celsius. -173.15 degrees Celsius is absolute zero, and -175 degrees Celsius is the lowest temperature in the universe. At the door of the secret room, the 4 space warriors shivered and talked to each other, and I saw that these 4 space warriors were all lizard-headed people, more than 4 meters tall, with a burly physique and a terrifying momentum. Lord Frieza has been frozen for 10 years, and he has not yet been born, and this talent is too terrifying. A space warrior sighed. Lord Gula was born after 7 years of ice. It is said that the freezing period of King Kurdish is only 9 years, and Frieza has not been born after 10 years of ice, and his talent must far exceed that of Lord Gura and King Kurd. Another cosmic warrior said in a deep voice. Lord Frieza's talent is the first in the history of the Frozen Demon clan, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the first in the entire universe, but Lord Gula has been waiting for Lord Frieza to be born. Another space warrior sighed in a low voice, and after his words, the 4 space warriors fell silent in unison. Frozen Demon family, the universe's super rare battle race. Now the population does not exceed 100 people. The Kurdish king is the patriarch of the contemporary Frozen Demon family. He rules the Western Galaxy, known as the first strongest in the universe. The fierce name, the eldest son Gula is currently fighting in the Southern Galaxy. The youngest son Frieza is still in the frozen period, has not been born, has been 10 years. For the Frozen Demon, the longer the freezing period, the stronger the talent. The conversation of several cosmic warriors was very low, a few hundred meters away from the ice crystal ball, but Wang Qian in the ice planet heard it clearly, and his heart became heavier. Wang Qian, a great young man in the 21st century, was killed by a meteorite while watching a meteor, and when he woke up again, he found that he had become a frozen demon who was still in the freezing period. Become a frozen demon, Wang Qian is still relatively happy, although not a human being, but the frozen demon has strong combat power, a long life, and can survive in the vacuum of the universe. There are many benefits, but when he knows the name of his frozen demon, Wang Qian is depressed. Frieza. What a familiar name! The frozen demon named Frieza, an older brother named Gula, and a father King Kurd. All this let Wang Qian know that he was reborn into the world of Dragon Pearl. The world of Dragon Pearl is not easy to mix. Too many powerful people raise their hands to destroy the planet. Although Frieza is the early villain boss of the original Dragon Ball, with a combat power of 120 million in 100%, he is completely slag in the later stage. The future is still far away, more than 200 years before the beginning of the story of Dragon Pearl, and there is no need to worry too much for the time being, but a difficulty lies ahead. I remember that the Frieza ice period in the original book was only 5 years, and now because of his rebirth, it has reached 10 years, which is 3 years later than that cheap brother Gula, and I have a headache. Wang Gan, no, to be precise, Frieza was distressed. The Frozen Demon family is arrogant and conceited, murderous and selfish. The existence of Frieza, Gula has been paying close attention. If Frieza's talent is lower than Gura, Gula will tolerate the existence of this younger brother, but once Frieza's talent is stronger than Gura, Gula will definitely kill it. and will never allow this younger brother to grow up and threaten him. When Frieza was frozen for more than 7 years, Gula, who learned the news, had already developed a killing intent, and as Frieza's freezing period became longer and longer, Gula's killing intent became stronger and stronger, but the family rules of the frozen demon family did not allow to strangle the unborn frozen demon. Although Gula wanted to violate the family rules to strangle Frieza's younger brother, but with the Kurdish king suppressing, he could only obediently wait for Frieza to be born. The lifespan of the frozen demon family is as long as 1,500 years, the Kurdish king is more than 800 years old. In the prime of life, Gula is only more than 100 years old, although he cultivates hard, but his talent and age are not comparable to his father, so his combat effectiveness is far worse than his father, so he does not dare to disobey his father's will. Since the Kurdish king does not allow him to strangle the unborn Frieza, he is no longer willing to obey. Through the villain boss who regenerated the original Dragon Pearl, Wang Qian is depressed enough, and he has to face the situation of being strangled by Gula as soon as he is born, and he is even more depressed and wants to vomit blood. Lao Tzu is simply the saddest traverser. Frieza smiled bitterly in his heart. It was already 8 years of ice when he was conscious. Even if he wanted to be born earlier than Gura, it was impossible. Because of Wang Qian's crossing, Frieza's freezing period is twice as long as the original, but he is also about to be born. As time passed, in Frieza's uneasy mood mixed with a little expectation, the day of his birth slowly came. Click! 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 On this day, the ice crystal ball of Frieza cracked open one after another. The 4 guarding space warriors were all shocked when they saw the ice crystal ball cracking the gap. Lord Frieza was born. After 10 years of freezing, is Lord Frieza finally going to be born? It's a pity that the frozen demon, who has the highest talent in history, will die as soon as he is born. Bang! The ice crystal ball fell apart, and a 1-foot-tall figure floated in the secret room, coldly looking at the 4 space warriors guarding the secret room. Facing Frieza's cold gaze, the 4 cosmic warriors only felt that the atmosphere did not dare to breathe, and their hearts were terrified. Tick! A space warrior activates a detection instrument that accurately shows the newborn Frieza's combat effectiveness. 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. 10086. Doodle. Lord Frieza's combat strength. 10086. Swallowing and spitting, the space warrior who tested Frieza's combat power said in disbelief, and as soon as his words fell, the other 3 cosmic warriors looked at Frieza dumbfounded. Chapter 002. As soon as he was born, his combat power exceeded 10,000, and even the frozen demon race of the super rare race in the universe was unique, and Frieza was the first person in history. In the entire universe, only the legendary Super Saiyan was born with a combat power of more than 10,000 in history. F. Frieza great! My lord! The 4 space warriors smiled, cold sweat flowed from their foreheads, and they were silent under Frieza's icy gaze. The newborn Frieza is very short, only 1 foot tall, but in the eyes of 4 burly 4-meter-tall space warriors, it looks like an unattainable mountain. These 4 space warriors guarding the secret room are elite warriors under the Kurdish king, and each of them has exceeded 5,000 combat power, which is not to be underestimated, but it is too far away from Frieza. Seeing that Frieza had been silent, only staring coldly at himself and the others, the 4 cosmic warriors involuntarily knelt on one knee, lowered their heads, and did not dare to breathe, and their hearts were even more uneasy. A cold murderous aura flashed from his eyes, and Frieza slowly raised an index finger to aim at the space warrior who had just tested his combat strength. Shout! The purple light flashed away, and the space warrior who tested Frieza's combat power had an extra blood hole in his eyebrows. Poof! Ah! Lord Frieza spared his life. Seeing one of his companions killed by Frieza, the remaining 3 cosmic warriors turned pale with fright, and almost lost their incontinence. It's just tired of daring to spy on my Frieza's combat power and secretly pass the news of my birth to Gura. With a cold snort, Frieza sneered disdainfully. Although Frieza's combat power is strong, he cannot control it freely, nor does he comprehend the use of chi, and the detection instrument can easily spy on his combat power value. Although the frozen demon family is powerful, but there is also a disadvantage, that is, the control of power is too poor. In order to solve this drawback, the frozen demon will cultivate a weakened transformation. This weakened transformation has 3 stages. Not only can help the frozen demon strengthen the control of their own power, but also increase the growth rate of strength, can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but this weakened transformation also has a major disadvantage, that is, the strength is reduced. If you encounter a strong enemy and do not have time to change back to the original form, it is too humiliating. The frozen demon family is asexual viviparous reproduction, so the Kurdish king is both Frieza's father and his mother, and he also inherits a lot of information handed down by the Kurdish king, including some of the Kurdish king's combat skills, the universal language of the universe, the language of the frozen demon family, some conditions of the universe. Wait a minute. Both Frieza and his older brother Gula inherited only some of the Kurdish king's combat skills, but not all. Gura's combat skills are well known through the reborn Frieza. Due to his amazing talent and knowing Gula's combat skills, Frieza in this life has comprehended a lot more combat skills than the original book in his previous life. Aerial dance, the chi in the body is dispersed throughout the body, so that the center of gravity is constantly upward and suspended in the air. High-speed movement, an enhanced version of dance air technique. Combining the effects of dance air dance and quick dodge. Qigong wave, condense chi into the palm of your hand, and then send out a light wave to attack the opponent. Burst fist, increase your strength, defense, speed, attack, and destruction several times, then attack your opponents wildly. Continuous energy beam, quickly shoots purple beams from your fingers to attack your opponents. Big bang attack, hit your opponent with gas to form a big explosion when hit. Hell rocket launcher, gather dark energy to form a dark ball, manipulate the dark ball to track opponents, and detonate after hit. Flamethrower, collect special chi and fire multiple flame bombs from your hand to attack your opponent. Whirlwind slash, a move similar to the chi round slash, which is thrown out to track and attack the opponent, and after hitting it, it can cut the opponent's body into several pieces. Destroy the ball of light, gather energy from your index finger to form a ball of energy about the size of a planet, and throw it out to attack your opponent, which can destroy the planet. Earth rift, gather energy from your hands and turn into a giant blade to attack the ground, causing the ground to split, and soon the center of the earth will explode, and the planet will be destroyed. Earth burst star, gather all your energy from both hands to form a giant energy ball, throw it out to destroy a planet or attack opponents, which is very powerful. Teleportation over short distances, within 500 meters. Ice Chi self-healing, a self-healing skill of the frozen demons. Among the 4 space warriors guarding the Chamber of Secrets were Gura's eyeliner, which Frieza could know as long as he wasn't a fool, and as for how many eyeliners there were, he didn't know. Frieza knew that the news of his birth could not be concealed from Gura, so he was mentally prepared. The priority is to quickly escape from the Winter Star, otherwise if Gulade, who has conquered the southern galaxy, rushes back, Frieza will surely die. For the 3 cosmic warriors in front of him who are begging for mercy, how can Frieza be soft? Seeing that the plea was ineffective, the 3 space warriors immediately flew away. Escape? A teasing light flashed in his eyes, Frieza's figure flashed, and he had instantly caught up with a space warrior. A punch blasted out, the energy exploded, and the corpse of the space warrior was gone, and at this time the other 2 space warriors also escaped for a distance. 2 punches burst out in the air, and 2 energy waves caught up with the 2 cosmic warriors who fled a distance, and at that moment, the 2 cosmic warriors only let out a desperate scream and completely turned into ashes. The gap in combat effectiveness of 5,000 was too great, and the 4 cosmic warriors were killed by Frieza one by one in just 3 minutes. With a grim smile, Frieza walked step by step to the corpse of the first space warrior he killed, took out its detection instrument, fiddled with it a few times, and then crushed it. There are 5 major galaxies in the universe, namely the East Galaxy, the South Galaxy, the West Galaxy, the North Galaxy and the Middle Galaxy. The Kurdish king is the ruler of the Western Galaxy, and the other 4 galaxies have no rulers for the time being, with many forces and chaotic disputes. In the South Galaxy, Gula is famous, his power is expanding rapidly, and there is a great trend of unification, while in the North Galaxy, the Scion race, the combat power race, is very active. There is a huge planet in the Southern Galaxy. This planet is more than 100,000 times the size of the Winter Star. The environment is even more beautiful. This planet has had many names, and has been ruled by many races, but now, it has a new name and a new ruler, Gula. In a huge base on the planet Gula, 1 meter and 5 meters tall, Gula, whose appearance is very similar to Frieza, is as gloomy as water at the moment, and the 3 powerful subordinates standing beside him are uneasy, for fear of angering Gula. "Sir, what happened?" Gula's first right-hand man, Shaiza, asked cautiously and softly. Shaiza is the captain of the recently established Gula Mecha team of Gura, with light blonde hair, not tall, but his combat effectiveness is really not weak, more than 100,000, his mind is more developed, and he can speak 7,000 cosmic languages. The Gula Mech team consists of only 3 people, the captain Shaviza, and 2 team members, Lux and Donnie. Chapter 003. Hearing the inquiry of his first right-hand man, Gula said lightly with a gloomy face, "Frieza was born, and the original combat power is 10,086 points." Gula's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt, and Shaiza, Lux, and Donnie were dumbfounded. Original combat power 10,086. The so-called primitive combat power is the combat power of a birth. What was the original combat effectiveness of Gula and his father King Kurd? The 3 of Shaiza are crystal clear. The Kurdish king's original combat power is 7,500 points. Gula original combat power 5,000 points. At this moment, the 3 of Shaviza also understood why Gula was in such a bad mood, and they were really frightened by the talent shown by Frieza. Frieza's primordial combat power is too strong, more than twice as strong as Lord Gula. How terrifying should he be if he grows up? The 3 of Shaiza thought to themselves in unison. The frozen demon family is very talented, even if they do not practice. As they grow older, their combat effectiveness will continue to improve. For example, the Kurdish king, who is more than 800 years old, has never practiced, and now the combat power is close to 100 million, and the 100-year-old Gula because of cultivation, and now the combat power has reached about 40 million. Frieza must die, can't let him grow. With his talent, even if he doesn't cultivate, his absolute combat power will exceed 100 million before the age of 500. Secretly worried in his heart, a terrifying cold light flashed in Gula's eyes. "Sir, do we need to rush back to the Winter Star immediately?" After hesitating for a moment, Lux asked. With a cold smile, Gula shook his head and said lightly, "No need, Frieza has left the Winter Star and fled to the East Galaxy." East Galaxy. The 3 of Shaviza were stunned, thinking that Frieza was running away quickly. "Your Excellency Shaiza, you led 1,000 elite warriors to the North Galaxy, and Lux and Donnie each led 1,000 elite warriors to the Middle Galaxy and the West Galaxy respectively, although the news said that Frieza fled to the East Galaxy, but it is better to be cautious if the news is wrong." Gula sneered. On the Winter Star, Frieza killed 4 cosmic warriors as soon as he was born, took a spaceship and headed for the Eastern Galaxy, and changed direction halfway to the Northern Galaxy. As a frozen demon, Frieza can naturally survive and fly in the cosmic vacuum, but the newborn flight speed in the cosmic vacuum is too slow, far less than the spaceship. In the main control room of the spaceship, Frieza crossed his arms in front of him, standing quietly, expressionless, only his eyes flashing with cunning and banter from time to time. "Stupid brother, go and hunt me down in the East Galaxy. When I grow up in the North Galaxy it's your time to die, hee hee. Frieza whispered to himself, and let out a low sly laugh. In the original work of Dragon Pearl in the previous life, Frieza, the villain who arrogantly called himself the Emperor of the Universe, dominated the Northern Galaxy. Gula's threat made Frieza feel stressed. Strength. Great power. In the world of Dragon Balls, power is supreme, and if you want to live freely, strong strength is the premise. Although he temporarily deceived Gura, Frieza knew that the crisis was not lifted, and with his understanding of Gura, even if the other party was successful, he would send his subordinates to the West, North and Middle Galaxy. The strength must be improved as soon as possible. Frieza sighed, but immediately smiled confidently. In this Dragon Ball world, the talent levels from high to low are SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E and F9 levels. The talent of Gula and King Kurdish is S level, while Frieza's talent in this life is SSS level. Frieza is definitely a genius of the Frozen Demon family, vividly shown in the original work. In the original work, Frieza has not practiced very seriously, but in just over 200 years he surpassed the Kurdish king. The longer the Frozen Demon family's freezing period, the higher the talent, which is undoubted, but Frieza is a special existence. The 7-year Gula of the freezing period and the 9-year Kurdish king talent are S level, but only 5 years of freezing period Frieza is SS level talent. This life because the freezing period is twice the original, Frieza's talent has also been upgraded to SSS level. Seeing that it would take another 3 months to enter the North Galaxy, Frieza began his cultivation in the spaceship. The first step in cultivation is to weaken the transformation, because it is difficult to control his strong combat power. The slightest mistake will destroy the spaceship, which is not what Frieza is willing to do. The cultivation method of weakening the transformation is not complicated, and with Frieza's powerful talent, he has completed his cultivation in less than an hour. Weakening transformation Stage 1, Frieza combat power 32 points. Weakening transformation Stage 2, Frieza combat power 65 points. Weakening transformation into the third stage, Frieza's combat power is 130 points. Original form, combat power 13,000 points. Cultivation weakening transformation increased by 2,912 points. In the original work, Frieza's combat power in the first stage of weakening transformation is 530,000, the second stage is twice as strong as the first stage, reaching 1.06 million, the third stage is twice as strong as the second stage, it is 2.12 million, and the combat power is 60 million when the original form is 50%, and the 100% is 120 million. When the combat power of the original form of the Frozen Demon race is 100 times that of the third stage of the weakened transformation, it indicates that the control of power is too low, and when the control of its own strength is gradually increased, the gap between the original form and the third stage of the weakened transformation is gradually narrowed, and the gap between the third stage of the original Frieza weakened transformation and the original form is about 57 times. When the original form of the Frozen Demon clan is completely equal to the third stage of the weakened transformation, it shows that it can completely control its own power. After successfully cultivating the weakening transformation, Frieza has been maintained in the first stage of the weakening transformation. Combat effectiveness 33 points. 34 o'clock. 35 o'clock. Clearly feeling that his strength was constantly increasing, and his control over power was also increasing little by little, Frieza was secretly happy. 3 months is not long, but it is not too short, although it is not enough to change the world, but it is enough to transform Frieza. After 3 months of cultivation, Frieza's combat power in the first stage of the weakened transformation had reached 300 points. And the gap between his original form and the third stage of the weakened transformation had also narrowed from 100 times to 90 times. Original form 100% combat power equals 108,000 points. After 3 months of cultivation, his combat effectiveness has increased by 10 times, and this kind of cultivation speed cannot be described as unfast. It should be noted that the gap between the third stage of the weakened transformation of the frozen demon family and the original form is multiplied, and Frieza took 3 months to shrink 100 times to 90 times, but if you want to shrink from 90 times to 80 times, conservatively estimate that it will take at least 3 years, only more, no less. Chapter 004. After 3 months of simple cultivation, Frieza's combat effectiveness has increased significantly. The combat strength exceeded 100,000, although it was far from enough to match Gula, but it could already deal with the fighters under Gula. The spaceship on which Frieza was riding was the highest-end technology of the Winter Star, and it took only 3 months to reach the North Galaxy. The Winter Star is located on the edge of the Western Galaxy, very far from the North Milky Way, like the small spaceship that Vegeta and Nappa took when they invaded the Earth in the original book. It is estimated that it will take at least 300 years to fly from the Winter Star to the Northern Galaxy. Entering the Northern Galactic region, Frieza immediately searched for the coordinates of the Earth's position. For Frieza, it is imperative to seize the time to improve his strength, and in the North Galaxy, there are 3 planets that are his targets: Earth, Namek, and Idrit. The Karanta fairy beans on Earth, the space-time house on the temple, the technique of using Chi, the dragon beads of the planet Namek, the assimilation technique, and the teleportation of the planet Adrath are all things that Frieza craves. Although Frieza's current Frieza can also teleport, but can only be within 500 meters, which makes him very dissatisfied, therefore, the planet Adrath is imperative. The strength of the Nami Nemesis cannot be underestimated. Although he now has 100,000 combat power, he may not be able to sweep the Nami Nemesis, especially the assimilation technique of the Nami Nemesis. The combat effectiveness of Vic and Neil after assimilation in the original work is not low. The strength of the planet Adrath is not very clear, but according to the original Sun Wukong, the Adrath starmen love peace and are more friendly, but they are still cautious. Go to Earth first. The Earth's combat power is low, and there is no threat to their current self. After thinking about it, Frieza chose Earth as his first stop. As for Sion, although it is also in the Northern Galaxy, Frieza does not want to provoke it now. The North Galaxy is very vast, and Frieza activated the spaceship induction radar scan to search for more than half a month, but found nothing. Not only the Earth was not found, but even the planet Nami and Adrath could not be found, which made him depressed. Beep! Alarm! 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 Danger is approaching! Danger is approaching! Danger is approaching! Crisis level SSS! Danger level SSS! Danger level SSS! Suddenly, the intelligence system of the spaceship alerted, and suddenly, Frieza's face changed, and upon closer inspection, he found that the finished glyphs of 3 huge spaceships surrounded him from afar. It's Gura's space battleship. With a cold flash in his eyes, Frieza operated the spaceship to land on a nearby planet, and suddenly, the 3 spaceships that surrounded him chased after him. This is a planet 10 times the size of the Earth. The gravity of the planet is about 3 times that of the Earth, uninhabited, full of yellow sand, and a vicious violent tornado. As soon as the spaceship landed, Frieza couldn't wait to open the door and flew out. At the same time, the hatches of the 3 Gula warships hovering over Beisheng opened one after another, and one by one the figures flew out, and the leader was Shaiza. The lineup is not small. Frieza pouted and sneered. But he was also secretly shocked in his heart. In addition to Shaiza, there are 1,000 elite fighters of the Gula Legion, all of whom have a combat power of more than 1,000 points. Knowing himself and winning every battle, Frieza turned on the detection instrument almost immediately. Shaiza's combat effectiveness: 112,000 points. Among the 1,000 elite fighters, about 100 have a combat effectiveness of more than 3,000 points, about 300 have a combat effectiveness of more than 2,000 points, and the rest have a combat effectiveness of more than 1,000 points. Detecting the combat effectiveness data of Shaiza's group, Frieza also felt pressure. The 1,000 elite warriors of the Gula Legion are nothing to Frieza, who has absolute confidence that he can kill them in 3 minutes, but Shaviza is more troublesome. Shavitsa is the leader of the Gula Mecha team, and the strength is also the first person under Gula, who was born in the old Breki star of the South Galaxy. It is worth mentioning that Shavitsa and Guise were born in the same 2-star galaxy, which is considered hometown. In the original book, Shaviza's strongest combat power reached 170,000 points. Although the original Frieza calls himself the Emperor of the Universe and is the boss of the early villain, but in fact it is not worthy of the name, because regardless of the number of planets controlled, the quantity and quality of his subordinates, or their own combat effectiveness, Gula has the upper hand. Frieza controls only more than 100 planets in the original work, and Gula knows 256. The size of the force is clear at a glance. Frieza's ace team captain Kainut is only 120,000 combat power, and the remaining 4 Arleekum, Guise, Bard and Guldo's combat power is not even 100,000, while the 3 people of the Gula Mecha team have a combat power of more than 160,000 points. While Frieza was testing the combat power of Shaviza and the others, Shaviza was also testing Frieza's combat effectiveness. Without comprehension of the use of Chi, it is extremely dependent and trusting for the detection instrument. Combat power 300 points. Shaviza was stunned. Just when Shaviza was stunned, Frieza transformed without hesitation, and he did not change from the first stage of the weakened form to the second and third stages step by step, but directly changed into the original form. It takes time to transform, but fortunately, Frieza is a beginner cultivator, and it is relatively easy to change back to its original form, and it only takes 3 seconds to get it. Rumble. Transforming back to his original form, Frieza vented his momentum. Under Frieza's astonishing momentum, the elite soldiers of the 1000 Gula Legion were all frightened, and even Shaviza's face changed wildly. Tick-tick. The combat power shown by Shaviza's detection instrument frantically soared. 500 points. 1,500 points. 3,000 points. 108,000 points. This. How can it be? Frieza was born only more than 3 months ago. How can his combat effectiveness reach 108,000 points? It must be a malfunction of the detection instrument. Yes, it must be. Shaviza muttered in confusion. It was Frieza who showed combat power that deeply shocked him. Shaviza already knew from Gula's mouth that Frieza's original combat power was 10,086 points, and now it has only increased to 108,000 points in just over 3 months. Is this possible? In more than 3 months, the combat effectiveness has increased by 10 times? Shaviza, you are also barely a talent. Are you interested in switching to my Frieza's hands and following me to dominate the universe? I believe you are a smart person. My brother Gura's talent is far inferior to me. As long as I give me some time, it is easy to surpass Gura's strength. Frieza chuckled. In the face of Frieza's solicitation, Shaviza couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 005. In the face of Frieza's solicitation, Shaviza could say that it was impossible without a little heartbeat, and his loyalty to Gula was not long, only a few years, and he could not be very loyal. After hesitating in his heart for a long time, Shaviza shook his head and refused Frieza's solicitation. It is undeniable that Frieza's potential far exceeds that of Gura, but how strong the potential is. Will Gula allow Frieza to grow? As the number 1 under Gura, Shaviza knows very well how strong Gula's strength is. The combat power is more than 35 million points, which is the strength of Gula 10 years ago. Frieza, you are too self-sufficient. Indeed, your talent and potential are almost the first in the universe, and it is also the first day in the history of the Frozen Demon Clan, but after all, you have not grown up. Now you don't say Lord Gula, even weaker than my Shaviza's combat power, why do you dare to recruit me with great shame? Shaviza mocked contemptuously. When Shaviza's voice fell, a terrifying cold murderous aura overwhelmed him. The murderous aura was exactly what Frieza sent. Under this murderous aura, Shaviza only felt a frightened heartbeat, and the elite soldiers of the Gula Legion behind him were even more unbearable and paralyzed. Something that does not know the times, Frieza, I gave you a promising way to live, you stupidly gave up, and chose a dead end, then you can blame me for not showing mercy. Frieza sneered. Since being reborn as Frieza, Wang Gan's personality has gradually changed, becoming murderous, cold-blooded, selfish. These are the effects of the frozen demon. Humph. Frieza was born in just over 3 months, and the combat effectiveness will not increase to 108,000 points, it must be a failure of the detection instrument. Take a step back and say, even if the detection instrument does not fail, my combat effectiveness is 4,000 points stronger than Frieza, which is enough to clean him up. Frieza secretly calculated in his heart, his confidence increased, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The gap of 4,000 combat effectiveness is not small. Frieza's combat power is 112,000 points. Frieza's combat power is 108,000 points. Go and die, Frieza! With a loud shout, Frieza's right hand formed a knife together, and the energy surged, condensing a light blade, and slashed at Frieza. Out of jealousy of Frieza, Frieza did not dare to hide at all, and as soon as he struck, he was the Frieza blade. Bang! To Frieza's surprise, the blade of light he sent hit Frieza accurately, and in the face of his most powerful trick, Frieza did not dodge, his hands behind his back, and a smile on his face. Not good! Frieza shouted in shock, but saw that Frieza, who was slashed by his light blade, slowly faded and dissipated, and it turned out to be just a phantom. Rumble! When Frieza woke up too late, Frieza suddenly appeared behind him and punched him hard in the back. After being punched by Frieza, Frieza snorted, forced the pain, did not have time to turn around, and the index fingers of both hands had hurriedly counterattacked, activating one beam after another, which was another of his masterstrokes, Frieza cave-killing beam. Su! Rumble! Frieza's attack failed again, and Frieza received another whip on his left shoulder, this time directly shattering his armor shoulder guard, leaving one of his left arms almost numb. The speed is too slow. The reaction is not good. This level can also become the first warrior under my brother? It seems that Gula's subordinates are also a bunch of garbage. Frieza, take back your previous words, you are not qualified to be my Frieza's subordinate. In the midst of the fierce battle, Frieza was full of banter and mockery, and his words fell into Frieza's ears, which made Frieza angry, but he could not attack Frieza, and he was really aggrieved. In terms of combat effectiveness, Frieza is 4,000 points stronger than Frieza, but the talent of the Frozen Demon clan is too strong, coupled with Frieza's short-range teleportation, making his speed and reaction at a disadvantage. No matter how powerful the combat power is, it is pointless to attack the enemy if it is not possible. In the battle between Frieza and Frieza, the elite soldiers of the 1000 Gula Legion did not intervene, and their eyes could not catch the figures of the two at all, but the speed of the two was too fast. The disparity in combat effectiveness meant that the elite fighters of the 1,000 member Gula Legion could not even come within a kilometer of Frieza and Frieza. The aftermath of the fierce battle raged as the sky collapsed, the planet trembled, and the underground magma splattered and erupted. As soon as the battle began, the situation was under Frieza's control, and with the absolute superiority of speed and reflexes, he was invincible. Frieza can't attack Frieza, but Frieza attacks Frieza. Such an unfair battle. Is there still suspense about the victory or defeat? The longer he fought, the greater Frieza's advantage. Frieza's more and more frightened the battle. Frieza's trick has not yet come out, he has the upper hand. If he uses his trick, then... No, you can't continue to fight. Thinking to himself, Frieza was struggling to deal with Frieza while thinking about escaping. How could Frieza seem to see through his intentions, always like a tarsal maggot, so that he has no chance to escape? Lord Frieza, I was wrong, and I am willing to be loyal to you. Unable to escape, the injuries became more and more serious, and in this way, there was only one way to die, and Shiza couldn't help but soften. At this time, I beg for mercy, but it's too late, Shiza, no one in heaven or on earth can save you, enlighten. After speaking, Frieza opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and a black ball of energy the size of a basketball slowly condensed. Hellfire Arrow Cannon. Bang! Bang! As soon as the black energy ball condensed, it suddenly went towards Shiza, and the speed was amazing, not inferior to the speed of light. Hell Rocket Launcher. Seeing the black energy ball sent by Frieza, Shiza's soul was almost frightened. As the first subordinate under Gura, how could Shiza not know the Hell Rocket Cannon, one of the Frozen Demon clan's tricks, and the power of this trick was also clear. After a fierce battle, Shiza's injuries were not light, and his combat effectiveness dropped a lot, and in this state, he was hit by the Hell Rocket Launcher sent by Frieza with all his strength, and he died 9 times. Escape. Timid, terrified Shiza, he tried desperately to escape, but wherever he fled, the black energy ball controlled by Frieza chased him. With a sneer, Frieza manipulated the black energy ball to chase and kill Shiza, while condensing a black energy ball again. It has to be said that the Frozen Demon clan is powerful. And as long as the energy consumed in the combat power is below 50%, it can maintain a balance with the recovery. Cast the Hell Rocket Launcher once, slow down for about 3 minutes, and Frieza can continue to cast it once. 1 black energy ball, 2 black energy balls, 3 black energy balls. Time passed little by little, and not long after, Frieza had successively cast 9 Hell Rocket Launchers, and for a while, I saw 9 black energy balls chasing and blocking Shiza, forcing Shiza to go to the sky and no door. Distracting from controlling the 9 black energy balls is already the limit of Frieza, and at present, he is no longer able to control the 10th black energy ball, so he will no longer continue to condense the black energy balls. Chapter 006. Although Shiza's injury is not light, it is not much pressure to dodge a black energy ball, but it is more embarrassing to dodge 2 black energy balls, and dodge 9 black energy balls? Cosmic Jokes. Frieza controlled 9 black energy balls to chase and intercept Shiza. Obviously he could bombard it, but he was always in no hurry, enjoying the fun of cat and mouse. In fact, Frieza has been slow to kill him. In addition to playing, the main thing is to practice his hands, using Shiza, a live target, to master the Hell Rocket Launcher. After a quarter of an hour, Frieza was also bored, and with his genius, he was already proficient in the Hell Rocket Launcher in this short time. Since the practice had no effect, and the cat and mouse were tired of playing, Frieza was ready to destroy Shiza, but at this moment, he was shocked, his eyes widened, and he looked surprised. A dark light flickered at Frieza's eyebrow, and in an instant, the light shone brightly, comparable to the sun, and a black lacquered gemstone the size of a pigeon's egg flew out from Frieza's eyebrow. Dark Spirit Stone. Digesting the information that suddenly came to mind, Frieza stared stupidly at the black pitch gem suspended in front of him. Dark Spirit Stones contain endless pure dark aura, which is the origin of the universe, and with the help of Dark Spirit Stones, a universe can be shaped. The universe is not unique, there are countless universes in the great chaos world. Frieza was in one universe in his previous life, and he was reborn in this life and was another universe. The birth of the universe requires divine power, dark spirit stones, and the law of chaos, all of which are indispensable. The thoughts of living beings can be refined in faith, and faith continues to be refined as divine power, and whether it is faith or divine power, there are levels. Level 1 is the lowest, level 9 is the highest, level 1 belief power can only be refined to level 1 divine power, level 2 belief power can be refined into level 2 divine power, and so on. Level 9 faith power can purify level 9 divine power. It turns out that in the previous life, too many people were obsessed with Dragon Pearl, resulting in a huge amount of ideological power, but it happened to be absorbed and purified by a dark spirit stone, which gave birth to a Dragon Ball universe, and he was hit by a meteorite, and the soul fused with another Dark Spirit Stone in the meteorite, and because of the induction of the Dark Spirit Stone and the Dragon Ball universe, he was reborn into Frieza's body. Frieza suddenly realized, and the doubts that had been in her heart were finally solved. Reaching out and grabbing the Dark Spirit Stone in front of him and feeling the energy contained in it, Frieza laughed maniacally. With the Dark Spirit Stone, as long as he obtains divine power and the law of chaos, Frieza can shape a universe that belongs to him, but he has other ideas. Shaping a universe that belongs to one side is very attractive, but the problem of divine power is not big, the problem of the law of chaos is big. In contrast, using Dark Spirit Stones to cultivate a skill Dark Devouring is simpler and more direct. The Dark Spirit Stone is the origin of the universe, and cultivating Dark Devouring based on it, as long as the strength is strong enough, it can devour everything in the universe. Majin Buu's devouring ability can be called heaven-defying. But if I can cultivate Dark Devouring based on the Dark Spirit Stone, it will be more than 100 million times stronger than the devouring of Majin Buu, and at that time, whether it is Super Saiyan, Shailu, Nami Buster, Majin Buu, and the evil 7-star dragon, Lao Tzu will all be devoured. Frieza thought with excitement in his heart. Armed with a Dark Spirit Stone, Frieza changed his mind to kill Frieza immediately and decided to capture him alive. Burst Crack Punch. Frieza collected 9 balls of dark energy and turned to another powerful skill of the Frozen Demon Clan. Burst Fist, which is a terrifying trick that can increase its strength, defense, speed, attack power and destructive power several times, and then attack the opponent wildly, is also a more practical skill for the frozen demons. Frieza's combat effectiveness is only 4,000 points lower than Frieza, and once he casts a burst punch, his combat power has increased several times in a short period of time, and Frieza's abuse is simply easy and pleasant, not to mention that Frieza's current injuries are serious, and his combat power has plummeted. Boom! Under Frieza's stormy offensive, Frieza was powerless to fight back. The boxing is like a hammer, the legs are like an axe, the tail is like a whip, and the Frieza's nose is blue and swollen, not human, and it is simply miserable. After a few minutes of torture, poor Frieza had only one breath left, and Frieza stopped. When the battle between Frieza and Frieza was over, the elite warriors of the 1,000 member Gula Legion had already fled away in the space battleship, and they had been completely frightened by Frieza's strength. A group of ants, did you think they escaped? Ridiculous! Frieza's right index finger condensed a huge ball of energy, chasing towards the fleeing space battleship. This ball of energy was emitted, rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye it was huge enough to be comparable to a planet. This is a ball of destruction light, a big killing move of the frozen demon family. One blow is enough to destroy a planet. Casting a destructive ball of light, almost draining Frieza of all of his energy. Although the power of the big killing move is terrifying, the foundation of the casting is also high, and there is no combat power of about 100,000 points, and forcibly casting this destructive ball of light will inevitably damage your own body. The huge planetary energy ball caught up with the fleeing space battleship, and smashed the space battleship in an instant, and none of the 1,000 elite soldiers of the Gula Legion in the battleship were spared. The fireworks are too small to be brilliant. Frieza sighed. Inside the Frieza spaceship, in the cultivation room, Frieza was tied up and thrown aside, and Frieza sat cross-kneeled, holding the Dark Spirit Stone in both hands, and his body was shrouded in a layer of black light. What the hell is Frieza doing? And what is the dark gem he holds in his hand? I didn't know it from my knowledge of Frieza, but from such a distance, the sight of this dark gem made my heart jump. It was terrible. Frieza was secretly worried that it had been 3 days since he had been captured alive by Frieza, and in the past 3 days, Frieza had been sitting cross-kneeled with the dark gem, and the only change was that the black light shrouded in his body gradually intensified. Frieza also didn't want to escape while Frieza was cultivating. But the rope that bound him was made of cosmic super rare metal, and it was impossible to earn below 500,000 combat power. Suddenly, the black light was thousands of times greater. Shao Tsa could hardly open his eyes. Whiskers, the light disappeared, and when Shao Tsa looked again, he saw that Frieza had stood up, and the dark gem he was holding in his hands was gone. At this time, Frieza ended his cultivation, and a sense of foreboding that disaster was imminent filled Shao Tsa's heart. I can't imagine how difficult it is to cultivate the darkness devouring, and with my Frieza Universe #1 talent, it took 3 days. Frieza chuckled, glancing playfully at the frightened Shao Tsa, a smile on his lips. Looking at Frieza's smile, Shao Tsa's heart shivered, and his face became even more frightened. Lord Frieza, don't kill me. Shao Tsa begged. Don't kill you? Then you give me a few reasons not to kill you. Frieza asked with a smile. Chapter 007. Reason? Shao Tsa was stunned, and then realized that Frieza's so-called reason was actually value, and he had to prove his value before he could exist. Lord Frieza, I control 17 planets in the South Galaxy, and there are dozens of fighters with combat effectiveness exceeding 10,000 points, 5,000 fighters with combat effectiveness exceeding 1,000 points, and knowing in detail the layout of Gura's power and some secrets, it is a matter of life and death, and Shao Tsa's eager efforts to show the value of his existence. Listening to Shao Tsa's words, Frieza smiled from beginning to end. Are you finished? Frieza interrupted Shao Tsa impatiently. Seeing Frieza's gloomy face, Shao Tsa's heart suddenly sank, and he hurriedly shouted, Lord Frieza, as long as you can spare my life, I am willing to swear to follow you to death, and I will never have 2 hearts. I gave you a chance, it was you who gave up, and now it's too late to regret it. Smiled coldly, Frieza raised his right hand, 5 fingers spread, aimed at Shao Tsa. A black light vortex appeared in the palm, a trace of black light in the vortex shone through, shining on Shao Tsa's body, was illuminated by a trace of black light. Shao Tsa's screams of pain, visible to the naked eye, he was shriveled. In only 3 seconds, Shao Tsa became a dry corpse. The breeze blew, the dried corpse turned into powder and floated away. After devouring Shao Tsa, the black light vortex in Frieza's palm disappeared. Closing his eyes, it took about a quarter of an hour for Frieza to completely digest Shao Tsa's spirit. It's a big gain. Hey! Frieza chuckled. Shao Tsa's combat power is 112,000 points, and the combat effectiveness of Frieza has been greatly improved after devouring, reaching 220,000 points, 108000 plus 112000, in one breath. In addition to the great increase in combat effectiveness, Frieza has also acquired all of Shao Tsa's memories, talents, skills, cells, genes. Shao Tsa's talents, cells, genes, etc., did not help Frieza in the slightest, but the 7,000 languages of the universe that Shao Tsa knew made Frieza overjoyed. The 7,000 languages spoken by the Shaviza society include Scion languages, Namek languages, and Demon World languages. Namek language, which is urgently needed for Frieza, who has been thinking about the 7 dragon beads. In the original book, Frieza once collected the 7 dragon beads of the whole Namek star, but because he did not understand the Namek language, he could not summon the divine dragon Polenga to fulfill the wish of the immortal body. 7 dragon beads, a collection of which can summon the divine dragon to fulfill wishes. There are only 3 people who have the ability to make dragon beads in the original work: the god of the earth, Good Bike, the great elder of Nami, and the child of the great elder, Dandy. The Earth Dragon Ball only fulfills 1 wish per year, can only resurrect 1 person, and cannot be resurrected a second time, while the Nami Star Dragon Ball is much more powerful, can fulfill 3 wishes every 130 days, can resurrect multiple people, and the number of resurrections is not limited. The anti-heaven of the Dragon Pearl, Frieza knows it, and the hidden dangers of the Dragon Pearl are also deeply jealous. The strength of the original 7-star evil dragon can make him remember it vividly, and the strongest 1-star evil dragon power even exceeds the Monkey King in the 4th state of Super Saiyan. After learning the language of Nami Nemesis, Frieza's covetousness for the Dragon Pearl became stronger. His current combat strength is 220,000 points, whether it is the 7 Dragon Pearl of the Earth or the 7 Dragon Pearl of Nami Nemesis is not difficult to obtain, so what wish should I make? What a nerve-wracking! Immortal body? More than the combat effectiveness of Weiss? Holding his chin, Frieza thought sadly. Having read the original work, Frieza knows how deep the water of the Dragon Pearl universe is, although the Dragon Pearl is a plug-in, but it is not omnipotent, otherwise the Nami Nemesis would have dominated the universe long ago, but don't say anything that the Nami Nemesis are naturally peaceful and kind, pure. Diddy. Just as Frieza was pondering, the spaceship's intelligent radar system suddenly rang. Looking closely, Frieza laughed happily. It turned out that he had searched for the cosmic coordinates of the Earth. As soon as he searched for the cosmic coordinates of the Earth, Frieza immediately manipulated the spaceship to fly towards the Earth. Bang! Suddenly, when the spaceship on which Frieza was riding passed a planet, the planet shot out a grey-white death beam, accurately hitting the spaceship, destroying the spaceship into slag in an instant, and also causing the unprepared Frieza to suffer a little skin trauma. Just searched for the cosmic coordinates of the Earth, and saw that it would not take long to reach the Earth, but at this critical time, the spaceship was destroyed, and he suffered a little skin trauma, and Frieza was shocked and angry. In the vacuum of the universe, Frieza's eyes were raging with anger, and he stared coldly at a planet not far away. Anger. Unprecedented anger filled Frieza's heart. The spaceship is destroyed, and even if you know the cosmic coordinates of the Earth, it is very difficult to get there. Fortunately, Frieza is a frozen demon who can survive in the vacuum of the universe, otherwise if the spaceship he rides on is destroyed, he will not be able to live. In the universe, there are very few races that can survive in a vacuum. It can be said that one hand can be counted, and the frozen demon is one of these few races. Enraged, Frieza almost did not hesitate to fly to the planet that emitted a death light to destroy his spaceship. Dead light, which can only be emitted by rare special dead planets. The planets in the universe can be divided into 2 types, one is the dead planet and the other is the living planet. This is a dead planet 15 times the size of Earth, and the entire surface of the planet is grey-white special rock, bare, and there is no sign of life. Humph! With a cold snort, Frieza slashed down, and a giant energy light blade appeared out of thin air and slashed down heavily. Big Earth cracked shop. The Earth Rift is also one of the frozen demon's tricks, which is performed by gathering energy from the hands and turning into a giant blade to attack the ground, causing the ground to split, and soon the center of the Earth will explode, and then the planet will be destroyed. Rumble! Rumble! The light blade slashed the Earth, and suddenly, the planet trembled slightly, and the smoke burst out, and the Earth cracked a crack tens of thousands of meters long, 1 meter wide and half a meter deep. Nanny! Frieza looked at the cracks in the Earth in disbelief, and with his 220,000 combat power, he went all out to cast the Earth Rift, which was so powerful that it could easily destroy a planet, but now the damage to the dead planet was too small. What a solid rock! Shocked for a moment, Frieza was speechless. Buzz! After withstanding Frieza's blow, the dead planet began to wake up like a sleeping behemoth, trembling non-stop, and as time passed, the amplitude of trembling became larger and larger. As the planet trembled, a series of dead beams appeared. The power of the death beam cannot be underestimated. Frieza is a frozen demon with 220,000 combat power. Even if there is no deliberate defense, the defense is extremely powerful, but he was injured under the bombardment of the death beam. According to preliminary estimates, the power of the dead beam can reach about 100,000 combat power. Chapter 008. When Frieza rushed to the place where the death light flashed, he saw a bottomless crypt, which was like a basin of blood devoured by a chosen person, and the inside was filled with a strong death light. Frowning, Frieza's face also changed slightly, and the death light in the crypt continued to brew, and the power became more and more powerful. When the detection instrument is turned on, the value of energy soars. 75,000 points. 80,000 points. 85,000 points. When the power of the death light in the cave accumulates to more than 100,000 points, it seems to break through some kind of mysterious barrier, bursting into flames, as if a rocket soars into the air, and after the violent shooting, the death light value in the crypt suddenly drops to 50,000 points, and then begins to brew slowly, and so on, and the cycle continues. After Frieza's observation, the interval between the bursts of the crypt's death light was about 5 minutes. I don't know what secrets are under this crypt. Strong interest and curiosity appeared in Frieza's heart. After a little hesitation, Frieza urged the energy in his body to form a protective shield outside his body, and then performed the void dance technique to fly into the crypt. Bang bang bang! The burst of death burst open as soon as it touched Frieza's shield, and the shield of the bombardment shook slightly, but it was far from enough to destroy the shield, let alone damage Frieza inside the shield. The crypt is very deep, and the further down, the more powerful the death light is, and when it drops tens of thousands of meters, Frieza also feels a little hard. Bearing the increasingly strong death light, Frieza finally reached the bottom of the crypt. Frieza's eyes were like torches, overlooking his feet through the energy shield and dead light, but he saw that the bottom of his feet was a closed silver-white metal mechanical door, and there was a picture on the mechanical door. The picture was a middle-aged man with a majestic face. The middle-aged man had long loose hair, wearing armor, holding a scepter, and strangely this middle-aged man had an eye on his forehead. Three-Eyed Clan. Seeing the drawing on the metal mechanical door, Frieza looked surprised. The Three-Eyed race, this is a powerful cosmic race, although it is not as good as the Frozen Demon Clan and the Scion Clan, but it is no less inferior to the Namek Clan. The Tianjin rice in the original book is a hybrid of the Sanmu tribe and the Earthlings, and the pure-blooded Sanmu tribe has long become the history of the universe, and the initiator of the destruction of the Sanmu tribe is the destruction god Beerus. The strength of the god of destruction Beerus is unfathomable, usually in a deep sleep, but once awakened, it will destroy some planets, but Beerus is not a fierce and vicious person, just obedient and tyrannical, arrogant and willful, will run away after anger, usually show a cute side, have a wide range of interests, especially like to taste food, hope to fight with the strong. Every few years or decades, Beerus, the god of destruction, awakens, and many planets doom as a result. In the original book, the powerful description of Beerus is vividly described. Beerus's battle record in the original book: 1. vs Earth Dinosaur Wipe It Out, 2. vs King Vegeta Complete Abuse, 3. vs Multi-Handed Starman One Finger Second Kill, 4. vs Super Saiyan 3 State of Son Goku Knock It Out Twice, 5. vs Majin Buu Complete Victory, 6. vs Mysterious Gohan Complete Victory, 7. vs Vic Complete Victory, 8. vs Tianjin Rice and Android Number 18 Complete Victory, 9. vs Giddings Complete Victory, 10. vs Storm Vegeta Complete Victory, 11. vs Super Saiyan God Son Goku 7 into strength to defeat it, 12. vs VES stunned by one move. It turns out that this planet is a space fortress made by the Trimecha clan. However, it seems that it has been abandoned for at least hundreds of years, and I don't know if there is anything valuable left in the fortress. In his thoughts, Frieza flicked his tail and smashed the mechanical door and entered the fortress. Although the huge fortress has been abandoned for hundreds of years, it remains largely intact. I have to praise the wisdom of the Three-Eyed Clan. Their scientific and technological level has reached the high end of the universe, and the technology on the Winter Star is already very developed, but compared with this space fortress, it is simply slag. The Three-Eyed Tribe is a bit similar to the Nami Nemesis, divided into two types: one is the Wisdom class, the other is the Combat class. The Wisdom Triumph has no combat talent, the strength is low, but it is extremely intelligent. The Three-Eyed Tribe such as Tianjin Rice, of course, the genius of the Three-Eyed Tribe can also take into account both both wisdom and combat talent. Unlike the Scion clan, the pure blood of the Sanmu tribe is the most powerful, and the half-bloods are not as good as the pure bloods, so through the original Tianjin rice, you can understand from the side how terrifying the potential talent of the pure blood combat tribal tribe is. Tianjin rice is a major supporting role in the original work, but there are many flashing points, and he has created many powerful skills, such as Sun Fist, 4 Demon Fist, 4 Hands, Qigong Cannon, New Qigong Cannon, 4 Body Fist, 4 Doppelgangers, and so on. What impressed Frieza the most was Tianjin fans' use of the new Qigong Cannon to stop Shailu in the second stage. How strong is Shailu? Frieza is very clear. The strength of the first stage of Shuru has surpassed the artificial 17 and 18, and whether it is the strength of the artificial man 17 or the 18th is above the Super Saiyan 1, the preliminary estimate of combat effectiveness is about 200 million points, absorbing the artificial man number 17, and the second stage of evolution of Shailu's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. The lowest is more than 300 million points, but it was briefly suppressed by Tianjin Rice's new Qigong Cannon. Such a record can be amazing. After touring the Three-Eyed Battle, a space fortress that had been abandoned for hundreds of years, Frieza was surprised and excited. A good space fortress, just for building a base. Frieza thought secretly. Coming to the main control room of Battlestar Galactica, I saw a complex petri dish. The petri dish is oval in shape, the material used is as clear and transparent as glass, but it is refined from rare materials in the universe, and there is a drop of golden liquid in the petri dish. Even through the petri dish, Frieza can feel the terrifying power contained in the golden liquid. What is this drop of golden liquid? Looking at the golden liquid in the petri dish stunned, Frieza was curious, and with his current knowledge, he couldn't even recognize what the golden liquid was. Frieza inherited most of the knowledge of the Kurdish king and devoured Shaza, and his knowledge is incomparable. In addition to the mechanics and petri dishes of Battlestar Galactica, there is a bunch of materials in the main control room. Looking through the information, I see that it is all three-eyed script. Fortunately, Frieza devoured Shaza, otherwise he really didn't know a word. After reading all the information, Frieza not only knew the method of manipulating the space fortress, but also completely knew what a drop of golden liquid in the petri dish was. Knowing the information about the use of a drop of golden liquid in the petri dish, Frieza's face suddenly became ecstatic. Ha ha ha, Frieza threw her head back and laughed ecstatically, and the laughter was far away from the main control room. Chapter 009. By flipping through the information, Frieza finally knew what a drop of golden liquid in the petri dish was, which turned out to be a drop of the supreme essence blood of the Sanmu clan. The planet of the former tripod was destroyed by the destruction of Beerus. Before the destruction, a very small number of the Three-Eyed tribe were able to escape. Augusto is a high-level warrior of the Three-Eyed tribe whose combat power exceeded 40,000 points. After the destruction of the ancestral star, he survived by luck and led dozens of his subordinates to wander the universe. Hatred drove them to take revenge, but the strength of Beerus was desperate. In order to take revenge, dozens of pure three-eyed people collected the rare metals of hundreds of planets to create a huge space fortress, and the real purpose of this space fortress is to absorb a mysterious power in the vacuum of the universe to purify the blood of the three-eyed race. Sperm blood is the origin blood, a living body's essence blood, only a few drops. Theoretically, draining a living body's body blood can purify 1 drop of sperm blood, but the whole body blood of a powerful race can purify 2 to 9 drops of sperm blood. The essence blood of the Three-Eyed tribe is also hierarchical. The essence blood of the lower-level warrior is black iron level, the essence blood of the intermediate warrior is bronze level, the essence blood of the senior warrior is silver level. A large amount of silver-level essence blood can be purified to gold-level essence blood. Successive three-eyed monarchs have golden blood, and above the gold-level essence blood, there is also a kind of supreme essence blood in the legend of the Three-Eyed race. The legend only has the ancestor of the Three-Eyed race. The first three-eyed human king in the universe is the supreme essence blood. Except for the Jian king, no second three-eyed person has the supreme essence blood. In order to take revenge, Ogito and his gang couldn't help but pin their hopes on the blood of the Sanmu Supreme. After spending a lot of effort to create Battlestar Galactica, Purifier, Augusto and his gang willingly acted as an infinite blood generator. Augusto's silver-level blood, dozens of his bronze-level and black iron blood, a steady stream of accumulation, fusion and then filtered and purified by Battlestar Galactica, and after 100 years, finally succeeded in purifying a drop of Supreme Essence blood. The human heart is complex, and the birth of a drop of Supreme Essence blood makes Augusto's gang fight madly for each other, and the final outcome is even more emotional: the same death. I didn't expect this huge space fortress to be a machine for purifying the blood of the Sanmu clan, and I didn't expect that Ogito and his gang died so ridiculous, lamentable, and pathetic. Frieza whispered to himself, but when he saw the Supreme Essence blood in the petri dish, his eyes became hot again. A drop of the Supreme Essence blood of the Sanmu clan. As long as he absorbs this drop of Supreme Essence blood, Frieza can obtain the abilities of the Three-Eyed clan, and it is the top. Directly swallowing Essence blood has the lowest absorption efficiency, while casting Dark Devouring can be perfectly efficient. After devouring Frieza, Frieza cast the Darkness Devouring for the second time. This time, a black light vortex appeared in the palms of both hands at the same time. Drink! With a light drink, Frieza put his hands together, and suddenly, the two black light vortexes touched and fused with each other, and in an instant transformed into a huge black light vortex. As soon as the two black light vortexes merged, the black light vortex transformed into a black light vortex increased by at least 10 times. There are 9 levels of darkness devouring. The first level is when Frieza devours Frieza, only manifests a black light vortex. The second level is to manifest 2 black light vortexes at the same time. The power is 10 times that of the first layer. The third layer is to manifest 3 black light vortexes at the same time. The power is also 10 times that of the second layer, and so on. The ultimate 9th level is to manifest 9 black light vortexes at the same time. The power is unimaginable, enough to devour one universe. Devouring, not without any restrictions. Unscrupulous devouring will have big hidden dangers, such as the original Majin Buu. There is only one hidden danger of dark devouring, that is, heart demons, which can also be called negative emotions. Frozen demons are the evil race in the universe, and the first generation of frozen demon Zild is a cosmic pirate. The negative emotions of the frozen demon race are extremely powerful, and Frieza has memories of his past life, but his heart has changed greatly after being almost assimilated by negative emotions less than 3 months after he was born. After devouring Frieza, Frieza faintly felt that the negative emotions in his heart had grown a lot, and he was secretly vigilant in his heart. When negative emotions are weak, they can also be suppressed in the bottom of the heart, but when negative emotions grow to a certain extent, it is difficult to suppress them. If you can't suppress negative emotions, then you will be controlled by heart demons. In the original work, Vegeta was willingly amplified by the magician Babadai thousands of times in order to pursue the powerful power beyond the old enemy Sun Wukong. The negative emotions repressed in Vegeta's heart are simply small compared to Frieza, and once Frieza can't suppress his negative emotions, even if his self-esteem is thousands of times that of Vegeta, he can't stay sober and reasonable. For his own hidden dangers, Frieza is also very clear. He even thought about using the Dragon Ball to completely remove the hidden dangers, but he knew that it was unrealistic. For the frozen demon, negative emotions are innate and cannot be eliminated at all. Even if you learn Vic split negative emotions out of the body, they will arise again after a period of time, and they are more powerful. The darkness of the second layer devoured, and the black light vortex was 10 times larger than the first layer, and 10 times more powerful. The dazzling black light shone in the entire main control room of Battlestar Galactica, and the Supreme Essence blood in the petri dish was illuminated by the black light through the vessel, which immediately shattered the vessel and turned into a ray of golden light, blending into Frieza's eyebrows. As soon as the Supreme Essence blood melted into Frieza's eyebrows, Frieza's body trembled, convulsed, his face was painful, his face was viciously distorted, and he gritted his teeth, as if he was suffering boundless torture. Ugh! After enduring a moment with amazing willpower, Frieza finally screamed impatiently, and even more unsteadily, fell to the ground, and rolled with his head in his hands. Suffering. Incomparably painful. At this moment, Frieza directly covered every cell in his body under a powerful mysterious force to tear, reorganize, and transform. Frieza, who was in pain and torture, did not find that his whole body slowly turned into a kind of gold. The gold changed from light to dark, flowing with a metallic luster. In addition, his forehead also slowly cracked, and a golden red eye was born. This eye exuded a strange, evil supreme aura. Ah! The torment was growing, and Frieza's will almost collapsed. Bang! A huge energy erupted from Frieza's body, destroying the main control room of this space fortress. Toot toot! The main brain is attacked by a powerful combat force, and the system automatically turns on the defense measures. In the main control room, a mechanical sound without the slightest emotion suddenly sounded, and as soon as the sound stopped, a ghostly blue light mask appeared out of thin air to trap Frieza, and no matter how much the energy emitted from Frieza's body could not break the light mask. Chapter 010. Wu. Lying on the ground in a hurry, panting, Frieza had palpitations. The pain of devouring a drop of the three-eyed Supreme Essence blood was too terrifying, and he almost collapsed with his willpower. At this point, the pain disappeared completely, and Frieza only felt comfortable. After calming his emotions, Frieza noticed his change. Before devouring the Supreme Essence blood, Frieza was maintaining the first stage of the weakened transformation, but now he unknowingly changed back to his original form, covered in golden brilliance, and shining with a metallic cold texture. Hey, how did I transform into a golden body? Frieza blinked three eyes, confused, devouring a drop of three-eyed Supreme Essence blood to give birth to a third eye in his expectation, but the golden body was beyond his expectations. After closing his three eyes and feeling it carefully for a long time, Frieza also had an understanding of his own changes. First of all, the golden body is a mutation caused by the frozen demon physique combined with the three-eyed Supreme Essence blood. The defense is amazing. As for how amazing, Frieza himself does not know. In addition, the special physique of the golden body has a big disadvantage, that is, even if you do not cultivate, the combat power will increase by 2 times every 1 year, and you can also increase the combat effectiveness endlessly in battle. In the original book, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly will increase his combat effectiveness by 1 times every 1 year. In addition, the combat effectiveness will also be increased in battle, but the increase is smaller. Taking Broly as an example, today's Frieza physique is 1 times higher than Broly Bull. The second is combat effectiveness, this time fusing a drop of the Supreme Essence blood of the Three-Eyed Clan. Frieza's combat effectiveness has increased a lot, from 220,000 points to 250,000 points in one fell swoop. Although the combat power has only increased by 30,000 points, Frieza's talent has once again improved a little, which is the icing on the cake. Finally, the golden red celestial eye at the heart of Frieza's eyebrows is extraordinary. This celestial eye has insight, see the energy, meridians, bloodlines, etc. in other people's bodies, hypnosis, make other people's consciousness fall into a deep sleep. The time of sleep can be set, copy skill tricks, carefully look at other people's skills can be copied and learned, spiritual illusion, forcibly pull other people's spirits or souls into a fantasy world imagined by the caster. Farsightedness, theoretically you can watch the entire universe, sky beam, emit a golden red beam. Can destroy all matter and soul. With the golden body and the eye of heaven, Frieza's strength has greatly increased, although his current combat power is only 250,000 points. He has absolute confidence that he can kill those with a combat power of less than 300,000 in seconds. My luck looks good. If it weren't for this deserted space fortress sending a death light to destroy the spaceship and attract his attention, it is estimated that he would have passed by a drop of three-eyed Supreme Essence blood. Frieza thought to himself that he was really a blessing in disguise. Although Battlestar Galactica is a purified three-eyed blood machine painstakingly manufactured by Augusto and his gang, it is also a space battleship with strong combat effectiveness. And driving this space battleship is enough to match the existence of below 200,000 combat power, and those below 500,000 combat power break into the battleship with a lot of luck. Abandoned for hundreds of years, Battlestar Galactica was 17% damaged, and Frieza didn't know how to repair it. What frustrates Frieza is that Battlestar Galactica's radar search system is damaged, otherwise it would be easy to search for Earth's cosmic coordinates. Without the exact cosmic coordinates of the Earth, navigating the search for Battlestar Galactica is not easy. Unable to find the Earth for the time being, Frieza is also helpless. Since you can't find the Earth, let's develop the power first. If you want to become a true universe emperor, you can't do without a large number of talents and legions. Raising his hand to support his chin, Frieza thought solemnly. East Galaxy, a large number of spaceships scattered to search for planets, led by a cosmic kingship magnificent and domineering. The 8 cosmic people in the main control room are preoccupied with controlling the machine system. Gula crossed his hands at the waist, his face is gloomy, like the eternal iceberg, a trace of cold breath penetrates the body, hovering within 3 feet around. A bunch of waste, after searching for so long, I haven't found Frieza. Gula cursed coldly. Ancient. Lord Gula is angry, we have tried our best, the flight trajectory of the cosmic kingship and the search for the radar have all been precisely calculated, and the maximum efficiency is the carpet of the East Galaxy, a cosmic man carefully explained while wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. However, before the words were finished, an energy had already turned him into ashes. It's the 14th, don't be me next. Seeing that another companion was killed by Gula's finger, the remaining 7 cosmic people thought in horror. After a delay in finding no trace of Frieza, Gula was already furious. Gula knew very well that the more Frieza lived, the greater the threat to himself, and he had to find Frieza in the shortest possible time and nip the threat in the bud. Damn father, he actually let Frieza escape from the Winter Star. After killing a cosmic man, the anger in Gula's heart calmed down a little, and he complained about the Kurdish king again, which was already his 108th complaint. Frozen demon family, fierce, cold-blooded, believe in the supremacy of strength, very weak for family affection, and frequent infighting, coupled with low fertility, resulting in a continuous decrease in the number, to now there are only dozens of frozen demons left, in addition to the 3 fathers and sons of the Kurdish king. Dozens of other frozen demons have extremely low talents, and the highest is only a small D-level talent, hundreds of thousands of combat effectiveness. The Kurdish king has never liked Gula's eldest son, but loves Frieza's young son, but when Frieza's freezing period exceeds 9 years, the Kurdish king's mood becomes very complicated, and he has been hesitating whether to kill Frieza with his own hands, but after hesitation, the Kurdish king still gave up doing it himself, but chose to stand by and watch Gula chase and kill Frieza, otherwise Frieza can escape from the heavily guarded Winter Star with 10,086 combat strength. The Kurdish king's release of water to Frieza. Gula is not a fool, naturally clear, it is precisely because of this, for the first time in his life. He deeply hates his father, and the ambition to replace it buried deep in his heart is stronger. Although there is a lot of dissatisfaction with the Kurdish king, Gula can only hold back and swallow his anger. After all, he is far inferior to the Kurdish king in terms of combat effectiveness and his forces. Just as Gula complained about the Kurdish king, the communication system of the cosmic kingship beeped, and all of a sudden, Gula's face changed. King Gula, it is a long-range signal from Lord Shaiza from the northern galaxy. A cosmic man laughed happily. Shaiza? Translate the meaning of the signal immediately. Frowning, Gula ordered coldly. Yes. After a busy period of 7 cosmic people, they successfully translated the meaning of the signal in just 1 minute. F.L.S.A. in North Silver River, has been chased blocked arrived. Chapter 011. Frieza in the North Galaxy. After translating the signal conveyed by Frieza, Gula couldn't help but be stunned. His eyeliner in the Winter Star clearly sent a message to Frieza to flee to the East Galaxy, but how could he be chased by Frieza in the North Galaxy? After a startle, Gula also reacted. Tricked! Abominable Frieza! An angry roar resounded inside Gura's Cosmic King ship. After a long time of not finding Frieza, and finding that he had been played, Gula's anger completely broke out, and the killing intent flashing in his eyes almost condensed into substance. The 7 cosmic people who controlled the king's ship were all silent at this time, paralyzed to the ground, 2 frightened cosmic people even incontinent. For a time, the smell and urine filled the entire main control room, and the smell of Gula glared fiercely with a cold face, and 2 laser beams emitted from his eyes, instantly turning the 2 incontinent cosmic people into ashes. Immediately rush to the North Galaxy with all your strength, and summon Frieza. Capture Frieza alive for me. Dare to fool me? I'm going to kill him with my own hands. Gula said coldly. Hearing this, the only 5 remaining cosmic people hurriedly got up to control the spaceship, changed the trajectory and flew towards the Northern Galaxy, and at the same time, the Gula fleet scattered in the Eastern Galaxy to search also gathered around the Gula King ship. When Gula summoned his subordinates who scattered around the Eastern Galaxy to search for Frieza, another signal was transmitted from the North Galaxy. It was the signal that the spacecraft led by Frieza to search the Northern Galaxy was completely destroyed. Frieza's spaceship is completely destroyed. Gula was shocked and incredulous. Could it be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between Frieza and Frieza? An idea came to Gura's mind. Knowing that all the spaceships led by Frieza to search the Northern Galaxy were destroyed, Gula also had a sense of foreboding in his heart. 3 days had passed since he learned that the spacecraft led by Frieza to search the Northern Galaxy had been completely destroyed, and another message came that he did not dare to imagine. Frieza is dead. The news that Frieza, the first right-hand subordinate under his command, whose combat strength exceeded 110,000 points or more, actually died, which made Gula difficult to accept no matter what. Frieza's death not only made Gula angry, but also made him feel fear. Yes, for the first time in his life, Gula felt fear deeply, and this fear came from his own brother Frieza, whom he had never met. Frieza's summons had been chased to Frieza, and Gula believed that it was absolutely true, and then the destruction of all the spaceships led by Frieza convinced him even more, so it became obvious who killed Frieza. Frieza, the one who killed Frieza was Frieza. The analysis came to a conclusion: how could Gula not have fear in his heart? After all, Frieza had only been born for more than 3 months, and being able to kill Frieza proved that Frieza's combat effectiveness had exceeded at least 100,000 points. Breaking through 10,000 points of primordial combat power, it has increased tenfold in just 3 months, which is simply incredible. Such talent, Gula is beyond reach. Frieza's talent is also too terrifying. This has only increased his combat effectiveness tenfold in just over 3 months. So if he is given a few more years to grow, it will definitely become a big problem for me. Gula thought to himself. After thinking for a moment, Gula ordered the fleet to change its trajectory, no longer to rush to the North Galaxy, but to the Winter Star. Suffered a loss, he also learned well, in his opinion, Frieza's shrewdness and cunning. After killing Frieza, he will definitely flee the North Galaxy, and will never be stupid to wait for him to hunt him down. If you want to accurately control Frieza's location, Gula can only turn to the Kurdish King, because the spaceship that Frieza is riding on is owned by the Kurdish King, so as long as the Kurdish King wants to, he can locate the cosmic coordinates of the spaceship. Not to mention that Gula rushed to the Winter Star to ask for help from the Kurdish King. After Frieza absorbed a drop of three-eyed Supreme Essence blood, he simply adapted to the transformation of himself and became the first stage of weakened form, and then drove Battlestar Galactica to wander the Northern Galaxy, looking for life planets one by one, preparing to recruit subordinates and form forces. For the formation of forces, Frieza also had ideas. He decided to divide his strength into 4 parts. The first part of the Imperial team, similar to the Kainu special forces in the original work. The second part is the Dark Legion. The Legion is strictly hierarchical, divided into 10 levels, the lowest level of lower soldiers, however, in order, the second level of middle soldiers, the third level of upper soldiers, the fourth level elite soldiers, the fifth level of squad leader, the sixth level captain, the seventh level of the captain, the eighth level deputy corps commander, the ninth level of the legion commander, the 10th level of dark commander. The third part is the subsidiary forces. Dissenting intentions are allowed, as long as there is no public rebellion. Frieza will turn a blind eye. And the fourth part is the Shadow Team, an organization hidden in the darkness, obeying only the orders of Frieza alone, and performing some shady things. The Imperial Team is the trump card in Frieza's plan, and the conditions for joining are very strict, requiring more than 100,000 combat power. Of course, the conditions can also be relaxed appropriately for some people with special skills, such as the four-eyed person Guldo of the Kainu special forces in the original work. Four-eyed people, short in stature, with 2 pairs of eyes, with special skills, such as time static, time slow, time acceleration, remote mind manipulation, mind fixation, etc. The vast universe, there are many races with special skills. Some special skills are very scum, but there are also some special skills that are very practical. The Dark Legion is the backbone of Frieza's plan. The threshold for joining is not high, only need to exceed 100 combat effectiveness points to become a first-level lower soldier, second-level middle soldiers need 200 combat power, third-level upper soldiers need 300 combat power, fourth-level elite soldiers need 1000 combat power, fifth-level squad leaders need 3000 combat power, sixth-level captains need 5000 combat power, seventh-level captains need 10,000 combat power, the eighth-level Deputy Legion Commander needs 50,000 combat power, the 9th level Legion Commander needs 100,000 combat power, and the 10th level Dark Commander needs absolute loyalty in addition to strong combat power. And must be carefully selected. Regarding the subsidiary forces, Frieza did not care much. The Shadow Team, as long as it is responsible for assassination, spying on intelligence, monitoring Frieza's forces, spies, etc., does not necessarily need to be high, but must be shrewd and absolutely loyal. In this world where power is supreme, power is only auxiliary, its own strength is king. If Frieza's strength is not strong, even if the developed forces exceed Gula and the Kurdish king, the Red Ribbon Legion of the Earth in the original work is a proof. The ambitious Red Ribbon Legion intends to conquer the world. The power is not weak, and even has Dr. Gallo, who created artificial humans and Chiru, but was also destroyed by the young Monkey King, and the combat effectiveness of the Monkey King at that time was only about 100 points. For Frieza, who aspires to become the Emperor of the universe, the development of forces is necessary, but there is no need to be too obsessed with the development of forces, and the priorities still need to be clearly distinguished. Chapter 012. Driving Battlestar Galactica, Frieza searches the northern galaxy for living planets while playing with a detection instrument in both hands. Detection instruments have the purpose of reconnaissance and communication, and are high-tech products. Detection instruments are also graded. Low-level detection instruments can only detect values below 30,000 points of combat effectiveness. The transmission distance is 1/3 of a galaxy. The intermediate detection instrument can detect the value below 300,000 points of combat effectiveness. The transmission distance is a galaxy. The advanced detection instrument can detect the value below 3 million points of combat effectiveness, can transmit across different galaxies. The original Vegeta and Nappa, when they invaded the Earth, the kind of detection instrument belongs to the low level. One of the detection instruments that Frieza snatched when he escaped from the Winter Star was intermediate and had now been destroyed by him. At present, Frieza has not yet comprehended the use of Chi, and is very dependent on detection instruments, even if he knows that a medium-level detection instrument snatched from the Winter Star is monitored by the Kurdish king, but it has not been destroyed. But now with several advanced detection instruments, it can finally completely get rid of the Kurdish king's positioning monitoring. When the monitored intermediate detection instrument was destroyed, Frieza knew that his cheap father could no longer hold his breath, and he was already prepared for what he would face next. The space fortress built by Oguro and his group of three-eyed people stores a lot of resources, including food, water, various rare metal minerals in the universe, gemstones, battle armor, weapons, which also includes detection instruments. After hundreds of years of abandonment, a small part of these resources have decayed, but most of them can still be used. Low-level and medium-level detection instruments have decayed after hundreds of years, while several advanced detection instruments are lucky to be well preserved. The spaceship was destroyed by the Death Light, the intermediate detection instrument was destroyed by Frieza himself, and the Kurdish king lost control of him. The Dragon Ball universe is divided into 5 major galaxies. Each galaxy has tens of billions of galaxies. These galaxies are large or small. Large galaxies contain tens of millions of stars, and small galaxies only have a few hundred planets. The number of living planets in the universe is very rare, 1/1,000,000th of the dead planet. Battlestar Galactica's radar system has been damaged and cannot search for life planets, and Frieza can only drive the fortress to wander the northern galaxy while trying to open 3 eyes to find life planets, which is very inefficient. In addition to searching for the planet of life, Frieza is not lazy, but has been diligent in penance. In Frieza's cultivation, memories of past lives can play a big role. After Frieza's frozen demon bloodline fused with the supreme essence blood of the Three-Eyed Clan, it began to metamorphosis over time, transforming into an unprecedented powerful bloodline, and with the help of this bloodline, Frieza was surprised and delighted to find that his control of combat power was changing day by day. The gap between the combat power of the original form and the third stage of the weakened transformation gradually narrowed. 85 times. 80 times. 75 times. In just a few days, the third stage of Frieza's weakened transformation was on par with the combat effectiveness of the original form. Finally, after more than 10 days of hard work, Frieza controlled 100% of his powerful strength, and at this time, his combat power had grown to 300,000 points. Under the special physique, Frieza's combat effectiveness is improving every moment, and when his combat effectiveness is stronger, the greater the combat effectiveness will be improved, forming a virtuous circle. Feeling the changes in himself, Frieza thought proudly in his heart, with the current trend, it seems that he hopes to exceed 1,000,000 combat power points before his 2nd birthday. Completely controlling his own powerful power, the combat power of the weakened transformation stage is 75,000 points, the combat power of the 2nd stage is 150,000 points, and the combat power of the 3rd stage and the original form is 300,000 points. Suddenly, Frieza was shocked, the heavenly eyes on his forehead lit up, and his face was full of ecstasy. Life planet. After more than 10 days of hard work, he finally found a life planet, and Frieza's joy was simple and indescribable. At the moment, Frieza impatiently drove the space fortress to fly towards the discovered life planet, and when approaching the life planet for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Frieza manipulated the space fortress to stop, opened the hatch, flew directly into the vacuum of the universe, and landed the life planet. This is a very small planet, about 1/10 the size of Earth, about 60% of the planet's sea, 40% of the land is full of greenery, and the variety is amazing. Opening the advanced detection instrument, Frieza was quite surprised. This life planet is only a low-class planet, but through the advanced detection instrument, it can find that the powerful combat power on the planet is quite a lot. The number of existences with more than 1,000 combat effectiveness points exceeds 10,000, there are also 100 more than 2,000 combat strength, and the number of existences between 100 points and 1,000 combat power is about 200,000, which or an inferior planet? Frieza was curious. Inferior life planets, you can refer to the Earth in the original work, 100 combat power is enough to dominate the king. With the number and quality of strong people on this planet now, it can barely be classified as a superior life planet. Swish, Swish, swish. Just as Frieza was surprised, in the distance, in the sound of breaking the air, 3 figures flew in, one in front of them, and after a while, they arrived in front of Frieza, led by a young man. This young man was 1 meter 6, his skin was green, no hair, his bare head and naked strong upper body were coated with a special green liquid with strange patterns. Behind this young man were 2 green weirdos, hands and feet were 3 fingers, similar to walnut heads. Cultivate people. Upon seeing the 2 green strange men behind the youth, Frieza immediately recognized them. When Vegeta and Nappa invaded the Earth, they used a special vegetable seed to cultivate a warrior with a combat power of 1200 points, and the warrior is a cultivator. The strength of cultivating people is not too bad, at least between him and Sun Wukong's brother Raditz. Cultivators can use energy, their heads can be sprayed with melt. And they can self-detonate when they are at the end of their lives. You are not the one who cultivates our stars. What kind of person is it? If you are smart, leave quickly. The green-skinned young man said with a solemn expression. A cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Standing in front of Frieza, he felt fear from the depths of his soul. Cultivation stars? It seems that the planet in the original book should have been destroyed by Vegeta and his gang long ago. Frieza thought to himself, but a contemptuous sneer appeared on his face. Looking at the sneering Frieza, the fear in the green-skinned youth's heart became even stronger. Give you a chance to live, honestly tell me the situation of this planet, I can consider keeping you alive, and even let you join my Dark Legion and become a subordinate of my Universe Emperor Frieza. Frieza smiled lightly. Chapter 013. As soon as Frieza's words fell, the green-skinned youth couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Universe Emperor? Just because you dare to call yourself the Emperor of the Universe? It's just too self-defeating. Rumble. A monstrous terrifying momentum emerged from Frieza, and in an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, the mountain collapsed within 100 miles, and the mocking green-skinned youth was directly stunned. A murderous and cold smile slowly appeared at the corners of Frieza's mouth, and his playful eyes looked at the green-skinned youth. The green-skinned youth's combat power is 344 points, and the combat power of the 2 cultivators behind him is 1087 points and 1102 points respectively, which is no different from an ant to Frieza. Even if Frieza is now in the state of the first stage of weakening transformation, his combat power is 75,000 points. Humph! Go die, melt cannon! With a cold snort, the green-skinned youth's hands condensed a ball of energy, and at the same time, the 2 cultivators also raised their hands to condense a ball of energy, and after a while, the 3 balls of energy separated from the hands of the green-skinned youth and the cultivator and fused into one, and slammed into Frieza. Diddy. Combat effectiveness 1644 points. This fusion skill is a bit interesting, but unfortunately, it is too weak. Seeing the green-skinned youth teaming up with 2 cultivators and going all out to cast the gas-melting cannon, Frieza's eyes lit up, but he still shook his head and sighed. With his insight he could see that this gas-melting cannon had great potential, but although the skill is good, it also depends on the person who casts it. No matter how powerful the skill is performed by an ant, it is absolutely impossible to pose the slightest threat to a dinosaur. The Turtle School Qigong in the original book is a very powerful skill, shining in the hands of Sun Wukong, but in the hands of the Turtle Immortals who created this skill? In the final analysis, it is still a question of the strength of combat effectiveness. Bang! Bang! To the surprise of the green-skinned youth, in the face of the gas-melting cannon that he and the 2 cultivators jointly displayed, Frieza did not dodge, put his hands behind him, stood with a smile, and really withstood this blow. As soon as the melting gas cannon with a combat power of 1644 points hit Frieza, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose, like an atomic bomb exploding, and in an instant, a radius of hundreds of miles was raised to the ground, and a semicircle deep pit with a diameter of thousands of meters exploded in the center. Haha, arrogant guy, this is the end. Unexpectedly, he was arrogant and did not dodge, and now he was hit head-on by the 100% melting gas cannon that I and the two cultivators joined forces, and he must have broken his bones, and he deserved it. The green-skinned young man laughed wildly, with a smug look on his face. The smoke was thick, gusts of wind blew through, slowly dissipated, and a small and emaciated figure quietly suspended in mid-air. It was none other than Frieza. N.A. Nanny? How can it be? This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can a melting gas cannon with such amazing power be unscathed head-on? This. Seeing the figure suspended in mid-air not far in front of him, the green-skinned young man was dumbfounded, and the two cultivators behind him were also stunned. Such an attack can only raise a puff of dust. Frieza chuckled. Ah! I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Die, give me death. The green-skinned young man who could not accept reality sent out energy light waves one after another to attack Frieza, and the attack was like a violent storm, and in an instant, hundreds of energy light waves bombarded Frieza at the same time. Such an attack, even if it is thousands of times stronger, it can't hurt me by half a point, it's too weak, it's too boring to kill you. Greeting one energy light wave after another, Frieza walked towards the green-skinned youth step by step, and said lightly. Cultivate people, give it to me, blow yourself up. The frightened green-skinned youth shouted loudly, and as soon as his order was issued, the two cultivators behind him immediately flew towards Frieza, full of fierce momentum. Death throes, in vain. In a disdainful sneer, Frieza's figure disappeared in a flash, and the next moment appeared in front of the green-skinned youth out of thin air, grabbed the green-skinned youth's throat with one hand, and lifted him up alive. As for the two cultivators, they pounced, screamed and exploded, and blasted out two deep pits. It's time to stop this boring game, I'm tired of it. Frieza smiled, the heavenly eye at the center of his eyebrows slowly opened, flashing a golden red light, and the suffocating green-skinned youth froze after glancing at Frieza's heavenly eye in a weak struggle. Bang! As soon as Frieza let go, the green-skinned young man fell to the ground, his face stunned. Tell me everything you know about this planet. Frieza calmly ordered, and the dull-looking green-skinned youth immediately answered. Frieza's heavenly eye has a strong hypnotic power, with his current strength, not to mention that a green-skinned youth with a hypnotic combat power of 344 points is easy, even a strong person with a hypnotic combat power of 100,000 points is not pressured. This planet has a history of 8.8 billion years, there have been hundreds of names, since the rise of the cultivation race tens of thousands of years ago, the planet has been officially named the Cultivation Star. The special skills of the cultivation race can purify plant essence, condense the seeds of life, plant the seeds of life, and then promote the birth of the essence of life can be born in a short period of time to cultivate warriors, and cultivation warriors are currently divided into 3 levels. The first level of cultivation fighters is a failed product, low combat effectiveness. The second level of cultivation fighters is ordinary products, strong combat effectiveness. The cultivation warrior of the third level is the elite of the elite, and the combat power is twice as strong as that of ordinary products, and it is said that the cultivation patriarch has an ancient book handed down by the ancestors, which records a secret method to produce the ultimate cultivation warrior, that is a cultivation warrior whose combat power far exceeds that of the third level. Today's cultivation stars are divided into 3 major forces and more than a dozen small forces attached to the 3 major forces. In addition, there is a palace on the sacred mountain, and the patriarchs of all generations sit in that palace after their deaths, and the modern patriarchs died because of the internal strife of the cultivation clan, and a new generation of patriarchs has not yet been elected. And the ancient books circulating have also disappeared. Listening to the green-skinned youth's methodical narration, Frieza stroked her chin and fell into thought. Ancient books? The ultimate cultivation warrior? Hey! Frieza coveted the ancient books in the mouth of the green-skinned youth. The combat effectiveness of ordinary cultivation fighters is more than 1,000 points, and the combat effectiveness of elite cultivation fighters is more than 2,000 points, and this so-called ultimate cultivation warrior is far stronger than the elite cultivation warrior, which is completely worthy of Frieza's attention and expectations. Cultivating warriors is undoubtedly a very practical weapon of war. The original Vegeta and Nappa are completely ruined. If mass production and the formation of a cultivation warrior legion, then it will also help Frieza's hegemony. If you want to form a considerable quality cultivation warrior legion, the ancient book in the mouth of the green-skinned youth, Frieza will have to obtain it anyway. In addition, it is necessary to subdue some cultivation stars. With the hypnotic power of the Heavenly Eye, Frieza can easily hypnotize and control a large number of cultivated star people to work for him, but although this method is simple, it is also disadvantageous. It is easy to go wrong, and a carelessness will cause a backlash, so subduing some cultivated star people also requires Frieza to use some means. Chapter 014. Asking everything he wanted to know, Frieza pointed his finger, and a wave of energy killed the green-skinned youth who had no use value. It seems that the cultivators of the stars have not comprehended the use of Chi. Sighing in disappointment, Frieza flew up and headed towards the sacred mountain of the cultivation clan. Before, Frieza was full of momentum, causing a lot of movement. If it was on Earth, it would have been sensed by many people earlier, but no one took the initiative to find it in cultivating stars. Mount Kerstan, 8,700 feet above sea level, is the highest mountain range in cultivation stars. The entire Mount Kerstan is like spring all year round, verdant and hurried, and a towering giant tree grows at the top of the mountain. The giant tree is extremely thick. It is estimated that 100 people cannot hug together. High into the clouds, lush branches, a golden palace stands firmly in the canopy of this giant tree. Around the giant tree guarded dozens of cultivated stars and hundreds of cultivation warriors. The combat effectiveness of these cultivated star people is not weak. Each of them is above 1,000 points, and each has 2 elite cultivation warriors with more than 2,000 combat strength. Frieza hypnotized the green-skinned young man and learned about Mount Kerstan and the palace on the top of the mountain from his mouth, and immediately became interested. The palace on the top of Mount Kerstan is the place where the patriarchs of the cultivated clan sit after death, so there must be some secrets. What a big tree! Seeing the towering giant tree on the top of Mount Kerstan from a distance, Frieza was also amazed. This giant tree was definitely the strongest, tallest, and largest tree he had seen in his 2 lifetimes, and he could not recognize this giant tree as a variety with his insight. Frieza did not deliberately suppress his momentum, so when he was far close to Mount Kerstan, dozens of cultivators and hundreds of elite cultivation warriors guarding around the giant tree noticed it, and all of a sudden, a group of cultivators and elite cultivation warriors were like enemies, and they were extremely nervous. Swish, swish, swish. Before Frieza arrived at Mount Kerstan, the 3 cultivators guarding the giant tree each led their 2 elite cultivation warriors to fly into the air and stopped Frieza outside the mountain. Stop coming, this is our cultivation tribe holy place, idle people are not allowed to approach, please leave quickly, otherwise there is no mercy. The first elderly cultivation clan elder held a crutch and shouted. It's not a little guts. Dare to stop me Frieza, get out of here before I get angry. Scoffing, Frieza laughed arrogantly. When Frieza's words fell, the 3 cultivators who blocked the way were all furious, and the old man at the head was even more gloomy. Since your excellency is obsessed, then die. Second elder, third elder, hands on. The elder of the cultivation tribe who stopped Frieza said coldly. It turned out that these 3 people were the 3 current elders of the cultivation clan. In the cultivation clan, the authority of the patriarch is the greatest, followed by the 3 elders, and under the 3 elders are the leaders of the tribes. Under the order of the great elder of the cultivation clan, the second elder and the third elder made the same move, at the same time. Their 4 elite cultivation warriors also participated in the battle. For a time, 2 people with a combat power of 1,000 points and 4 people with a combat power of 2,000 points besieged Frieza, with 6 enemies and 1, the offensive was furious. However, no matter how desperately they attacked, they could not touch Frieza's clothes. The more they fought, the more frightened the second elder and third elder became, and the great elder and the people guarding the giant tree were also horrified. Cyclone Wind Chop. In the vicious smile, Frieza condensed a thin round blade in each hand, similar to the Chi round slash in the original work. This is a powerful trick of the frozen demon race, and if you perform this move, unless the combat power is 10 times your own, you can't resist it at all. Although the current Frieza is in the first stage of the weakening transformation, the combat power is close to 76,000 points, and even the strong person with a combat power of 800,000 points must be treated with caution. As soon as the 2 whirlwinds came out, the second elder and the third elder of the cultivation clan were cut in 2 in the blink of an eye, and then the autumn wind swept away the leaves like the great elder and the 6 elite cultivation warriors were killed. In just a few seconds, the 3 elders of the cultivation clan and the 6 elite cultivation warriors were all brutally killed by Frieza, which completely shocked the cultivation stars and elite cultivation warriors guarding the surrounding of the giant tree. Do you choose to submit to my cosmic emperor Frieza, or die? Waving his hand to collect 2 whirlwind slashes, Frieza clapped his hands, did not glance at the corpses of the 3 elders of the cultivation clan and the 6 elite cultivation warriors, coldly looked at the group of cultivators guarding the giant tree, and asked lightly. Frieza's question was not loud, but it was clearly reached the ears of the cultivators guarding the giant tree. Cosmic Emperor Frieza? Submit to? Hearing Frieza's question, the cultivators looked at each other. We are the cultivation race, we will only die in battle, and we will never surrender. Yes, we are the cultivation race, no matter how powerful the enemy, you can kill us, but you can't make us bow to our knees. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death! In the face of Frieza's solicitation, all the cultivators guarding the giant tree chose to refuse, which made Frieza disappointed and angry. Give you a way to live, but choose to die, then don't blame me. Frieza, who laughed angrily and with his hands separated the void, one after another purple light appeared. Each purple light appeared, inevitably took away the life of a cultivator starman. In just a few blinks, the dozens of cultivators guarding the giant tree all died, and hundreds of elite cultivation warriors saw that the master was killed, and rushed to Frieza to blow himself up. Hundreds of elite cultivation fighters with 2,000 combat power self-detonated, and the power was relatively amazing, but it could not cause the slightest damage to Frieza, even if it was only weakened by Frieza in the first stage of transformation. The loyalty of this elite cultivation warrior is good, and the master does not run away when he dies, but chooses to blow himself up and die with the enemy. With a sigh of praise, Frieza slowly flew up to the top of Kairstan mountain and entered the palace. As soon as I entered the palace, I saw that it was extremely empty, and in the hall was an altar, on which a black seed was enshrined, and around the altar, piles of bones were scattered. As soon as Frieza approached the altar 100 meters, a green wall of light immediately appeared out of thin air to block him. Enchantment! Frieza smiled and punched out, and the green light wall shook violently a few times, but it did not shatter. Hey? It's kind of interesting. Seeing that the green wall of light was not smashed by his own punch, Frieza was also a little surprised, although this punch did not exert its full strength, but the combat effectiveness also exceeded 50,000 points. Drink! With a loud shout, Frieza threw another punch with all his might. Bang! The green light wall withstood Frieza's all-out punch from the first stage of the weakened transformation, and suddenly cracked a small gap, but it did not break. Frowning, through 2 punches, Frieza almost knew the strength of the enchantment in front of him. It seems that it is difficult to smash this enchantment without more than 100,000 combat power. Frieza muttered. Chapter 015. After devouring a drop of the Sanmyo clan's supreme essence blood, Frieza's combat effectiveness exceeded 300,000 points, and after such a long time, it has improved a lot, and the current 100% strength is about 310,000 points. I can't imagine that a low-class planet will force me to transform into a second form. Frieza laughed at himself. He called the first stage of his weakening transformation the first form, the second stage of the weakening transformation called the second form, the third stage of the weakened transformation called the third form, and the original form was called the fourth form, and there was a fifth form above the fourth form, although this fifth form was not yet a shadow, but it was also a matter of time. For example, Shuru and Majin Buu in the original work, they not only increase their strength by devouring, but also lead to a change in form. Frieza, who has the anti-heavenly skill of dark devouring, as long as he continues to devour the powerful race in the universe, the transformation of the original form is inevitable. Only swallowing a drop of the supreme essence blood of the three-eyed race, Frieza's original form has become a metal version, not to mention, more a heavenly eye. Then how much transformation will it have in the future to devour the Scion race, Majin Buu, the evil 7-star dragon, etc.? Even Frieza himself didn't know. Frieza knew that as he continued to devour, the fourth form would gradually transform into the fifth form, but the fifth form would never be complete, so even if Frieza would one day devour this Dragon Ball universe, there would be endless different universes. The fifth form is still an unattainable ultimate goal for Frieza. In contrast, dominating the 5 galaxies and becoming the Emperor of the Dragon Ball universe is the first goal that Frieza is now working hard for. Ugh! Raising his head and roaring, Frieza's forehead burst with green tendons, and his body suddenly swelled for 3 points, and a faint golden light enveloped him. In the golden light, Frieza's body transformed at an astonishing speed, and the transformation was completed in less than a minute. Second form. Frieza's second form looks 90% similar to the Kurdish king at first glance, but it is golden and very dazzling. His eyes are full of domineering kings who look at the universe and the world, and a golden red sky eye seems to be closed. The combat power of the second form is 157,100 points. Rumble. Transforming into the second form, Frieza punched out with all his strength, and suddenly, the enchantment that blocked him could no longer withstand it and shattered. Breaking the enchantment, Frieza flew onto the altar, and was about to reach out and pick up the seed for worship, but found that next to the seed there was a hollow. The concave grid was boxy, and there was a thick ancient book inside. This ancient book was thick, very strange, old and new. Picking up the ancient book and flipping through it, Frieza suddenly realized that this is the family history of the cultivation family. Starting from the first generation of the cultivation family history, each generation will be added, and the generation will accumulate, and this family history will gradually thicken. After simply reading the thick history of the cultivation family, Frieza was overjoyed. This seed turned out to be the seed of the divine spirit tree. Good, great, ha ha ha. It turns out that the so-called ultimate cultivation warrior is purified by the essence of the divine essence fruit, and the special secret method of the cultivation family is also extraordinary. It can be used to apply a special green liquor with an incomparably complicated production process to the body to increase the combat effectiveness by 30% 90%. After Frieza took a cursory look at the history of the cultivation clan, his heart was also difficult to calm down. The divine spirit tree may be strange to others, but Frieza knows it well. The seed of the spirit tree in the original book is owned by the Scion Darls, who is a subordinate Scion warrior of the planet Vegeta, who looks almost exactly the same as Sun Wukong, is very ambitious, despicable, and shameless, and how Dales obtained a spirit tree seed is not mentioned in the original work, but focuses on the spirit tree, which is a terrible and magical tree that once rooted in a certain planet, it will absorb everything on the planet to nourish, and as a result, the spirit fruit can increase combat effectiveness tenfold. For Darens, who looks similar to Sun Wukong in the original work, Frieza has a deep memory, and he has a dark belly and a bad brain to help whether Darens is Bardock's illegitimate son. Regarding the divine essence fruit, in fact, Frieza has doubts, because in the original work, Darens once said that he ate many divine essence fruits before invading the Earth, but the combat power was only about 30,000 points, and eating a divine essence fruit nourished by the earth exceeded 300,000 combat strength, which is obviously unreasonable, but now the answer has been obtained from the history of cultivation races. According to the records in the history of the cultivation race, a total of 9 divine spirit tree seeds were born in the history of the universe, but 8 were destroyed, and only 1 remained, and the divine essence fruit can indeed increase the combat effectiveness tenfold, but not every divine essence fruit can, only the divine essence fruit king can. Ordinary divine essence fruit can only increase 100 combat effectiveness, and the effect of divine essence fruit is not unlimited. 1 million points of combat power is the limit of the divine essence fruit. Once the combat power breaks through 1 million points, then the divine essence fruit king will have no effect. The divine essence fruit does not have much effect on Frieza. With today's Frieza, even if he does not cultivate, after a year, his combat effectiveness has almost grown to 1 million points, and if he cultivates seriously without distractions, his combat power can exceed 1 million points in less than a month. Chicken ribs. Yes, the divine essence fruit is really a tasteless and discarded chicken rib for Frieza himself, but it can be used to cultivate subordinates. With the divine spirit tree seed, as long as you absorb the essence of one planet after another, you can produce countless divine essence fruits and divine essence fruit kings, so it is not a big problem to cultivate a group of loyal subordinates with 1 million combat strength. The ultimate cultivation warrior disappointed Frieza. It turned out that the so-called ultimate cultivation warrior, whose combat effectiveness was far above the elite cultivation warrior, was only 100,000 combat power. 100,000 combat power is actually not a lot, and the number 1 expert under Frieza in the original work, Kainu, is only 120,000 combat power. Although the combat effectiveness of the ultimate cultivation warrior is low, it can be mass-produced, and it is entirely possible to form a legion. What makes Frieza happiest is knowing about the existence of Cage Island. Cage Island, which is a special place for cultivating stars, is located somewhere in the sea, and it is difficult to find a way to know. As the name suggests, this is a prison island for criminals. In the prison Cage Island, there is a special group of cultivation people. The cultivation tribe was once divided into 2 camps. One camp is the plant cultivation tribesmen, the other camp is the animal cultivation tribesmen. The 2 major formations are like water and fire, hostile to each other. After several wars, the plant cultivation tribe won a big victory, the animal cultivation tribe was defeated, and the surviving animal cultivation tribe was all banished to the prison Cage Island. Chapter 016. Animal cultivators. This discovery surprised Frieza. According to the records in the history of the cultivation tribe, the warriors cultivated by the animal cultivation tribe are very strong, generally twice as strong as the warriors cultivated by the plant-type cultivation tribesmen. The production of a cultivated warrior, first need to purify the seed of life, and then plant in the soil, and then promote the birth of the essence of life. The life essence contained in the plant is far inferior to the animal in quantity and quality, therefore, some evil cultivators began to study the purification of the life essence of animals to make the seed of life and the essence of life. Through countless failures and improvements, the technology is gradually maturing. Through experiments, it is found that the cultivation warrior made of animal essence is strong. This made the cultivators who were obsessed with plants extremely worried, seeing that animals had a tendency to replace plants, and finally, the cultivators who were obsessed with plants could not hold back, and after several twists and turns, most of the animal cultivators were eliminated at a heavy price, and a small number of captured animal cultivators were banished to the prison island. In Frieza's view, the plant-based cultivators are the old social system, and the animal-type cultivators are trying to establish a new social system, which inevitably requires breaking the old social system. How can it not become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of the elites under the old social system? It is undeniable that animal cultivation fighters are powerful, but not without defects. This defect is low loyalty. For example, plant cultivation fighters are loyal 100%, animal cultivation fighters are loyal 1%, 99%. When loyalty is less than 50%, there is a high probability of rebellion, and the artificial man and Majin Buu in the original book are bloody examples. Desperately pursuing strength and producing strong cultivated warriors, without valuing loyalty, is tantamount to digging one's own grave. The cage island where the animal cultivators are held is located somewhere in the cultivation star sea, because the location of the cage island is not fixed, but moves every moment, plus there is a dimensional enchantment, it is difficult to find accurately. There is only one way to find Prison Cage Island, that is, to gather 6 artifacts and arrange them into a 6-pointed star array, which leads the power of the stars in the galaxy to open the dimensional enchantment that covers Prison Cage Island. Dimensions can also be called parallel worlds and planes. Dimensions also have levels. The lowest dimension is the first level dimension, the highest dimension is 81 dimension. Combat effectiveness exceeds 10 million points can break the first dimension. Combat effectiveness exceeds 100 million points can break the second dimension. Combat effectiveness exceeds 1 billion points can break the third dimension, and so on. The universe is also divided into levels. The first level universe is the lowest level, the 9th level universe is the highest level, and there are endless dimensions in any level of the universe, but the level of the universe also limits the dimensional level that exists. For example, there can only be 1 to 9 levels of dimensions in the first level universe, and the second level universe can exist from 1 to 18 levels. The Dragon Ball universe is only a first level universe, and the highest level of the dimension that exists in this universe is only a 9th level dimension. The history of Prison Cage Island is very long, dating back to the beginning of the birth of cultivation stars, more than 8.5 billion years ago. Any enchantment must be artificial, and dimensional enchantments are no exception, which shows that Prison Cage Island is not simple. It is not easy to establish a dimensional enchantment, even if it is only the lowest dimensional enchantment. It not only requires an understanding of the laws of cosmic time and space, but also requires divine power, and the combat power exceeds 30 million points. Divine power, only gods can have, but gods are also divided into levels. The Dragon Ball universe, the Earth's heavenly god with hundreds of points of combat power is a god, and the Realm King god is also a god, both have divine power, but the combat power is worlds apart. Who set up the dimensional enchantment outside Prison Cage Island? And what is the secret of that island? Frieza thought to himself. With combat power exceeding 30 million points, possessing divine power, and comprehending the laws of cosmic time and space, very few people meet these 3 conditions. Realm King God? Bibidai? Beerus, the god of destruction, and his servant and teacher Whis? With Frieza's understanding of the Dragon Ball world, in addition to the 5 Realm King gods, Beerus and Ves of the past generations, only the great magician who made Majin Buu is Bibidai, and perhaps the divine dragon made by the Nami Nemesis can also set up a dimensional enchantment, but the possibility is very low. Of course, Bibidai's son Babidai also has the ability to set up dimensional enchantments, but his age does not match. The 6 artifacts that opened the dimensional enchantment outside the Prison Cage Island were placed in 6 stone towers, and the 6 stone towers were scattered all over the cultivation stars, and they were always guarded by the cultivation tribesmen. In order to understand the secrets of Prisoner Island and rescue the animal-like cultivators on Pre-Onceage Island, Frieza must try to open the dimensional enchantment outside Pre-Onceage Island, and the 6 artifacts guarded by the cultivator are determined to obtain. What kind of person is so bold as to dare to trespass on the holy land of our cultivation clan? It is really a crime worthy of death. The Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder are all dead. Abominable, whoever it is, must die. The movement of Mount Kairstan alarmed a large number of cultivation tribesmen, and for a time, tens of thousands of cultivation tribesmen led hundreds of thousands of cultivation warriors to come in all directions. Tens of thousands of cultivation clansmen and hundreds of thousands of cultivation warriors, such a lineup is powerful, but for Frieza, it is just a chicken and a dog, which is not a concern. No matter how many ants there are, it is difficult to shake the dinosaur. Knowing the existence of animal cultivation tribesmen, Frieza was no longer much interested in recruiting plant cultivation tribesmen. A group of things that don't know whether they are dead or alive, since they have rushed to the scene without measuring themselves, then all of them will die. After killing these scraps, Lao Tzu went to take 6 more artifacts. With a pinching of his finger knuckles, Frieza changed back to his original form, and a powerful momentum surged out, instantly destroying the palace and the towering giant tree. Nor did he perform the tricks of the frozen demon clan. Frieza simply sent out waves of energy with his hands, easily killing groups of cultivated clansmen and cultivation warriors. The combat effectiveness of the cultivated clan is very low, generally hundreds of points, and breaking through 1000 points is rare. Under the huge disparity in combat effectiveness, the number is also irreparable. I saw Frieza burst out one wave of energy, and in less than a minute, the tens of thousands of cultivation tribesmen and hundreds of thousands of cultivation warriors who rushed around had been killed and injured by 70%. It's a pity, it's too scattered. If these tens of thousands of cultivation clansmen and hundreds of thousands of cultivation warriors gather in one place, Lao Tzu's energy wave will absolutely be destroyed. Even like now, it will take almost a minute to wipe out about half. Frieza sighed. Frieza's powerful combat power completely made the cultivation tribesmen and cultivation warriors who rushed everywhere terrified, and they didn't care that the holy place was trespassed and destroyed, and they all turned around and fled for their lives. However, Frieza's killing heart has risen, and they can escape? 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, tens of thousands of cultivation tribesmen and hundreds of thousands of cultivation warriors perished. Chapter 017. Fiercely destroyed the towering giant trees and palaces on the top of Mount Kairstan, and killed tens of thousands of cultivation stars and hundreds of thousands of cultivation warriors in one breath. Frieza did not have any discomfort, on the contrary, he felt extremely happy, and he liked killing a little. Frozen demons, originally an evil murderous race in the universe, contain murderous killing factors in their genes, and Frieza has always suppressed his nature, and now it is cathartic, which is naturally extremely happy. As soon as the door of the killing nature opened, Frieza could not contain it. Su! Frieza flew away from Mount Kairstan and rushed towards a nearby stone tower where artifacts were stored, and none of the creatures he saw along the way, whether cultivating tribesmen, cultivating warriors, or birds and beasts, survived. In the midst of the wanton killing, Frieza was pleasantly surprised to find that his combat effectiveness increased rapidly. I can't imagine that acting rashly can also help improve combat effectiveness. Feeling the leap in his combat effectiveness, Frieza laughed maniacally. 320,000 combat power. 330,000 combat power. 340,000 combat power. After flipping through the history of the cultivation family, Frieza clearly knew the exact location of the 6 stone towers where the artifacts were stored. The gravity of the cultivated star is very small, about 1/3 of the Earth, and it is weak compared to the winter star. You must know that the gravity of the winter star born in Frieza is more than 150 times that of the Earth. Because of the small gravity, Frieza's actions on the cultivation star are not affected, and even can be used beyond normal. Under Frieza's unleashed killing, corpses were strewn and blood flowed, and millions of lives died. During the killing, Frieza also encountered countless resistance, but all resistance was vulnerable to his powerful fighting power. After an hour of killing, Frieza finally arrived at a stone tower closest to Mount Kairstan, and from a distance, the stone tower was very majestic, divided into 9 floors, towering over the clouds. Outside the stone tower, hundreds of cultivation tribesmen with sad and indignant expressions led more than 1,000 cultivation warriors to wait for the battle, and the combat effectiveness of these cultivation tribesmen exceeded 500 points, and the cultivation warriors also had more than 1,000 combat strength. At the sight of Frieza's figure, the first of the hundreds of grief-stricken cultivators shouted, "The demon who killed the clan is coming, everyone together, destroy him, and take revenge. Revenge! Revenge!" Revenge. In the anger of the crowd, hundreds of cultivation clansmen and more than 1,000 cultivation warriors condensed energy balls, and then fused the energy balls together. Melting cannon. Frieza frowned. He had learned this trick, but he knew very well what it was capable of. The power of hundreds of gas-melting cannons with combat power of more than 500 points and more than 1,000 combat power of more than 1,000 points cannot be underestimated. Turn on the detection instrument, and the combat effectiveness value of the melting gas cannon is clear at a glance. Diddy. 1,500 combat power. 2,000 combat power. 2,500 combat power. 11,000 combat power. Rumble. The gas-melting cannon formed by condensing the energy of hundreds of cultivated clans and more than 1,000 cultivation warriors reached 11,000 combat power. The melting gas cannon that placed hundreds of cultivation tribesmen with the fire of sadness, anger, and vengeance looked huge, more than 50 meters in diameter, and its momentum was terrifying, causing dark clouds to cover the sky, lightning and thunder, and violent winds, and the earth trembled and cracked in a radius of thousands of miles. Abominable demon, die! Hundreds of cultivation clansmen roared, and the melting gas cannon bombarded Frieza with the momentum of destruction. The pearl of rice grains also dares to compete with Hao. It is really ridiculous. With a contemptuous smile, Frieza pointed out, and a wave of energy 10 times larger than a melting gas cannon easily shattered the hopes of hundreds of cultivation clansmen. After a murderous killing, the demonic nature that Frieza had been suppressing was also cathartic, and his combat effectiveness was greatly improved, reaching nearly 500,000 points, and the 11,000 point melting gas cannon was not the slightest threat to him. In order to condense the melting gas cannon, the energy of hundreds of cultivation clans and more than 1,000 cultivation warriors has been drained, and they have lost their combat effectiveness in a short time, and now the melting gas cannon is easily smashed by Frieza. They are unbelievable and desperate. Rumble. The huge energy wave engulfed hundreds of cultivation clans and more than 1,000 cultivation warriors, turning them into ashes in an instant. Grasshoppers shake trees, do not measure themselves. With a mocking smile, Frieza broke into the stone tower. Inside the top floor of the stone tower, a silver-white shiny bead was suspended in mid-air, and I saw that this bead was round and shiny, like the size of an ostrich egg. With a move of his hand, the silver-white beads automatically flew into Frieza's hand. Is this one of the 6 great artifacts of cultivating stars? Looking at the beads in his hand, Frieza croaked. The 6 artifacts that cultivate stars are undoubtedly made by the people who set up the dimensional enchantment outside the prison cage island, and there is only one purpose, that is, to form a 6-pointed star array to trigger the power of the galaxy to open the dimensional enchantment. Having obtained an artifact, Frieza destroyed the stone tower and continued to fly towards another stone tower, killing as always along the way. When Frieza arrived at the second stone tower, he found that the tower was empty, and the artifacts stored in the tower were missing. The corners of his mouth turned up, and Frieza smiled teasingly. It seems that I don't have to run from stone tower to stone, hee. In the perception of the detection instrument, it can be clearly seen that the powerhouses scattered everywhere on the cultivation star are rapidly gathering, including the powerhouses at the location of the other 4 stone towers have also left the place. Many people have great power. Photographed by the threat of Frieza's terrorist power, the cultivation clan began to unite like never before, in a vain attempt to gather the strength of the whole clan to deal with Frieza. The remaining 5 artifacts were as Frieza expected, and should have been taken away by the Guardians. Cultivation clan gathered, Frieza was not too worried. A group of rabble, no matter how many people there were, it was not enough to worry. Although the melting gas cannon was powerful, but it was too far away to deal with him. As the cultivators gathered, the remaining 5 artifacts were also gathered together, which was a good thing for Frieza. Seeing that it would take a few hours for the cultivators to assemble, Frieza found a place to rest. A few hours later, when the cultivators had gathered, Frisia had also slept, yawned, stretched, and flew towards the cultivation gathering place, and arrived in just a few minutes at his amazing speed. On the endless plain, tens of millions of cultivated tribesmen and a large number of cultivated soldiers gathered together to form more than a dozen layers of defense. The first layer of defense is the 10th Regiment's melting gas cannon with a combat effectiveness of more than 10,000 points. The second layer of defense is the 20th Regiment's melting gas cannon with a combat effectiveness of more than 10,000 points, and the third layer of defense is the 30 Regiment's melting gas cannon with a combat effectiveness of more than 10,000 points. It seems that the power of the cultivation clan's melting gas cannon has an upper limit. What an overestimation of them! Frisia was disappointed. He thought that the melting gas cannon was similar to the Genki bomb in the original book. Chapter 018. The demon is coming, start attacking. As soon as he saw Frisia, the tens of millions of cultivation tribesmen and cultivation warriors who were waiting in strict formation on the vast plain immediately began to attack, and for a while, I saw a group of gas-melting cannons with a combat effectiveness of more than 10,000 points rushing towards Frisia. Hundreds of melting gas cannons bombarded densely, the momentum was grand. Seeing this, Frisia smiled coldly, opened his hands, a black light vortex appeared, and the terrifying suction burst out, swallowing the air-melting cannon in an instant. Dark devouring skill cast it at full strength. A group of melting gas cannons contains more than 10,000 points of energy. Hundreds of melting gas cannons contain millions of points of energy. Frisia swallowed millions of points of energy in one fell swoop, far exceeding its own combat effectiveness. This is a very crazy move, for Shuru or Majin Buu must be indigestion to death, but Frisia's dark devouring skill is 2 against the sky. It is cultivated based on the use of the universe origin Dark Spirit Stone, absorbing no matter how huge. The energy will not kill Frisia. When the devoured energy point is less than 130% of Frisia's combat power, Frisia can actively digest and improve the combat power, but when the devoured energy point is higher than Frisia's combat power by more than 130%, it will automatically strengthen Frisia's body. With millions of energy points to strengthen his body, Frisia's physique has increased by more than 10 times at once, and the enhancement of his physique has also increased his combat effectiveness a lot. Drink. With a light drink, the heavenly eye at the heart of Frisia's eyebrows suddenly opened. The golden red light was dazzling. Boundless power spread to the heavens and the earth. A golden red beam of light emitted from the heavenly eye. In an instant, tens of millions of cultivation tribesmen and cultivation warriors on the plain disappeared. Yes, it disappeared completely. There was no trace left, not only the body, but even the soul. Frisia's heavenly eye is the supreme level of the three-eyed race, extremely powerful. The heavenly beam emitted can destroy all matter and soul, with his current combat power to do it with all his strength. As long as the combat power below 100,000 points will disappear immediately when they see the golden red skylight, those below 50,000 points will not only disappear their bodies, but also their souls, and if they are hit by the sky beam head-on, they will also die below 1,000,000 points. After this battle, the cultivation of plants can be said to have been wiped out by Frisia. After the blow of the sky beam, there was suddenly no grass on the vast plain, and the earth was scorched black. 5 silver-white beads soared into the air, suspended in mid-air, forming an esoteric formation, but this formation was not complete, missing 1/6. Seeing this, Frisia quickly waved a silver-white bead to complete the formation. The array composed of 6 silver and white beads slowly runs, and the layers of 6 star patterns emerge in the formation. For a time, the galaxy where the cultivated star is located shines brightly, and the inextricable star power is woven into a net to wrap the entire cultivated planet. With the power of the stars woven, a large net wrapped the cultivated star. A large whirlpool appeared somewhere in the cultivated star sea. And a thick pillar of light spewed out at the bottom of the whirlpool, and an open oval door more than 3 meters high slowly appeared in the pillar of light, which is the dimensional gate to the prison cage island. Seeing that the use of 6 artifacts to form a 6-pointed star array had successfully opened a gap in the dimensional enchantment outside the prison island, Frisia was overjoyed, and did not hesitate, and immediately rushed to it as quickly as possible, and could enter it before the dimensional gate disappeared. The appearance of the dimensional gate only lasted for a short 3 minutes, and as soon as the 3 minutes passed, the 6 artifacts that made up the 6-pointed star array immediately turned into streamers and scattered everywhere, disappearing in the blink of an eye, very similar to the dragon beads made by the Nami Nemesis. Entering the dimensional gate, Frieza only felt that his eyes were pitch black, reaching out and missing 5 fingers, a strong sense of weightlessness, an absolute vacuum, and Frieza was a frozen demon. Otherwise he really didn't adapt, but this situation did not last long, only a few seconds. Frieza went to a strange place on the ground. Fresh air, blue sky, white clouds, looking around, peaks like gatherings, thousands of mountains, endless streams and waterfalls. It is really a paradise, but this paradise is beautiful, but there is no breath of life. This is Cage Island. Frieza was shocked. The paradise in front of him was completely different from what was recorded in the history of the cultivation race. According to the records in the history of the cultivation tribe, the environment of Prisoner Island is extremely harsh, with countless poisonous snakes and beasts, miasma swamps, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a hell. Deep doubts filled Frieza's heart. Closing his eyes and feeling it, his combat power is not limited in this worldly wonderland, which makes Frieza feel at ease. As long as the strength is still there, he will not be unable to resist when he encounters danger. The records of the history of the cultivation clan should not be false, and the dimensional gate opened by the 6 artifacts forming the 6-pointed star array must also lead to the prison Cage Island. This must be prison Cage Island. It's just what happened that caused it to be inconsistent with the records in the history of the cultivation family. Frieza thought to himself. There was no one to answer the question in his mind, and he had to find the answer on his own. The priority is to find a life form first. Perhaps this is a breakthrough. As soon as the thought of this, the nervous Frieza immediately turned on the detection instrument. As soon as the detection instrument was turned on, the beep sound kept sounding. This sound sounded like fairy music in Frieza's ears. The perception range of the detection instrument is very large. Even the perception range of the low-level detection instrument can cover several times the planets of the Earth, and the perception range of the advanced detection instrument is 100 times that of the low-level detection instrument. The sensing range of intermediate detection instruments is 10 times that of low-level detection instruments, and the perception range of advanced detection instruments is 10 times that of intermediate detection instruments. In the southeast direction, 7,500 kilometers away. A strong person with a combat strength of 20,000 points. Southwest direction, 8,120 kilometers, 2 strong people with a combat power of more than 15,000 points. North, 6,695 kilometers away, a strong person with a combat strength of more than 19,000 points. Looking at the results of the detection instrument's perception, Frieza was surprised. The area of this Cage Island is very large, more than twice the size of the cultivation star, and the life forms are concentrated in the peripheral area, and the combat power of each life form is relatively strong. Cage Island can be divided into 3 areas, the outer zone, the middle zone, and the core zone, and Frieza is now in the middle zone, but close to the outer zone. Through the perception of the detection instrument, there is not a single life form in the middle area and core area of the prison Cage Island, and the number of life forms in the peripheral area is very large. There are hundreds of people with combat effectiveness exceeding 10,000 points, tens of thousands of combat effectiveness between 5,000 points and 10,000 points, hundreds of millions of people with combat effectiveness below 5,000 points, and the life form with the lowest combat effectiveness is also more than 100 points. After the detection, Frieza directly rushed to the life form whose combat power exceeded 50,000 points, and when he reached the junction of the middle area and the outer area of the prison Cage Island, he saw a faint black light barrier blocking the 2 areas. Dark Divine Power Enchantment. At the sight of the black light barrier, Frieza exclaimed. Chapter 019. Divine power is the power of the gods. There are two attributes, one is the light divine power, the other is the dark divine power. The two divine forces are diametrically opposite, mutual survival. The light divine power is the order class, and the dark divine power is the chaotic class. There are not many people with divine power in the Dragon Ball universe, and even fewer with dark divine power, and the combat power has exceeded 30 million points and comprehended the laws of time and space in the universe, so that after being ruled out, a person's name appeared in Frieza's heart. Beerus. Beerus, the god of destruction. Although the demon king Dopura also has more than 30 million dark divine powers, he has not comprehended the laws of cosmic time and space. Could it be that the dimensional enchantment outside this cage island was set up by the god of destruction Beerus? When this thought appeared, Frieza was also shocked. The black light barrier between the outer area and the middle area of Prison Cage Island looked thin and indestructible, and Frieza tried it, and the combat power of more than 100,000 points could not be shaken in the slightest. 200,000 combat power unable to shake the black light barrier. 300,000 combat power it can't shake the black light barrier. 400,000 combat power finally slightly shaken the black light barrier. Full combat effectiveness. 100% status. Suddenly, Frieza's combat power soared to about 578,000 points. The heavenly eye opened, and the beam of light blasted out, hitting the black light barrier hard. The power of the all-out sky beam definitely exceeded more than 1 million points, and after bearing this, I saw that the black light barrier also tore a small gap, and Frieza hurriedly jumped through the gap and entered the outer area of Prison Cage Island. Such a powerful dark divine power barrier, more than 1 million points of combat power condensed Indiana 1 point, the destructive power is only afraid that it is no less than 2 million points, but it only tore a small gap. It seems that it takes more than 10 million points of combat power to completely smash this barrier. Frieza thought to himself. The dark divine power barrier is connected to the dimensional enchantment outside the Prison Cage Island, apparently established at the same time. Then it has a history of more than 8.5 billion years, and the divine power barrier is different from the dimensional enchantment, and it will gradually weaken and eventually break down after a long time. After more than 8.5 billion years, the black light barrier is still so powerful, it is really impossible to imagine how terrifying it will be when it was first established. God of Destruction, definitely what that guy from Beerus did. Because of the black light barrier, Frieza was sure that the barrier and enchantment inside and outside this prison island must be the masterpiece of Beerus. Even if Beerus is idle eggs, he should not be bored to set up dimensional enchantments and divine power barriers, which shows that this prison cage island has a big secret. Anything that has to do with Beerus has to be treated with caution. So, according to the perception of the detection instrument, Frieza broke through the air towards the powerful life form whose combat power exceeded 50,000 points, so the distance was far away. Even if he flew at full strength, it took him 10 minutes to reach his destination. The endless desolate desert, yellow sand everywhere, no grass, terrifying high temperature scorching void ripples. The temperature of this desert reached an astonishing 275 degrees Celsius. Entering it, Frieza was also a little uncomfortable. Bang! When approaching the powerful life form with a combat power of 50,000 points displayed on the detection instrument that exceeded 50,000 points for tens of thousands of meters, the powerful life form also sensed Frieza and immediately ushered in. Tens of thousands of meters away, Frieza's heavenly eye saw the powerful life form with a combat power of more than 50,000 points, and saw that the opponent's form was similar to a cultivation warrior, but with double horns on the forehead, a pair of bat wings and a devil's tail behind it, and a tall figure with a burly and tall body, with green and black scales all over the body. This powerful life form with a combat power of more than 50,000 points is very strange, not only the form, but more importantly, the breath. Its breath is very mixed, as if thousands of breaths are combined to form it. What are you? There is no strong person like you in Prison Cage Island, you must have come in using the Cultivation Star 6 artifacts. Coming to Frisia, the powerful life form asked with a solemn expression. Are you an animal-cultivated tribesman? Frisia replied. Cultivate the tribesman? Hee, yes, I, Barakar, used to be a cultivator and a 19th generation great elder, but now I am not, and now I only live for revenge. Barashel said with a wry smile. Revenge? Take revenge on those plant-like cultivators outside? A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Frisia's mouth. Yes, if I can get out, I must double the pain, torment, and humiliation that I have suffered. Gritting his teeth, Barashel's eyes flashed with strong hatred and resentment. Ha ha ha. After listening to Baruchel's words, Frisia threw his head back and laughed. What are you laughing at? Although Barashel was extremely jealous of Frisia, he was also angry at this time. I'm sorry, your revenge doesn't need to be repaid. The tens of millions of cultivation clansmen on the cultivation star have all been killed by me, and maybe there are a few fish that have slipped through the net, but it doesn't matter. Frisia said lightly, in his mouth, as if killing tens of millions of lives was just a trivial matter. What they? After listening to Frisia's words, Barashel was completely stunned, and it took a while to come back to his senses, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Tens of millions of cultivation clansmen were all killed by you. Barashel looked incredulous. It's true, how? Knowing that I killed so many of my kindred, do you want to avenge them? I'm right in front of you, and if you want revenge, just do it. Frisia laughed. Revenge? How is it possible? Those hateful, poor, and pathetic guys are no longer my fellow people of Baruchel. You killed them. I am too late to be happy. How can I avenge them? But I still want to take your life, because you made me lose the opportunity to take revenge with my own hands. With a cold smile, Barashel said in a sinister voice. Take my life? Frisia smiled disdainfully. Baruchel's combat power is indeed good, but it is only more than 50,000 points, even 1/10 of him can't reach it. Want to kill him? It's just ridiculous. Ignorant fool, even if I don't dodge, or resist, with your little strength, you can't hurt me. Frisia's words are not arrogance, his golden body defense power is already terrifying, and he has fused millions of energy before, and 50,000 combat power attacks on him cannot break the defense. Don't dodge, don't resist. You are too arrogant and underestimate the power of my vengeful warrior Baruchel. Listening to Frisia's wild words, Barashel laughed angrily. How? You don't believe it? Or let's make a bet, I will not dodge, or resist and let you attack 3 moves, and if you are unscathed, you will submit to me and be my Frisia's subordinate. What do you think? Do you dare to bet? Frisia said with a smile. He is in urgent need of his subordinates at present. This Barashel is also a talent, although the combat effectiveness is relatively low, but there are spirit tree seeds, which can increase his combat effectiveness to 1,000,000 points in a short time. Chapter 020. Shamelessly, without 3 moves, Barashel can crush your bones with just 1 punch. Barashel has absolute confidence in his own strength. As soon as the words fell, Barashel crossed his hands and swung out, and suddenly, 2 flame giant blades appeared out of thin air, as if they were slashing towards Frisia with the momentum of opening the world. Bang! Bang! To Baruchel's surprise, in the face of his flame double-killing blade, Frisia did not dodge or resist, put his hands behind his back, and smiled. The 2 flame blades struck Frisia almost at the same time, however, Barashel stiffened as soon as a smile appeared on his face, and then he was dumbfounded, his eyes widened incredulously, and his eyes bulged. The flame double-killing blade is a unique move created by Baruchel. The power of this move is very amazing. Only a third of Barakar's strength can destroy an asteroid with this move. However, the front was hit by the flame double-killing blade attack. Frisia was unscathed, full of metallic luster, dazzling. Waving his hand to brush away some smoke and dust on his left shoulder, Frieza said expressionlessly, the first move, you still have 2 out of the phone meetings, and after the 2 times, if you don't give allegiance to me, you will only die. Frieza's voice was soft, but every word hit Baruchel's heart. A cold sweat on his forehead involuntarily flowed, and Baruchel forced his heart to smile uneasily. I admit that you are very strong, far beyond my expectations, but you underestimate me too much. The previous blow is far from my full strength, so to speak. Even if you are 10 times stronger, I can kill you in an instant with all my strength. Oh? Is it? At Baruchel's words, Frieza smiled teasingly. Baruchel did not comprehend Qi and did not have detection instruments, so he was not aware of the disparity between him and Frieza. Humph! With a heavy snort, Baruchel gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into fists, and his strength quickly accumulated. 11,000 points. 15,000 points. 26,000 points. 50,751 points. Bang! Ha ha ha, tremble! Fear it! The combative Baruchel laughed proudly. Although Barucher's combat effectiveness has exceeded 50,000 points, under normal conditions, it is only 10,000 combat strength, and it will continue to decrease after maintaining a full strength state for 10 minutes at most. In the original work, Frieza rivals the Monkey King of the first rank of Super Saiyans with 100% full strength, 120 million combat power, because the continuous glue of the battle has led to a continuous decline in combat effectiveness. Hey! Baruchel, who was full of combat power, looked down at Frieza proudly, expecting Frieza to panic, but how could he expect Frieza to remain unchanged? Humph! Pretend, give me death! A loud roar suppressed the apprehension in his heart. Baruchel put his hands together, and the energy condensed, and he was actually ready to make a desperate bet. Break, extinguish, penetrate, hit cannon. After the momentum was brewing, Baruchel's close hands emitted a wave of green-black energy towards Frieza. Diddy! The value of Baruchel's combat effectiveness displayed by the detection instrument has been greatly improved. 51,000 points. 52,000 points. 53,000 points. 55,555 points. Destroy the attack power of the piercing mortar equals 55,555 combat power. The reason why the special move is called the special move is because the power cast can exceed 100% of the combat power value. It has only increased by less than 5,000 combat power, which is also worthy of being called a special move. Compared with the Turtle School Qigong in the original work, it is far worse. Frieza felt disdainful. Although the strength of the Turtle Immortals is not great, the self-created Turtle School Qigong is really extraordinary, and this skill is not inferior to the various stunts of the frozen demon race. Drink! In the face of the destruction-piercing gun, Frieza snorted coldly, and all of a sudden, the energy cannon that was about to bombard him was destroyed by him. Nanny! Baruchel's eyes almost bulged down, and his mouth opened widely. Astounded. Shocked. The strongest trick that was performed with all his might was destroyed by a cold drink, which? This? How is that possible? How can the gap be so disparity? Baruchel was dumbfounded, his eyes glazed. This blow is indeed much more powerful than the previous 2 flame blades, but it is far from enough to see. The second move, there is 1 move left, hurry up. Stop wasting my time. Frieza said lightly. Listening to Frieza's words, the shocked Baruchel also sobered up. The third trick? Do I still need to cast it? After casting a destruction-piercing gun, Baruchel was out of breath, his body consumed a lot of energy, and his combat effectiveness was reduced to 47,000 points. All his best moves were destroyed by Frieza, and it was purely humiliating to continue attacking. Damn, this guy's strength is too terrible, his 3 moves can't hurt him at all. Do you really want to be loyal to him? But if you don't give allegiance, you will surely die. Baruchel is not willing to become someone else's subordinate, bows to orders, loses his freedom, but is more afraid of death. If the two choose, he can only choose life. The heart struggled with the difficult choice, ran, Baruchel's heart moved, the spirit flashed, thought of something, a sinister smile appeared on his face, looked at Frieza, and said with a smile, "The third trick is not necessary. I want to change a gamble with you. If you win, I will swear allegiance to you, and in the future, I will never betray, but if you lose, you must not force me to serve, nor kill me." "How?" "Oh? What gambling? Say it and listen." Frieza smiled and didn't say yes or no. "There is a divine stone somewhere in the core area of this prison island, and a divine sword is inserted into the divine stone. If you have the ability to enter the core area and pull out that divine sword, even if you win, if you can't do it, you lose. Dare to gamble." Baruchel said the gamble and asked, "A divine sword stuck in the divine stone?" Frieza was stunned. How could this be so familiar? "Oh! By the way, in the original work, Son Gohan pulled out the sealed Realm King Divine Sword in the Realm King God Realm, and later that Realm King Divine Sword was broken by the strongest metal in the universe, thus releasing the 15th generation of the former old Realm King God sealed in the Realm King Excalibur by the destruction god Beerus. 99% of the dimensional enchantment outside the prison cage island and the dark divine power barrier on the island are the masterpieces of the destruction god Beerus, and combined with the original Realm King Excalibur, Frieza has a guess in her heart. Could it be? Could it be that the core area of this prison island was also sealed with a sword by the god of destruction Beerus, and there was also an antique in that sword? This idea made Frieza ecstatic. If his guess is correct, then, this time, the existence that can be sealed by Beerus is definitely not small, and the combat effectiveness is not low. As long as it is swallowed and digested, the combat effectiveness will inevitably skyrocket, and then whether it is Gula or the Kurdish king, it will not be a threat, and it will be easy to dominate the northern galaxy. How? Don't you dare to bet? Seeing that Frieza was silent, Baruchel said excitedly. Chapter 021. Excalibur? There is a sealed Excalibur in the core area of this cage island? Are you sure? Frieza could no longer calm down, looking anxious. Baruchel's news was too important for him. Although it was strange to see Frieza's reaction, Baruchel replied firmly, "I, Barucher, can use my personality to guarantee that there is a sealed Excalibur in the core area of Prison Cage Island." "Oh? And how do you know?" Frieza is puzzled. The three major areas of this prison cage island are blocked by the dark divine power barrier. Even he can only barely break the barrier between the outer area and the middle area with the power of the Eye of Heaven, and the barrier between the middle area and the core area is more stable by 3 points. With Barucher's combat power, even if it is 10 times stronger, it is not possible to enter the core area. So how did he know that there was a sealed divine sword in the core area? In order to win the trust of Frieza, Baruchel did not hide it and revealed the truth. More than 1,000 years ago, 2 scions came to the cultivation star. Their strength is very strong, killing wantonly on the cultivation star, in a vain attempt to make the cultivation tribe subservient, unwilling to be enslaved. The cultivation tribe gathered the strength of the whole clan to finally kill the 2 scion people, but also the vitality was greatly damaged. After this battle, some of the cultivation tribe recognized the importance of strength, so they began to frantically pursue strong power, giving up plant cultivation warriors, obsessed with animal cultivation warriors. After hundreds of years of efforts, animal cultivation warrior technology has become more and more mature. Through experiments, the results are gratifying. However, infighting also broke out. The result, needless to say, I was banished to this prison island at that time. In order to take revenge, I began to study animal cultivation warrior technology without distraction, and then had a whim to unite myself with cultivation warriors. When I merged with the cultivation warrior, I vainly tried to break the barrier and enter the core area of Prison Cage Island, but unfortunately it did not succeed. But before I was discouraged, I was suddenly sucked into the core area by a vortex of golden light. and then I saw the divine stone and the divine sword inserted in the divine stone, and when I held the hilt and wanted to pull out the Excalibur, a black light appeared, and then I was teleported back to the outer area of Prison Cage Island. After listening to Baruchel's narration, Frieza could not calm down for a long time. Scion? Self and cultivation warriors become one? Golden light vortex? Black? If what Baruchel said is true, then the golden vortex that sucked him into the core area must have something to do with the sealed Excalibur, and the black light that teleported him back to the outer area must be the dark divine power. Thinking in his heart, Frieza's doubts also disappeared. This bet, do you agree or disagree? In a word, hurry up. Baruchel asked loudly. With a faint smile, Frieza nodded, you bet this bet, I agreed. Even if there was no bet, Frieza knew that a Excalibur was sealed in the core area of Prison Cage Island, and he was bound to find a way to rush there. Upon hearing that Frieza had agreed to his gamble, Baruchel let out a long breath, and a smug smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, this bet was a sure win. As soon as the gamble with Baruchel was completed, Frieza returned the same way, and Baruchel followed closely behind. Outside the first layer of the dark divine power barrier, Frieza's heavenly eyes opened, and the sky beam bombarded out, and in Baruchir's stunned eyes, the barrier tore through a gap. Entering the middle area of the prison cage island, Frieza did not stop and continued to fly towards the core area, followed by Baruchel. Actually, unexpectedly, breaking that layer of black light barrier, this. How could it be? Baruchir's heart was shocked beyond belief, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. After flying for more than an hour, Frieza and Baruchel finally reached the junction of the middle area and the core area of Cage Island, mainly because Baruchel's speed was too slow. If it were not for waiting for him, Frieza would have arrived in a quarter of an hour at most. Rumble! Another sky beam burst out, and this second barrier also broke, but the gap was only about 2/3 of the gap where the first barrier broke, but it was enough for Frieza to pass through. As for Baruchel, although this guy was burly and majestic, his body could be 10 times smaller, which was also one of his natural abilities. If the outer area of Prison Cage Island is hell, then the middle area is heaven, and the core area is a flat grey-white rock earth, bare, and in mid-air there is a small mountain floating in mid-air, and there is a purple stone more than 3 meters high on the hill, a golden sword hilt on the purple stone, and the blade is all inserted in the stone. Su! The golden light flashed, the figure moved, and the next moment, Frieza had appeared next to the purple divine stone on the hill. With apprehension, Frieza slowly stretched out his hand and held the hilt of his sword, and suddenly, a black light gushed out from the purple divine stone. It was a pure dark divine power. This dark divine force enveloped Frieza. For a while, Frieza only felt that an invisible force was pulling him, and at the same time, the space around him was distorting. It seems that Baruchel did not lie to me. As long as I hold this Excalibur, a dark divine force will gush out from the purple divine stone to teleport those who vainly try to pull out Excalibur to the outer area of Prison Cage Island. Secretly worried in his heart, Frieza sneered slightly. The distortion of space became stronger and stronger, and the pulling force became stronger and stronger, and gradually, Frieza was already a little unable to support it. Seeing this, Baruchel, who was watching from afar, was ecstatic. Black Dark Devour. Frieza held the hilt of his sword in his right hand, and a black light vortex appeared in the palm of his left hand, and as soon as this black light vortex appeared, the dark divine power that enveloped him was instantly absorbed, and the distorted space also stabilized. It is undeniable that the dark divine power gushing out of the purple divine stone is very pure and powerful. Under normal circumstances, the combat power below 10 million points cannot resist teleportation at all, but Frieza's dark devouring is a supreme anti-heaven skill, cultivated using the universe origin dark spirit stone. Devouring the dark divine power is not a problem at all. A dark divine power was devoured, and the purple divine stone continued to gush out a dark divine power, but before it could cover Frieza, it was swallowed by the black light vortex in his left palm. One after another, dark divine power gushed out from the purple divine stone, but without exception it was devoured by Frieza. Each dark divine power contained terrifying power, which was not something he could digest at all, therefore, all of it was used to strengthen his body. After continuously devouring hundreds of dark divine powers, the purple divine stone also stopped pouring out the dark divine power. A breeze blew, the divine stone turned into powder, scattered in the air, and the divine sword was held by Frieza in his hand. Holding the Excalibur, Frieza's heavenly eyes widened, his mind entered the sword, his mind was withdrawn, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. King God of the Western Realm 15 generations ago? Beerus, ah Beerus, I thank you so much, ha ha ha. Frieza muttered, finishing his words, looking up and laughing. Chapter 022. In the Dragon Ball universe, there is a 9th level dimension, and in this 9th level dimension, there is a planet forever, and this planet is called the Boundary Core Star. The Core Star is a huge planet similar to the King of the World. On this planet is pregnant with a huge tree of gods, Boundary Tree. The Boundary Tree bears fruit, turned into a core person. The core person is divided into two types, one is the ordinary Boundary Tree fruit, the other is the Golden World Tree fruit. The ordinary core person lifespan is about 75,000 years old. The Golden World Tree fruit of the core person has a very long life, more than 100,000 years. There is a city in the Boundary Core Star. This city is similar to an academy. All the core people can learn knowledge in it. They live leisurely, but they shoulder heavy rules, because they are candidate realm kings and candidate realm king gods. When one of the 5 realm kings or realm gods of the East, West, South, North and Middle dies, the core people of the realm core star will decide on a new realm king or realm king god through selection. The realm king is generally served by an ordinary core person, but occasionally it is also served by the core person transformed by the fruit of the Golden World Tree, and the god of the realm king must be served by the core person transformed by the fruit of the Golden World Tree. In the balance of the universe, there is justice and evil, and the core people are no exception, and the bad core people with evil hearts will defect to the Demon King. Like the Realm King, there are also 5 Realm King gods, which are the Eastern King God, the Western King God, the Southern King God, the Northern King God, and the Great Realm King God. Starting from the first generation of Realm Kings, it has gone through hundreds of generations, and the Realm King God has also gone through about 20 generations. 15 generations ago, the Realm King God, this generation is not small. When the sealed Excalibur in the core area of Prison Cage Island was pulled out by Frieza, the 2 layers of dark divine power barriers of Prison Cage Island automatically dissipated. After probing his mind, Frieza also learned the identity of the sealed person in Excalibur in his hand. King God of the Western Realm 15 generations ago. At this moment, Frieza sincerely thanked Beerus, the god of destruction. Beerus is such a living Thunder Fang. Doing good deeds is not famous, but Lei Feng leaves photos, while Beerus leaves dark power. Frieza thought happily. Xiao is frozen demon, let me out quickly, as long as you release me, I will repay you heavily. The voice of the vicissitudes of old age sounded in Frieza's heart. It was the 15th generation of the former Western Realm King God who was sealed in Excalibur, and Frieza's mind probe had alarmed him in his sleep. Oh? So how will you repay me? Frieza's thoughts passed into Excalibur. I can help you develop your potential, make your strength increase thousands of times, can also help you extend your life, so that you can live for tens of thousands of years. Also, I will have many skills. I am the most knowledgeable person in the Realm Core Star, proficient in all the Realm King gods and Realm King knowledge and skills. As long as you let me out, I can teach you skills, such as the Yuan Chi Bomb, the Realm King Fist, and the Chi Round Slash. Nanny? Do you know Genki Bomb and Realm King Fist? Frieza was surprised and delighted. The Genki Bullet and the Realm King Fist are the Ox X skills of the Dragon Ball world. Compared to one, the many tricks of the frozen demon race are more than one step behind. Realm King Fist, This is a skill that can multiply the strength, speed, attack power, defense power, and other skills of his body. In theory, as long as the body can withstand it, it can be infinitely improved, but although this skill is OX, the cultivation conditions are also harsh. It seems that only the pig's foot Sun Wukong alone has successfully cultivated, and the rest of the people like Bic, Tianjin Rice, Leaping, Klin, etc. have not practiced, and I don't know whether the king of the Northern Realm is partial or can't meet the conditions for cultivation. Double Realm King Fist is 150% combat power state, Double Realm King Fist is 200% combat power state, Triple Realm King Fist is 300% combat effectiveness state, and so on. There is no upper limit, but the higher the multiple of the Realm King Fist cast, the greater the load on the body. If the body is not strong enough, it is easy to collapse. Yuan Qi bomb is divided into two types, one is gas bomb type, the other is absorption type. Gas bomb type needs to take a long time to gather the energy of life, that is, vitality. The maximum value of the gathered vitality is related to physical fitness, in addition to gathering its own vitality, must also absorb a certain biological energy aggregate. In general, only need to gather a little bit of vitality of everyone. The power is very large, the gathered vitality is in the form of high pressure, the density is very large, the seemingly inconspicuous ball can make a planet disappear instantly, the metaverse bomb can control the outbreak of power, so it will not hurt the innocent when attacking, and the metaverse bomb will be bounced back by the force of justice, and can hit the enemy, evil, to a cell is not left. The advantage is that no matter how strong the opponent cannot be regenerated. The absorption type also takes a long time to gather the energy of life, but finally absorb the vitality bomb, but this will only temporarily improve the combat effectiveness. If you want to improve the combat effectiveness forever, you must integrate the huge vitality absorbed into the body little by little into your own energy, which takes not a short time, and the process is very painful. Without great perseverance it is simply impossible to hold on. Whether it is the Genki bomb or the Realm King Fist, it is a skill that Frieza dreams of, especially the Realm King Fist. With Frieza's talent, he can definitely increase his combat effectiveness to more than 5 million points in a year, and if he adapts to the 10 times Realm King Fist, then he can exert more than 50 million points of combat power. Although the combat effectiveness of more than 50 million points is not comparable to the Kurdish king, it can definitely abuse the current Gula. Although the combat power of the Gula in the original work reaches 470 million points, not Metal Gula, but that is more than 200 years later, and the current Gula's combat effectiveness is about 40 million points. I have to learn the King Fist. A thought appeared in Frieza's mind. How? Do you want to increase your combat effectiveness 1,000 times? Do you want to increase your lifespan by tens of thousands of years? Can't think of learning awesome skills? As long as you release me, I can satisfy you with all this. 15 generations ago, the king god of the Western Realm, who was sealed within the Excalibur, said with a smile. His eyes were full of mockery and ridicule, and a contemptuous sneer appeared at the corner of Frieza's mouth, and his thoughts were transmitted. Senior of the Realm King God, I also want to let you out, but this Excalibur is not something I can break now. The old man's name is Kaz, you can call the old man Kaz. It is not difficult to break this sword that seals the old man. The old man will teach you the method of refining the strongest metal in the universe now, and then you will refine a piece of the strongest metal in the universe according to the method and break this sword. The strongest metal method in the universe? Don't bother so much, wouldn't it be easier to pass on your divine power directly to me? Frieza laughed. You, such a big bold, dare to covet the old man's divine power, are you not afraid that the old man will kill you? Listening to Frieza's words, the king god of the Western Realm 15 generations ago who was sealed within the Excalibur snorted in anger. Kill me? Do you have the ability to do this now? If you are interested, you will honestly pass on a divine power to me, and by the way, you will also copy a copy of your memory to me, so that I can consider sparing your life, otherwise, Frieza threatened viciously, smiling smugly. Chapter 023. Kaz may be strong, far surpassing the current Frieza, but he was sealed in Excalibur by Beerus, and he was already a fish on the chopping board, and the blade was held by Frieza. For Frieza's threat, Kaz is furious. He has a violent personality, has been sealed for hundreds of millions of years, and his temperament is even more distorted and irritable. As a generation of Realm King gods, once a high existence in the universe, the frozen demon is not put in his eyes at all, and the frozen demon with a combat power of less than 1 million is like an insignificant ant to him. Once upon a time, an ant dared to threaten itself? Junior, damn it! When the old man goes out, he will definitely crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Kaz's angry roar resounded in Frieza's heart, and Frieza's disapproval of this was nothing, just smiled contemptuously. The dying man barked a few times. Why care? Old thing, if you have any last words, just say it as soon as possible. Sneering, Frieza cast a dark devouring to envelop Excalibur. The material of Excalibur does not know what it is. It has the divine effect of isolating energy, but it cannot prevent Frieza from devouring Kaz, the king god of the Western realm who once threatened the universe. The anti-heaven skill Dark Devouring skill, cultivated based on the universe origin Dark Spirit Stone, is boundless, and when cultivated to the second level, it can cross the low-dimensional devouring target, and when cultivating to the realm of Great Consummation, it can even cross the universe devouring target. As soon as the black light vortex enveloped the Excalibur, a wisp of pure light divine power overflowed through the Excalibur, which was calmly absorbed and digested by Frieza to improve his combat effectiveness. In terms of pure quality, Kaz's light divine power is not inferior to the dark divine power of Beerus, and it is pure to the extreme. The dark divine power contained in the purple divine stone that sealed the divine sword has been absorbed by Frieza, but because the divine power is too large, he is unable to digest and integrate the energy, so it is all used to strengthen the body, and now slowly devouring Kaz's light divine power, the energy in Frieza's body has also begun to transform, and in the process of this transformation, his combat effectiveness has increased by leaps and bounds. When the energy in Frieza's body fused with a little light divine power and began to transform, all the cells in his body suddenly trembled, and with the tremor, a trace of dark divine power overflowed one cell after another, and these dark divine forces were integrated into Frieza's energy to compete with the light divine power, which was like water and fire. For a moment, Frieza's body seemed to become a battlefield, and the two diametrically opposed energies of the pure to the extreme dark divine power and the pure to the extreme light divine power clashed fiercely, both wanting to destroy each other, but the two energy qualities were equal, and it was difficult to distinguish Xian in a short time. The battle between the power of darkness and the power of light can make Frieza miserable. Tai Chi, born without polarity, the opportunity of movement and static, the mother of yin and yang, the movement is divided, the static is combined, the urgent is urgent, the movement is slow, although the changes are endless. And the reason is the only consistency. Yin does not depart from yang, yang does not depart from yin, yin and yang are combined, water and fire are combined. Just when Frieza was miserable, many classic sentences from his past life appeared in his mind, and he had also read a lot of books, online YY novels, in his previous life, whether it was Taoist, Buddhist, Confucian classic sentences all knew some fragments. At this moment, the soul was blessed, and there was an epiphany in the torment of this dark divine power and light divine power. Epiphany, this is a state of mind that cannot be sought. In Frieza's epiphany, the frozen demon power in his body began to operate autonomously, following a certain most mysterious trajectory in the universe, under which the dark divine power and the light divine power turned into a clear Tai Chi. Rumble. As soon as the three different energies in his body turned into Tai Chi, Frieza suddenly woke up from his epiphany. Feeling the changes in his body, Frieza was surprised and joyful. Although the three forces of frozen demon power, dark divine power and light divine power could not be completely integrated, but the Taiji that was now transformed also belonged to the initial fusion of the three forces. As soon as his mind moved, Frieza's golden short body flashed with three colors of mixed light, which were ice blue, pitch black, and gold. In the Dragon Ball universe, the dark divine power and the light divine power are high-quality energy, and the three-color energy essence that Frieza has achieved now is superior to the dark divine power and the light divine power. How is this possible? How can you block the divine power that devours the old man through the sword blade forged by Xigu Essence Gold? As soon as Frieza devoured, Kaz, who felt the loss of his divine power, exclaimed in disbelief. What is the barrier of Xigu Essence Gold? Even if it is separated by the level element, Lao Tzu can swallow the dregs you devour. Frieza smiled proudly, but in his heart he felt that the darkness devouring was worthy of being a heaven-defying skill, even if he had only cultivated to the second level. Damn bastard, stop quickly, otherwise the old man will fight for his life and not die with you. Amid the anxious curse, Kaz threatened fiercely. For Kaz's threat, Frieza didn't care at all. He was sealed and crooked, he couldn't recognize the situation, and he dared to call him Lord Kaz before, which was simply looking for death. Seeing that the threat was ineffective, Frieza's devouring efficiency not only did not decrease, but became stronger and stronger, and Kaz was anxious and angry. This is what you forced the old man! Kaz roared. Suddenly, a majestic and abundant light divine power poured into the black light vortex from within the Excalibur, and Frieza's face changed suddenly. A Xiao's frozen demon whose fetal hair has not yet faded dares to devour the old man's divine power? In that case, the old man will give you the divine power to see if you can digest it. Humph, I can't hold you to death. Kaz sneered. Kaz has been sealed for hundreds of millions of years, and his combat effectiveness has been consumed a lot, but the so-called thin camel is bigger than a horse, and he who once stood proud of the universe still has a powerful power of about 70 million points, so it is insidious to send most of the power to Frieza to devour in one go. Frieza's combat power is less than 1 million, and suddenly a huge energy of about 50 million points poured into his body, and Kaz has absolute confidence that he can burst Frieza. I have to say that Kaz's wishful thinking is very shrewd, but it is a pity that he still miscalculated a step. Indeed, the light divine power that Kaz took the initiative to give to Frieza to devour was huge, far from what the current Frieza could digest, but under the action of the dark devouring skill, this huge light divine power was all integrated into Frieza's body cells and used to strengthen Frieza's body. Previously, Frieza's body had been strengthened by the dark divine power. Coupled with the physique of the frozen demon, it essentially belonged to the highest demon body in the universe, and now it absorbed a huge amount of light divine power, and with the help of Taiji energy, Frieza's body began to undergo a great transformation. Ordinary people use dark divine power forging bodies to achieve demon bodies, and using light divine power forging bodies will achieve divine bodies, and Frieza takes care of both, and should have died of good and evil. But because of the Taiji energy in the body not only fuses dark divine power, but also fuses light divine power. The fusion of dark divine power and light divine power is grey chaos, and the energy in Frieza's body has not reached the chaos level for the time being, but Tai Chi Yuchen has barely entered the threshold of chaos, and now the body has reached the chaos level first. At the same time, it absorbs and fuses the dark divine power and the light divine power, and transforms into a chaotic body, which can also be called the body of the demon god. Chapter 024. The body of the demon god also has a level. The lowest level of the demon god's body is the body of the first level chaos demon god of the day after tomorrow, which can also be called the true body of the first level universe demon god, followed by the body of the second level chaos demon god of the day after tomorrow, the true body of the second level universe demon god, the body of the 9th level chaos demon god of the day after tomorrow, the true body of the 9th level universe demon god, the body of the innate chaos demon god. The demon god body that Frieza has achieved is only the lowest level cosmic demon god true body. In fact, the current Frieza is not a real demon god, although he has the lowest level demon god body, but the energy essence in his body is not the power of the demon god, and the soul has not evolved into a chaotic soul. A true demon god needs to meet three conditions: the body of the demon god, the power of the demon god, and the chaotic soul, and Frieza has only met one condition now, but it is also the first person in the history of this Dragon Ball universe to achieve one condition. Frieza does not know how good his luck is. The body of the demon god is not simple to achieve, otherwise the destruction god Beerus, Whis, and other strong people have already achieved, with their means can easily get the pure to the ultimate light divine power. This time Frieza can achieve the body of the demon god in one fell swoop. It can be said that the dark devouring contribution is indispensable, in exchange for the demon man Bu devouring the dark divine power and light divine power. Not to mention the body of the demon god, it is his ability to live for 3 seconds. The body of the first level Chaos Demon God of the day after tomorrow was completed, and Kaz only lasted for a moment before being devoured by Frieza for the remaining divine power and soul memory. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side, and not to mention how Frieza adapted to the body of the demon god and digested Kaz's divine power memories on the sacred mountain in the core area of Prison Cage Island, only that Gula finally arrived at the Winter Star. For Frieza's younger brother, Gula has always been jealous and vigilant, especially when he learned of the death of Shaiza, the first subordinate under his command. He was shocked and afraid. It was really Frieza's growth rate was too terrible. Gula's cosmic king ship stayed tens of thousands of kilometers near the Winter Star, and his fleet was millions of kilometers away. Flying out of the spaceship and leaving his subordinates behind, Gula descended on the Winter Star alone and headed for the territory of the frozen demon race. The Winter Star is frozen with thick ice all year round, heavy snow is flying, and the climate is harsh. Except for the frozen demon race, the rest of the races in the universe cannot adapt to such an environment, even the Scion race, which is known as the first battle race in the universe. This was the first time Gula had returned to the Winter Star, and since leaving the planet alone at the age of 10, Gula hadn't returned and had little contact. Gula has always had a bad relationship with his father, King Kurdish, and this time he came to ask for help, which made him very angry, but in order to stifle the threat of Frieza, he could endure no matter how much he held back. The defensive power of the Winter Star has always been not weak. After all, it is the ancestral star of the Frozen Demon clan, and Gula's group has been detected when they are far away, but fortunately, Gula's subordinates are stationed millions of kilometers away, otherwise they will be violently attacked when they are close to the Winter Star within 1,000,000 kilometers. The Kurdish King Fortress, standing majestically in the main vein area of the Winter Star, the fortress is grand in scale and highly developed technology. In a luxurious hall decorated in the fortress, a majestic figure stands in front of the window, looking at the blizzard outside through the transparent window, silent and cold, and his eyes flashing with a complex color. 11 meters tall, burly and majestic physique, resolute face, clear diamond horns, a pair of sharp horns on the top of his head. He is the Kurdish king, the contemporary patriarch of the frozen demon race, a powerful existence with combat effectiveness of more than 90 million points, a strong man who dominates the Western galaxy. The silent Kurdish king suddenly sighed. For Frieza's young son, he was still very affectionate. When Frieza's freezing period exceeded him, like Gula, he also gave birth to killing intent, but he couldn't get his hands off, and even used ridiculous family rules to stop Gula from getting started. Through his men lurking beside Gula, the Kurdish king not only knew that Gula had arrived at the Winter Star, but also that Frieza had killed Shaiza. Frieza, whose original combat strength exceeded 10,000 points, was definitely the first day of the Frozen Demon clan, which made the Kurdish king proud and deeply jealous. Shaiza's combat effectiveness, the Kurdish king knows, more than 110,000 points. This combat power is naturally not in his eyes, but Frieza, who was born just over 3 months ago, killed Shaiza. What does this say? In just over 3 months, Frieza's combat effectiveness has increased by at least 10 times, and such a speed of progress. Gula is afraid, and his father is also shocked. Frieza's talent is terrible. Maybe it was a mistake to let him leave the Winter Star in the first place, but it's not too late now. Secretly worried in his heart, the Kurdish king's face was firm, and he had already made up his mind. Fli must die. Father, my intentions, I think you also know, please give me a magic blood crystal. Facing the Kurdish king, Gula lowered his head and spoke calmly. Demon blood crystal, this is the treasure of the frozen demon family, 3 times the size of a basketball sphere, blood red throughout, glowing with black light, a total of 2, there are 2 effects, one role is to assist the demon race cultivation, the other role is to accurately track the special magic chi. For frozen demons with a combat power of more than 10 million points, the auxiliary cultivation effect of the demon blood crystal is minimal. Gula knew that before he and Frieza were born, the Kurdish king each integrated a special magic chi into their bodies, and within 1,000 years, the magic blood crystal could accurately track the special magic chi integrated into him and Frieza's body, and the Kurdish king did this for 2 purposes, one is to know the exact location of him and Frieza anytime and anywhere, and the other is to know and rescue them in time once they encounter a life and death crisis. Listening to Gula's request, the Kurdish king sighed in his heart. His face was expressionless, and he didn't say much, his hand stretched out, his 5 fingers were open, a magic light flashed, and a magic blood crystal had appeared in his hand out of thin air. Shaking his hand, he excitedly took the demon blood crystal in the hand of the Kurdish king. Gula was ecstatic, and laughed even more in his heart. Ha ha ha, great, with this magic blood crystal, I can accurately know the location of Frieza. Hee, Frieza, no matter how cunning you are, you can't escape my Gura's palm. Thank you father for being complete, the child still has urgent matters, so I will leave first. He got the demon blood crystal as he wished, and Gula was lazy to stay, immediately took his leave, and left the Winter Star proudly. Looking at Gula's fading back, the Kurdish king sighed deeply and muttered in his mouth, Frieza, don't blame your father for being ruthless, it's really your talent that is too strong, so strong that I also feel fear, only by killing you, can I feel at ease. Chapter 025. The vast universe, the vastness, a large or small galaxy dotted in it, brilliant and gorgeous. A huge spaceship traveled in the universe at faster than the speed of light, rushing from the western galaxy to the northern galaxy, and in the main control room of the spacecraft, Gula held the demon blood crystal in both hands, looking excited. Frieza, wait, it won't be long before your life will end at the hands of my Gura. Confident laughter resounded inside the huge spaceship. Frieza's talent terrifies Gura, but at the moment he has absolute confidence that he can crush Frieza with one finger. After Gula's precise calculations, Frieza could be found within 4 months, and by that time, it should also be Frieza's 2nd birthday. Only a year or so after being born, Gula mourned for a second for Frieza's younger brother, and then an undisguised smug look appeared on his face. Cultivation Star, within the 1st dimension, above the sacred mountain in the core area of Prisoner Island, Frieza's short figure is standing, his eyes are cold, his eyebrows seem to be closed, and a terrifying momentum is emerging. This momentum makes the heavens and the earth everywhere, directly covering hundreds of thousands of miles. Barishel in this momentum has knelt on one knee, supporting the ground with his hands, breathless, and the waves of horror in his heart. Horrible, terrible. Powerful, too powerful. At this moment, Barishel only felt that he was as small as an ant in front of Frieza, and the other party was a flying dragon high in the sky. A smile appeared at the corner of Frieza's mouth, he clenched his hands into fists, felt the majestic energy in his body, and couldn't help but raise his head to the sky and roar, and the roar directly penetrated the clouds. Advanced detection instruments on. The combat effectiveness is clear at a glance. 800,000 points. 1.3 million points. 1.7 million points. 2.4 million points. With a bang, the detection instrument that Frieza had in his left eye shattered. The upper limit of low-level detection instruments is 30,000 combat effectiveness, the upper limit of medium-level detection instruments is 300,000 combat power, and the upper limit of advanced detection instruments is 3 million combat effectiveness. Today, there is only one explanation for the fragmentation of advanced detection instruments, that is, Frieza's combat power has exceeded 3 million points. In just 1 year, Frieza has grown from 10,086 combat power points to more than 3 million points, such a growth rate that even the legendary Super Saiyan can't match. The detection instrument could no longer accurately perceive Frieza's combat effectiveness, but he had an approximate value in his mind. Between 4.5 million points and 5 million points, this is the combat power of Frieza today. Kaz's divine power has been completely devoured by Frieza, and Kaz's soul is no exception. Devouring Kaz's soul, all the memories belonging to Kaz were known by Frieza. It's a pity that this old thing of Kaz didn't know how to be interesting before he died, and he actually took the initiative to devour most of the remaining divine power at one time, so he repeated the technique, and tried to burst me without dying, otherwise those divine powers were not used to strengthen the body of the demon god, but to improve my energy. And my current combat power must have exceeded 10 million points. Sighing in his heart, but Frieza didn't have much regrets. With his current combat strength, even if he didn't cultivate, he would break through 10 million points in a year. Suddenly, a faint feeling of heart palpitations appeared in his heart, and Frieza was suddenly startled. Digesting Kaz's memory, he learned the systematic Realm King and Realm King God skills, including a telepathic skill that can sense the danger of life and death in advance. There is a powerful being who threatens his life in the approach. Who is it? Gura? Or the Kurdish king? Brows furrowed, and Frieza was secretly worried. With his current combat effectiveness, Frieza is still far inferior to either of the Gula and the Kurdish king, but he is not afraid at all, because he has confidence. If Gula came to me without knowing whether he was dead or alive, then this time is his time of death. Humph! Frieza smiled grimly, and a terrifying chill flashed in his eyes. Pulling out the Excalibur half inserted in the ground not far away, Frieza jumped off the sacred mountain and landed in front of Barukal. The Excalibur that sealed Kaz was forged from Xigu Essence Gold, and it was extremely sharp, which had a considerable increase in combat effectiveness for the current Frieza, and he naturally would not discard it. Xigu Essence Gold, which is an alloy material, collected hundreds of rare metals in the universe and blended, and then tempered by thousands of times. Although the degree of sturdiness is not comparable to the strongest metal in the universe, but it can also be called the second strongest metal in the universe, which is also the ultimate material for refining artifacts in the Dragon Ball universe. King Frieza. Barishel bowed his head deeply and greeted respectfully. Have you done what you were told? Frieza asked lightly, his tone was calm, but Barishel couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard it, and as Frieza's combat power skyrocketed, Barukal's depression also increased 110-fold. The king's orders have all been completed, and his subordinates have summoned the subordinates scattered on Prisoner Island, a total of more than 140,000 people, more than 50,000 people whose combat effectiveness has exceeded 10,000 points, and the remaining nearly 90,000 people have all exceeded 3,000 points. Barak Kiryu reports. More than 140,000 people? The number of people is too small. Send me a message to the entire prison cage island. Those with a combat strength of more than 2,000 points must obey me, otherwise it will not be a matter of shooting. As for the waste with a combat power of less than 2,000 points, there is no need to exist. Frieza waved his hand and said coldly. Listening to his words, Barishel snorted and hurriedly answered. The number of life forms on the entire cage island exceeds 2 billion, and the combat strength exceeds 2,000 points, at most 500 million. It can be said that Frieza's few words have condemned about 1.5 billion life forms to death, and there must be many stubborn people who would rather die in battle than surrender, so a cage of statistics. More than 1.6 billion life forms will be brutally slaughtered by Frieza and his minions. Of the more than 140,000 people under Barishel's command, 30% are cultivated tribesmen and 70% are cultivated warriors. Almost without Frieza personally taking action, Baruchel, who actively carried out his orders, and his men frantically cleaned the prison island, but anyone with a combat power below 2,000 points was killed, and those with a combat strength of more than 2,000 points were immediately slaughtered as long as they refused to be loyal to Frisia. Frisia's brutality also angered a large number of strong people on Cage Island. However, thousands of strong people united could not resist a finger of Frisia, and the disparity in strength was desperate. Not long after Gula entered the Northern Galaxy, the killing on Cage Island also stopped. More than 30,000 cultivated tribesmen, more than 50,000 cultivated warriors, more than 250 million strong people of different races, these are the first subordinates of Frisia. Of course, except for the cultivation clan, the loyalty of the rest of the people is very low, but Frisia's does not care. As long as the foundation is there, it is not simple to promote and cultivate loyal elites. Chapter 026. In the Northern Galaxy, in the space near the cultivation star, the King spacecraft of Gula hovered, and the huge hull obscured a large area of stellar brilliance, making most of the cultivation star fall into darkness. On this trip, Gula did not come alone, he led a large legion. Hundreds of space warships, each of which has 10,000 well-equipped warriors, and at this moment, these battleships have surrounded the cultivated stars. Through the guidance of the demon blood crystal, Gula could be sure that Frisia was in the position of the cultivation star, but Lord Gura, after a comprehensive system scan, the value of the highest combat power on this planet is 74 points, which is not a perception of special energy fluctuations belonging to frozen demons. A cosmic man in charge of controlling King Gula's spaceship knelt on one knee, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead while trembling and truthfully reporting the results of the investigation to Gula standing in front of him. Waste, the tracking of the demon blood crystal can't be wrong. Frisia's damn miscellaneous pieces on this planet, since it can't be scanned, then give me an attack and destroy this planet. I don't believe I can't find Frisia. With a gloomy face, Gula drank coldly. Yes, 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 the villain immediately summoned the two adults Downy and Luxury. After listening to what Gula said, the frightened cosmic people were amnestied, and they even went to the summons. With Gula's order, Downy and Lux did not dare to slacken, and hurriedly ordered all the warships to enter a first-level attack state and go all out to destroy the cultivation star. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the main guns of hundreds of space battleships were aimed at the cultivation star and bombarded, and suddenly, I saw hundreds of thick energy light cannons bombarding the cultivation star from all directions, and the power of these energy light cannons was not too low, all reaching a combat effectiveness of about 50,000 points. The harsh white light shone on most of the galaxy where the cultivated star was located, and when the white light disappeared, the cultivated star completely disappeared, turning into dust in the universe. However, Frisia's shadow was never seen. Frisia isn't on this planet? But the guidance of the demon blood crystal is absolutely infallible. Then, there is only one explanation: dimension? Gula also suspected that the demon blood crystal given to him by the Kurdish king was a commodity, but he used the special magic chi contained in his body to experiment and proved the authenticity, so he was convinced. Dimension: Gula is no stranger, in the history of his conquest of the South Galaxy has encountered the dimension more than once. There are too many ants who do not want to submit to his rule to hide in the dimension, vainly trying to escape his poisonous hands, but without exception failed. Any low-level dimension, as long as the approximate location is known, Gula has a way to smash it. In the Dragon Ball universe, there are low-level dimensions, level 1 to 3, intermediate dimensions, level 4 to 6, and advanced dimensions, level 7 to 9. Do you think that hiding in a different dimension, I have nothing to do? Frisia, you are so naive. Gula sneered and flew out of the king's spaceship. A small silver axe suddenly appeared in his hand, and the small axe flashed densely like centipede blood patterns. Look at this small axe. At least more than 10 billion years old, this is an ancient artifact. Holding the axe in hand, Gula slashed violently, and suddenly, the cosmic vacuum in a large area in front of him collapsed and collapsed, turning into a chaotic energy storm. This storm contains the original energy of the four worlds of earth, fire, water, and wind. The energy is manic, with a terrifying destructive power, and the existence with a combat power of less than 500,000 points. If you dare to enter this chaotic energy storm area, it will turn into powder in an instant, and the soul is difficult to preserve. Axe after axe split, the energy storm area in front of Gula gradually expanded. Suddenly, a sound of raw eggshells cracking sounded. Hearing this sound, Gula laughed, very proud laughed, because this is the sound of dimensional shattering. He is too familiar. Gula's smile suddenly froze, because the energy storm suddenly subsided, because of a person, a short golden-skinned man. This golden-skinned man only extended a finger to quell the energy storm. The energy storm generated by the silver light small axe can easily smash the low-level dimension, but it cannot shake the existence with combat power of more than 1,000,000 points. Frieza. Seeing the short golden figure, Gula's face changed, becoming ugly. He had overestimated Frieza's strength as much as possible, but at this moment he found that he was still seriously underestimated. A single finger quelled the energy storm, which also required at least 1,000,000 combat power points. Tick. Turning on the advanced detection instrument to sense Frieza's combat power values, Gula smiled again, this time with contempt. 170,000 combat power. Is this what Frieza is doing today? In just 1 year, I have increased my combat effectiveness by 17 times. My dear brother, your talent surprised me, but it was precisely because of this talent that I had to bury you with my own hands. Gula laughed. My combat power has only increased by 17 times? Ignorant fools, how can you understand the magic of Qi? Frieza was secretly worried in his heart, and a hint of mockery flashed under his eyes. After digesting Kaz's memory, Frieza finally comprehended the use of Qi as he wished. After comprehending Qi, Frieza can control his combat strength as he wishes. Gula, daring to offend me. Frieza is the biggest mistake in your life. If you don't want to die, obediently kneel down and kowtow to me to make amends. I may consider sparing your life. Frieza sneered. Barishel obeyed Frieza's previous orders and led Frieza's men away from the battle so as not to harm the pond fish. Gula's eyes are sharp, and he has long found Barakar and the others, but he does not put it in his eyes. No matter how many ants cannot shake him, even if Frieza's men are 10 times more, he can be crushed to death with just one finger. After listening to what Frieza said, Gula seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, and couldn't help but cover his stomach and laugh, while his two right-hand men Donnie and Lux also laughed. Donnie, Lux, you go and teach my younger brother a lesson, pay attention to lightly, don't kill him. After laughing, Gula chuckled, his eyes full of contempt for Frieza. It is no wonder that Gula despises Frieza, although he is now weakened into the first stage of transformation, but the combat power also has 190,000 points. If it becomes the second stage, it is 380,000 combat power. And the third stage is 760,000 combat power. As for the combat power of the original form, it has reached an astonishing 40,000,000 points, a 170,000 points combat power. Frieza, even forcing him to transform into the second stage is not qualified. Why should he pay attention? Yes. Subordinates obey. Hearing Gula's order, Downy and Lux immediately agreed with a sinister smile and looked at Frieza mockingly. The combat effectiveness of Downy and Lux is lower than that of Shaiza, who was devoured by Frieza, only 100,000 points, and with their combat strength, they would not dare to deal with Frieza, who has a combat power of 170,000 points, but with the Gula rating formation, he is full of confidence. Chapter 027. Facing the smiling Downy and Lux approaching, Frieza looked mocking. Rumble. Bang. At the same time, Downy and Lux made a move, the two left and right, with all their strength to pounce on Frieza. The attack was as dense as a storm. Seeing that the attacks of Donnie and Lux were about to rain down on Frisia's body, Frisia's movement moved, and no one present saw it except for Gura. A moment is very short, a snap of the fingers is 60 moments, but only in a moment, the lives of Donnie and Lux ended, although the two are strong people whose combat effectiveness exceeded 100,000 points, but in just one moment they were twisted by Frisia and whimpered. Easily dodging all the attacks of Donnie and Lux, Frisia put his hands out together, twisted their necks, killed the two with an expressionless face, and then casually discarded them, as if they just lost two garbage. In fact, in Frisia's eyes, the two are indeed no different from garbage. Nanny. Gura's eyes widened, he was surprised, he had thought that Frisia should have a hard time even if he had the upper hand with one enemy and two, how could he kill his two powerful subordinates cleanly? Shaiza, Donnie, and Lux, the three right-hand men of Gula, are now killed by Frisia. Anger. Wrath. Good Frisia, it seems that I underestimate you, you should have learned some special skills, but it would be naive to think that you can compete with me on this basis, now I will show you the disparity between us. Gula transformed into the second stage in anger and laughter. Gula is convinced that Frisia's combat power is only 170,000 points, and he trusts the detection instrument very much, but Frisia's first finger calmed the energy storm, and then cleanly killed Donnie and Lux, which made him have to be cautious. In Gula's mind, Frisia must have learned some special skills from where to calm the energy storm and kill Donnie with only 170,000 combat power. The combat power of the first stage of Gura's weakening transformation is only 190,000 points, although it is higher than Frisia's 20,000 points, but since Frisia has learned some special skills, the cautious Gura also transforms into the second stage. After the transformation, Gula's combat power has increased by 1 times, which makes him feel that he has the victory in hand. His current combat power is 210,000 points higher than Frisia. Even if he learns some special skills, he will not be able to win. Gula thought to himself. Looking at Gula playfully, Frisia sneered, Gura, go directly back to your original form, you are too weak in the weakened transformation state, I am worried that I will accidentally kill you, it will be too boring. Humph, Frisia, you are too arrogant and ignorant, I hope your strength is as good as your tongue. Listening to Frisia's words, Gula snorted angrily, and with a wave of his hand, an earth crack slashed out of the air. The same earth rift slash emanated from Frisia's hands, but 10 times more powerful than Gura. Rumble. In the cosmic vacuum, the earth rift sent by Gula and the earth rift slashed by Frisia fiercely against each other, and under the disparity in strength and weakness, the earth rift sent by Gula was engulfed by the earth rift sent by Frisia in just one face. After engulfing the earth rift sent by Gura, Frisia's earth rift slashed towards Gura, and in the face of this situation, Gura was shocked. How so? Gula couldn't believe it, but he used 150,000 combat power to cast the earth rift slash, a unique move of the Frozen Demon clan, and Frisia also performed this special move, but the power was 10 times stronger than him. What did this mean? Frisia's combat power reached 1.5 million points? Could it be? Frisia's motley hides his true strength, and he uses some special way to disguise combat effectiveness and mislead the perception of detection instruments. An idea had arisen in Gura's mind, but it was too late to think about it, because the earth rift sent by Frisia was already too late. In the nick of time, Gula was in a hurry, took out the demon blood crystal that was tracking Frisia, and smashed it fiercely. The demon blood crystal is not strong, and it can be shattered with more than 100,000 combat power. Shattering the demon blood crystal, a cloud of magic light appeared, forming a protective shield to protect Gula. Bang! Bang! The amazingly powerful earth crack slashed fiercely on the protective shield that protected Gula, only to see that the protective shield was instantly shattered, and Gula also vomited blood and threw away. Most of the power of the earth rift was resisted by the protective shield, but the remaining small part also seriously injured Gula. It's too weak, Gura, I don't want to say the third time, change back to the original form, otherwise, it's too boring. One blow seriously injured Gura, and instead of taking the opportunity to kill him, Frieza stopped. Wiping the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, Gula smiled viciously. Good, good, Frieza, it seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to reach this level. It is estimated that the combat effectiveness is 1.5 million points, but you are too arrogant. You didn't take advantage of my careless serious injury to kill the hand, but stupidly let me change back to my original form. I don't know whether I live or die. I'm afraid you don't know my Gura's true strength, but now it's too late to regret it, ha ha ha. As he spoke, Gula had changed back to his original form. Turning back to his original form, Gula is very similar to Frieza, except that Frieza is 2 feet shorter than him and has a dazzling golden color. Su. The figure moved, and in the next moment, Gula had appeared behind Frieza, kicking Frieza in the back of the head, surprisingly fast. However, it was blocked by a small golden arm, which was Frieza's left arm. What? Gula was shocked. He had already exerted nearly 2 million combat power, but he didn't expect Frieza to be able to resist this. Humph, it can withstand 2 million combat power, so what about 3 million points? What about 4 million points? With a cold smile and suppressing the shock in his heart, Gula began to continuously improve his combat effectiveness. 2.3 million points. 2.6 million points. 3.1 million points. 4.7 million points. Finally, when Gula's combat power increased to 4.7 million points, Frieza was a little unable to resist. Looking at the panting Frieza, although Gula's face was full of contempt and arrogance, his heart was not without horror. 1 year, in just 1 year or so, Frieza's combat effectiveness has increased by about 470 times, which is too much. Scary it. It's good that I didn't let Frieza live for a few more years, otherwise with his terrifying growth rate, he would definitely be far surpassed by him. Gula also pinched his sweat, greatly afraid. While Gula was secretly rejoicing, Frieza said a word, something he couldn't believe. The warm-up exercise should also be over. Next, I want to be serious. I hope you can support it for a long time. Don't disappoint me too much. Frieza gasped violently and grinned. Chapter 028. Warm-up exercises? Listening to Frieza's words, Gula almost suspected that his ears had misheard. The previous battle was a warm-up exercise? Because of Frieza's words, Gula was stunned, but then laughed wildly. Hee, you are right, but unfortunately the opposite. My warm-up exercise should be over. Next, let me send you to hell in one breath. When Gula's voice fell, wisps of red flames emerged from Frieza's body, and with the appearance of red flames, Frieza's momentum was also increasing at an alarming speed. King of Realm Fist. At this moment, Frieza unleashed the Realm King Fist, which is one of the top 10 masters of the Realm Core Star, and it is incomparably powerful and can increase its combat effectiveness exponentially. The reason why Frieza has the confidence to face the enemy Gula is precisely because of the body of the Demon God and the fist of the Realm King. The defense of the body of the Demon God is strong, and the attack below 100 million combat power cannot hurt a trace of fur at all. As for how powerful the attack can be resisted, even Frieza does not know. With the combat power of about 40 million points of Gula to tickle, Frieza is also reluctant. Therefore, even if he does not dodge or resist, Gula cannot kill Frieza with the body of the Demon God. It is precisely in this way that Frieza dares to allow Gula to change back to its original form. Strong defense, let Frieza stand invincible, and the Realm King Fist helped him win. It can be said that this battle with Gula was doomed from the beginning, and this ending was completely under Frieza's control, but Gula died without knowing it. Double Realm King Fist equals 150% combat power. Double Realm King Fist equals 200% combat power. Triple Realm King Fist equals 300% combat power. 10 times the Realm King Fist equals 1000% combat power. Frieza's time to cultivate the Realm King Fist is still short, and he can only reach the 30-fold Realm King Fist at present, but he naturally doesn't need to go all out to deal with Gula, and the 10-fold Realm King Fist is more than enough. Today's Frieza's combat power is about 4.6 million points, and after casting the 10-fold Realm King Fist, the combat power suddenly reaches 46 million points. After really starting to cultivate the Realm King Fist, Frieza really understood how harsh the cultivation conditions for this skill were. With his universe number 1 talent, coupled with the body of the demon god and the powerful combat power of about 4.6 million points, it took 4 days and 4 nights of hard work to be able to cultivate the 30 times the Realm King Fist. The Realm King Fist has a neck bottle. The entry is a difficulty. After breaking through this difficulty, the double Realm King Fist to the 10-fold Realm King Fist is unimpeded. As long as the physical fitness and its own combat effectiveness pass the level, it can be easily achieved, but there is a first neck bottle between the 10-fold Realm King Fist and the 11th Realm King Fist. Only by breaking through this neck bottle can you continue to cultivate, and between the 20-fold Realm King Fist and the 21 Realm King Fist is the second neck bottle, and the difficulty of breaking through this neck bottle is 10 times that of the first neck bottle. Between the 30-fold Realm King Fist and the 31 Realm King Fist is the third neck bottle. And the difficulty of breaking through is also 10 times that of the second neck bottle, and so on, endlessly. At present, Frieza only broke through the 2 neck bottles of the Realm King Fist, and the third neck bottle could not break through, so it was stuck in the realm of the 30-fold Realm King Fist. 30 times the Realm King Fist is barely enough for Frieza to dominate the universe. At present, if Frieza goes all out to display the 30-fold Realm King Fist, his combat power can reach about 140 million at once. The raging red flames shrouded Frieza, like thousands of red snakes spitting letters, and the monstrous momentum pervaded, and Gula in this momentum was frightened from the heart. A strong sense of crisis appeared in Gura's heart, a feeling he had never felt in his life, and under this feeling, his soul trembled. Ugh! With a loud roar, Gula mobilized all his strength, and suddenly, a combat power of about 40 million points shrouded him with a faint arrogance. Shout! Bang! The golden red figure in front of him flashed, and the next moment, countless attacks fell on Gula. The attack was fierce, the attack was like a tide, lasted for 3 minutes, the attack stopped. At this time, Gula was miserable. I saw that his whole body was bloody. His nose was blue and his face was swollen, especially on his left abdomen, and the small half of his white ribs were stabbed out of his body. Not slightly moving, Gula gasped in pain, and Frieza shot out very measured, although the injury was serious, but not life-threatening. How is that possible? The horror in Gula's heart is already incomparable. With his powerful combat power of about 40 million points he is completely unable to fight back, which undoubtedly proves that Frieza's combat power is far above him, but how can Frieza, who was only born for 1 year, surpass him in combat effectiveness? This is unreasonable, it is undeniable. Frieza's talent is amazing. It is the first day in the history of the frozen demon race. The original combat power has exceeded 10,000, which is also rare in the history of the universe, but no matter how genius is, it is impossible to increase the combat effectiveness by more than 4,000 times in a year. Not to mention that increasing combat effectiveness by 4,000 times in 1 year, even a 400-fold increase in combat effectiveness in 1 year is enough to shock the universe. Just as Gula was thinking, Frieza's faint banter sounded. Gula, we are also brothers, I can give you 2 discounts. 1. Let you choose a way to die. 2. 1 move to kill you, reduce your pain before death. Hehe, you're welcome, choose your own way to end. Hearing Frieza's bantering words, Gula panicked in his heart, and he was even more remorseful. He already knew that Frieza was so powerful, and he couldn't hide it. How could he come to the North Galaxy stupidly? Frieza, I am your brother, don't kill me, it's my mistake, and please have a lot of adults, don't think about me in general, you can forgive me. In order to survive, Gula could no longer care about the skin, and whispered softly and begged. Of course, Gula will not be naive to think that begging will let Frieza spare his life. The reason why he is so is just delaying time. As early as when he shattered the demon blood crystal, the Kurdish king who was far away in the Winter Star would know what happened here through another demon blood crystal, and now his life is in danger. And he can only hope that the Kurdish king will come to the rescue in time. Hee, Gula, don't delay time in vain, the Kurdish king can't save you. Frieza broke Gula's mind and sneered. Frieza saw that Gula was desperate, but if he knew that the Kurdish king had no intention of coming to save him, he was afraid that he would be even more desperate. The Kurdish king, who sensed Gura's situation, was shocked by the Winter Star, which was very far away from the northern galaxy, and he never expected that Frieza, a young son who had only been born for a year, would have the ability to kill Gura. After thinking about it again, the Kurdish king gave up going to the northern galaxy to save Gula. He had two considerations. 1. Gula was ambitious, vainly trying to replace his father's position, although it was hidden deeply, but he couldn't hide it from the old traitor. 2. Frieza's depth is not clear, although he doesn't believe that he will be better than himself, but he is not afraid of 10,000 just in case. For a Gula who wants to replace himself to deal with Frieza, how to be too stupid. Chapter 029. The mind is seen through by Frieza, and Gula knows that it is impossible to continue to delay time and wait for the rescue of his father, the Kurdish king, and the plea for mercy is ineffective, so there are only two ways left: fight to the death or escape. After weighing it in a blink of an eye, Gula wisely gave up the idea of fighting to the death, and through his previous combat strength, he could know that Frieza's combat power far surpassed him, and even if he fought to the death, there was little hope. Run away! Having made a decision, Gula immediately shouted angrily, "Go up with King Ben and kill this miscellaneous Frieza with you. Even if you want to escape, you must not be blind, you must pay attention to strategy," and Gula has already calculated that he will use his subordinates as cannon fodder to entangle Frieza and buy valuable time for his escape. This time, Gula brought hundreds of large combat spaceships to the North Galaxy to deal with Frieza, each of which carried 10,000 soldiers, and the lineup was not too small. Millions of warriors. Compared to the huge power of Gula, the number is not much, but the elite accounts for more than 70% of Gula's forces, sacrificing more than 70% of the elite warriors under his command. Gula is also distressed, but in order to survive, he can't care about these. Gula had great prestige in the hearts of his soldiers, even if he was miserable by Frieza. At this moment, hundreds of spaceships did not hesitate to carry out his order and attacked Frieza. Almost when hundreds of spaceships besieged Frieza, Gula gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure a serious injury, and fled to his own king spaceship that stayed not far away. Although the frozen demon can survive in the cosmic vacuum, but the flight speed is far less than the spaceship. Even a powerful frozen demon with a combat power of about 40 million points like Gula is no exception. Frieza doesn't have a king-class spaceship. As long as he escapes back to the spaceship, he can't catch up. Seeing that the hatch of the spacecraft was close at hand, Gula couldn't help but have a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of joy for the rest of his life. Spaceships can be divided into 3 levels. The lowest level is the ordinary level, speed of light, such as the original work Vegeta and Nappa when they invaded the Earth, followed by the ship class, 10 times the speed of light. In the original book Sun Wukong went to Nami to ride belongs to the ship class, and finally the king class. The king level spacecraft can not only fly in the vacuum of the universe at a speed of 100 times the speed of light, but also can make short distance space jumps, wormhole shuttles, etc. Gula once tried, about 40 million points of combat effectiveness. He flew in the vacuum of the universe at the fastest speed of light, and could not last. Killing him did not believe that Frieza's speed in the vacuum of the universe could catch up with the king-level spacecraft, so his king-level spacecraft was like a ray of life in his eyes. Whether he could survive or not, it depended on whether he could grasp this line of life. Ha ha ha, great! The hatch was within reach. Gula was ecstatic, and a glimmer of life was successfully caught by him. The so-called joy is sad, and just when Gula was ecstatic, Frieza's demonic laughter sounded in his ears, for the sake of brothers. I originally wanted to leave you a whole corpse, but it's a pity. You don't appreciate it yourself, since that's the case, then you can't blame me. Frieza's voice, listening to Gula's ears, was like the urge of death, and he was almost unpossessed by fear, and when he looked back in panic, he was shocked to find that Frieza was half a foot behind him, and those men besieging were just a phantom. How? Gula was dumbfounded. With a sinister laugh, Frieza leaned closer to Gula's ear and said with a low smile, "Goodbye, brother, in the next life, remember who can provoke, who cannot be provoked. Frieza is what you can never provoke, but you are afraid that there is no next life, hee." As soon as the words fell, Frieza threw a punch, and the dazzling golden red aura slammed into Gula like a meteorite. No! With a cry of bitter despair from Gura, Frieza's fist slammed into him. This punch, Frieza did not spare the slightest hand. In the state of the tenfold realm king fist, a punch with all his strength. The golden red aura engulfed Gula in an instant, and when the flame disappeared, Gula completely disappeared, not only in the body, but also in the soul. Gula is dead. Frieza was confident that under the full force of his tenfold realm king fist, Gula had absolutely no chance of surviving. Just directly bombard Gula without choosing to devour. Frieza is not a pity, Gula's combat power is not weak, he is far from being able to compare without casting the realm king fist, therefore, devouring Gula will only strengthen the body of the demon god, and the strengthening of the body of the demon god with this energy of Gula is minimal, so devouring or not devouring, Frieza does not care too much. The body of the demon god can only be effectively strengthened by absorbing three kinds of energy, namely, dark divine power, light divine power and chaotic power. In addition to these three energies, the energy effect of the rest of the quality is very low. The essence of Gura's energy is the demon power of the ice attribute, and the energy of this quality is only one level lower than the dark divine power, and the strengthening effect of absorbing this energy on the body of the demon god is minimal. After killing Gula, Frieza's heart was full of depression that had been held for nearly a year. As soon as he was born, he was hunted down by Gura's ghost, and Frieza was depressed, apprehensive, sad, depressed, aggrieved, angry, resentful, all kinds of negative emotions filled his heart, tormenting him, and now Gula is dead, killed by his punch, and the negative emotions in his heart have disappeared. The scourge of Gula has been removed. The next is the old thing of the Kurdish king, for the sake of the father of the body in this life, if he knows him, I can also consider sparing his life. If he does not measure himself to avenge Gula, then the current Gula is his previous experience, Frieza sneered in his heart. To be honest, he cultivated into a 30-fold realm king fist, and the trend of improvement in combat effectiveness is extremely rapid. A Kurdish king has long been not put into his eyes, and the relationship between father and son does not have much constraint on him. Since he dares to kill his brother today, he may not be able to kill his father in the future. For the time being, Frieza's mind is to rule the northern galaxy, become a hegemon, and then annex the eastern, western, southern and middle galaxies. As long as the Kurdish king does not take the initiative to trouble him, he does not mind letting this father continue to be free in the western galaxy for a few days. In fact, killing Gula, Frieza can fully receive the huge forces left by him in the south galaxy, which he still chose the north galaxy. After all, the future plot can basically revolve around the north galaxy. If you go to the south galaxy, even if you dominate the king, but you also lose the opportunity. This is a stupid thing of picking up sesame seeds and throwing watermelons. And how can Frieza do it? As for his own conquest in the North Galaxy, send his capable men to receive the forces left by Gula in the South Galaxy. The two ends bloom. The idea is very beautiful, but unrealistic. The universe is very large, the galaxy is also very large, masters are emerging endlessly. With the strength of Gula for more than 100 years, it has only occupied a place in the southern galaxy, and it is not so easy to dominate a galaxy. Chapter 030. You are left with only two choices now, one is to be buried for Gura, and the other is to be loyal to me Frieza from now on. Facing hundreds of space battleships, Frieza said lightly, his voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of all the elite soldiers of the Gula Legion in the hundreds of space battleships. As Frieza speaks, Barakar has commanded the Dark Legion to surround hundreds of warships. On Cage Island, Frieza subdued 250 million subordinates, plus tens of thousands of cultivators, and simply formed the Dark Army. The combat effectiveness of each soldier of the Dark Army has exceeded 2,000 points, although this combat effectiveness is not high, but it is also so-so. Coupled with this huge number, it is enough to support Frieza to establish a small force. The millions of warriors who followed Gula to the North Galaxy are all elite warriors whose combat effectiveness has exceeded 5,000 points, and for Frieza, who is trying to dominate the entire universe, if he can subdue these warriors, it will undoubtedly add wings. Surrounded by countless Dark Legion soldiers, and facing Frieza who easily killed Gura, the elite warriors of the millions of Gula Legion, except for a few die-hard loyalists, most of them wisely chose to submit. Without Frieza taking matters into his own hands or anyone from the Dark Legion, those fools loyal to Gula were chosen to be captured or killed alive by those who were chosen to obey Frieza. Leaving Barakal to clean up the mess, Frieza entered the King spaceship of Gura, came to the main control room, and immediately ordered a few obedient cosmic people to search for the coordinates of the Earth. With the general directions provided by Frieza, it didn't take a few minutes to successfully search for the coordinates of the Earth. Finding the Earth, Frieza was also happy in her heart. For Earth, Frieza has an unspeakable complex feeling, which involves his past life and the plot of the original book. Crossing and regenerating Frieza, although he has the powerful combat power to destroy the planet, but deep down, Wang Qian still identifies more with the identity of humans. Perhaps, humans and frozen demons are weaker than each other, but the feelings of more than 20 years in the previous life are not so easy to eliminate. Frozen demon, what would it be called in a past life? Monster? Or non-male and non-female she-males, this? It's hard for any normal person to accept it. Previously, in order to deal with the pursuit and killing of Gula, Frieza did not have much time and mood to consider the issue of identity, but now that Gula has been eliminated, the Kurdish king is not enough to worry about, so the issue of identity should be carefully considered. Can't find Nami Nemesis for the time being, then you might as well go to Earth first. The heavenly god on Earth should have made the dragon pearl, then borrow a few wishes, immortality? Youthful forever? Become human? Go back to Earth in a past life? Frieza's eyes stared at the coordinates of the Earth on the space radar and was stunned, and several astronauts who controlled the spacecraft carefully stood aside, and the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Wang Qian was the only son in the family in his previous life, his parents are alive, his grandparents are complete, the family is harmonious. Since he was reborn, he has missed his relatives in his previous life. But let him give up everything now and return to his life in his previous life, even if Shenlong has the ability to do it, he is unwilling in his heart. Human nature is selfish. There is a chance to become a true emperor of the universe, with invincible strength and eternal life youth. How can he be willing to be peaceful for 100 years? The past life is only the past, this life is the present. Why should I cling to the past? It is better to be serious about the present and work hard for the future. Only in this way can I live up to the rebirth of the journey. After thinking for a long time, Frieza had an epiphany in his heart. Let it be. Take things as they come. Buddha once said that clinging to the past will only add pain, and only by letting go can you be comfortable, but how many people can really let go? However, it is not difficult for Frieza to let go. The nature of the frozen demon merges with his human nature, and although his transformed personality is biased towards evil and selfishness, his feelings are weak, and his reason is calm. King Frieza. While Frieza was in his thoughts, Baruchel's greeting sobered him up. To report to King Frieza, the Gulaya party has been completely killed, and those who are willing to abandon the secret and turn to the light have been counted, a total of 2,502,500 people, belonging to 404 different cosmic races, 277 warships, 6 destroyed, and 51 damaged. Baruchel reported succinctly. Listening to Baruchel's report, Frieza nodded slightly. Scatter these converts into the Dark Legion, and let the Shadow Team monitor in secret, but if you find that there is a different intention, and premeditate a rebel, there is no amnesty for killing. Obey. Baruchel responded. After reorganizing the elite warriors of the Gula Legion who had returned to obedience, and quietly clearing out this group of dissidents, Frieza was not in a hurry to rush to Earth. He still had an important thing to do as soon as possible. If you want to develop power, only subordinates and talents can't do it, and you also need to have territory, especially base camps. The most urgent thing for Frieza to do is to find a suitable planet to take possession of and establish himself as the center and base camp of his own power. Planet Frieza. For the stronghold of his own power, Frieza already had a name in his heart. In the vast universe, there are countless planets, like the sand of the Ganges, all kinds of planets, but there are very few planets that meet Frieza's requirements. In 3 months, Frieza finally found a planet in the northern galaxy that barely met his requirements, which is a relatively large life planet, about 10 times the area of the Earth, gravity is 17 times that of the Earth, beautiful environment, a wide variety of species, rich resources. This planet is called Oda Star, because the race that currently rules this planet is the Oats. The Oda have a history of hundreds of thousands of years. They have a talent skill metal giant, generally 1 meter 7 tall. Once they cast a talent skill will become a 10 meter tall metal giant. Not only the defense is enhanced, but the strength will also be greatly improved. But the Oda blood is very important. Their bloodline is divided into 5 levels. The lowest bloodline is black iron, followed by bronze, and then silver, gold, and platinum, according to different bloodlines. The effect of the talent skills displayed is also very different. For example, the metal giant that the black iron blood Oda people turn into when they display their talent skills is black, and the combat effectiveness is only increased by 15%, while the bronze blood Oats become metal giants are cyan, and the combat effectiveness can be increased by 30%. The metal giants of the silver blood Oats become silver white, and the combat effectiveness can be increased by 50%, and the metal giants turned into by the gold-blooded Oats are gold, and the combat effectiveness can be increased by 100%. The platinum bloodline of the Oda royal family turns into a metal giant to white gold, and its combat effectiveness can be increased by 200%. Listening to the results of 3 days of investigation by several subordinates, Frieza was expressionless, but his heart became a little interested in the Oats. To be precise, he was interested in the Oats' innate skills. Chapter 031. How does this Oda clan allow themselves to have an Ultraman rush? Frieza thought wickedly, and it had to be said that the talent skills of the Oats clan were very similar to Ultraman's transformation. The number of contemporary Oats is about 6.5 billion, and King Mercy of Oda is the second strongest of the Oda tribe, and the combat power should be about 7,000 points. Baruchel said with a smile. His eyes were full of contempt for the Oda clan, and it was ridiculous that a combat power of about 7,000 points could become the second strongest. In the 3 months that Frieza found the Star of Oda after killing Gula, he was not idle, his cultivation was as persistent as ever, and more importantly, he used the seeds of the Divine Spirit Tree to absorb the vitality of the life planets to produce Divine Essence fruits, and Baruchel, who was his first right-hand man and confidant, obtained a lot of Divine Essence fruits, and his combat effectiveness has now exceeded 200,000 points. In addition to Baruchel, Frieza unearthed 2 more powerful subordinates, Kate of the Quetzalcoatl tribe and Tez of the Two-Headed Wolf clan, who also received a lot of Divine Essence fruits from Frieza, and although their combat effectiveness was far inferior to Baruchel, they also exceeded 100,000 points. Cosmic Person of the Quetzalcoatl clan, 8 feet tall, snake-headed person, wings on his back, Snow White throughout, talent skill is poisonous domain, a field shrouded in poisonous gas. Two-headed wolf race cosmic people, 1 foot and 4 feet tall, 2 wolf-headed people, black fur throughout, blood red eyes, talent skill is doppelganger, can be split into 2 werewolves. Not only the combat effectiveness will not decrease, on the contrary, it will increase. The combat power of about 7,000 points is very weak, but it is not weak, and the King of Vegeta in the original work is only 10,000 points of combat effectiveness. As the patriarch of the Scion tribe of the first in the universe fighting race, the combat power is only 10,000 points, which shows that the combat effectiveness of King Oda is okay, at least reaching the level of the superior warrior of the Scion clan. Who is the number 1 powerhouse of the Oda clan? What is the combat effectiveness? Frieza asked lightly, although the question did not make much sense, he still asked more. Hearing Frieza's question, Barakar immediately replied, the first strong man of the Oda tribe today is Severn, the eldest son of Mexi. He is 13 years old this year, his combat power has reached 8,500 points, and he is known as the Star of Oats, and he is also the first of the 10 genius stars of the Oda tribe in contemporary times. Severn? That's a good name, top 10 genius stars? Frieza stroked her chin, thoughtfully. The lifespan of the Oats tribe is very short, the average is only 80 years old, and the combat effectiveness exceeds 5,000 points before the age of 15 is called a genius, and the top 10 geniuses each have their own titles. The first day is the Star of Oda Severn, the second day is the Star of Peace Ace, the third genius is the Star of Bravery, Tyro, the fourth genius Star of Hope, the fifth genius is the Star of Wisdom Eddie, the sixth genius Star of Justice is Digga, the seventh genius is the Star of Battle, the 8th genius is the Star of Dongas, the 9th genius and the 10th genius twin stars Tesla and Monbius. These 10 Oda geniuses can turn into metal giants that can reach more than 40 meters, which is an outlier. Barashel said coquettishly. Hearing familiar names coming out of Barukaul's mouth, Frieza was also speechless, but he was quite surprised to learn that the 10 genius stars of the Oda tribe could use their talent skills to change to a metal giant of more than 40 meters. The transformation of the oats of the black iron blood is only 10 meters, the transformation of the oats of the bronze blood is 11 meters, the transformation of the oats of the silver blood is 12 meters, the transformation of the oats of the golden blood is 13 meters, and the transformation of the Oda royal family of the platinum blood is only 15 meters. And it can transform into the Oats people of more than 40 meters, which is extraordinary. Interesting, this Oda clan's 10 genius stars are interesting. Frieza chuckled to himself, already having an idea in his mind. With these familiar names and extraordinary qualifications, he decided to accept Oda 10 star as a guard. Guards, whose status is similar to Sob and Doria on Frieza's side in the original book. Those of Frieza's subordinates in the original book, Frieza's in this life are only interested in 2 people, these 2 people are Kainu and Guldo, as for the rest, he can't look at it. Kainu's body exchange, soul exchange, skill is more powerful, the use is very good, as for Guldo, he is a 4-eyed clan, there are many special skills, such as time static, time slow, time acceleration, remote mind manipulation, acupuncture, mind fixing, energy bombs, 2-palm mortar, golden binding art, etc. are very good. The original Guldo can become a member of the Kinnad team with a weak combat power of 12,000 points, these special skills are indispensable. The 2 wolves of Tez gritted their teeth and said with a sinister smile, Great King, as long as you give an order, your subordinates will immediately lead a team of dark warriors to raise this Oda star to the ground. Of Frieza's 3 right-hand men, Barashel is calm and steady, Cade is sinister and cunning, and Tess is fierce and cruel and murderous. Glancing at Tets, who actively asked for battle, Frieza shook his head expressionlessly in veto, then looked at Cade, and said lightly, Cade, you personally go to Oda star to find mercy, and let you come to see me alone. As soon as the snake letter spat out, Cade nodded in response, yes, the king. Looking at Cade's departing figure, Frieza snapped his fingers, and immediately a small flying machine flew from a distance. He jumped on the aircraft and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Baracle and Tez bowed and retreated. With the current strength and subordinates of Frieza, it is easy to destroy the Oda clan, and even the destruction of the Oda star is not a problem, but there is no need for this for the time being. It was easy to destroy the Oats, but how much benefit would it do to Frieza? It can only add ferocity and fear, and subduing the Oats tribe as wings is even more beneficial. If you want to become the Emperor of the Dragon Pearl universe where power is supreme, personal strength is important, power is also important, and fierceness is also indispensable, but fierce power is easy to establish. Destroy a few races who do not know the times, kill a few cattle people, such as the Realm King, the Realm King God, the Demon Realm King, etc. Are you afraid that there is no fierce threat to deter the night? Although Frieza wanted to subdue the Oats, if the race did not know how to raise it, then he could only agree to Tetsu's proposal. After Cade travels to OT, Frieza goes to sleep. Perhaps it was the influence of the personality of the previous life. When the Gula was killed, the Kurdish king was not worried, and Frieza, who was temporarily life-threatening, did not care about cultivation, and became more and more lazy. It had been 3 months since killing Gula. Frieza's combat power had only increased to 15 million points while the Realm King Fist had only cultivated to 40 times. With 15 million combat power, casting a 40-fold Realm King Fist can reach 600 million combat power. Such a huge combat power makes Frieza lose the interest in serious cultivation. The complete Shayla combat power in the original work is about 600 million. Having achieved the body of the demon god, Frieza's talent is no longer against the sky, but against the universe, and now he eats, drinks and has fun, and his combat effectiveness will increase by 10 times in 1 year. Legend has it that a Super Saiyan born in 1,000 years will only increase its combat effectiveness by 1 times in a year, but Frieza is 10 times, what a horror! The current combat strength is 15 million, it will be 150 million in a year, 1.5 billion in 2 years, 15 billion in 3 years, 150 billion in 4 years, and 1.5 trillion in 5 years. According to this growth rate, in a few years, the god of destruction Beerus and Weiss are a fart. Counting units: 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, billion, trillion, zhao, jing, yang, jian, zheng, zhe, pole, Ganges sand, a monk, that by him, incredible, immeasurable large numbers, 10,000 before decimal, after 10,000 is decimal, after 10,000 is decimal, trillion is billion, trillion is trillion, trillion is Beijing. Chapter 032. The Oats. This is a race with a history of hundreds of thousands of years. Like this, there are countless races in the universe, but the Oats are extraordinary because they are descendants of the OTS, and the Oats were once one of the few powerful races in the universe. After hundreds of thousands of years of development, the civilization of the Oda tribe has barely reached the level of inferior science and technology, and they love nature and try their best to control the development of science and technology in order not to destroy the environment of the planet on which they live. Different races have different personalities, such as the Scion race. Their personality is warlike and arrogant, while the Frozen Demon race is cruel, cold-blooded, and selfish, and the Oda has a peaceful personality. Oda Palace, a magnificent castle covering thousands of acres, blue stone paved, silver brick walls, round towers, coiled dragon pilasters and exquisite arcades, thousands of sculptures, exquisite interior decoration, crystal glass windows inlaid with precious stones, sunlight through the windows into the room, colorful and dazzling. The Palace of Ot, built on the Plain of Justice in the Star of Ot, is the residence of the royal family of Ot, and it is also the supreme authority of the Oda tribe. One by one, the Oda guards riding floating magnetic motorcycles shuttled around the Oda palace, patrolling the guard, and if they found anything wrong, they would immediately deal with it as quickly as possible. Su. A figure cut through the sky, fell from the sky, and came towards the palace of OT, and before it could approach, hundreds of ODA guards had already found it, and suddenly, dozens of ODA guards greeted and intercepted the figure that rushed in. Thousands of feet high in the air, white clouds ethereal, Cade stopped flying, floating to look at the dozens of ODA guards riding floating magnetic motorcycles in front of him. With a contemptuous smile, Cade swallowed and sneered, "Call you King Oda to see me? Daring, what are you? To dare to be disrespectful to my king is a mortal sin." Hearing Cade's words, dozens of ODA guards were furious, and one of them shouted angrily. Rumble! A ball of energy blew the angry guardian of Oda to ashes, and Cade plucked his ears and laughed playfully, "The flies are gone, it's much quieter. Bastard! Dare to attack and kill the palace guards, this is the death penalty of the 9 clan. Disrespect to the king is sin 1, killing the palace guard is sin 2, and the sin cannot be forgiven." Seeing a companion being bombarded by Cade, dozens of Oda guards were shocked and angry, and roared with grief and indignation and besieged Cade, only to see them holding laser swords and wielding impermeable wind. Tick. Combat power 1475 points. Combat power 1255 points. Combat power 1601 points. In the face of the dozens of guardians of Oda who came towards him, Cade smiled disdainfully. A group of small ants with a combat power of 2000 points or less. With a combat power of 120,000 points, Cade is currently the 3rd master under Frieza. Among the 3 masters under Frieza, Barishel has 230,000 combat strength, Tez has 140,000 combat power, and Cade with 120,000 combat power is the weakest. Call. Dozens of Okite guardians have not yet come to Cade's side. Cade has spewed out a large stream of pitch-black poisonous gas. The poisonous gas seems to have spirituality. Split into dozens of strands, turned into poisonous gas snakes into the mouth, ears, nose of the Oda guardians. The speed is amazing. These Oda defenders have no time to dodge or resist. The poisonous gas entered the body, and one by one the Oats guards screamed and corroded and dissolved, and in the blink of an eye it became a pool of fishy black blood spilled from the sky to the ground, like a black rain. A drop of rain fell to the ground and quickly corroded, and after a while, a large black swamp of poisonous water was born. Stop! When Cade spewed out poisonous gas, a thick shout sounded from the depths of the palace of OT, but as soon as this sound fell, dozens of Oda guards who besieged Cade had all been corroded into black blood by the poisonous gas. Shout! In the sound of breaking the air, a middle-aged man with silver curly hair with an angry face had come to Cade, overlooking the large swamp of poisonous domain below, and the middle-aged man was even more angry. This middle-aged man had thick eyebrows and a majestic face, and he was obviously a high-ranking person of the Oda clan. "Oh? Combat power 7024 points, it seems that you are King OT." Turning on the detection instrument and sensing the combat strength value of the silver-haired middle-aged man, Cade smiled. "Who is your excellency? What is the purpose of coming here? Why did you murder dozens of people of my clan? You must give an explanation today, otherwise..." The silver-haired middle-aged man suppressed his anger and said coldly. "Confess? It's ridiculous that you also deserve me to give an explanation, not to mention nonsense. The king ordered you to go to see you alone." Cade scoffed at the silver-haired middle-aged man's words and said impatiently. "King? Meet alone?" Listening to Cade's words, the silver-haired middle-aged man was also stunned. At this moment, 10 handsome-looking silver-haired youths led thousands of Oda warriors from all directions and surrounded Cade. Oda top 10 genius stars. Although surrounded, Cade had no worries. The disparity in combat effectiveness between the two sides was too great, and even 10 times more Oda would not pose the slightest threat to him. "What are you? Who is the king in your mouth? What is the purpose of coming to us at Otis? Honestly, if there is half a lie, it will kill you immediately." A silver-haired young man coldly threatened to force Cade, hearing many oats call him the Great Prince, and with 8,537 points of combat power, his identity was also about to come out, Oda star Severn. I am King Frieza's subordinate Cade, and this time I have been ordered to order King Oda to go to the king alone and advise you to get acquainted, otherwise you will anger the king, and you Oda people will only be history. Cade said lightly, his words undoubtedly arrogant threat to the ears of the Oat people. Let my father personally go to see you, what a big shelf, I will destroy you first, and then go and clean up your arrogant master. Severn roared angrily, punched out, and hit Cade's head. This punch was fierce, without leaving a hand, but it was a killing intent. Syllable. Severn's inevitable punch was lightly grabbed by Cade, and he couldn't break free even if his face was red and his neck was thick, and Cade's fingers were like iron tongs, firmly clasping his fist. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. Destroy me? With this ant of yours? Even if it is 10 times stronger, it is not my opponent. In a mocking mockery, Cade slowly squeezed Severn's fist. Ugh! The fist that was caught seemed to be shattered, and the heartfelt feeling of pain made Severn scream. Wrath. Humiliation. Severn gritted his teeth, his body shining with a white gold light. In this light, Cade only felt that the fist he had clenched became a scorching fireball, and this fireball grew bigger and bigger, and finally, he held off his hand restraints. Transformation. Cade's face changed slightly. In pain, anger, and humiliation, Severn used a gifted skill. Chapter 033. The white gold light of the sun shone brightly, and in the light, a rapidly climbing momentum surged. The dazzling light made Cade's eyes almost unable to break open, and his face suddenly changed as he felt the increasingly powerful momentum in the light. Hurriedly turned on the detection instrument, and suddenly, Severn's combat effectiveness index was clear at a glance. 10,000 points. 15,000 points. 20,000 points. Rumble. As soon as the light fell, Severn had already transformed. Severn, who has unleashed his natural skills, transforms into a 45-meter-tall metal giant with a platinum luster throughout. Battle. Combat effectiveness 85,370 points. How can it be? Looking at the combat power of Severn displayed on the detection instrument, Cade was stunned. Isn't the Oda clan's talent skill transformation up to 200% more combatant? But how can Siwen's combat effectiveness increase tenfold after transformation? This is too terrifying. Bang! Although his size has become larger, Severn's speed is not slow at all, and while Cade is stunned, he has stepped on it heavily. Looking at Cade, who was trampled on the soles of his feet, Severn laughed. I know it's amazing. For his own strength, Severn has absolute confidence, which stems from his unique natural skills. Each generation of the Oats tribe has some special geniuses. These geniuses not only have relatively high primitive combat effectiveness, but more importantly, their natural skills are specific. The bloodline level of the Oda tribe is strict, but it can increase the bloodline level, but it is not easy to improve the bloodline level, and two conditions need to be met. One is the talent skill specificity, and the other is the combat effectiveness index. The Black Iron Bloodline's Oats talent skill can only increase the combat effectiveness by 15%, if it can be increased by 30%, and with another 1000 combat power, you can advance to the Bronze Bloodline, while the Bronze Bloodline needs to increase the combat power by 60% and 2000 combat power to the Silver Bloodline. Among the 10 geniuses of the contemporary Oda clan, except for Severn who is a royal family and is born with platinum blood, the other 9 are only golden blood, but ordinary golden bloodline talent skills can only increase 100% of combat effectiveness, and their talents are special, and their skills can increase combat effectiveness by more than 200%, so when their combat effectiveness exceeds 4,000 points, they have been promoted to platinum blood. Black Iron Bloodline needs 1000 combat power to advance to Bronze Bloodline, Bronze bloodline needs 2000 combat power to advance to Silver bloodline. Silver bloodline needs 3000 combat power to advance to Golden bloodline. Golden bloodline needs 4000 combat power to advance to Platinum bloodline. As for whether Platinum bloodline can advance, the answer is yes. There is also a bloodline on top of the Platinum bloodline, that is, the Giant Spirit bloodline of the OSS. According to legend, the talent skills of the OSS can become Giant Spirit warriors and increase their combat effectiveness by 30 times, but if they want to become Giant Spirit warriors, they not only need Giant Spirit blood, but also more than 1 million combat power, so there are not many people in the history of the OSS who have really become Giant Spirit warriors. Platinum bloodline wants to advance to the Giant Spirit bloodline. In addition to talent skills can increase combat effectiveness by more than 400%, but also need 10,000 combat power. Severin talent is special, can be called the first person in the history of the ODA clan. His talent skills can increase their combat effectiveness tenfold, and the promotion to the Giant Spirit bloodline is just around the corner, as long as his combat power reaches 10,000 points. The Giant Spirit bloodline is Severin's goal before the age of 20, and it is also the hope of the entire ODA clan for him. In the past, Severin felt depressed that his combat power had not reached 10,000 points, but now he felt fortunate that he had not advanced to the Giant Spirit bloodline, otherwise he would not be able to transform before 1 million combat effectiveness. Just as Severin was proud, his foot on Cade was supported little by little. Hey! Severin was stunned, looked down, and was surprised to find that Cade raised his hands to support the solace of his feet with an angry face, and he couldn't step on it no matter how hard he was. Abominable boy, you managed to provoke me, I will make you feel what is called regret, hum. In a gloomy sneer, Cade pushed down Severin with both hands, and then pinched the joints of his hands, and for a while, the bones clicked non-stop. As soon as Severin got up, an energy bombardment hit him head-on on the cheek, and suddenly, he fell to the ground again with a scream. Thousands of oats watched as Severin was knocked down again and again by Cade, in disbelief. Severin transformed, will he lose? This. How can it be? After the eldest brother transforms, his strength will increase tenfold, how can he still be defeated by this guy? It's incredible. Leo frowned to himself. No, the enemy is too strong, brother Severin can't be defeated alone, let's all go together. Ace suggested. Siege? It is a very shameful thing to bully the widows, under normal circumstances, Ace does not disdain it, but now the situation is critical, and he can't care so much. As soon as Ace's proposal came out, Tyro and the others were silent for a while, and helplessly agreed. Rumble. 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 Involuntarily, Tyro and the others transformed. After Tai Luo and the others transformed, their combat effectiveness improved not small, and they all broke through 20,000 points. 1 combat power of more than 80,000 points, 9 combat power of more than 20,000 points, 10 people besieged. Cade also felt a little difficult. Tyro, Leo, you guys, whoever wants your help, I can clean him up alone. Severin shouted. It's strange that you can do it alone. Leo pouted. I can't think of anyone stronger than you, Severin, it's unbelievable. Ace. Speaking of which, this is the first time we have fought together, I didn't expect this day, hee hee. Digga. While talking and joking, Severin and others besieged Cade, and the 10 of them cooperated tacitly, although Cade's combat power reached more than 120,000 points, but for a while and a half he could not gain the upper hand, and could only maintain a tie, which made him angry. After 2 minutes of fierce fighting, seeing that it was always a tie, Severin and the others became anxious. The talent skills of the ODA tribe can only last for 5 minutes, and although the 10 ODA geniuses such as Severin have special talents, the time to maintain after transformation is only 5 minutes. Once the time passes, their transformation cannot be maintained. In addition, after the transformation, their combat power will disappear within 12 hours. You must completely defeat this snake-headed guy within 5 minutes of transformation, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. This idea appeared in the minds of Severin and others at the same time. Time is running out, let's use a trick together. Severin roared, first pulled back, opened a distance with Kedra, and then knelt on one knee. His left arm was straight, and his right arm was flat, forming a 10 character, and at the same time, Ace and others quickly followed suit. Go and die, Oda light. 10 purple rays of light emitted from the arms of Severin and the others and shot towards Cade. As soon as the purple light came out, Cade's face changed greatly, and from these rays, he felt the threat of death. The light seemed to have a locking effect, and Cade only felt that he could not dodge, could not avoid, and there was no other way but to resist. Chapter 034. Seeing that 10 purple rays of light were about to hit Cade, this time, even if Cade did not die, he was bound to be seriously injured. At this critical time, something unexpected happened to everyone, but saw that the King of Oda Mercy, who had been watching the battle coldly, took out a purple-red scepter. The scepter was 1 foot 5 inches long, the material was special, and the light was clear. Airplanes. A purple-red glow emanated from the scepter in Moxie's hand, and in an instant, the 10 purple rays of light that struck Cade disappeared. Nanny! What? How so? Moxie's actions stunned everyone, and for a while, everyone looked at him in disbelief. After escaping, Cade also pinched the sweat, and at the same time, he wondered why Moxie saved him, which is unusual, and he really can't guess what purpose Messi has. Facing everyone's puzzled gaze, Moxie took the scepter, sighed, and said, King Ben is willing to go alone to meet King Frieza. As soon as Moxie's words came out, everyone almost suspected that they had heard it wrong. Cade is sinister and cunning. After being stunned, he suddenly realized that the reason why Mercy chose to compromise when the situation was still good was also a helpless move. In this short period of time, he had already known that Oda Star was surrounded by thousands of space battleships, in addition to hundreds of millions of soldiers, which made his heart cloudy, full of sorrow, and after a fierce ideological struggle, he wisely gave up his desire to resist. The strength of just one subordinate is so terrifying, single-handedly matching the 10 geniuses of Oda in the transformation state to join forces to besiege without falling behind. So what a terrifying existence is King Frieza! How many strong people like this snakehead man are under his command? These all made Moxie deeply worried. If Severin and others were allowed to kill or seriously injure Cade, I was afraid that a full-scale war would start immediately. At that time, even if he won, the vitality of the Oda tribe would definitely be greatly damaged, which was not what Moxie wanted to see. Mercy was a qualified king and a qualified patriarch who would rather sacrifice himself than provoke great calamity for his people and people. After weighing for a moment and struggling for a moment, Mercy made a choice. Father, no, that Frieza must have bad intentions. It is too dangerous for you to go to see him alone. When he heard that Mercy was going to meet Frieza alone, Severin was shocked to turn back into a human body. The Oda race's talent skill can change for 5 minutes, but as long as the Oda light is used, it will turn back into a human body even if the time limit is not reached, so it is easy not to use the Oda ray until the last minute. His Royal Highness is right, Wang, you must not go alone to see that Frieza. Already moved, that is to tear the face, Wang, simply you lead us to defeat this guy together. What King Frieza, a nameless man who has not heard of it, is worthy of having the king personally come to see him. Faced with the persuasion of his son Severin and many people of Oats, Mercy waved his hand, prevented them from continuing to speak, and showed the majesty of being the king of Ot, and said loudly, there is no need to persuade everyone, the king's will has been decided. Seeing that Mexie's determination was determined and difficult to change, Severin immediately shouted, I would like to accompany my father to Frieza. As soon as Severin's words fell, Ace and the other 9 shouted in unison, I am willing to advance and retreat with the king. Advance and retreat with the king. Thousands of oaths shouted in unison. Seeing the unity of all the people in front of him, Cade was also quite shocked in his heart, but he still said coldly, "The great king has an order, and only King Oda is allowed to go to see him." Hearing Cade's non-negotiable tone, Mercy smiled bitterly, waved his hand to quiet his son and many people, and spoke in a deep voice, "If everyone still agrees with me as a king, then obey me. Go to King Frieza, no one is allowed to follow. As for after I leave, Severin will be the acting patriarch and acting king of our Oda clan." When Mercy's words came to this, Severin and all the oats were speechless, and they could only be silent with tears, but they all had a decision in their hearts, that is, if something happened to Frieza when Messi went to see Frieza, then they would take revenge at all costs. On the way to follow Cade to the Space King Frieza spaceship, Moxie hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't help but ask, "I take the liberty to ask, I don't know how King Frieza's strength compares to your excellency." Receiving the kindness of Mercy's previous rescue, Cade was also very grateful to him in his heart, and when he heard his question at this moment, he replied with a bitter smile, "King Frieza's strength is extremely powerful, far beyond my imagination, so to speak. With King Frieza's strength, one finger can turn your planet of Oda into dust in this universe. What is my strength? How does it compare with the great King Frieza? In fact, the strength of Barakar and Tez under King Frieza is also above me. Can one finger destroy the planet Ot? There are two people whose strength is stronger than this snake head?" After listening to Cade's words, Mercy was shocked and stupid, and he was glad in his heart that he had made his choice. Otherwise, if a full-scale war started, the Oda tribe would definitely lose, and it was likely to be exterminated, and even the planet Oda would be destroyed. Mercy had no doubt about the truth of what Cade said, and it was impossible for the other party to deceive him, because there was no need for it. In addition to a few special races that can survive in the cosmic vacuum, only strong people with combat effectiveness of more than 10 million points can survive Indiana the cosmic vacuum for a short time. Like Cade and Mercy, once they enter the cosmic vacuum, they will not live for more than a minute. In Mercy's anxiety and worry, Cade took him out of the atmosphere of the planet Oda and into space, and as soon as he entered space, Mercy was surprised to find that there was a transparent defensive cover to protect the two, and in this defensive cover, even in the deep cosmic vacuum, there was no discomfort. This defensive cover. Mercy was amazed. This is a skill taught by King Frieza, the name is Space Shield. It is easy to learn. According to the user's combat strength, the shield's defense and duration are different. For example, my combat power is 120,000 points. Use this skill, the shield can last for 120 hours, if attacked. According to the power of the attack, the time that the shield can be maintained will be shortened accordingly, and with your combat power. Learning this skill can last for 7 hours, of course, this is also the premise that the shield is not attacked. Cade took the trouble to explain. Space Shield? The skills that can allow people to survive in the universe are too powerful, but what is the combat power? Messi was puzzled in his admiration. Even the combat strength is unknown, this king of Oda is really a dirt bun. With a slander in his heart, Cade briefly explained the combat effectiveness, which aroused Moxie's interest. I don't know what my combat power index is. How much combat power is my son Severin? Mercy asked. Your combat power is 7,000 points, your son Severin's combat power without transformation is about 8,500 points, and after transformation, it is about 85,000 points. Cade replied lightly. Listening to his combat effectiveness index with Severin, Mercy was silent. Chapter 035. Is the gap really that big? Sighing silently in his heart, Moxie did not continue any more, because he had already come to the outside of Frieza's king spaceship. Following Cade into the spaceship, Moxie saw hundreds of majestic and vigorous space warriors along the way. These space warriors were all beast-headed people, including bear-headed people, tiger-headed people, leopard-headed people. The only thing that was the same was that the momentum emanating from these warriors made him feel terrified, and obviously, the strength of each one far surpassed him. Perhaps, after transforming yourself, you can compete with these warriors. Mercy was secretly worried in his heart. All the way to the main room deep in the spaceship, the electronic induction door opened, and a short golden figure came into Moxie's eyes. King Frieza? The golden figure was sleeping, and when the electronic induction door opened, he suddenly opened his eyes, and at this moment, Moxie only felt that the star was also dim. Facing Frieza's gaze, Moss trembled from his soul and involuntarily fell to one knee. "You are the patriarch of the Oda clan?" Frieza asked lightly, and did not call Mercy King of Oats. In front of him, no one was qualified to be called king. "King Ben. I am none other than Mexi, the contemporary patriarch of the Oats, meeting King Frieza." Hearing Frieza's question, Mercy habitually wanted to address King Ben, but when he saw Frieza's eyes, he lowered his head and changed his name. "Moxie, King Ben is lazy to talk nonsense with you. Just ask you a word, are you willing to lead the whole clan of Oda to be loyal to King Ben?" Frieza asked with a chuckle. Faced with Frieza's question, a cold sweat slowly oozed out of Moxie's forehead and ran down his cheeks, and he did not dare to reach out and wipe it off. Mercy did not expect Frieza to be so direct, and now, the choice before him made it difficult for him to decide, because one of his choices would determine not only his own fate, but also the fate of the Oats. Reject Frieza? This is tantamount to self-destruction. With the strength of Frieza's group, it is easy to destroy the Oda clan, and this decision will only bring disaster to their own race. Promised allegiance to Frieza? Although this could save himself and the Oats, from then on, he and the whole clan became Frieza's men, and there was no freedom to speak of. How? Is this question difficult to answer? Frieza chuckled, a cold glint in his eyes. No. Be wrong. Hearing this, Moxie panicked in his heart and did not choose to speak. Hehe, King Ben's patience has always been not very good. I hope you make a choice quickly. So be it. King Ben counts to 10, if you haven't made a choice, then, you can only think that you chose to refuse. Frieza pressed on and cornered Messi. 1, 2, 3. Listening to Frieza slowly counting the numbers, Mercy was sweating profusely, his body was also wet, his heart was in turmoil, and he opened his mouth several times, but he didn't know what to say. 9. Slightly spit out this number. Frieza felt murderous in his heart, when the last number exited, whether it was Mosey in front of him, or those Oda people far away on the planet Ot, there would only be one end, that is death. Frieza is not a soft-hearted person, his words are not a word, but it is almost the same. The opportunity is given, if others do not seize it, then there will never be a second chance. Moxie is willing to lead the whole clan to be loyal to the great king. Before Frieza's last number exit, Mosey shouted, and when the words came out, he collapsed to the ground. It is better to lose your freedom than to lose your life. However, it is estimated that from now on, I will be an eternal sinner of the Oda tribe, alas. Mercy sighed in his heart. If it was just himself, he would not hesitate to refuse allegiance to Frieza for the sake of freedom, but it was a matter of the life and death of the entire 6.5 billion people, and he would not have the courage to refuse in any way. The last number that was about to be exported was withdrawn by Frieza after hearing Mercy's words. At the last minute, Messi made a wise choice. Very good, the person who knows the time is Junja. In the future, this planet will be renamed Planet Frieza. Oda tribe is my Frieza subjects. By the way, there is time for the 10 geniuses of your Oda tribe to come to see King Ben. How appropriate, they can become King Ben's guard. Frieza said with a smile. Guards? This is a weight, but also a hostage. Moxie smiled bitterly. He could only answer, until now, does he still have a choice? Not wanting the Oats to perish, he could only swallow his anger. No matter how excessive Frieza's request was, he could only accept it. After the surrender of Mercy, Frieza arranged for Barakel, Tex, and Cade, 3 powerful men, to lead the Dark Army to accompany him to the planet Frieza, and as for himself, he was ready to go to Earth. However, before he could go to Earth, an uninvited guest came. What? A woman who claims to be the mother of King Ben? Listening to his subordinate's report, Frieza stammered. Mother? What kind of cosmic joke? Their own frozen demon family is asexual reproduction, their father and mother are Kurdish kings, how could a woman who claims to be her mother suddenly appear? Recalling the original plot I saw in my previous life, Frieza's mother? Suddenly, a flash of light, the image of a woman and a name came to mind. Frieza's brows furrowed tightly, and he muttered to himself, a woman who calls herself her mother? It seems that 9 times out of 10, it will be her. With an upset wave of his hand, Frieza hummed to his kneeling men, bring that woman to me. Looking at the back of his subordinates, Frieza fell into deep thought, if it's really her, how should I face it? Alas, forget it, I don't want to be so much, even if it's her. With his current combat strength and 40 times the Realm King Fist, he was still afraid that she would not succeed, and if he provoked Lao Tzu, he would destroy her. Carefully recalled the plot about her in the original work, and then compared his current strength, Frieza was full of confidence. As long as he cast the 40 times Realm King Fist, he was absolutely sure to kill the woman. As Frieza pondered, the departing subordinate had led a woman back, a woman about 1 meter and 5 meters tall, with light blue hair, delicate brown clothes and pants, her feet floating half a foot off the ground, and a smile on her face. Seeing the woman, Frieza said in his heart, it's really her. The woman's appearance overlapped with the one he remembered. In the original work, there is very little space for this woman, so that Frieza after crossing the rebirth was ignored for a while. After all, she officially appeared in the later stage of the original work. And the time is still a long time ago, but I didn't expect to take the initiative to visit now, which had to make Frieza feel the strength of the butterfly effect, and many things have changed the original trajectory because of his crossing rebirth. Great King, the man has brought. Okay, it's none of your business here, go down, no one is allowed to bother without my order. Yes, subordinates retreat. Chapter 036. Lila? Looking at the woman not far in front of him, Frieza silently recited the name in her heart. Lila, she is the king god of the Western realm among the 5 realm king gods in the contemporary era, and the only woman in this generation of realm king gods. She was originally benevolent, because of the Majin Buu and her mentality changed greatly, and began to pursue the supreme power ambitiously, in a vain attempt to rule the universe with this. She felt that there was no supreme power and what kind of cosmic apex god, but her way of pursuing supreme power. It's more special. Shaping a sun with supreme power, this is how Lila pursues supreme power. When it comes to Lila, you have to mention Majin Buu. As early as hundreds of years before Frieza's birth, there was a terrifying existence in the universe, that is, Majin Buu, although the world believed that Majin Buu was made by its owner Bibidai, and even Bibidai's son Babadai was convinced, but Frieza knew that it was a big mistake, because as far as he knew, Majin Buu had existed since ancient times, experienced repeated riots and long-term dormancy and survived, and in this repeated process, it absorbed the evil factors of countless life forms. And became more and more violent. Bibidai just knew the method of awakening it from its long sleep and the method of sealing. Bibidai woke up the sleeping Majin Buu, threatening with a seal, in a vain attempt to use its power to achieve his ambition to rule the universe. Initially, everything went well, with the Majin Buu sweeping the universe. No one is invincible, even the Super Saiyan cannot block the 3 moves and 2 styles, which makes Bibidai extremely confident. So, after fighting the invincible hand of the universe, he entered the Realm King God realm and officially challenged the 5 apex gods of the universe. The strength of the Realm King God is very strong, but compared with the Demon Buu, it is still vulnerable. First the Northern Realm King God was killed, then the Western Realm King God was seriously injured and dying. The Southern Realm King God and the Great Realm King God were absorbed. At this time, something unexpected happened to Bibidai. The demon Bu who absorbed the Southern Realm King God and the Great Realm King God was uncontrollable. In desperation, Bibidai chose to seal, but when Bibidai sealed Majin Bu, the youngest Eastern Realm King God took the opportunity to kill him. The horror of Majin Bu, Frieza is clear. The other party is not only amazing in fighting, but also genius in learning. In addition, there are black magic, white magic, and supercell regeneration. Black magic mainly uses the tentacles on the head to turn others into anything at will. White magic is mainly through the hands to heal people and transform things, almost a strengthened version of Dandy and Dumpling superpower mixed. As for the supercell regeneration is very Ox X. 1. Infinite resilience. As long as there is one cell, it can be restored to a complete body. 2. Absorption. Any part of the body can be wrapped in any person, and inhaled by Bu. All aspects of Bu will undergo certain changes. 3. Unlimited physical strength and energy. In the original book, Lila was saved by a person after being seriously injured by the demon Bu, and this person seems to be the Kurdish king, but it is not very clear. But it is an indisputable fact that Lila stole Sun Wukong's blood gene to create a powerful and evil scion Sun Zai Kao. The terrifying combat power that Zai Kao showed in the original book is amazing enough, and he is as strong as the fourth order of Super Saiyan and can't match him. I really don't know how Lila made it. The genes of the Frozen Demon clan are undoubtedly very powerful. How could Lyra be indifferent? You should have a lot of questions in your mind, such as my identity? And what do I have to do with you? What is the purpose of this visit? Lila chuckled. Frieza said lightly, King of the Western Realm God Leela, I have been famous for a long time. I can probably guess your intentions, but I'm afraid you are going to be disappointed. As for our relationship, it doesn't make any sense. Listening to Frieza's words, Lila couldn't help but be stunned. She thought that Frieza's dozens of answers, but she didn't think that he had this kind of answer, which was completely beyond his expectations, especially Frieza's knowledge of her former identity and name, which was incredible. After being stunned, Lila smiled away, did not pay attention to Frieza's words, and smiled, It's really surprising, I didn't expect you to know me, worthy of my son. Son. Frieza smiled dismissively. You are different from Gula. He was bred by the Kurdish king, but you were created by me using the blood genes of the Kurdish king, and it is precisely in this way that your talent will far exceed that of the Kurdish king and the Gula. Lila said solemnly. Frieza, who had already been mentally prepared, listened to Layla's words, but his face was expressionless, and he didn't know what was going on in his heart. How? You don't believe it? Seeing that Frieza didn't react after listening to her words, Lila frowned. Spreading his hands, Frieza smiled and groaned, How is the letter? What if you don't believe it? Does this matter? Does this matter? Yes, whether what Lila said was true or not, it didn't mean much to Frieza. He was more concerned about Layla's intentions, and if this ambitious woman tried to control herself, then he would definitely let her know how powerful she was. Choked by Frieza's words, Lila was speechless for a long time, and then smiled unnaturally for a while. You are the life I created, therefore, I am your mother, son, you should listen to me in the future. As long as our mother and son work together, then the rule of the universe is just around the corner. After speaking, Lila looked at Frieza with sincere expectation, waiting for Frieza's answer. Rule the universe. Frieza sneered. Yes. Lila nodded. Hee, it's good, I really want to rule this universe and become the emperor of the universe, but I don't need your help. Your ambition is very big, but if you hit me Frieza's idea, I have to say, you chose the wrong person. Get out while I'm not angry. Waving at Leela, Frieza shouted impatiently. As soon as Frieza's words fell, the smile on Layla's face suddenly disappeared, a gloomy cold breath appeared in her eyebrows, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Frieza, you are too ignorant. Get out! Frieza snorted coldly. The treacherous look in her eyes flashed away, and Lila laughed wildly, ha ha ha, Frieza, you probably don't know, when I made you, in order to prevent you from disobeying, I could only move some hands and feet on your soul. If you disobey, the consequences will be very serious. Rumble. As soon as Lila finished speaking, the flying machine under Frieza shattered. A fierce murderous aura gushed out from Frieza. Leela, you are so daring, you dare to threaten me, I see that you are really tired of living. In the sneer, the heavenly eye of Frieza's eyebrows had opened, and at this moment, his killing intent was stronger than ever. Anyone who is threatened will be unhappy in their hearts, and Frieza will naturally be no exception. For anyone who dares to threaten him, Frieza will let the other party know what regret is. Chapter 037. Frieza's successive tones also completely angered Leela, and Lyra simply tore up the hypocritical appearance. What about threatening you? If you insist on disobedience, I can let your soul collapse, and then find a suitable obedient soul to occupy your body. Lyra thought she had pinched Frieza's dead hole, so she was proud. Lyra only thinks that everything is under control, and it is not surprising that she thinks so. After all, Frieza's current combat power is far inferior to hers, and the soul has been manipulated, which is foolproof. It's a pity that Layla's calculations are still wrong, and the mistake is outrageous. Indeed, Frieza's current combat power is only close to 16 million points, and Lila broke through 100 million points hundreds of years ago, but she didn't know that Frieza learned the 40 times the King Fist. As for the soul problem, then there is no need to worry. After all, this Frieza is not Pavirza. Devouring the Western Realm King God Kaz 15 generations ago, Frieza is familiar with the system's Realm King skills and Realm King God skills, and knows the skills that Lila has learned very well. Poor Lila still thinks that she is smart. She chose to come to Frieza at this time, but also because Frieza's growth rate is too fast, only born in less than a year to bombard the combat power of about 40 million points of Gula. If in another 2 years, I am afraid that the combat power is above her, once Frieza's combat effectiveness exceeds her, it will be difficult to subdue again, and now the time is very appropriate. Stupid woman! Frieza scoffed. The Clayman still has 3 points of fire, not to mention Leela. No matter how good her temper is, she is also angry at the moment. I don't know what to do. Let you know how powerful it is now. Do you think that killing that waste of Gula will prove that your strength is very strong? Tell you, you are still too tender now, and with your current combat strength, you are a fart in front of me. Lila said coldly. The atmosphere is grim and fighting is on the verge of breaking out. This is not a place to fight, let's change places. In order not to destroy his king-level spaceship, Frieza waved his hand and sent out a golden light to envelop himself and Leela, and when the golden light disappeared, the two had disappeared from the spaceship. The mountains and waters are beautiful, the flowers are like flowers, the grass and trees are green, the breeze is slow, the white clouds are blooming, the sky is blue, a fairy beauty. Suddenly, golden light, 2 figures appear out of thin air. It is Frieza and Leela. Looking around, Lila was startled, and lost her voice in surprise. Realm King God Realm. That's right, this is the western region of the Realm King God Realm, and now we can let go and fight. Frieza smiled, spread his hands left and right, bowed slightly, his body was full of golden luster, a trace of non-existent electric light swirled, and the momentum of the body climbed at an amazing speed. The Realm King God Realm is a 9th level different dimension. There are no coordinates in the universe. There are only 2 ways to enter the Realm King God Realm. One is to teleport with a specific technique, and the other is to sense the dimensional fluctuations of the Realm King God Realm or time and space teleportation. Devouring Kaz, how could Frieza not know the technique of entering the Realm King God Realm? In the realm of the King God Realm, it is divided into 5 major regions, which are the Eastern Region, the Southern Region, the Western Region, the Northern Region, Northern Region, and the Central Region, Middle Region. The 5 major regions are clearly distinguished, and it is also the territory of the 5 realm king gods. The Lord of the Eastern Region is the king god of the Eastern Realm, the Lord of the Southern Region is the king god of the Southern Realm, the Lord of the Western Region is the king god of the Western Realm, the Lord of the Northern Region is the king god of the Northern Realm, and the Lord of the Middle Region is the king god of the Great Realm. Entering the combat state, Frieza exerted his combat power to 100% in just 3 seconds, which is simply incredible to others. After all, the 100% combat power state is a huge consumption of physical strength and energy. Even with the frozen demon physique cannot last for half an hour, unless it has unlimited physical strength and energy like Majin Buu. It is undoubtedly very dangerous to exert 100% combat power at the beginning of the battle, because it is good to defeat the enemy in a short time. In case the battle situation falls into a stalemate, delay for a while, there is only one way to lose. Frieza has the courage to exert 100% combat power, but it is the body of the demon god that gives him enough confidence. Although his demon god body is only the lowest level, it is not inferior to the physique of Majin Buu, not only has unlimited physical strength and energy, but also cell regeneration. Frieza Full Combat 15.8 million combat power. 10-fold Realm King Fist. Combat power 158 million points. After exerting 100% of his combat power, Frieza cast another 10-fold Realm King Fist, and he did not give it his all, because Lila was not yet qualified to let him perform the 40x Realm King Fist. Against Lila, Frieza felt that the 100% combat power under the 10-fold increase in the Realm King Fist was more than enough. Feeling the momentum emanating from Frieza, Layla's face changed and became ugly, and she found that she seriously underestimated Frieza's strength. Drink! With a loud shout, Lila was also full of combat power. However, her momentum with 100% combat power was still slightly inferior to Frieza. Through the comparison of momentum, Frieza also guessed Layla's combat effectiveness. Layla's combat power is probably between 130 million and 140 million points. Frieza was secretly worried in his heart. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Layla's combat effectiveness was much lower than he thought. He originally thought that this ambitious woman's combat power was at least 150 million points or even close to 200 million, but now it seems that she is too overestimated. Humph! With a cold snort, Lila clasped her hands in vain, and the pure light divine power condensed her Realm King divine sword, swinging it towards Frieza. Layla's sword technique is exquisite, the wielding is impermeable, and the sword light is like a match, cutting through the void, cutting the earth, dispelling the clouds and mist, and the attack is fierce, and the move goes straight to the point of Frieza. In the face of Layla's attack, Frieza was like a fish swimming in the water, smart and slippery, and let Layla's attack be like a violent storm, and he could not touch him. The anti-heavenly point of the body of the demon god lies in the fact that every point of combat power can be subtly controlled, and the combat effectiveness is a combination of attack, agility, energy, skills, defense, etc., and a qualified warrior has balanced physical qualities such as attack, agility, and defense. To use a simple analogy, a qualified fighter with 100 combat strength, his attack is 75 points, agility is 75 points, defense is 75 points, explosive power is also 75 points, and the body of the demon god can freely improve a certain direction of physical fitness, such as attack, such as agility, such as defense, such as explosive power. Of course, there are gains and losses. Improve a certain direction of physical fitness, and the rest of the directions will naturally decrease. Frieza's combat power was already stronger than Lila, and he used the special purpose of the demon god's body to increase his speed, which was naturally not comparable to Lila. When Frieza exerts 100 million combat power to improve a certain direction of physical fitness, the effect of this direction can reach a balanced physical fitness of 200 million combat strength. Chapter 038. After attacking for more than 10 minutes, Lila couldn't touch Frieza at all, and her attacks all failed, which made her almost vomit blood. Leela does not have the special physique of Majin Buu, nor does she have the body of a demon god, although she is a realm king god. Her physical strength is very strong, but she still can't bear to exert 100% combat power for 10 minutes. I saw that she was panting, sweating, and her combat effectiveness was weakened. Are you just going to dodge? Lila gasped and mocked, but her heart was filled with surprise. As a realm king god, how did Leela not know the Realm King Fist that Frieza cast? Realm King Fist is one of the top 10 masters of the Realm Core Star. Lila has also learned, and cultivated to 10 times the realm, but when her combat power exceeded 100 million points she never used it again, because she did not dare to perform. This skill is certainly OX, but there are 2 drawbacks. The first drawback is the high requirements for physical fitness. The second is that the consumption of physical strength is very large. Layla's physical fitness is not bad, but with her huge combat power of more than 100 million points, if she displays the Realm King Fist, even if it is only twice the Realm King Fist, the skyrocketing combat power will also overwhelm her body, and if it is a double Realm King Fist, I am afraid that she will self-detonate and die. To use a metaphor, the body is a container, energy is water, the amount of water depends on the size of the container. The container is large, the water that can be loaded is more, the same is small, the water that can be loaded is naturally less. If the water in the container exceeds the capacity limit of the container, light is overflowing, heavy is bursting the container, casting the Realm King Fist, which is equivalent to doubling the amount of water in the container, and the size of the container remains unchanged. It can be imagined, the higher the combat effectiveness, the greater the danger. The Sun Wukong in the original work rarely uses the Realm King Fist in the later stage. It is because the disadvantages of the Realm King Fist are too great to overwhelm him. In comparison, Super Saiyan does not have many drawbacks. The body of the demon god, even if it is the lowest level, is a giant container that can hold a pond of water, and Frieza's combat power of less than 20 million points is only equivalent to a bowl of water, so let alone cast a 10-fold Realm King Fist. 40 times Realm King Fist does not have the slightest pressure. Lila originally saw Frieza exert 100% combat power and cast a 10-fold Realm King Fist, although she was shocked by his talent, but she was also secretly happy, thinking that Frieza would wilt if she couldn't hold out for long, and she didn't expect that before Frieza wilted, she herself would not be able to eat it first. How come? What kind of freak is this guy Frieza? The kind of genes in his body should still be dormant, and he should not awaken until his combat power exceeds 10 billion, then. What the hell is? Brows furrowed, and Lila wondered in her heart. Seeing that Frieza had performed the 10-fold Realm King Fist under the premise of exerting 100% of his combat power and fought for more than 10 minutes without taking a breath, Lila couldn't figure it out. It's that your speed is too slow, the speed of a turtle. I can't even run into it. How to defeat me? This battle is too boring. I haven't even played 30% of my strength. If you only have this level, then I'm afraid that today next year will be your death day. Frieza folded his hands behind his back and chuckled. Listening to Frieza's words, Lyra stammered, and she was completely stunned. What the? Such a powerful Frieza has not reached 30% of his strength? What kind of joke? This is impossible, this guy Frieza is bluffing, his nonsense is so ridiculous, I won't believe it. Thinking in confusion, Lila smiled suddenly. Seeing Layla's smile, Frieza smiled too, and there was an intriguing banter in his eyes. Frieza, the battle ends here, because there is no need to continue, since you don't know the time, then, I can only use soul control on you, which will make you lose yourself and become a puppet who obeys my orders. Only in this way, your combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, and you will not be able to cultivate to improve your combat effectiveness in the future, but it is a pity that your talent. Lila shook her head and sighed. Soul control, Frieza who devoured Kaz also knows this skill, which is a vicious skill that can control the soul of the caster and make it a puppet warrior who obeys orders, but according to Kaz's memory, it is very dangerous to use soul control on the existence whose combat power exceeds his own, because the backlash is too large, and the soul control technique is used on the existence whose combat power is lower than his own. The success rate is more than 75%, and if it fails, it is only mentally weak, but the soul control technique is used on the existence whose combat effectiveness exceeds 10% of itself. The success rate is only 40% at most. The mental damage after failure. The soul control technique is applied to the existence whose combat effectiveness exceeds 20%. The success rate is up to 30%. The soul damage after failure. Once the soul control technique is applied to the existence whose combat effectiveness exceeds 30% of itself, the success rate is less than 1%, and after failure, it will eat itself back, not controlling the other party's soul, but helping the other party control its own soul. There is a way to ensure that the success rate of soul control is as high as 100%, that is, to plant a special mark in the soul of the person being cast. As long as there is this mark, even if the opponent's combat power is n times stronger than himself, it will be 100% successful. There is no doubt that Lila once planted a special mark in Frieza's soul, which is why she has no fear, even if the battle is at a disadvantage. It's a pity that Lila doesn't know that Frieza's current soul is not the original soul, and naturally there is no special mark. After figuring everything out, Frieza sneered in his heart, and did not prevent Lila from performing a soul control technique. Why would he stop this doomed technique? Not to mention that Lila would suffer a backlash after failing to cast a spell, and by then, her soul would be controlled by Frieza. One more Realm King God Puppet Warrior. Frieza is still very happy, although Layla's combat power is far inferior to him, but how to say it has exceeded 100 million points? Seeing that Frieza was still indifferent after listening to her words, and her eyes were full of teasing, Lila had an inexplicable sense of foreboding in her heart. But she was full of confidence when she thought of the special mark she had planted in Frieza's soul with her own hands. Spirit Soul Control Technique. Eula per Baba Kamo. Opening her hands and 10 fingers and pointing at Frieza, Lila chanted a mantra in her mouth, and the light divine power on her body transformed into a layer of flame-like light, swallowing uncertainly. Airplanes. An invisible fluctuation spread out from Leela, and in an instant, this fluctuation covered thousands of miles, beyond Layla's expectations. In the face of fluctuations, Frieza did not dodge, stood firmly in place, supported each other's arms, smiled and let the fluctuations cover him. Ha ha ha, great, successful, Frieza, your soul will be controlled by my Lila from now on, obediently become my puppet warrior. Seeing the fluctuations spread out from her body covering Frieza, Lila was ecstatic, laughing, and proud. Chapter 039. With both hands knotting a mysterious seal, a ray of soul light flickered from Layla's eyebrows, and at the same time, the fluctuations that spread out from her body also became regularly agitated. Nanny? How so? Impossible. Seeing that Frieza was covered in restless fluctuations without the slightest difference, Lyra's eyes widened in disbelief. Cast a soul control technique on the person who has planted a special mark in the soul. When the eyebrows of the caster flash the light of the soul, the object of the spell will be stiff, unable to move, his eyes will be dull, and the 7 tips will gush with blood, but none of these are presented in Frieza. There is only one explanation: the casting failed. The foolproof soul control technique would fail? How can it be? How can it be? It was difficult for Lila to accept this result. She knew very well what the consequences would be if the soul control skill failed. The consequences were too serious for her to bear. Panic, incomparable panic filled Layla's heart. At this moment, she desperately wanted to stop the casting of the soul control technique, but once the soul control technique was cast, it could not be stopped. Soul collapse? By the way, and the soul collapses. Panicked, Lila suddenly felt a move in her heart, like a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw. Although she doesn't know why the soul control technique failed, Lila is convinced that the special mark she planted in Frieza's soul is still there, and only thinks that the failure of this spell is an accident, because as far as she knows, the special mark planted in the soul is unsolvable. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot be cracked. Even if the god of destruction Beerus or Weiss forcibly cracks it, it will only destroy the soul that planted the special mark. Soul control has two effects. One is to control the soul, the other is to collapse the soul. The reason why Lila did not choose to collapse Frisia's soul at the beginning, but because after Frisia's soul was lost, the body became a shell. If you do not find a suitable soul to occupy this shell in a short period of time, this shell will be ineffective, so she wants to control Frisia's soul first, and then slowly find the right soul, but now that controlling Frisia's soul has failed, she has only one way left. The only way is to destroy Frisia's soul. As for whether Frisia's soul can find a suitable soul to occupy her body in time after the collapse, Lila can no longer take care of it. The priority is that she saves her life first. In comparison, the rest is not important. Immediately, Lyra's hand seals changed, and suddenly, the soul light flickering in her eyebrows split into two and merged into her eyes, whispering a complicated incantation in her mouth. However, the spell was half chanted. Lyra stopped chanting, and in the face of Frisia's playful gaze, she couldn't read it anyway. Soul control failure. Soul collapse also fail. How come? The mark within your soul? Lila looked at Frisia dumbly. I'm sorry to disappoint you, I won't spare anyone who dares to threaten me. I wanted to kill you, but now it seems that you still have the value of use. Frisia smiled lightly. Fear, remorse, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions appeared in Layla's heart. Ugh! With a harsh roar, Lila raised her head and roared. Her body was shrouded in a strong soul light, and the seven tips were shrouded in bloody light. Thump! Lila sat on the ground with her butt down, her eyes dull, and her expression dull. The anti-phagy effect of the soul control technique is on Leela. She can be said to harm others and end up harming herself, and she tried to control Frisia but failed, but was controlled by Frisia himself. Lila is not stupid, and the reason for this fate is that he underestimated Frisia's strength and believed that Frisia's soul had a special mark planted by her own hands. From today onwards, I, Frisia, will be your only master, and from now on, your orders must be carried out meticulously, do you hear? Frisia walked slowly to Leela, bowed her head and said in a deep and expressionless voice. Yes, master. Lila looked stunned. The dust of the battle settled. Frisia took Leela out of the realm King God realm, and soon after, two figures hurried from the eastern region, only to see two figures, one tall and one short, both male. The short one is a little similar to Leela, the tall one has long hair draped behind him, and the two are not weak. Jebet, did you sense it? It is the breath of Layla's sister. Not long ago, Sister Lila appeared here. Looking at the traces here, it should be a battle with people. Can it be said that Sister Lila was not killed by the demon Bu? That's really good, but it's strange. Who is she fighting with here? And the strength of the other party seems to be not low. It should not be a nameless person. And what is even more incredible is that this mysterious powerhouse who fought with Layla's sister did not have a trace of breath left. You know, even Majin Bu can't do it. The dwarf carefully observed the battlefield left behind by Frisia and Leela, and said in surprise. Listening to the dwarf's words, the tall man said in a respectful tone, Lord Realm King God, it is indeed the breath of Lord Leela. There was indeed a battle here not long ago, and the person who fought with Lord Lila did not leave the slightest breath. In addition, there is a trace of special soul fluctuations left in the air, which should be left by the use of soul control. Soul control? The dwarf was shocked and hurriedly asked, Jebet, can you trace her location with the help of these auras left by Sister Leela? Lord Realm King God, I'm not sure of this, I can only give it a try. After a little thought, Jebet said. Whether it works or not, you try. The dwarf sighed. Yes. In the dark universe, dotted with countless planets, a huge spaceship is traveling in the North Galaxy. targeting an inferior small planet in the North Galaxy Earth. In the main control room of the spacecraft, Frieza sat on the exclusive aircraft, supporting his head with one hand, and a dull-looking woman behind him floated quietly. This woman was Leela. King Frieza, after precise calculations, there are still 7,400 stars from the Earth, and it is expected to arrive in 2 hours. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Frieza was absent-minded. Unexpectedly, hundreds of years ago, Lila not only luckily did not be killed by Majin Buu, but also took the opportunity to collect 2 cells of Majin Buu. Using these 2 cells, she forgot to sleep and eat to study the Zeon gene, and Frieza's body is also made by combining the blood of the Kurdish king and a semi-finished Zeon gene, but unfortunately, the other Zeon gene is still a semi-finished product, and in the original work, she must have used the finished Zeon gene to make Zai Kao. 2 hours, very short. When he saw the blue of the earth from afar, Frieza also retracted the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Earth, Frieza, are finally here. Karantat, Sendu, Celestial Temple, Dragon Pearl, Wishing Dragon, Spirit Time House, ha ha ha. Frieza muttered excitedly. Chapter 040. Earth, a beautiful blue life planet. This planet is located in the northern galactic region of the universe and belongs to the lower planet. Earth's gravity is too small. Standing on a mountain peak, Frieza sighed softly, and Lyra followed closely behind him without saying a word. Her soul was controlled by Frieza, and now she was just a battle puppet. Coming to Earth as he wished, Frieza's mood was very agitated. Boom! Roar! A huge beast of more than 10 meters similar to a dinosaur strode not far in front of Frieza's eyes. Like this beast, there are many on the Earth. It looks very strong and fierce, but in fact the combat power is only a dozen points. In less than a minute, Frieza had fully adapted to the low gravity of the Earth, and immediately performed a dance technique to fly east, not fast, and faster than the planes on the Earth, and Lila always followed him closely, like his shadow. Flying through the clouds, smelling the fresh air, feeling the gentle wind blowing on him, overlooking the rapidly receding mountains and rivers, farmland, villages, and towns below, Frieza was in a good mood. After flying for almost 2 hours, Frieza saw an ancient tower high in the sky in the distance, and the ancient tower stood in a dense forest, surrounded by a small tribe of wild people. Karantat. This is a sacred place on Earth. How high it is, no one knows. The legend climbs to the top of the Karan Tower can meet a god. Karan God. Karlan God can not only give people immortality, but also can give people great power. For this legend, too many people flock to the Karan Tower. However, no one can always climb to the top of the tower. Some people with dry food and water sources work tirelessly to climb for 10 days and 10 nights, helpless to give up. There are also people who take planes, trying to take chances, but either method is in vain. Over time, so few people come to climb the Karan Tower. When Frieza saw the Karan Tower, he couldn't help but be stunned, but he saw a young man in a martial arts uniform climbing the tower pillar with his hands and feet. This young man was quick and far beyond ordinary people. Turtle Immortal. Seeing the young man climbing the Karantat, the corners of Frieza's mouth turned up, and he recognized his identity at a glance. Silently calculated the time in his heart. There are still more than 200 years before the beginning of the original plot, that is to say, the age of the Turtle Immortal is now about 100 years old. He and the Crane Immortal have parted ways, and his master Wu Taidu also exhausted his life because of casting the magic seal wave to seal the great demon king of Bike. In the original work, the combat effectiveness of the 300-year-old Turtle Immortal is 139 points, and although he is about 100 years old now, he is precisely the peak of his life, and his combat effectiveness is close to 200 points. Vic the Great Devil's combat power is 260 points. The Vic Great Demon and the evil side of the Earth Celestial God, linked to each other's lives, one death and the same death. The son Vic of the Great Devil's origin is an independent life form, but inherits the physique, talent, skills, and evil of the Vic Great Devil. helplessly shook his head. A helpless smile appeared at the corner of Frieza's mouth. Before Raditz came, the combat power on Earth was too weak, not a single 400 points, not to mention the modern era more than 200 years before the plot began. Also lazy to get acquainted with the turtle immortals, Frieza took Leela and flew directly to the top of the Karin Tower. Meow? Who are you? At the top of the Karin Tower, a large fat white cat was napping on a dead wood crutch, and was startled by the arrival of the Frieza duo. For Karin Sen. The cat's question, Frieza ignored it, just slowly toward the top of the Karin Tower. There are several sealed clay jars on the top of the Karin Tower. Frieza, who has read the original book, knows that these jars are extraordinary, in addition to 3 jars used to store fairy beans, and 3 jars filled with water can see through people's past, present and future respectively. In addition, there is a jar leading to the ice maze. Hey, don't move around the golden dwarf. Carlin Fairy Cat saw that Frieza ignored it, and came to a clay pot without anyone else, reached out to open the lid of the can, and couldn't help but rush, sensitively pounced, and the crutch in his hand hit Frieza's hand reaching out to the lid of the can. The combat power of the Karin Fairy Cat is about 200 points, and at this moment, it is also like a rabbit, and it is extremely fast, but its speed is tantamount to a snail to Frieza. Bang! Before the crutches touched Frieza, Lila had already waved her hand and knocked the Karin Fairy Cat a few hundred meters away from the top of the Karin Tower, which was still Frieza's order to her men to show mercy, otherwise the 10,000 big fat cats would definitely die. Lifting the lid of a jar, just calm and waveless clear water, staring at clear water, Frieza frowned. Perhaps in the eyes of onlookers, clear water did not have a vision, but in his opinion, clear water presented one picture after another. These pictures were some of his past life experiences. See the past? Continuing to open another clay pot, still clear water, Frieza looked like a mirror, and suddenly knew that this was the current clay pot. Past? Right now? The next thing should be the future, but I am curious about what the future of my life will be. Thinking to himself, Frieza did not hesitate to lift the clay pot that illuminated the future. In the calm clear water, Frieza's eyes widened, and he saw a grey cloud, which was completely unexpected to him. My future is not visible. As Frieza was pondering, a clear voice came, Who are you? Where are the Karin immortals? It was the turtle immortal who had just climbed the Karin Tat. He was not the first time to climb. As early as when he was 20 years old, he climbed the Karin Tat for the first time, and after so many years, he also had a good friendship with the big fat cat. Meow. Be careful, don't go near them, these two are dangerous. A few hundred meters outside the top of the Karin Tower, the big white cat flew back with a white cloud, jumped to the turtle immortal with a serious face, crossed his crutches, and looked solemnly at the Frieza too. Enemy. Upon hearing the words of the big white cat, the turtle fairy's face changed, his legs were apart, and his hands were in a fighting posture one after the other. Don't act rashly, the strength of these two guys is unfathomable, far from what we can match, let's wait and see. The big white cat whispered cautiously. I have no malice here, just for the sake of immortal beings, you better not be self-sufficient, otherwise you will have to go to see King Yan Luo. Sneering, Frieza glanced at the Carlin Fairy Cat and the turtle immortal. And at this glance, the shocked cat and the person's soul trembled, paralyzed to the ground, and his face was terrified. Smiling disdainfully, Frieza did not relent, and scraped the 3 clay pots for storing fairy beans, harvesting about 10,000 fairy beans. Fairy beans, eat one, no matter how large the amount of rice is, you can be full for 10 days, and you can also recover your physical strength and injuries in an instant. Tell me, the method of cultivating immortal beans, in exchange for your lives. Frieza said lightly, although he harvested about 10,000 immortal beans, he would not be satisfied with this. No matter how many immortal beans there would always be a day when they were exhausted, and only by mastering the method of cultivating immortal beans could they be continuously produced. Chapter 041. Hearing that Frieza asked for the method of cultivating fairy beans, Karan Fairy Cat shook his head almost without thinking and refused, "No, absolutely not." Seeing that the Karan Fairy Cat refused to tell him the method of cultivating fairy beans, Frieza's eyes were cold and he snorted lowly. Frieza's low snort sounded like earth-shattering thunder in the ears of the Karan Fairy Cat and the Turtle Fairy, and they vomited blood one by one. "Let me ask you again for the last time, the way to cultivate fairy beans is to hand it over or not? You'd better think it through." In Frieza's sinister smile, Lila has slowly walked to the Karan Fairy Cat and the Turtle Fairy. She gently raised her right hand, and the palm of her hand condensed a ball of energy. This ball of energy is golden and bright, although it looks only the size of a basketball, but the energy contained in it can be huge, enough to easily destroy the earth. Facing the energy ball in Layla's hand, listening to Frieza's words, the Karan Fairy Cat and the Turtle Fairy swallowed and spat with earthy faces, and beads of sweat on their foreheads rained down. "This. Karan, I am the king of the Northern Realm, you tell him the method of cultivating immortal beans." Suddenly, a transmission sounded at the top of the Karan Tower. Not only the Karan Fairy Cat, but also heard it, even Frieza and the Turtle Immortal also heard it. As for Leela, she was just a puppet warrior. "King of the Northern Realm? The honorary king of the North Galaxy." The combat effectiveness of this generation of Northern Realm kings is not high, that is, about 5,000 points, but he has comprehended the Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bullet, 2 of the 10 skills of the Realm Core Star, and can monitor and transmit the entire Northern Galaxy. When Frieza entered the Northern Galaxy, the king of the Northern Realm noticed him. After all, the movement of Gula leading a large number of his subordinates to chase and kill was too great, and it was impossible not to attract the attention of the king of the Northern Realm. Devouring Shauza, killing Donnie and Lux, bombarding Gura, this time and time again, Frieza's combat power can frighten the king of the Northern Realm. This time Frieza came to the earth. The king of the Northern Realm was extremely worried and apprehensive, seeing Lila condensing the energy ball, worried that the earth would be destroyed. The king of the north hurriedly transmitted the Karan Fairy Cat and let it compromise. "Meow! Lord Kai Wang?" The Karan Immortal Cat was stunned, while the Turtle Immortal was dumbfounded when he heard the king of the Northern Realm. Although unwilling, but the king of the Northern Realm transmitted the sound, Karan Fairy Cat also had to obey, and at the moment helplessly used the beam sound into a line to inform Frieza of the method of cultivating fairy beans, which made the Turtle Immortal, who pricked up his ears and wanted to eavesdrop, depressed. The cultivation method of fairy beans is very cumbersome. There are thousands of processes, intertwined, and the slightest mistake in any link will lead to the failure of cultivation. As he wished, he asked about the method of cultivating immortal beans, and Frieza was also happy in his heart. After scavenging Kalinta's fairy beans, and learning the method of cultivating fairy beans, this Karantaya has no need to continue. As for the super holy water, Frieza can't look at it. But it's just a poison that slightly stimulates potential. Frieza has more than one way to stimulate his own or others' full potential. After all, he devoured Kaz. After scavenging for benefits at Karanta, Frieza was ready to go to the temple next. Flying out of the Karanta, Frieza, who was about to go to the temple, accidentally glanced at the white clouds near the Karanta, and suddenly, his heart moved. Somersault clouds? Almost forgot. Frieza muttered, Duyun is very spiritual, but it must be a person with a good and righteous heart to ride. He was curious about Duyun a long time ago, and now he has the opportunity to study it carefully. How can he miss it? Su. With a move of the hand, a somersault cloud was involuntarily held by Frieza, and the hand stroked the somersault cloud. Frieza's eyes opened the sky to peek, and after a moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Frieza had already guessed that Duyun had a secret, but he never thought that the secret of Duyun would be Nimbus. The discovery that the clouds contained Aurum made Frieza ecstatic. Reiki, which is the origin chi in the universe, can be converted into any energy, including dark divine power or light divine power. if there is an energy that Reiki cannot transform, then it is chaotic energy. Looking around, I saw thousands of acres of muscles gathered near the top of the Karan Tower. How much spiritual energy should this contain? Earned a lot, haha. Laughing secretly in his heart, Frieza did not hesitate, and directly cast the darkness to devour. As Frieza unleashed the darkness devouring, all of a sudden, the aura contained in the muscles was extracted and absorbed by him and integrated into the cells of his body. A trace of spiritual energy fused into the cells of his body, and Frieza could clearly feel that his demon god body was constantly strengthening. The muscles that had lost their aura dissipated in the wind blowing. After a while, the somersault cloud near the Karanta disappeared, and the spiritual energy in the thousands of acres of somersault cloud was swallowed up by Frieza. Swallowing these aura, Frieza's demon god body was almost doubled, although it was still far from the second-level demon god body of the day after tomorrow, but it was also a lot of progress. My current physique is estimated to be comparable to that of the evil one-star dragon. Feeling his body, Frieza speculated. At the top of the Karan Tower, seeing that Frieza devoured all the aura in the muscles cloud, the turtle fairy's eyes widened, and the Karan fairy cat was furious. This hateful fellow, he scavenged the inventory of immortal beans, not to mention, he also got the method of cultivating immortal beans, and now he has actually scoured all the muscles. Hateful, too abominable. Armed with crutches, the Karlan fairy cat jumped like thunder. Whew, fortunately, this time I came to Karanta did not ride the somersault cloud, but chose to exercise martial arts, otherwise I am afraid that I can't keep it. Now the somersault cloud here in Karanta is gone, isn't it my own one that is the only one? The turtle immortal thought to himself. It is also thanks to Frieza that he does not know what the turtle immortals are thinking, otherwise they would definitely not let it go. Frieza knew that the turtle immortal had a somersault cloud, but he didn't see him riding this time, so he thought that the Karlan fairy cat had not been given away. And now he devoured the aura in the somersault cloud near Kalantat, and only thought that there was no more somersault cloud on the earth. Located on the top of the Karan Tower, a temple is suspended. On the temple, a green-skinned white-robed old man with 2 tentacles on his forehead looks down at the temple, with a cold sweat on his forehead, and next to the old man, there is also a medium-sized fat man with black skin. These 2 people are the Earth's heavenly god and the heavenly god's retinue Bobo. What's going on down there? Noticing Tenjin's strange expression, Bobo asked curiously. There are 2 strong people who came to Earth from the universe. They ransacked the Karanta and devoured the aura in the clouds, and now they are coming to the temple. Tenjin said with a wry smile. Listening to the words of the gods, Bobo was surprised and worried. Perhaps, you can know your own background through those 2 strong people. The heart moved, the heavenly god secretly worried. Since he was born, he has tried in every possible way to know his life, but he has not been able to achieve his wish. This time from the universe came 2 strong people, he couldn't help but have some expectations, expecting these 2 strong people to know their own life history, solve the problem that has been confused in his heart for hundreds of years. Chapter 042. Karan Pagoda is about 100,000 feet tall, and the temple above the top of the tower is almost out of the Earth's atmosphere. This time the air is thin and the gravity is twice that of the Earth. Whizzing! With 2 sounds of breaking the air, Frieza and Lila had flown up the temple, and the god Vic and the god's entourage Bobo had been waiting for a long time. Hello, 2 distant guests, welcome to visit. Tenjin Bic walked close to Frieza and the 2 on crutches, looked at the 2 curiously, especially Frieza, and slowly spoke. Heavenly gods on earth, hello, it's a pleasure to see you. I heard that you made 7 dragon beads. As long as you gather, you can summon the divine dragon, and make a wish to the divine dragon to achieve your wishes, right? Frieza asked with a chuckle. Dragon Pearl? Hearing this, celestial god Vic was stunned, and Bobo beside him also widened his eyes in surprise. I don't know where you heard this. Yes, I was making the Dragon Pearl, but I haven't succeeded yet. Tenjin Vic said with a wry smile. Nanny. Listening to the words of the god Bike, Frieza was shocked. The Dragon Pearl has not been successfully manufactured? Are you kidding? Pit Daddy. I wonder what your wishes are? I have accumulated some wishful powers, which may help you fulfill your wishes. In order to learn his life history from the Frieza II, the attitude of the god Vic was unprecedentedly friendly. Wishing divine power. Hearing this new term, Frieza also became interested. After hesitating for a moment, Celestial God Vic explained, "Don't hide the two, I am not an Earthling, but I came to Earth on a spaceship more than 200 years ago, when I was a toddler, ignorant, and I didn't know where my hometown was. What race am I? However, I was born with some supernatural abilities, but after being elected as a god, I found myself awakening an ability, which seems to be some kind of instinct that has been hidden deep in my body, and this ability allows me to ingest a mysterious energy from the universe. After research, I found that the mysterious energy ingested only needs to be purified 9 times to transform into wishing divine power, which is not hidden. It is precisely because the amount of wishing divine power is not enough to accumulate, so it has not succeeded in manufacturing the Dragon Pearl. Some mysterious energy in the universe? Purify the 9 times into a wishing divine power?" After listening to the narration of the god Bike, Frieza fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that the wishing divine power is the core of the Dragon Pearl. The more the wishing god power contains, the greater the effect of the Dragon Pearl. The original Nami Nemesis's Dragon Pearl effect will completely explode the Dragon Pearl on the earth. Now I think about it, it should be the 7 Dragon Pearl of Nami Buster contains more wishing god power. As Frieza frowned and pondered, Celestial God Vic asked nervously, "I would like to ask, I wonder if you two have ever seen someone similar in appearance to me? You're a Nami Nemesis?" Lost in thought, Frieza heard Vic's inquiry and answered almost without thinking. "Nami Nemesis? I'm a Nami Nemesis?" With a look of ecstasy, Vic threw his crutches and rushed to Frieza. He was so happy that the question that had plagued him for more than 200 years finally had an answer, which made him more excited. At this time, Frieza also came back to his senses. Looking at the excited god Vic in front of him, and involuntarily recalled the description of the Nami Nemesis in the original book he had seen in his previous life. Nami Nemesis is a resident living in Nami Buster. Height is generally between 1 meter 3 to 1 meter 9. Individual height is more than 2 meters, they have no body hair, the head has 2 small antennae, used for photosensitivity, can release electricity, the skin is green, has a function similar to plant photosynthesis. As long as they drink water, they can use photosynthesis to produce starch to meet the needs of physiological functions. Nami Nemesis once had an extremely developed scientific and technological civilization, even at the expense of the environment. Therefore, the Nami Nemesis was once seriously polluted, the protective layer of carbon dioxide was destroyed, the radioactive killing of cosmic rays made Nami a Death Star, and the Nami Nemesis was almost extinct, but fortunately, the developed space navigation technology made a small number of Nami Nemesis spend a hard time on an alien planet, and later return to Nami Nemesis. They painfully cultivated a large number of green plants to protect the carbon dioxide gas wall. Nami Nemesis is kind, hospitable, united, intelligent. There has never been an internal war. The language is Nami Nemesis. It is difficult to learn, foreigners can hardly learn, but Shaviza learned Nami Nemesis through hard work, but all cheapened Frieza. The houses inhabited by the Nami Nemesis were built with gel, a secretion from a certain evergreen plant of Namakis, solidified soil, and the Nami Nemesis people share a belief in the dragon god, which is called Polenga, which means dream god, and the Nami Nemesis believe that believing in the dragon god can bring them courage and hope. All the Nami Nemesis are divided into 6 residential groups based on the situation of the tribe, and the elders of each tribe guard a dragon bead, and the elders are responsible for managing everyone's lives. The oldest existing Nami Nemesis is the Great Elder, only he and Vic survived the last time the Nami Nemesis changed. the new generation of Nami Nemesis are the descendants of the Great Elder. He is a powerful intelligent Nami Nemesis, with the ability to stimulate the potential of others and make dragon beads. A star dragon bead is personally kept by him. The Great Elder lives far away, and there is the strongest fighting type Nami Niru around him. Nami Nemesis are the same asexual reproduction as the frozen demon race. The way of reproduction is to spit eggs from the mouth, according to the different will and needs of the Great Elder, produce intelligent, medical, combat and other Nami Nemesis, some of which have excellent talent called dragon race, such as Dandy, can make dragon beads and give life to the dragon. Excellent dragon can be succeeded as the next generation of Great Elders. Each Nami Nemesis has some special abilities. Over time migration and their own growth, the ability will become stronger and stronger. Nami Nemesis have very strong mental strength, have mind reading and mental power, can conjure up something out of thin air. Nami Nemesis also have the ability to regenerate the body. As long as the head is not damaged, limbs can be regenerated, but physical strength cannot be restored. Explained by Earth technology is good at controlling and using the goodwill growth of cancer cells. They also have hearing beyond other races, can hear very subtle sounds 200 meters away. Because the blood is purple, the mouth and tongue are also purple, so the face will turn purple when shy. Green skin has always been thought to be scared green by unsuspecting earthlings, and as they grow arm length and height beyond ordinary people, each hand has 4 fingers. While recalling, Frieza nodded in affirmation of the problem of Tenjin and briefly told the history of the Nami Nemesis. Nami Nemesis, I am Nami Nemesis, my father is Kadaz. Celestial God Vic muttered, knowing his origin as he wished, and he had mixed feelings in his heart. Chapter 043. Thank you for telling me about my life. In order to thank you, you can say a wish. I will try to see if I can use the wish divine power to help you achieve it. After a long time, the God of Heaven and God Vic smiled, stretched out his hand, and a dreamy light appeared in his hand out of thin air. The divine power of making wishes, in theory, can help people achieve all wishes, which can be called omnipotent. Staring at the group of wishing divine power in the hands of the celestial god Bike, Frieza was stunned and surprised. So, wish. Is the divine power a chaos-level energy? Chaotic energy is the origin of all energy. It can be converted into any energy. Some of the energy levels are close to or equal to chaotic energy, such as the power of the beginning, the power of the beginning, the power of primordial power, the power of the primeval world. Frieza never expected that the level of the wishing divine power reached the chaos level. This discovery surprised and delighted him. Chaos level energy can strengthen the body of the demon god to the greatest extent. Knowing that the wishing divine power is chaos level energy, Frieza almost couldn't help but want to snatch the dream light in the hands of the celestial god Bike, but reason stopped him. It was easy to snatch a group of wishing divine power, but it was gone when it ran out, and if he managed to learn from the celestial god Bike the method of ingesting the mysterious energy in the universe to purify it into the wishing divine power, then wouldn't there be an endless stream of chaos-level energy to strengthen his demon god body. For the sake of Watermelon, Frieza can only temporarily hold back the greed for Sesame in his heart. He doesn't want to lose the big because of the small. Do you have any wishes you want to fulfill? Seeing Frieza looking at the group of wishing divine power in his hand stunned, celestial god Vic asked again tirelessly. Suddenly awakened by the question of the god Bike, Frieza smiled slightly. I have always had a wish, that is, immortality. Frieza's demon god body can regenerate cells, shed blood, recover unlimited energy, and have unlimited physical strength, but its lifespan is not eternal, but it is several times higher than the basis of the frozen demon race. The lifespan of frozen demons is generally about 1,500 years old, and Frieza has achieved the body of the demon god, and his life expectancy has been extended a lot, but it is also about 5,000 years old. A lifespan of about 5,000 years is a long time for humans, and although Frieza's soul is also human, he will not be satisfied with a lifespan of about 5,000 years. Eternity is his need. Hearing Frieza's wish, Celestial God Bike's brows furrowed, he was silent for a moment, sighed, shook his head and said, "Sorry, with these wishful divine powers I have accumulated, I can't give people immortality. Moreover, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the number of the universe, and God cannot avoid it." Hearing this, although Frieza guessed that the heavenly god Vic would answer like this, he was still disappointed, but Suyu, he was shocked again, and asked with a smile, "Then, can the dragon pearl you are making succeed in fulfilling my wish?" "This. It can be, but there will be no small drawbacks. Using dragon beads to make wishes to obtain immortality, every 1,500 years will suffer cosmic thunder punishment. No luck, in a universe. Having luck will get the favor of the universe. In layman's terms, it is the protagonist's aura, and no luck will be abandoned by the universe. Unlucky. In addition, in order to maintain immortality, a lot of energy is consumed every year, and when the energy in the body is not enough to maintain, the body will collapse." Nor does Vic the god deceive Frieza and tell the truth about what he knows. Whether what Vic said was the truth or not, Frieza could easily tell. In the original work, there is no shortage of people who use dragon beads to obtain immortality. There are role models. Frieza is extremely moved by immortality after crossing rebirth. He has already made up his mind, or use the Earth Dragon Pearl, or use the Nami Star Dragon Pearl, make a wish to obtain immortality, but there is still a trace of concern in his heart, because reason tells him that everything will not be too simple, especially immortality. Even the god of the apex of the universe such as the Realm King God cannot live forever, and the dragon beads made by the Nami Nemesis can easily make a wish. Frieza had long guessed that there might be drawbacks to using the Dragon Ball to make a wish to obtain immortality, but he didn't expect the drawbacks to be so serious. After understanding the drawbacks of using the Dragon Ball to make a wish for immortality, Frieza also fated this wish. Although it is simple to use the Dragon Pearl to obtain immortality, the disadvantages are too great, and it is really not advisable. Frieza was secretly worried. It's done. The method of ingesting the mysterious energy of the universe and purifying it into wishing divine power has finally arrived. Earth, on the temple, Frieza, who was sitting cross-kneeled, suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying essence flashed from his eyes. It had been a month since he came to the temple, and during this time he almost didn't suffocate Frieza. The temple air is thin, gravity is twice that of the earth. This environment is difficult for ordinary people to adapt to, but for Frieza who can survive in the vacuum of the universe is nothing, but it is too boring here. You can calm down in the boring, you can also chaotic mind. Frieza is undoubtedly the latter. If it were not for the method of coveting the mysterious energy in the universe to purify into the wish divine power, Frieza would have been unable to stand the boredom of the temple, and left. In the 3 months of boredom, the number of times the celestial god Vic ingested the mysterious energy in the universe to purify the wishing divine power was counted on one hand, and every time, Frieza would use the heavenly eye to peek, but he could not learn it. But every time he peeked, his comprehension of the method of ingesting the mysterious energy of the universe to purify the wishing divine power deepened by a layer, which made Frieza see hope. When bored and depressed, Frieza chose to enter the spirit time room to vent, and in addition to venting, he also practiced hard. As he grew 1 year older, Frieza was surprised to find that his cultivation efficiency had greatly improved. I remember that Frieza in the original book only cultivated for 4 months to be comparable to the god of Super Saiyan, so the speed of cultivation is terrifying, although his current cultivation speed is fast, but it is still too far behind. Now it seems that there are 2 possibilities. The first may be to increase the cultivation efficiency as his body grows. The second possibility is that as he grows, the cultivation efficiency continues to increase. If the latter, it is too devilish. Sensing the increase in his cultivation efficiency, Frieza thought. 3 months passed, coupled with cultivation from time to time, Frieza's combat effectiveness had also increased to an astonishing level. 200 million points. This is Frieza's current combat effectiveness. Realm King Fist. Frieza has also cultivated to 50 times. The foundation of 200 million points of combat power casts 50 times the Realm King Fist, and it should be stable to abuse the third order of the Super Saiyan and the Demon Bu. Frieza was not too excited about the improvement of combat power, and the method of stealing from the celestial god Vic to ingesting the mysterious energy in the universe to purify it into a wishing divine power made him extremely excited, so this meant that his demon god body could continue to be strengthened. He had learned to ingest the mysterious energy in the universe to purify the method of wishing divine power, and it was time for Frieza to leave the temple, this boring place. He was not willing to stay for a moment. Chapter 044. P.S. Thank you Caig-un for the generous 1888 points, for the big +2 chapters. This is the first chapter. The VIP collection is estimated to be +50 today. Today the guarantee is 2 more, add 3 more chapters, don't say more, code word go. Leaving the temple, Frieza and Leela head to a remote spot on Earth where the spaceship on which Vic was a baby landed. Although he didn't want to use the Dragon Ball to obtain an immortal body, Frieza still decided to go to Nami Nemesis, but he didn't know the cosmic coordinates of Nami's Nemesis. No coordinates. Looking for a needle in a haystack in the vast northern galaxy is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, the spaceship that Vic took more than 200 years ago is still there, although it can't be used because of too long, but the coordinates of Nami Nemesis are still there. The spaceship that came to Earth when Vic was a baby meant a lot to him and was an important thing in his life, so he had been properly preserved, but unfortunately the spacecraft was damaged when it came to Earth, and Vic would not be able to control it, so it was shelved, and after campaigning as a god, Vic set up an enchantment barrier to protect him in order to avoid humans discovering and destroying his spaceship. During the 3 months in the temple, in addition to stealing the method of the heavenly god Vic to ingest the mysterious energy of the universe to purify the divine power of wishes, and entering the spiritual time house to vent or cultivate, Frieza also knocked out the spaceship that the heavenly god Vic had shelved. The enchantment barrier set up by the god Vic was useless to Frieza. Searching for the spacecraft, Frieza easily found the cosmic coordinates of Nami's star from the ship's mechanical system. With accurate coordinates, it is easy to find Nami Nemesis. Goal Nami Buster. Inside the King-class spaceship, Frieza gazed at the dazzling stars in the universe through the special glass window, and fell into deep thought. Now with the coordinates of Nami Nemesis, it won't take too long to arrive. The 7 dragon beads on Earth are Pit Daddy, and the 7 dragon beads of Nami Nemesis should no longer be pitted. Then, it can be said that the 3 wishes have been obtained. What should I wish for? Frieza was distressed. He didn't have many wishes now, but none of them seemed to be fulfilled by Dragon Ball. Teleportation? Guldo's time skills? Kainu's body, soul, exchange? These skills are very good and practical. Since you are not ready to make a wish for immortality, then simply wish the dragon to let yourself learn all the special skills in the universe. If it can't do it, then retreat to the second wish to learn the time skills of Guldo. After thinking about it for a long time, Frieza made a decision in her heart. Frieza went to Nami Nemesis this time. In addition to Dragon Pearl's 3 wishes, devouring several Nami Nemesis is also in his plan. The genes of Nami Nemesis are still very good. The original work to become Super Nami Nemesis, the big strength is above Shuru, not complete, although it is not comparable to the second order of Super Saiyan, but it is also firmly above the first order of Super Saiyan. With the darkness devouring skill, both the Saiyan gene and the Nami Nemesis gene are determined to be obtained by Frieza. Regarding the Saiyan gene, Frieza has long had a goal, Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan who was born only 1,000 years ago. As for the protagonist of the original work, Sun Wukong, and the second Vegeta of 10,000 years, to be honest, the talent is not comparable to Broly. If the Super Saiyan is divided into innate and acquired, then Broly is undoubtedly a congenital Super Saiyan, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta and the like are acquired Super Saiyan, the same level, congenital abuse, and acquired no pressure at all. More than 200 years before Broly was born, Frieza is in no hurry. For the genes of the Nami Nemesis, Frieza does not have an accurate devouring target, as long as it is not too bad, he reluctantly accepts it. Earth is very far away from Nami Nok, even at the speed of a King-class spacecraft, it will take at least 3 months or so to arrive. On Frieza's way to Name's star, his home base camp, the planet Frieza, was completely stabilized. The planet Frieza is stable, and it can fight in all directions. For the expansion and development of his power, Frieza gave full responsibility to the 4 subordinates of Baruchel, Cade, Terz, and Mexi, King of Oats. Seeing that he would arrive at Nami Nemesis in a few days, a sudden news made Frieza's mood very bad. Terz is injured? And it was a serious injury, and he was still unconscious after 2 days and 2 nights of healing. It turned out that since the stability of the planet Frieza, Frieza's subordinates began to fight everywhere, one by one life planets or surrendered, or extinguished. The name of the universe Emperor Frieza gradually spread in the northern galaxy. At first it was very smooth, but the unlucky Tez encountered hard stubble on an ordinary life planet after conquering more than a dozen inferior life planets. Not only did not take advantage, but almost lost his life, and what was more humiliated was that the person who almost killed him was just one of someone else's subordinates. Although Tez's strength is not very strong, but after all, the combat power has exceeded 100,000 points, and the strong person who can kill him is only one of someone else's subordinates, which makes Frieza not surprised. What made him even more angry was that the other party killed all of Terz's subordinates, leaving Terz to breathe in order to summon him and let him personally go to that planet to make amends. Anger. Anger surged in Frieza's heart. Such a big breath, dare I personally go to make amends? Humph, I really want to see what is sacred. Change direction, temporarily don't go to Nami Nemesis, cosmic latitude 4283, northern galactic latitude 27168, give me full speed. Angry and laughing, Frieza coldly ordered, and suddenly, the dozen cosmic people driving the spacecraft did not dare to slacken, and immediately executed the order, busy operating the spacecraft to change direction and accelerate. An elite dark warrior of the Frieza Legion hurriedly came, and when he saw Frieza, he immediately knelt down on one knee. Report to King Frieza, Lord Barakar summons, Lord Tez is conscious, but the injury is very serious, and it will take half a month to heal completely. This is a piece of information faxed by Lord Baruchel, please take a look. With that, a well-sealed document was handed to Frieza. Taking the information in his hand, he opened it and flipped through it, and as he watched, Frieza's brows gradually furrowed, and after reading it, he was already angry. The information was dictated by Tess. Handwritten and faxed by Baruchel. According to the information, Terz led 1,000 elite dark warriors to fight a small life planet, an area of about 1/3 of the Earth, gravity is 1/2 of the Earth, encountered a group of people, only 7 people, a leader, 6 subordinates, the strength is terrifying, can be described as unfathomable. Test's intermediate detection instruments cannot perceive their combat effectiveness index. The intermediate detection instrument can perceive a detailed combat effectiveness index below 300,000 combat effectiveness, but it cannot perceive the group of 7 people, so it can be seen that the combat effectiveness of any one of those people exceeds 300,000 points. 7 strong people with more than 300,000 combat strength, this lineup is really not small, and it is enough to attract enough attention from Frieza. Chapter 045. P.S. Add Chapter 2 for Cai Gionda's generous 1,888 points. In the northern galactic margin, a brown-yellow asteroid moves slowly. This planet is not large, 61% of the yellow sand area, 21% of the rivers and seas, and the remaining 18% is rich land. A massive spaceship descends on an asteroid in a desert. The door slowly opened in the electronic sound, and hundreds of figures flew out, the first 2 being Frieza and Leela. An elite dark warrior turned on the detection instrument, and after a moment respectfully said to Frieza, King Frieza, the highest combat power of this planet is 86 points, located 1,844 kilometers southeast. The highest combat power on this planet is only 86 points. Frieza chuckled, comprehending the use of chi. He clearly sensed 7 powerful breaths. Through the strength of the breath, he can roughly guess the approximate combat strength. 1 combat strength is about 8 million points, 6 combat strength is about 500,000 points. The detection instrument has an upper limit to the perceived combat effectiveness. Once the upper limit is exceeded, it will not be perceived at a long distance, and the instrument will self-destruct at close range, and once the combat effectiveness is hidden, it is difficult to perceive, and there are many drawbacks. Su. Shortly after Frieza's spaceship arrived, 7 sounds of breaking the air came from afar, and I saw the distant sky, and 6 people in front and 7 people flew at the speed of light. Frieza's heavenly eyes were thousands of miles away, and he could see the 7 flying people from a distance, and when he saw the appearance of the 7 people, he couldn't help but be stunned. Nami Nemesis! Lost his voice and exclaimed. Frieza looked incredulous. Although there are many races in the universe who look similar to the Nami Nemesis, Frieza can still recognize the Nami Nemesis at a glance. Looking carefully at the leader of the 7 Nami Nemesis who arrived, a familiar name couldn't help but appear in Frieza's heart. Shragas. The legendary super name X-Man. Surprised-looking Frieza muttered in a low voice. Nami Nemesis is originally a planet with a comfortable environment, but because the Nami Nemesis do not cherish the environment, resulting in environmental degradation and species extinction, more than 200 years ago, Nami Nemesis was on the verge of extinction. In order to avoid genocide, Nami Nemesis chose to send their children to live on other planets. Shragu is the legendary Super Nami Nemesis, born with terrifying combat power, but also has an extreme evil heart. The original combat effectiveness is thousands of points, can be called the first day in the history of the Nami Nemesis. He was sent by his parents to live on the planet Shragas, so he took the name Shragu himself. When he was a teenager, Shragu fought all over the invincible hand of Shalagu Star with naturally high combat effectiveness, proclaimed himself king, called himself a demon race, and had many subordinates, but he was very cruel and tyrannical to his subordinates, and he would be killed if he was dissatisfied. He led his hands to wander the universe, doing no evil. Combat effectiveness and evil heart also grew with age. The innate evil heart made Shragu worse and worse, priding himself on the Emperor of the universe, invading the planet everywhere. So for hundreds of years, Sheila is ancient, but he did not give up destroying the universe, but set his sights on the earth, ready to invade, in a vain attempt to transform the earth into an astral navigator suitable for the survival of the demon race, and accidentally found the Dragon Ball during the transformation process, so he used the Dragon Ball to rejuvenate, but unfortunately he was still beaten by the Z warriors and there was not even slag left, but Shragu left a strong grudge before he died, and was later used by Dr. Lucky to make a ghost warrior, but was killed by Vic again. Which is simply a big cup. I have to say that the universe emperor of the Dragon Ball world is too flooded. In the original work, Frieza, who controls more than 100 life planets, calls himself the universe emperor, and Gula, who controls more than 300 life planets, also calls himself the universe emperor, and Shragu also calls himself the universe emperor. I'm thinking about devouring which Nami Nemesis genes into my body. Isn't this Shiragu the most suitable candidate? Seeing Slagu, Frieza was surprised and delighted. Fusion of various powerful genes helps the promotion of the body of the demon god. The genes of the Scion and the Nemesis are all determined by Frieza, but ordinary Scion genes and Nami Nemesis genes he can't look at, because the body of the demon god fuses the same gene only the first time is effective, which makes him have to be cautious. The Scion genes already have a goal, that is, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan who will only be born in 1,000 years. As for the Nami Nemesis, Frieza originally considered the genes of the Great Elder, but now he accidentally met Shalagu, the legendary Super Nami Nemesis, which made him not want to be surprised. Golden-skinned dwarf, who are you? Is it Frisia's self-conscious scum? When Shragyu and his gang arrived not far in front of Frisia, a demon warrior grinned and asked. This demon warrior was Angela, Shragu's first subordinate. 6 subordinates of Shragus: Angela, Daladabo, Kihu, Kigu, Big Eye, and Little Nose. Little man? Dregs? Hearing Angela's question, Frisia's face changed abruptly, gloomy as water, a little index finger in a vicious smile, a ray of purple light flickered, and the next moment, Angela's eyebrows had an extra blood hole. N.A. Nanny? Surprise. Horror. Frisia shot too quickly, not to mention Shragyu and the group, even Lila didn't see it clearly. Trouble comes from the mouth, and sometimes saying the wrong thing is a price to pay. Kill Angela, Frisia said with a smile. His smile was gentle, but in the eyes of Shragyu and his gang it was tantamount to a devil's smile. For the rest of his life, Shragyu felt fear. Ugh! In fear, only strength can make Shiragu feel at ease, and almost without thinking, he chose to transform. In 3 seconds, in just 3 seconds, Shragyu completed his transformation, and he became a super Nami nemesis 10 times larger, but his combat effectiveness was also increased tenfold. At this moment, Shalaku's combat power is close to 100 million points. Boy, you missed the only chance to defeat my Universe Emperor Shalaku. Let me transform. It is your biggest mistake. After transformation, my strength is far from what you can match. After becoming a super Nami nemesis, Shragyu was full of confidence, and the fear in his heart also dissipated. Rubbing his nose, Frisia mockingly sneered, Cosmic Emperor? It just so happens that I, Frisia, am also the Emperor of the universe. One universe cannot accommodate 2 emperors, and now you have also transformed into the strongest state. It should be possible to die without regrets. Die, demon light rush hit wave. With a roar, Shragyu stacked his hands and sent out a dark red energy light wave towards Frisia, so strong that the entire planet trembled and cracked, and magma in the center of the earth erupted everywhere. Drink! With a gentle wave of his hand flew away the magic light shockwave. Frisia rushed straight at Shragyu and bombarded his face with a punch. Seeing this, Shragyu hurriedly blocked, but blocked a void. At the same time, a strong attack in the back, secretly shouted badly. It was too late to dodge the attack behind him, and Frisia's kick hit him in the back hard. Chapter 046. P.S. Although the VIP collection is not yet plus 50, let's add another chapter. Hey, hey, hey. Boom, boom, boom. Bang. Click. The fierce battle is in full swing. Shragyu transforms into a super Namex nemesis, and his combat power has skyrocketed, approaching 100 million. However, compared with today's Frisia, Shragyu is not a star and a half, but Frisia did not use overwhelming power to easily kill him. In fact, to clean up Shragyu does not need Frisia to personally intervene. Lila can solve it, but Frisia chooses to fight alone, but he also has his own considerations. Today's Frisia's combat effectiveness is not low, but his actual combat experience is seriously insufficient, and he is even inferior to the pampered Frisia in the original work. Actual combat experience can only be honed by fighting one battle after another. Evenly matched duels are the most conducive to increasing actual combat experience, so Frisia not only suppressed 50% of his combat effectiveness, but also did not use the Realm King Fist. Now Frisia's combat power has exceeded 200 million points and his 50% play has exceeded 100 million points, steadily suppressing Shragyu. However, when they fought each other, he did not take much advantage. I have to say that the actual combat experience of Shragyu, who has experienced hundreds of battles, is far above Frisia, and he is almost not left behind in the case of inferior combat effectiveness. Frisia's demon god body is extremely strong, but I am afraid that it is not much worse than the evil star dragon in the original book, and Shragus's trick attacks him is not a problem, so in this case, Frisia is invincible. With the terrifying defensive power of the body of the demon god, Frieza can be described as only attacking and not defending. On the other hand, Slugoo takes both attack and defense, coupled with a slightly stronger combat effectiveness. It stands to reason that Frieza's advantage is huge, and it should be easy to defeat Shregu, but the fact is that because of the weakness of actual combat experience, the two sides are fighting fiercely, and Slugoo has no tendency to lose at all. Joyfully. For the first time since crossing the rebirth, Frieza felt the joy of fighting. The battle has been won or lost for a long time, but Shregu is more and more flustered. Frieza is the strongest he has ever met in his life, the combat power is stable against him, the defense is even more terrifying. His all-out trick bombarded Frieza head-on without the slightest damage. Fortunately he has rich experience in actual combat, which is undefeated, but it is only temporary. As time goes by, Frieza's actual combat experience is getting stronger and stronger, and the battle situation has gradually begun to change from high and low to one-sided. How come? What is this golden dwarf? Not only is his strength amazing, but his talent is also incredible, and in just a short moment of fierce battle, his actual combat experience has increased by more than 10 times, which is too incredible. Resisting Frieza's offensive with resignation, Slugoo thought to himself. With the improvement of actual combat experience, Frieza began to slowly strengthen the suppression of combat effectiveness. 49% combat effectiveness. 48% combat effectiveness. 47% combat effectiveness. Fierce battle, the consumption of energy and physical strength is huge, although Shregu is a super Nami nemesis. But there is no unlimited energy and physical strength. After fighting at full strength for a long time, his energy and physical strength continue to decline, and his combat effectiveness continues to decrease. Bang! Frieza and Shregu fought for less than 2 minutes, and the asteroid under their feet could no longer support and began to fall apart and fragment. In the end, Frieza's combat effectiveness was suppressed to 25%, which was lower than that of Shaleku, but he had the upper hand, and the effect of improving actual combat experience was greatly reduced. It is difficult to improve the actual combat experience by continuing to fight with Slugoo, and at this moment, Frieza is ready to kill him. After fighting for so long, Shregu also saw that Frieza was using him to improve his actual combat experience, which made him shocked and angry, but helpless. At this time, seeing that Frieza's actual combat experience had grown to almost not much like him, suddenly, his heart panicked, knowing that the situation was not good, and what was more troublesome was that he could only survive in the cosmic vacuum for a quarter of an hour, and once the time limit was exceeded, he would die immediately. No, if you go on like this, you will definitely die, and you can only use that method. Shregu glanced at the 5 subordinates not far away without a trace, and with the destruction of the planet, they were already red-faced and dying in the vacuum of the universe. Anyway, if you want to die, then it is better to fulfill me, hum. With a cold smile in a low voice, Shregu withdrew from the battle, stretched out his arms, grabbed the 2 subordinates. ZZ green electric light emitted from his hands, eroded by green electric light. Shregu 2 subordinates screamed bitterly. In the scream, they were shriveled, and all the spirit was absorbed by Shalagu, as concocted, and the remaining 3 subordinates did not escape Shalagu's poisonous hands. Absorbing the spirit of the 5 subordinates, Shalagu laughed viciously, "Give me death." Rumble. A green ball of light emitted from Shregu's hands. The ball of light was only the size of a basketball at the beginning, but as soon as it left the hand, it quickly became larger, and in the blink of an eye, it had become as huge as a planet, and the energy contained in this ball of light was very huge, and in the face of the ball of light, Frieza also felt a trace of crisis, which proved that the attack power of the ball of light was close to 200 million points. Hey? I didn't expect that Shregu still had this hand, which was really unexpected, but did you think that such an attack could threaten me? That's naive. Looking at the huge green ball of light that was coming towards him in amazement, Frieza chuckled and pointed his finger, and the energy gathered and cast one of the Frozen Demon Clan's unique moves, the destructive ball of light. A ball of energy twice as large as the green ball of light blasted out, and a collision easily collapsed the green ball of light. Although the energy contained in the green ball of light is huge, but it is only close to 200 million points, and the energy contained in the destructive ball of light that Frieza went all out to cast definitely exceeded 300 million points, and the difference between strength and weakness was very large. Sending out a green ball of light, Shragyo gritted his teeth and flew towards Frieza's spaceship. It is not easy to find a living planet in the universe, he must first grab a spaceship. Airplanes. Shragyo was fast, but Frieza's subordinates were not slow to react. When Shragyo was discovered, he didn't have time to wait for Frieza's order to activate the wormhole shuttle system, only to see that the spacecraft shook, a huge black hole appeared, and the whiskers engulfed the spacecraft, and the next second, the spacecraft appeared out of thin air thousands of miles away in space. Abominable! Can't snatch the spaceship? Shragyo is anxious and angry. Just as Shiragu was furious, a wormhole appeared out of thin air beside him, and more than a dozen spaceships flew out of the wormhole, each one smaller than Frieza's spaceship. Powerful Lord Shiragu, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. It seems that you urgently need a little help now. Introduce yourself. My name is Babe, I am the king of the Zivra clan. The sound of some vicissitudes in the majesty came from the one led by more than a dozen spaceships. As soon as the words fell, the cabin door of the spaceship opened, and Shragyo did not talk nonsense, and flew in impatiently. As soon as he entered, the hatch immediately closed. Just at this time, Frieza also cast a destructive ball of light to smash the green ball of light emitted by Shragus. Chapter 047. Zivra Babe. Shattering the green ball of light emitted by Shragus, Frieza looked solemnly at the closed wormhole in the distance. In the cosmic vacuum, although sound cannot be transmitted directly, it can be transmitted indirectly through electromagnetic waves, and Babe's words were heard not only by Shragyo but also by Frieza. Hearing about the Zivra tribe and Babe, Frieza was also difficult to calm down. The Zephyr race is a highly intelligent race, their own strength is weak, but the scientific and technological civilization is very high-end, and there are few races in the entire universe whose technology can be compared with the Zephyr race. Planet Zvri, this is the ancestral star of the Zephyr tribe. Thousands of years ago, a group of people came from the universe to the planet Zivra to settle. In this regard, the peace-loving Zephyr people chose to ignore it, but they never thought that this would be the beginning of the destruction of their race, because this group of outsiders are Scion races. Scions are physically strong, very warlike, although there is no civilization, but their own strength is extraordinary, when the number of races is still small, and the Zephyr tribe can still coexist peacefully. But as the Scions multiply on the planet Zephyr, the number of Scions began to increase. Finally, at an 8-year full moon moment on the planet Zvri, the Scions showed their fangs and began to launch an invasion of the Zvri. The Zephyr's scientific and technological weapons are not weak. The Scions were once at a disadvantage, and the defeat was decided, so the collective transformation into a gorilla, the strength of the Scions after becoming a gorilla increased tenfold in one fell swoop. In the face of the collective transformation of the Scions, the scientific and technological weapons of the Zephyr tribe could not resist. For a time, heavy casualties. So far, the Scions while learning the civilization of the Zephyr, while trying to increase the number of ethnic groups, from time to time collectively transformed into gorillas, so hundreds of years, the planet Zephyr was completely occupied by the Scion and renamed planet Vegeta, and the Zephyr tribe of the Cup was destroyed, and only the king of the Zephyr tribe survived. In order to take revenge, Babe used countless efforts to create the robot Dr. Meow, and instilled all the scientific and technological knowledge of the Zephyr tribe into Dr. Mew, so that Dr. Meow used his genes to make the strongest warrior in the universe, Babe. Overthrowing the Scions to take revenge, rebuild the Zvri, and let the Zivers dominate the universe, this is the pursuit of Babe and Dr. Mew. Shragyo fled into the spaceship, feeling palpitations, secretly calling for luck. If he spent a little more time in the cosmic vacuum, he would be dead. Abominable Frieza, you wait, I Shiragu did not die this time, and I will take revenge later. Shiragyu thought hatefully in his heart, but when he thought of Frieza's strength, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Condensing the spirit of 5 subordinates and more than 80% of his own energy, Shiragu originally thought that Frieza would be seriously injured even if he did not die, but the other party shattered his hopes with just a flick of a finger. Strength. 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 My own strength is still not strong enough. I must get more power, more powerful than that Frieza, Dragon Ball? Yes. Only the Dragon Pearl can greatly improve my strength in the shortest time, but none of the Nami Nemesis should survive except themselves, and the Dragon Pearl can only be made by the Dragon family in our Nami Nemesis, although I am the legendary Super Nami Nemesis, but I can't make the Dragon Ball. It seems that it is still necessary to go back to Nami Nemesis, hoping to have the surviving Dragon clan, but for now, let's meet what Zivir Babe is first. Shragas. Babe's timely rescue, although Shiragyu has gratitude in his heart, but more is jealousy, all this if not a coincidence, there is only one explanation, this what Babe has been secretly monitoring him, if this is the case, the other party must have a lot of plots. While Shiragu was pondering, 2 figures slowly came to him, the leader was a young man, his appearance was handsome and full of evil charm, and the other was an old man, the breath on both of them was weak, and the strength was no different from an ant for Shiragu. Your Excellency Shragas, it's an honor to meet you, I'm Babe. The young man said with a smile, the old man behind him was expressionless, and a word was faintly spit out from his mouth, meow. For your life-saving grace, thank you, don't play false, be direct, what is your purpose? I believe you have been hiding in the shadows to spy on me, not for a day or 2. Shiragu sneered and quipped. Don't get me wrong, it's purely a coincidence that I helped your excellency in time this time, what kind of surveillance? As for the purpose, it is even more non-existent, and it is also our honor to be able to make friends with the famous Shiragu. Babe chuckled. To Babe's words, Shiragyu just sneered. Through the window of the ship, looking at the dark wormhole outside, Shiragu frowned and asked, where are we going? Babe smiled when she heard this, go to a good place, you will know when you get there. While Shiragyu and Babe were talking, Dr. Meow's face next to Babe changed abruptly, and then he took out an electronic instrument and fiddled with it for a moment, his tone solemn, the spaceship chased after him before. Nanny. Upon hearing Dr. Meow's words, both Shiragu and Babe were shocked. Abominable fellow, it's just a bully. The angry curse of gritting his teeth came out of Shiragu's mouth, and at this moment, the anger in his heart was already incomparable. Knowing that Frieza's spaceship had chased him, Babe was also panicked. King Frieza, he has locked those dozen spaceships, and he will be able to catch up soon. Listening to the report of the subordinates who controlled the spacecraft, a smile appeared on the corner of Frieza's mouth, and he ordered lightly, very good. Activate the ultimate wormhole shuttle system and catch up with me. Yes. My luck is really good. A legendary Super Nami Nemesis, who led to the Zifir people again, good, good, very good, this time he really made a lot of money. Although Shiragyu fled, Frieza was not angry, and this meeting with Babe and Dr. Meow was a great good thing for him. Dr. Meow, the level of science and technology is comparable to Dr. Gallo on Earth, and the scientific and technological level of the two, especially artificial human technology, is enough to crown the universe. Dr. Gallo has not yet been born, and Frieza, who went to Earth, found that the Red Silk Army has not yet been formed. Frieza, who aspires to dominate the universe, needs talents such as Dr. Mew and Dr. Gallo. And now the initiative of Dr. Mew and Babe makes him secretly happy. Although Babe and Dr. Mew in the original work are very good, but now they are not in any climate, otherwise with their hatred of science, if they have strength, they will already be eager to go to planet Vegeta for revenge. At this time, the strongest of Vegeta's planet strength is more than 10,000 combat power, and the transformation into a giant ape is only a few 100,000 combat power, not too much. A 500,000 combat power can easily destroy the current Scion race, even if the entire Scion family transforms into a giant ape, it will not help. Chapter 048. Lord Babe, the other party's spaceship is king level, the wormhole shuttle technology is slightly better than ours, it won't take long to catch up, please give instructions. Dr. Meow said in a deep voice. Listening to what Dr. Mew said, Shalagu was greatly alarmed, and there was more despair in his eyes. In the previous battle with Frieza, although he did not suffer multiple injuries, but the energy consumption was huge. Now his combat power is only about 20% of his heyday. In this case, being caught up by Frieza, it is certain death. The terrified Shragyu stared at Babe uneasily, and now Babe was his only hope. Shragyu was not disappointed, and Babe was slightly stunned after listening to Dr. Mew's words, although his face was panicked, but there was no despair. Hesitating, Babe gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Start the dimensional jump system." Dimensional jump system? Shalagu was surprised, but did not say much, and Dr. Meow frowned when he heard this and said, "Lord Babe, the current dimensional jumping system is still very immature, it can only shuttle through the first dimension, and there are huge hidden dangers, a little carelessness, the consequences are unimaginable." With a wave of his hand, Babe smiled bitterly helplessly, "Until now, is there any other way? That's the only way to go. Alas!" Sighing in his heart, Dr. Meow said no more, took the instrument and began to operate. Airplanes. As soon as the dimensional jumping system started, all of a sudden, more than a dozen spaceships of Babe's group trembled in unison. With the trembling, each spaceship body was shrouded in a misty white light. The white light gradually became stronger, the space slowly distorted, whiskers, white light shining, like a blazing sun. In an instant, white light fell, more than a dozen spaceships have disappeared out of thin air. "It's not good, King Frieza," the dozen or so spaceships in the lock suddenly lost their tracks. One of the cosmic men who controlled the Frieza spaceship exclaimed in shock. "Nanny!" Upon hearing that there was no trace of Babe and his group, Frieza was shocked and angry. Seeing that it won't take long to get the legendary Super Nami Nemesis genes and genius scientist Dr. Mew, but suddenly lose their tracks, how can Frieza not be shocked? How can you not be angry? Just when he was furious, Frieza suddenly noticed that Layla's face next to him changed slightly, and he couldn't help but move in his heart, knowing what Lyra had found. Although Layla was controlled by Frieza and became a puppet, she had no autonomous consciousness, but her instinctive sense and knowledge were still there. "What did you find?" Frieza asked Leela. Layla gently spat out two words, "Dimension." "Dimension?" Frieza was stunned. Could it be that Babe and they escaped into some other dimension? This can also explain their sudden disappearance, but then it is more troublesome to catch up with them. "Can you track them down?" Frieza asked again. "Yes." Lyra's answer was very direct. Shuttling out of a wormhole, Frieza's spaceship stopped, the hatch opened, and two figures flew out, none other than Frieza and Leela. Frieza has the body of a demon god and is a frozen demon race, and it is easy to survive in the cosmic vacuum, but Leela is different, she has to hold up a protective shield. Su! The sword flashed, and Frieza already had an extra divine sword in his hand. The same one that sealed Kaz in the past, this sword was forged from Xigu essence gold, and it was extremely sharp. Leela took the Excalibur handed over by Frieza, her face calm and her eyes dull. "Let's go!" Frieza chuckled and ordered. Leela immediately swung her sword and slashed, and a gap was suddenly torn in the cosmic vacuum. Seeing this, Frieza pulled Leela and flew into the gap. Through the gap in the void, Frieza and Leela came to a small dimensional world, which is a low-level dimension and very unstable. Looking around, there are only a few hundred planets in the huge dimension, while the living planet is only 2. As soon as he entered the dimension, Frieza sensed the breath of Shiragu and was immediately overjoyed. On a living planet in the dimension, Shalaku, Babe, and Dr. Meow looked at the wreckage of more than a dozen spaceships not far in front of them, and were silent for a long time. Whew, dimensional jumping technology is very immature. Just entering the first dimension will make the spaceship self-destruct, but there should also be a reason to be in a wormhole, and the dimensional jump in the wormhole is about 30% more difficult than in the cosmic vacuum. Dr. Meow wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Babe is also palpitating. This time is also the first time they started the dimensional jump, although the simulation is more than 10,000 times, but after all, there is still a big difference between simulation and practice. Fortunately there is Shalagu there, otherwise he and Dr. Meow are fierce. Finally got rid of Frieza's gang of haunted bastards. Wait, this feud, Lao Tzu will return tenfold in the future. Relieved, Shragyu muttered in a low voice. As soon as Shragu's voice fell, Frieza's sneer reached the ears of him, Babe, and Dr. Mew. Hehe, do you think that everything will be fine if you escape into the dimension? It's so naive and ridiculous. As soon as they heard Frieza's voice, the three of Shragyu were shocked as if they had heard the death song. This. How can it be? Babe and Dr. Meow stammered. Frieza? How could he possibly chase into this dimension? Slugoo was terrified, trembling, and utterly desperate. Under the incredulous gazes of Babe, Dr. Mew, and Slugoo, Frieza and Lila appear out of thin air. Upon seeing Frieza, Shragyu was like a mouse seeing a cat, and directly turned around and fled, not caring about the life or death of the lifesavers Babe and Dr. Mew. It's over. Seeing that Shragyu abandoned the two of them and fled, Babe and Dr. Meow chuckled in their hearts, and their faces were like ashes. Looking playfully at the fleeing Shragus, Frieza mocked, Escape? Did you escape? Leaving Lila watching Babe and Dr. Mew, Frieza flew in pursuit of Shragyu. Because of the decrease in combat effectiveness, Shalagu's flight speed has greatly decreased, and he is simply a slag compared to Frieza. In just a few seconds, Frieza caught up with Slugoo. Facing Frieza, who was standing with a weak hand, cold sweat broke out on Shalaku's forehead. Frieza, you. Don't fool people too much, provoke. It me off, it's a big deal to break the net. Shragyu roared angrily. For the threat of Shragus, Frieza did not pay attention to the slightest. Fish dead, net broken? Hehe, the fish will definitely die, but the net will certainly not break. Frieza, killing me is not good for you, and even if I can't kill you with one blow, I can seriously injure you. It's better if you let me go, I will serve you in the future. Shalagu said while calculating in his heart, now that the situation is compelling, for the time being, save your life, and have no chance to take revenge in the future. What Slugoo thought in his heart, Frieza knew very well. During the 3 months on Earth, he viciously made up for the skills in Kaz's memory, such as teleportation, long-distance transmission, mind reading, etc., all learned. As long as the combat power is under Frieza, as soon as he uses the mind-reading technique, he can peek into the other party's thoughts. Chapter 049. In fact, even if Shragyu was willing to sincerely serve Frieza, Frieza's can't let him go, because his genes are exactly what Frieza's dream of. Shragyu, don't bother in vain, you have the audacity to claim to be the Emperor of the Universe, it is already an unforgivable capital crime, except for me Frieza, anyone who dares to call himself the Emperor of the Universe must die. Frieza laughed wickedly. Seeing that Frieza was determined to take his own life, Shragyu was faceless, knowing that he would definitely die today, and he suddenly went crazy. Staring at Frieza with resentment, Shalagu made a fierce face, gritted his teeth, and the bruises on his forehead bulged angrily, and laughed fiercely, well, this is what you forced me, since I can't live, then you also want to live, let's go to hell together. As soon as the words fell, Shiragu condensed all the energy in his body on the index fingertips of both hands. Absolute extinguished demon light beam. 2 brown-red energy beams emanated from the index fingers of Shragyu and struck Frieza at superluminal speed. Su! Frieza moved slightly, dodging 2 oncoming beams. However, as soon as the blow fell into the air, the 2 beams turned in one direction and hit the back of his head. Shragyu made a desperate bet and condensed the energy in his body a little. The power of the 2 extinction demon beams could not be underestimated, and the attack power exceeded 100 million points, although it was not American Samoa good as the big green ball of light he sent before, but it was not too different. With Frieza's strength, even without the Realm King Fist and the body of the demon god, Shalako's extinction demon beam could not threaten him, and the reason why he dodged and did not fight back was waiting for an opportunity. It was easy to kill Shraggus, but it was a little difficult to devour Shraggus. While dodging the 2 extinction demon beams, 2 black light vortexes loomed in the palms of Frieza's hands. Manipulating the 2 extinction demon beams for a moment, Shragyu was already exhausted and panting. Frieza, who had been waiting for the moment, suddenly shouted, "It's now!" Frieza didn't move, he would kill when he moved, and with a wave of his hands, the 2 black lights fused and condensed, turning into a huge black light vortex, easily devouring the Shragyu, who was screaming in horror. No! In the miserable scream of despair, there was no dregs left of Shragyu that was swallowed by the black light vortex. Devouring Shragyu, the black light vortex suddenly shrank and disappeared. When the black light vortex completely disappeared, Frieza was shocked, his combat effectiveness improved by leaps and bounds, and his physique began to strengthen. 210 million combat power. 220 million combat power. 230 million combat power. After completely digesting Shraggus, Frieza's combat effectiveness has greatly improved, approaching 300 million points in one fell swoop, and the body of the demon god has also been strengthened a lot after fusing the powerful genes of the legendary Super Nami Nemesis. The combat power has almost reached 300 million points, and it should barely be able to match the Shalo of the second stage without casting the 50-fold Realm King Fist. It is still not strong enough. Frieza thought in his heart, but he is not in a hurry. Now his combat effectiveness can be increased tenfold in a year. Now it is 300 million points. There is no need to do anything. It takes a year to grow to 3 billion points of combat effectiveness. 2 years later 30 billion points of combat effectiveness, 3 years later 300 billion points of combat effectiveness, 4 years later it will be 3 trillion points of combat effectiveness, and when the plot of Dragon Ball officially unfolds more than 200 years later, his combat effectiveness has also grown to an incredible level. What destruction god Beerus, blow a breath will be extinguished. What if you cast another tens or hundreds of times the Realm King Fist? I'm really worried that I will scare the god of destruction Beerus to death. In addition to greatly improving Frieza's combat power and strengthening his demon god body, the biggest gain after devouring Shragyu is the transformation of the Super Nami Nemesis. The Super Nami Nemesis transformation can increase combat power tenfold, and there is no conflict with the Realm King Fist. In terms of pure transformation effect, Super Nami Nemesis is far from being comparable to Super Saiyan. The transformation of the Super Nami Nemesis can only increase the combat effectiveness by 10 times, while the mimic transformation of the First Order of the Super Saiyan can increase the combat effectiveness by 40 times. The normal Super Saiyan First Order transformation can increase the combat effectiveness by 50 times. The normal Super Saiyan Second Order transformation can increase the combat effectiveness by 100 times, and the normal Super Saiyan Third Order transformation can increase the combat effectiveness by 400 times. Super Saiyan transforms into a very good X, but will conflict with the Realm King Fist, and the Monkey King in the original book basically abandoned the use of the Realm King Fist after becoming a Super Saiyan, not without reason, but on the basis of the Super Saiyan and then cast the Realm King Fist is not only a large load, but also the effect is not satisfactory. Whether it is the transformation of the first tier of the Super Nami Nemesis or the Super Saiyan, it requires more than 1 million combat power bases. No matter how angry a Saiyan with a combat power of less than 1 million points is, it is absolutely impossible to transform into a Super Saiyan First Tier 1. With the transformation of the Super Nami Nemesis, Frieza's strength has skyrocketed, his combat power is close to 300 million, and he can exert about 15 billion combat power by casting a 50-fold Realm King Fist, and then transform into a Super Nami Nemesis, and the combat effectiveness is increased tenfold is about 150 billion points. With a combat power of about 150 billion points, Frieza believes that Indiana, this Dragon Ball universe, apart from the gods of destruction Beerus and Vus, there is currently no third person who can match him. It is also thanks to the body of the demon god, otherwise how could Frieza withstand the overlap of the 50-fold Realm King Fist and the transformation of the Super Nami Nemesis? Shragu's memories were also completely accepted by Frieza, and after digesting Shragu's memories, all of Shragu's skills and privacy had no secret to Frieza, which allowed Frieza to fully exert the mystery of the transformation of the Super Nami Nemesis in a short period of time. Now that Shiragu has been devoured, it is the turn of Babe and Dr. Mew, with Dr. Meow's technology. The imperial dream of dominating the universe by himself is one step closer. After thinking, Frieza gathered his energy and breath. When Frieza devoured Shiragu, an electronic instrument on Dr. Mew's body beeped, and when he heard the sound, Dr. Mew was suddenly shocked. "Lord Babe, Shiragu is dead," Dr. Meow whispered with a shocked look. Hearing this, Babe was shocked and looked incredulous. "Nanny? How is this possible? Shiragu's strength is unfathomable, how could he be killed in this short time?" As Shiragu guessed, it has not been a day or two since Babe and Dr. Mew secretly observed him, and their understanding of Shiragu only exceeded Shiragu himself, but he had never had a good opportunity to contact, and this rescue was a good opportunity created by Frieza for them to contact Shragus. It was precisely because of the understanding of how powerful Shiragu was that Babe and Dr. Mew were even more shocked that he would be killed in a short period of time. "Lord Babe, it's imperative, let's try to get out first," Dr. Meow whispered. Babe nodded solemnly. Chapter 050. Knowing that Shiragu was killed, Babe and Dr. Mew were shocked. In their minds, as soon as Shiragu died, the two of them were not far from death. After all, the two saved Shiragu and fled into this dimension, which can be regarded as tied to Shragus. Taking advantage of the fact that Frieza had not yet returned, the two of them couldn't help but think of escaping. "What is this guy's combat effectiveness index?" Babe stared at Lila and asked Dr. Mew quietly. Hearing Babe's question, Dr. Meow shook his head with a wry smile. "I don't know, this guy, that Golden Dwarf and Shiragu's combat effectiveness index can't be detected, and the combat power of the three of them has exceeded the detection limit of the combat power sensor I carefully invented." Although the combat effectiveness sensor invented by Dr. Meow is not as good as advanced detection instruments, it is far stronger than intermediate detection instruments, and can accurately detect combat effectiveness below 1 million points. Babe's combat power also has 3,000 points. As for Dr. Meow, although it is not a combat scum, its combat effectiveness is only a few hundred points. No matter how strong this guy is, we must also escape, otherwise when that Golden Dwarf returns, the situation will be even worse. Babe whispered, and Dr. Meow nodded when he heard this. Escape. With a loud shout, Babe and Dr. Meow fled separately left and right, and before they could escape 100 meters, the two seemed to hit an invisible wall in the void, recoiled and flew, fell to the ground, and were embarrassed. "Enchantment!" Dr. Meow exclaimed. That's right, it was the enchantment set by Frieza that prevented Babe and Dr. Meow from escaping. Accepting all the memories of the Western Realm King God Kaz 15 generations ago, Frieza has also learned some methods of setting up enchantments, although it is far less than the last meta enchantment, but with his current combat power to set up the enchantment, the existence of combat power under him is also difficult to break. Trapping Babe and Dr. Meow is naturally a piece of cake. It's over, we're dead, we already knew that we wouldn't save Shiragu, alas, regret is not the beginning. Babe slumped to the ground, sighing, and looking dejected. "Sue! In the void, golden light flashed, and Frieza appeared out of thin air. Teleport. Seeing Frieza, Babe and Dr. Meow were like seeing death, and their faces were full of horror. King Babe, Dr. Mew, hello, I have been famous for a long time, I am very happy to see you. Introduce myself, my name is Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Frieza said with a smile. His smile was very bright, in fact, he was indeed in a good mood now, devouring Shragu, the legendary super Namex nemesis, and could subdue the two talents of Babe and Dr. Meow. What they? It is absolutely impossible that Babe and Dr. Mew may choose to refuse allegiance to Frieza, because Frieza is absolutely sure that he can recruit Babe and Dr. Mew as subordinates. Cosmic Emperor. Frieza? After listening to Frieza's self-introduction, Babe and Dr. Mew looked at each other. King Babe, so to speak, now your little life is in my hands, as long as I am willing, a light pinch can take your little life, this point must also be understood. Well, don't talk nonsense, I see that you are also rare talents. Are you interested in being my subordinates and following me to dominate the universe? Frieza did not beat around the bush and directly opened his mouth to solicit. Faced with Frieza's solicitation, Babe and Dr. Mew hesitated for a moment, immediately got up, knelt down on one knee to Frieza, bowed their heads, and respectfully said, "Subordinates see King Frieza." Both Babe and Dr. Mew are very knowledgeable about the times, and Frieza knows very well that now, seeing that the two are willing to submit, although he knows that they are not talking, but they are only forced by the situation, but they are also happy. Get up, in the future, you don't need to bow to me, just bow, and since you have become my subordinates of Frieza, then I will also avenge the enemies of your Ziver clan, and if I have the opportunity, I will destroy the Scion clan. Frieza promised. Frieza in the original book destroyed the Scions and planet Vegeta for two reasons. The first reason was jealousy of the legendary Super Saiyan, and the second reason was revenge. Yes, it was revenge. The ambitious King Vegeta led a group of elite Scions to assassinate Frieza in order to overthrow Frieza's rule over the Scions and try to replace them, but miscalculated the strength gap between the two sides, failed the assassination, and was killed by Frieza's punch. If not, perhaps the end of the Scions will come later. The potential of the Scions can be called terrifying, growing to the extreme, and the god of destruction Beerus is not an opponent, so Frieza has long decided to learn Frieza in the original work. It doesn't matter if planet Vegeta is destroyed or not, but it is imperative to destroy the Scion race, otherwise the number of Scions is too much, which is not conducive to control, and this can be regarded as respecting the plot of the original book. The transformation of the Super Saiyan is divided into 9 levels. The first level is the Mimic Super Saiyan, wrapped in light golden flames, the hair turns red. The second level is the first level of the Super Saiyan, the golden aura is wrapped, the hair stands up, turns golden, the eyes appear green. The third level is the second level of the Super Saiyan, similar to the image of the first order, but surrounded by blue current. The fourth level is the third level of the Super Saiyan, the hair becomes longer and waist, and the eyebrows disappear. The fifth level is the fourth level of Super Saiyan, black hair, red hair on the upper body, and the tail is also red. The sixth level is the fifth level of Super Saiyan, the hair becomes longer, and the upper body and tail are silver. The seventh level is the God of Super Saiyan, which is a realm, the image is similar to normal. The eighth level is the sixth level of Super Saiyan, the hair is sky blue, and the last level is the ultimate Super Saiyan. The potential of the Scions is too great, and Frieza's jealousy in the original book is quite correct. Babe and Dr. Meow have a deep hatred of the Scion race, and they dream of crushing all Scions to ashes, and as soon as Frieza's promise came out, the two were stunned, and then they were grateful from the bottom of their hearts, and they also had more sincerity for their allegiance to Frieza. If King Frieza can avenge my Ziffer clan, the two of his subordinates will be willing to go to the soup. Babe and Dr. Meow looked excited. Accepting Babe and Dr. Mew as his subordinates, Frieza immediately arranged for the two to work on his planet Frieza. With Dr. Meow, a genius scientist, the level of science and technology controlled by Frieza began to grow day by day, especially in artificial humans, mechanical warriors, and grievance warriors. It is worth mentioning that after some hesitation, Frieza passed on the skill of the Realm King Fist to his 3 capable subordinates. The talents of Baruchel, Cade, and Tez are not bad, but they are not strong, and with the physique of the 3, it is estimated that 10 times the Realm King Fist is the limit of their life. Once everything was over, months passed. Chapter 051. With Dr. Meow's effectiveness, the technological civilization of planet Frieza has suddenly improved several notches. As soon as the trivia was over, Frieza went to Nemi's star again. After stealing the method of ingesting the mysterious energy of the universe to purify the wish-making divine power from the god Bike, Frieza has been making unremitting efforts, but the effect is not satisfactory. Until after devouring Slugoo, the effect has increased 1,000 times. Although Shiragu is the legendary super Neme nemesis, he also has no dragon talent and cannot make dragon beads, and Frieza, who devoured his genes, naturally does not know how to make dragon beads. Dragon beads are a prop medium that can maximize the power of wishing divine power. Frieza, who swallowed Shiragyu, has a deeper understanding of the dragon pearl, the same wish. If it is said that wishing with the dragon pearl will consume 1 point of wishing divine power, then simply using the wishing divine power to achieve this wish requires 10,000 points, a difference of 10,000 times. In addition, the dragon pearl will automatically recover after consuming the wishing divine power, but it will take some time. For example, in the original work, the Earth's dragon pearl must restore the consumed wishing divine power in a year, and the dragon pearl of Nami Buster is relatively stronger. Recovery time is also shorter than Earth's Dragon Ball. After in-depth understanding of the magic of the dragon pearl, Frieza couldn't help but think. The wishing divine power is chaos-level energy, which is of great benefit to strengthening Frieza's demon god body, but extracting the wishing divine power from the universe is too cumbersome and slow, and if there are 7 dragon beads, extracting the wishing divine power in it, as long as you do not move the origin of the dragon beads, then you can wait for a while to recover as before. It is also easy for Frieza to obtain the ability to craft the dragon pearl. Just devour a dragon clan Nami nemesis, such as Great Elder, Celestial Vic, and Dandy. In the vast universe, the galaxy is brilliant, gorgeous, a huge red-green planet in the universe quietly levitating. This planet has a name, called Nami Buster, is the ancestor star of the Nami Buster, in the huge northern galaxy has a pivotal position. Namek is located in the 4th planet of the 27th main galaxy of Vega in the northern galaxy, with an atmosphere composition and surface gravity about the same as Earth, surrounded by 3 stars. The sky is green, there are no nights, and there are only 130 days a year. Namek is very far from Earth, and the King-class spacecraft also needs to fly for about 3 months to arrive, and the distance from the planet Frieza is even farther. Even the King-class spacecraft has to fly for about 4 months. 4 months is not long, but it is not short, and the bored Frieza is not interested in cultivation, and his special physique will improve his combat effectiveness every moment. The legendary Super Saiyan is born with a combat power of 10,000 points, which doubles every year, but it also has a limit, 1 trillion, 1,000 billion, combat power is the limit, and Frieza's demon god body can not only increase its combat power tenfold every year, but also the limit is 1 trench combat effectiveness. There are 10 levels of the demon god body, and the current Frieza is only the first level of the demon god body. The first level demon god body, the first level chaotic body of the day after tomorrow, the first level universe true body. Every year that passes, the combat effectiveness can be increased by 3 times 30 times. The limit is 1 ditch combat strength. The body of the second level demon god, the acquired second level chaotic body, the second level universe true body. Every year that passes, the combat effectiveness can be increased by 30 times 300 times. The limit is 1 stream combat power. The third level demon god body, the acquired third level chaotic body, the third level universe true body. every year that passes, the combat effectiveness can be increased by 300 times 3000 times. The limit is 1 positive combat effectiveness. The body of the 10th level demon god, innate chaos body, the chaos great demon god, the combat power is incredible. Super Nami Nemesis genes are really not bad. After fusion, their physique has improved a lot. If they devour Broly again, their physique will definitely be upgraded a notch. At that time, it will not only increase their combat effectiveness tenfold in a year. Bored, Frieza closed her eyes and carefully felt her physique, and secretly worried in her heart. Just as Frieza was thinking, the cosmic man who controlled the spacecraft said with a smile, "King Frieza, Nemi's star has arrived." Hearing this, Frieza was shocked in his heart, took back his thoughts, looked out through the spaceship window, and saw a huge crimson planet in the distance, almost exactly the same as the Nami Nemesis in his memory, but with slight differences, but this is understandable. After all, the Nami Nemesis in his memory is more than 200 years later. "Find a suitable place and land," Frieza ordered lightly. "Yes." With the roar of the machine, Frieza's spacecraft passed through the atmosphere of Namako, landing steadily on a flat mountainous land. The hatch opened, and Frieza exited the ship with a group of subordinates. Finally arriving at Nami Nemesis, Frieza's mood was also slightly excited. Nami Nemesis has arrived. Is Dragon Pearl still far away? 3 wishes. Frieza smiled slightly. Su. When Frieza and his group just got out of the spaceship, a sound broke through the air not far away, but it was a slightly chubby Nami Nemesis. Tick. King Frieza, he is a Nami Nemesis with a combat power of 519 points. 519 combat power? Frieza sneered contemptuously. This combat effectiveness is not to be compared with him, even if any ordinary soldier in his legion has a combat power of more than 2000 points, and now the elite soldiers behind him have a combat power of more than 5000 points. "Who are you?" the Nami Nemesis who arrived asked in a cheerful voice. "Daring, don't you salute King Frieza after seeing it? Do you want to die?" A leopard-headed soldier behind Frieza pointed an electronic laser gun at the questioning Nami Nemesis and roared angrily. "Humph! What shit, King Frieza also deserves to make me pular salute, bah!" Spit disdainfully, the slightly chubby Nami Nemesis sneered, and as soon as his words fell, everyone behind Frieza was furious. "The tone is really not small, grab him for me, break his hands and feet. The Nami Nemesis has a good regeneration ability, I would like to try to see how many times he can regenerate, hee." Wiping his nose, Frieza sneered murderously. Following Frieza's instructions, the 3 soldiers behind him walked out with a sly smile. "A few little minions, give me death." With a wave of both hands, Pular blasted a wave of energy towards the 3 elite soldiers of the Dark Legion who were slowly walking towards him. Combat effectiveness 544 points. A soldier turned on the low-level detection instrument and taunted. "Call." The other soldier took a deep breath and blew it out suddenly, and suddenly, the energy wave emitted by Pular dissipated. "Hey? This? How can it be?" Pular was stunned. His most powerful trick was actually ruined by someone else's little whisper, which was so incredible that he couldn't accept it anyway. "It's too weak, such an attack, even a puff of dust can't be done." The soldier who blew away the energy waves emitted by Pular sneered. Chapter 052. PS, VIP collection plus 50, plus 1 more chapter. Seeing that his trick was shattered by the other party's small whisper, Pular was shocked beyond words, and suddenly knew that he had provoked a strong enemy this time. A small minions are so strong that they are difficult to match, so how terrifying the leader of the other party should be. The enemy is far from being able to contend with on its own. This thought came to mind, and without saying a word, Pular immediately turned around and fled. The 3 elite soldiers of the Frieza Legion saw Pular flee with mockery and disdain. "Want to escape? Dream." A soldier laughed and instantly caught up with Pular and punched Pular in the abdomen. Rumble. With a loud bang, Pular was like a cannonball, flying heavily upside down and landing on the ground, sinking into a large deep pit. The gap in combat effectiveness was too great, although the soldiers who attacked Pular were already merciful, but they still cost Pular half his life with one punch, only to see him lying in the pit, bleeding from his mouth and nose. His breath was like a gossamer, and his ribs were broken several times, which was miserable. It's too weak, it's really too weak, and you lose your combat effectiveness with a light punch. The seriously wounded Pular soldiers grinned, and when they heard this, all the soldiers laughed in unison. Under Frieza's order, 3 soldiers took out laser swords, ferociously cut off Pular's hands and feet. For a time, blood gushed, Pular screamed bitterly, screamed a few times, Pular's head tilted and passed out. Seeing this, the 3 fierce soldiers looked at Frieza at a loss. Ignoring the gazes of the 3 subordinates, Frieza's eyebrows opened in the sky, the golden-red dreamy light flickered, and the light enveloped the unconscious Pular, and Pular was awake as soon as he was shrouded in light, but his eyes were dull and there was no trace of radiance. "Where is the Dragon Pearl?" Frieza asked lightly. Pular replied sluggishly, "The 1-star dragon bead is in the hands of the Great Elder. The Great Elder lives in the Sacred Mountain, located 28,000 kilometers to the south. The 2-star dragon bead is in the hands of Elder Nar, and Elder Nar's tribe is about 21,000 kilometers northwest." Easily asking the specific whereabouts of the 7 dragon beads from Pular's mouth, Frieza glanced at the more than 100 subordinates behind him, and said with a faint smile, "Did you hear clearly? You will divide your troops into 6 ways and give me to capture the Dragon Pearl among the 6 tribes of the Nami Nemesis, and if you fail, you will not have to come back to see me." As soon as Frieza's words were finished, the more than 100 subordinates behind him all felt cold in their hearts, and they all knelt down on one knee. "Don't worry, the king, his subordinates will definitely win the Dragon Pearl." Swish, swish, swish. The more than 100 elite soldiers of the Dark Legion were divided into 6 groups and flew towards the 6 tribes of the Nami Nemesis. Collecting the dragon beads, Frieza is not prepared to do everything himself, so what else should his subordinates do? After waiting for an hour, the 6 groups of elite soldiers who captured the Dragon Pearl returned to 5 groups, and only 1 group did not return. 2-star dragon beads, 3-star dragon beads, 5-star dragon beads, 6-star dragon beads, 7-star dragon beads, and 2 more 1-star dragon beads and 4-star dragon beads are complete. Holding a turquoise translucent dragon bead that is more than twice the size of a basketball, Frieza was overjoyed, stroking the smooth dragon bead, feeling the huge wishing power contained in the bead. After getting the 5 dragon beads, Frieza resisted the desire to absorb the divine power of wishing in the beads. "King Frieza, Jess, I am afraid that something has happened to them, and his subordinates have asked for orders to go to investigate, and by the way, seize the 4-star dragon pearl for the king." An elite soldier knelt on one knee in front of Frieza with a worried face. Jace was his brother. This time he also led a dozen elite soldiers to the Nami Nemesis tribe to capture the dragon beads. According to the distance, if it is smooth, it should be faster than him to complete the task, but he has completed the task for a long time, but he has not seen his brother return, and he can't help but worry. "No need, their chi has long disappeared, and their killers are coming," Frieza said expressionlessly. When he heard that his brother was killed, the elite soldier kneeling in front of Frieza trembled, and an unconcealable sadness flashed in his eyes, and when he heard that his brother's murderer was coming, he gritted his teeth, and his eyebrows were more determined. Su. A stream of light in the distant sky, a 2-meter-tall Nami Nemesis has come to Frieza's group, only to see him burly. His face is angry. He saw a dragon bead in Frieza's hand and 4 dragon beads on the ground at his feet. His eyes are like spitting fire. If his eyes can kill, Frieza and the others must have turned into ashes at this moment. "You hateful bastards, snatching the dragon beads and wantonly killing my people, really deserve to die. Unforgivable. I Guru must make you pay the price. Let you bastards see the anger of the Nami Nemesis." Ah! With a hideous face, Guru roared angrily, and his combat power was surging and imposing. Tick! An elite soldier turned on the detection instrument and was immediately stunned. 15,000 points. 18,000 points. 24,000 points. Bang! The low-level detection instrument is broken. Battle. Combat effectiveness super. More than 30,000 points? How? How so? How could there be such a high combat power among the Nami Nemesis? Failure, it must be that the instrument is faulty. The elite soldiers who detected Guru's combat strength muttered dumbly, and hearing his words, the elite soldiers were all surprised. The combat power is almost 45,000 points, not bad. I can't imagine that there is such combat power among the Nami Nemesis, but it would be naive to think that you can deal with me with this strength. Frieza smiled. Guru listened to Frieza's words, his face full of sneers. He obviously had absolute confidence in his strength. I hope your strength can have half of your breath. Come on, destroy, extinguish, rush, hit, light. Guru roared viciously, his energy condensed his arms, and suddenly burst out, but he saw a huge red light hitting Frieza and Frieza's subordinates, and this time, the combat effectiveness index was enough to break through more than 50,000 points. Rumble. In the face of Guru's angry blow, Frieza did not dodge, and the subordinates behind him panicked. Seeing that his trick hit Frieza and the gang head-on, the gasping Guru grinned maniacally, hit head-on by my Guru's trick. You bastards are dead. The red light dissipated, the smoke was pervasive, a fierce wind blew through, the smoke flew, showing the unharmed Frieza and the group. Seeing this, Guru's eyes widened, and his face was in disbelief. Before you die, let you exert your full strength, you should also be able to blind, now, you can enlighten. Frieza slowly raised his right hand, his index finger straight, and his fingertips shrouded in purple light. Seeing that Guru was about to die, at this critical time, a young Nami nemesis in the distance rushed in sweat. King Frieza, please show mercy to your subordinates. Shout. The purple light deflected, piercing his left shoulder before Guru could react. The young Nami nemesis, who arrived in a hurry, wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and said urgently, King Frieza, the Great Elder invites you to come and see you. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 053. The Grand Elder of Nami Nemesis invited me to meet? Frieza couldn't help but be stunned, and his mind probably guessed the other party's purpose. The Nami Nemesis Grand Elder in the original work is not a simple character, although the old one can't move, but he has the ability to make 7 dragon beads, develop human potential, predict the future, etc. It can be said that the Z Warrior can defeat Frieza in the original work, and the Great Elder is indispensable. The Great Elder in the original book was old and couldn't move, but now it was more than 200 years ago. Go back and tell your Great Elder that if you want to see me, let you come and see me in person. Frieza waved his hand and smiled lightly. Listening to Frieza's words, the young man Nami Nemesis who came to deliver the message widened his eyes, and Guru couldn't hold back his anger. Presumptuous, you dare to let the Great Elder come to see you. Noisy. With a cold snort, Frieza waved his hand casually, and a wave of energy blasted Guru into powder, and there was no slag left. This murderous scene scared the face of the young Nami Nemesis who passed the message. Go back and tell your Great Elder what I said. As soon as Frieza's words fell, the young Nami Nemesis was amnestied and quickly fled. This Nami Nemesis Great Elder shelf is not small, but it is too stupid for me, Frieza. Looking at the back of the young Nami Nemesis who passed the message, Frieza sneered in his heart. Far away from Frieza, Dang Cross heart was still pounding, thinking of Uncle Guru's tragic death. He was not without anger in his grief, but more of it was fear, that golden-skinned demon was too ferocious. Uncle Guru was the #1 master of Nami Nemesis. It was so abominable that he was killed so easily, and that such an abominable demon not only killed Guru, but also had a great elder personally go to see him. Both fists were clenched, and Dang Kra's forehead burst with a green tendon, and he gritted his teeth hard. After flying for a long time, Dang Kra stopped, looked at the figure in front of him. He was surprised, and saw that not far in front of him was a very large fat Nami nemesis. This Nami nemesis was more than 3 meters tall, his face was slightly old, and his expression was charitable and kind. It was the great elder of Nami nemesis. Great elder. Seeing the great elder, Dang Kra did not dare to slacken, and immediately greeted him respectfully. Kid, I already know what happened. The great elder said kindly. Tears shining, Dang Kra snorted and cried, Great elder, Gu. Uncle Guru, he. Alas! Sighing deeply, the great elder's face was sad, and without saying much, he flew towards Frieza in silence. The Nami Nemesis who now live in Nami Nemesis are all the children of the great elder, and the great elder with the ability of perception and foresight, can he not know what Frieza and his group did after they came? For the tragic death of many children, he was very sad, and more helpless. The great elder is not a combative Nami Nemesis, his combat power is only a few thousand points, far less than Guru, and he is unable to avenge the murdered Nemesis, and he has to humiliate Frieza in order to save the remaining Nami Nemesis from being killed. Seeing the great elder flying towards the location of Frieza's group, Dang Kra was more shocked than shame and anger. All the Nami Nemesis on the Nami Nemesis have great respect for the great elder. And now that the great elder has been humiliated, how can Dang Kra not feel shame and anger? Gritting his teeth, Dang Kra chased after the back of the great elder. He wanted to advance and retreat with the great elder. If that golden-skinned guy dared to disrespect the great elder, he would die with the other party even if he sacrificed his life. The great elder also didn't want to see Frieza, but he couldn't help it, because he foresaw the consequences of not going to see Frieza. All the Nami Nemesis on this planet were brutally killed, including himself, so he had to go to Frieza, whether it was for the sake of the children or his own life. King Frieza, hello, I am the Grand Elder of the Namek clan. Seeing Frieza, the great elder wisely lowered his posture. I heard you wanted to see me, but I don't know what's going on. Frieza asked with a chuckle. The great elder smiled bitterly and said, I also ask King Frieza to raise his noble hand and spare our Namek clan. Listening to the great elder's request, Frieza's smile became even brighter. It's not impossible for me to let go of your Namek clan, but I have 2 conditions. Please speak. The great elder's face changed slightly. The first condition is to hand over the 1-star dragon bead and the 4-star dragon bead. Frieza said the first condition cleanly. Frieza sent his subordinates to the 6 major tribes to rob the dragon beads, and the great elder knew it, so he was already mentally prepared for Frieza's first condition, and did not hesitate at the moment, directly stretched out his hand, and 2 dragon beads appeared in his hand out of thin air, which were the 1-star dragon beads and 4-star dragon beads that Frieza lacked. My second condition is to teach me how to make dragon balls. Frieza took the 2 dragon beads from the great elder's hand and said with a smile. Hearing Frieza's second condition, the great elder frowned, shook his head, and sighed and said, I'm sorry, I may have to disappoint you. Making dragon balls requires not only methods, but more importantly, talent. Even we Nami Nemesis can make dragon balls are very few, only the dragon family, only me and my child Dang Kra are dragon people in the contemporary Nami Nemesis. Although King Frieza is powerful, but he does not have the talent to make dragon balls. If you insist, I can teach you the method of making dragon balls. The great elder's words were already expected by Frieza, and he was not disappointed in this, just because he had already calculated in his heart. It is said that the dragon pearl can summon the divine dragon Boranga, and Boranga can fulfill 3 human wishes. I wonder if I wish to have the dragon talent of your Nami Nemesis, can I get my wish? Frieza asked with a smile, but there was another thought in his heart. He had the anti-heavenly skill of darkness devouring, whether it was devouring the great elder or Dang Kra, he could easily obtain the talent and method of making dragon balls. Darkness devours everything that can devour others, memories, energy, and also lifespan. That's right, dark devouring has the ability to devour someone else's lifespan to increase one's own lifespan, but this requires a sixth level of dark devouring. There are a total of 9 levels of dark devouring, and with each level raised, the power will increase tenfold, and the dark devouring of the 9th level can directly devour a universe. Frieza has only now cultivated the darkness devouring to the 3rd level, which is still far from the 6th level. The difficulty of cultivation of dark devouring is very large. The first 3 levels belong to the low level, it is easy to cultivate successfully. The middle 3 levels belong to the intermediate level, the difficulty of cultivation is more than 1 billion times that of the low level. As for the difficulty of cultivation of the last 3 levels, it is even more terrifying, especially the 9th level of dark devouring, only exists in theory, want to really achieve, almost impossible. Chapter 054. If you really want to have the talent to make Dragon Balls, you can make a wish to Polenga and you can make it happen. The Great Elder answered Frieza's question with a smile, but smiled secretly in his heart. Frieza, who can read minds, easily knows what the Great Elder thinks. Originally wishing to Polenga to have the talent of the Dragon Clan, the current body will become the physique of the Nami Nemesis, and although the Dragon Clan in the Namek clan has the talent and ability to make the Dragon Clan, its combat power cannot break through 10,000 points. The Great Elder obviously harbored evil intentions and deliberately did not make it clear, just to make Frieza wish to have the talent of the Dragon Clan, so that no matter how strong Frieza's strength was, once he became the dragon physique of the Nami Nemesis, his combat power would be limited to less than 10,000 points. Seeing the sinister intentions of the Great Elder, Frieza's eyes smiled imperceptibly, but he was very happy on the surface. Oh! In that case, then the Great Elder should quickly teach me the method of making Dragon Balls. Hearing this, the Great Elder thought that Frieza decided to make a wish to Polenga to have the talent of the Dragon Clan, and immediately secretly rejoiced, did not hesitate, very cheerfully waved a colorful ball of light. The ball of light did not enter Frieza's eyebrows. Suddenly, Frieza had a lot of information in his mind, digested this information, and immediately knew how to make Dragon Balls. The method of making Dragon Balls can only be understood, and the Great Elder just copied a copy of his steps and perceptions of making Dragon Balls and passed them on to Frieza. After learning how to make dragon beads, Frieza secretly called for luck. Fortunately he deceived the method from the Great Elder, otherwise even if he devoured the Great Elder, Dankra or Celestial God Bike, and had the talent to make Dragon Balls, he would not get the way to make Dragon Balls. Most of the methods of making dragon beads involve perception, and perception involves realm, and realm involves mental power, which is very complex. Devouring other people's perceptions, realms, or mental power, which is more difficult than devouring other people's life, at least requires the 7th level of darkness devouring. Frieza deceived the Great Elder that he was originally Tuyul, but he didn't want to hit him crookedly. Now that the method of making Dragon Balls is in hand, as for the talent of making Dragon Balls, Frieza is not ready to need Polenga, although he does not believe that Polenga has the ability to transform his demon god body into the dragon physique of the Nami Nemesis, but he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case Polenga really turns his demon god body into the dragon physique of the Nami Nemesis, he has no place to cry. Therefore, it is better to be cautious. After all, be careful to sail the 10,000 year ship. Stacking the 7 dragon beads in one place, Frieza opened his hands and shouted in the language of Nami's nemesis, "Come out, Polenga!" As soon as he heard Frieza speak in the language of Nami Nemesis, the Great Elder's face changed, becoming very ugly, and his face was the color of pig liver. The Great Elder had thought that Frieza would definitely not know the Nami Nemesis language, so that he would have to rely on him to make a wish to Polenga. And he also thought that the first wish for Frieza was to let him have the dragon physique of the Nami Nemesis, and the second wish was to teleport everyone in Frieza and his gang to the edge of the universe. I have to say that the Great Elder's plan is very thorough and feasible. If Frieza can't read minds and can't speak the Nami Nemesis language, maybe it is really possible for him to succeed, but unfortunately, Frieza can read minds and Nami Nemesis language, so, very sadly, the Great Elder's plan has not yet been implemented and is stillborn. As soon as Frieza's words fell, the sky suddenly became dark, dark clouds rolled, the razor electric dragon fluttered, and the 7 dragon beads stacked in one place bloomed with strong golden light, and a thick golden pillar of light in the golden light rose up into the sky, and when the golden light converged, a huge and incomparable alien beast had emerged in mid-air. This alien beast was the dream god of the Namek tribe, Polunga. As soon as Polunga appeared, he immediately asked in the language of Nami Nemesis, "The person who summoned me, you have 3 chances to make a wish, what is your first wish?" Almost at the same time as Polunga opened his mouth to ask, the Great Elder was already impatient and preemptively shouted, "Please let Frieza." Before the Great Elder's words were finished, Frieza had already stunned him with a wave of his hand. "Stupid thing, think Yin Lao Zi, you are still too tender." Knocking the Great Elder unconscious, Frieza pouted disdainfully. Seeing that the Great Elder was knocked unconscious by Frieza, Dang Kra was furious, and with a roar, he pounced on Frieza. "Don't measure yourself." Seeing Dang Kra flying over, Frieza sneered, stretched out his hand, and a black light vortex appeared in his palm, swallowing Dang Kra in an instant. Hehe, now that the talent of the Zilong clan is also available, coupled with the method taught by the Great Elder, I, Frieza, can also make dragon beads. Frieza smiled proudly. Just as Frieza was proud, Polunga asked for the second time. Hearing Polunga's second inquiry, Frieza withdrew his mind and began to carefully consider 3 wishes. Coming all the way to Nami Nemesis, Frieza's purpose is not only to learn to make dragon beads, but also Polunga's 3 wishes. On the way to Nami's Nemesis, Frieza also considered which 3 wishes to make to Polunga, and at that moment, after a little thought, he said the first wish. "Please let me learn all the special skills in the universe." Frieza said to Polunga in the language of Namex, and it had to be said that his appetite was indeed not small. There are not only hundreds of millions of races in the universe, thousands of races with special skills, and any kind of special skill is not trivial. Hearing Frieza's first wish, Polunga's eyes shone red, and after a moment of silence, he said an answer that disappointed Frieza, "I'm sorry, your wish is beyond my ability, I can only let you learn a special skill that has no physical requirements." Many special skills require special physiques to learn, such as the metal giants of the Oda tribe must have the Oda physique or the OSS physique, without which they cannot be learned. The first wish failed, and Frieza was depressed. In addition to immortality, Frieza's biggest wish is to learn all the special skills in the universe, but the drawbacks of immortality are too great, he will not grant this wish to Polunga. And learning all the special skills in the universe is beyond the scope of Polunga's ability. With a movement in his heart, Frieza had another idea, and immediately asked, "Can I have the cell genes of all races in the universe?" With the cell genes of all races in the universe, Frieza also has the conditions to learn all special skills. For Frieza's second wish, Polunga was silent, and the answer disappointed Frieza again, "I'm sorry, your wish is also beyond my ability, I can only let you have 98% of the race cell genes in the universe at most, and the remaining 2% of the race cell genes are powerless." In the original work, it is also said that the Nami Star Dragon Ball effect is stronger than the Dragon Ball on Earth, which is powerful. Mao. Lao Tzu made 2 wishes in a row, and 1 wish could not be fulfilled, so I go. The depression in Frieza's heart was already incomparable. Chapter 055. Frieza was depressed, complaining that Polunga was too rubbish, and he couldn't fulfill a wish, but he didn't want to think about how perverted his wish was, learning all the special skills in the universe and having the genes of all races in the universe. Such wishes, it is estimated that only Frieza's appetite and ambition dared to say it, and changed to someone else, even the god of destruction Beerus. In fact, it is not that Polunga's abilities are poor, but that Frieza's wishes are too against the sky. Polenga can give Frisia 98% of the genes of the race cells in the universe, which is already very good. Sighing helplessly, Frisia said angrily, then let me have the cell genes of 98% of the races in the universe. As you wish. Polenga's eyes shone red on Frisia, and after a long time, the red light disappeared, and Frieza immediately felt that his body was different, closed his eyes and felt it carefully, and couldn't help laughing maniacally. There are many races on a living planet, not to mention the vast universe. 98% of the races in the universe is definitely an astronomical amount, and the cell genes of so many races are concentrated in Frisia, and his demon god body is not small. What is your second wish? Polenga asked in a deep voice. Second wish? Frisia frowned and pondered, considered for a moment, and asked, can I change my appearance on the basis of retaining my physique, and change my appearance to a human male? After rebirth so far, turning back into a human has always been a desire of Frisia. Frozen demons have no gender and can't afford to be hurt. Hearing Frisia's question, Polenga was silent for a while and replied, I'm sorry, if your appearance becomes human, your physique will drop by about 85%. Frowning, Frisia was embarrassed, although he really wanted to change back to human, but if his physique dropped by 85% because of this, then he couldn't make this determination anyway. Is there any way for me to retain my current physique while still having a human male form? Frisia admits that he is greedy, but he has a hard time deciding. Polenga pondered and said deeply, there is a way. Transfiguration, which is a skill widely spread in ancient times, except for humans, any race can learn, and the transfiguration can become a human being, but this transformation is a temporary change in appearance, although the physique will also have an impact, but the advantage is that you can freely change back to the real body. As long as you change back to the real body, the physique will be restored. Metamorphosis? Monster? Frisia was stunned when he heard this, and then he was ecstatic. Although learning transfiguration was more like a yokai, he was still happy to have the opportunity to turn back into a human. Let me learn transfiguration. Spirited, Frisia shouted almost impatiently. As you wish. Polenga's eyes shone red on Frisia, and in just a few seconds, Frisia's transfiguration technique was performed, and in a flash of golden light, he had turned into a young man with broken hair. The young man looked handsome and looked grim. After becoming a human, Frisia was excited and happy, but as soon as he felt his physique and energy, he was depressed, and his physique decreased by about 85%, and the energy in his body decreased by about 85%, which means that his combat effectiveness was only about 15% of before. The physique and combat effectiveness have dropped significantly, which is very dangerous for Frisia, and once you encounter a powerful enemy, it is easy to suffer a big loss in human form. Returning to human as he wished, Frisia was very uncomfortable and now changed back to his frozen demon form. Now you can say your last wish. Polenga asked. Third wish? Frisia thought for a while, and suddenly an evil thought came to his heart, and he said with a treacherous smile, Polenga, please let Weiss and Beerus, the god of destruction, live forever. Weiss and Beerus, the god of destruction, have always been Frisia's big troubles, and now that he knows the drawbacks of immortality, he doesn't mind making a wish for immortality for Weiss and Beerus if possible. Wes, Beerus, don't blame me. How many people seek immortality but cannot get it? Frisia thought to himself, looking nervously at Polenga. After pondering for a while, Polenga replied, I'm sorry, but your wish is beyond my ability. The evil thought did not succeed, and Frisia was disappointed. What is your last wish? Polenga continued to inquire tirelessly. Can you let me go back to my original world? Frisia asked hesitantly. Polenga. Frisia. Let me learn the time talent skill of the Four-Eyed Clan. Frisia demanded. As you wish. Polenga's eyes shone red, his huge figure disappeared, and the 7 dragon beads lost their luster, turned into stone, and flew in all directions. The time talent skill of the Quad clan is very powerful, which is fully confirmed by Guldo of the Kinnit team in the original book. Time slows, time stops, time accelerates. Having learned the time talent skill of the Four-Eyed clan, as long as the combat power is under Frieza, it is difficult to break free from the influence of his time skill. The time talent skill of the Four-Eyed race can only be aimed at individual targets, and cannot manipulate the time of the universe, nor can it manipulate the time of a galaxy, nor can it manipulate the time of galaxies and dimensional worlds, nor can the time of the planets. In the original book, Guldo manipulated the time skill to play Klin and Son Gohan at the same time is very difficult. Frieza learned the time skill by making a wish, reaching the highest level of time skill in one fell swoop, and can manipulate the time skill to act on 9 people with lower combat effectiveness than himself at the same time. Time skills are divided into 9 levels. The first level can act on 1 goal, and the second level can work on 2 goals at the same time. By analogy, the 9th level can act on 9 goals at the same time, and Frieza is wishing to learn the time skill, and does not need to cultivate to reach the 9th level at once. After the 3 wishes were over, the dragon beads turned into stones and flew away, and Frieza caught up with them one by one with amazing speed. Although the dragon beads turned into stone, they still contained a huge amount of wishing divine power, and Frieza was not polite, absorbing the wish divine power in the 7 dragon beads that turned into stone in one go. The wishing divine power was absorbed by Frieza, and the 7 dragon beads that turned into stone turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. As soon as Polenga disappeared, the sky brightened. Looking at the unconscious Great Elder not far away, Frieza hesitated and decided to spare his life. Old thing! Originally you wanted to suckle me, I should have crushed your corpse into 10,000 pieces, but for the sake of me also getting a lot of benefits from you, I reluctantly spared your life. Goodbye, hee hee. Frieza sneered and led his subordinates to leave Nami on a spaceship. This time the Namek star, Frieza was worth the trip, but it was a big disaster for the Namek people. This time the Namek people were killed and injured, 7 dragon beads were destroyed, and Guru and Dang Kra died. Chapter 056. The North Galaxy, very far from the Earth, has a planet. This planet was once called the planet Zephyr, but now it is called the planet Vegeta, which is the territory of the Scion race. The Scion race, which is not small in the Northern Galaxy, is known as the fighting race. The growth of the Scion tribe can be called rapid. In just a few hundred years, the strongest combat power in the clan has increased from 4,000 points to more than 10,000 points. Learning the civilization of the Zephyr tribe, the technology of the Scion tribe is also high-end in the universe, but they are keen on fighting, although they are not restless in technology, and they have made little progress. Scion City, which is the widest, largest, and most elaborate city among hundreds of cities on the planet Vegeta, is also the king city of the Scion race, and Scions with combat power below 3,000 points are not allowed to live in this city. In the center of Scion City, stands a royal palace, which is heavily guarded inside and outside. In the palace, dozens of Scions are holding a council, and the leader is a young Scion. He is the Scion king, with a combat power of 12,000 points. He is one of the 3 masters of the Scion race, and the other 2 masters are the Scion King's life and death brothers Polly and Barrow, both with combat effectiveness of more than 11,000 points, although not comparable to the Scion King, but the difference is also very limited. I heard that there is a guy known as the Universe Emperor Frieza who is very active recently. His subordinates fought everywhere and occupied many planets, and several of our Scion warriors were killed by that Frieza's subordinates. The Scion King said lightly with a gloomy face. Scion is a very strict level of race: civilians, lower-level warriors, intermediate warriors, superior warriors, Scion royal family, 5 levels, clear distinction, and the establishment of the level is determined by the original combat effectiveness of birth, the original combat effectiveness below 10 points for civilians, the original combat effectiveness below 30 points for lower-level warriors, the original combat effectiveness above 30 points below 100 points for intermediate warriors. The original combat effectiveness of more than 100 points for superior warriors. The Scion royal family is not only the direct bloodline of the Scion king, and it must be more than 1000 points of original combat effectiveness, otherwise it will not be recognized. Although the protagonist Sun Wukong in the original work is a low-level warrior, although his father is a low-level warrior, but because the original combat power at birth is only 2 points, it is not recognized and sent to the earth. Hearing the words of the Scion king, Perry Ern laughed angrily. Cosmic Emperor? Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Who else deserves this title besides Big Brother? I see that Frieza is an arrogant and ignorant guy. Barrow also smiled and said, the title of Cosmic Emperor is only worthy of the king of our battle race Scion, and the rest of the night is just grandstanding. Listening to the words of the two brothers, the Scion king laughed for a while and said, that being said, that Frieza is too arrogant, and his subordinates are too active. Perry sneered, let that ignorant guy of Frieza personally come to planet Vegeta to meet the eldest brother, if he is smart and knowledgeable. He will reluctantly let him be a dog of our Scion. If he is not interesting, Polly will raise his Frieza planet to the ground and kill it all. For Perry's words, the dozens of Scions in the royal hall had no doubts. Scions are arrogant, conceited, belligerent, and cold. Overconfidence becomes conceit. For their combat effectiveness, Scions have always been very proud and confident. Polly, as one of the three contemporary masters of the Scion race, prides himself on his strength, and Barrow tied for the second in the universe. The Scion king is the first in the universe, as for the rest, at most ranked third in the universe. Although several of his superior warriors had been killed by Frieza's men, Polly still despised Frieza. If Polly and Barrow despise Frieza, then King Scion despises Frieza. After a moment's consideration, the Scion king waved his hand and said loudly, okay, just do as the Perry brothers suggest, and let that guy from Frieza personally come to planet Vegeta to meet me. As soon as the Scion king's voice fell, Barrow sneered again and suggested, Big Brother, I think it is necessary to show the strong combat power of our Scion clan first, otherwise Frieza will only underestimate us. Upon hearing Barrow's suggestion, the Scion king and dozens of Scions agreed with a sinister smile. In that case, then I will personally lead a team of superior warriors to the planet Frieza, first teach that Frieza, and let him obediently come to see the eldest brother, hee. Clenching his fists excitedly, Polly smiled. 11 small spaceships left planet Vegeta and flew towards planet Frieza. Inside the first spaceship, Polly closed his eyes and lay on a comfortable massage leather chair, nourishing his mind. Planet Vegeta is not close to planet Frieza, and it takes more than 4 months to arrive on a small spaceship. Leading 10 superior warriors of the Scion race, Polly confidently killed the planet Frieza, planning in his mind that he would be so powerful when he arrived on the planet Frieza. When you arrive on the planet Frieza, first severely humiliate and teach that Frieza who does not know the height of the sky, and then let him personally execute the subordinates who killed our Scions, hee. Perry didn't know that he was getting closer to death, but YY was very happy. This time, Polly had the intention to go to the planet Frieza to show his strength, so the 10 superior warriors he led were all the elite of the Scion elite, and their combat effectiveness was above 8,000 points. As for the fighters whose combat effectiveness exceeds 10,000 points, in addition to the 3 Scion kings, Polly and Barrow, there are only 4 people in the Scion race, and the combat effectiveness is below 11,000 points. For more than 4 months, after the boredom of Perry and 11 other Scions, finally, the planet Frieza was visible in the distance. There were hundreds of space warships patrolling the space around the planet Frieza, and as soon as they noticed that Perry and 11 other Scions were approaching, dozens of space warships immediately rushed up to stop them. Warning, warning, you have approached the planet Frieza 3,000 cosmic kilometers, order to stop, report your identity, name, race, and purpose of coming, otherwise we will attack. Dozens of warships patrolling the outer space of the planet Frieza warned in unison. For the dozens of space warships that were blocking not far ahead to warn, Perry smiled disdainfully, let you miscellaneous people see the scientific and technological weapons of our Scion race that are the best in the universe. Saya Grain Subcannon. With an order, all of a sudden, 11 small spaceships fired at the same time, and for a time, 11 blue-burning 3-meter diameter energy beams bombarded the 11 spaceships that stood in the way. Chapter 057. P.S. VIP collection needs to add 1 more chapter and tip needs to add 4 more chapters, a total of 5 chapters, today add 2 more chapters, tomorrow add 3 more chapters. Boom, boom, boom. With Perry's order, 11 Scion warships aimed at the 11 space warships patrolling outside the planet Frieza and bombarded it. The 3-meter diameter, blue-burning energy cannon is powerful, and the destructive power reaches 10,000 combat power. To Perry's surprise, the target they bombarded seemed to be frightened and stupid, and they did not dodge, did not evade, did not open the defensive cover, so that their attack hit accurately. Although he was shocked by the target's reaction, Polly saw the attack hit, and still sneered, "Hee hee, do you know how powerful it is?" Polly's smile quickly froze, looking at the 11 space battleships hit by their attack. Not only did they not fall apart as expected, but they were not even damaged. Nanny? How is this possible? Our Scion technology is the most advanced in the universe, and the Scion particle cannon is the most powerful battleship shelling, destroying almost comparable to me, unexpectedly. There was no damage to the patrol warship in outer space of the planet Frieza. What happened? What the hell is going on with this trademark? Perry was shocked in disbelief, unable to accept reality, and cursed angrily. In fact, it was not only Perry, the 10 Scions who followed him to Frieza planet this time were also stunned at the moment, and their brains were blank. Scions have always been conceited. They not only think that their combat power is the best in the universe, but also have always believed that the scientific and technological civilization of their race is the most advanced in the universe, and now the proud technological attack cannot damage the patrol warships in outer space of the planet Frieza, which is unprecedented for Polly and others. Because of your malicious attack, our side will fight back. Beep, tick. Destroy, destroy. In an instant, dozens of grey-black destruction death rays were emitted from the space battleship that blocked Perry and others, and the death light was extremely fast, although Polly and the others panicked to control the battleship to dodge, but they were still really hit. Hit by the death light, the spaceship of Polly and the others turned into powder in just 3 seconds, and the 11 of them died, 9 dead and 2 were seriously injured and unconscious. When Perry regained consciousness, he only felt that there was no severe pain in his body, and he couldn't help but hum lowly. Opening his eyelids, what appeared in Perry's eyes was a dark red ceiling, turned his head, but saw himself lying in a magnificent palace. The luxury of the palace decoration revealed a strong dignity, the gold-paved ground was spotless, dozens of dragon pillars supported the ridge of the temple in 2 columns, a group of people arched around a golden-skinned person looking at themselves contemptuously. The golden-skinned man had cold eyes, sitting on a small hovering spaceship. Frieza. Almost when he saw the figure sitting on the small hovering spaceship, a name involuntarily appeared in Polly's mind. Suddenly shocked, Perry gritted his teeth and trembled and got up. In the death light of the outer space patrol battleship of the planet Frieza, he survived, but only a life remained. As for the combat effectiveness, with the current situation, it is not at all effective. Not far from Polly, another Scion lay unconscious. This Scion was more seriously injured than Polly, already like a gossamer, only out of breath and not intake. If it were not for the strong physique of the Scion, this Scion with a combat power of nearly 10,000 points would have died a long time ago. Golden Dwarf, you are Frieza? He dared to condone his subordinates to kill us Scions. Paris shouted angrily, and at this moment, he was so angry in his heart that he almost died this time. Scion? You are just a bunch of ignorant ants in my Frieza's eyes, and I don't provoke you. You have the audacity to offend my planet. You don't know whether you are dead or alive. Inside the small hovercraft, Frieza cocked his legs and sneered. For the arrogance and ignorance of the Scions, Frieza is also very speechless. If it were not for the legendary Super Saiyan Broly in the original plot, who was born only 1,000 years ago, he would have destroyed the Saiyan race. How could he allow them to live moisturized? Who knew that this group of ignorant guys not only did not have gratitude and awe, but did not know whether they were alive or dead to take the initiative to pick his tiger's whiskers. Listening to Frieza's words, Polly was furious, and shouted angrily, "Frieza, you are killing yourself. To tell you the truth, I came to send you a message this time on the order of our Saiyan King, and our Saiyan King ordered you to go to our planet Vegeta alone to meet him, otherwise you will inevitably lead Saiyan warriors to raze your planet to the ground, and by then, you will regret it too late. The king is right, the Saiyans are indeed ignorant. Now your own life is also difficult to protect, and you dare to threaten the king with insults." A strong, burly, and tall warrior strode out from behind Frieza, none other than Frieza's first subordinate Baraka. "Difficult to protect yourself? Who can't be sure of themselves?" Perry sneered and took out a bottle of silver shining potion from his pocket, pulled out the cap, raised his head and drank it. The potion flowed down his throat, and suddenly, he was full of silver light, but not dazzling at all, but very soft. In the silver light, Perry's body began to grow rapidly, and thick hairs grew all over his body. Roar! With a loud roar, Polly had turned into a black giant ape more than 5 meters tall, and the giant ape was amazingly powerful. Witnessing Perry's transformation, Barishel and the others were all surprised, only Frieza was expressionless, as if he had expected all this. Yes, for Paris' move, Frieza did expect it. When it comes to understanding the Saiyans, no one in the world surpasses Frieza, and the giant ape transformation of the Saiyans is not a secret. As long as you know a little about the Saiyans, Frieza will naturally not be unclear. Saiyans have a very special physique. Once they see the light of the full moon, they will turn into giant apes, and the Saiyan combat power of giant apes will not only increase tenfold, but also have a strong self-healing ability. As soon as Perry transformed into a giant ape, his injuries recovered in the blink of an eye, and his combat effectiveness was also about 100,000 points. This injury is too serious. I can't imagine that turning into a giant ape has not completely healed itself, which has led to his inability to exert his strongest combat power, but now his combat power is also about 100,000 points, and it is still no problem to clean up the scum of Frieza. Great Ape Perry thought to himself. Frieza, who performed mind reading, was speechless when he saw Perry's thoughts. When the moon is full, the moonlight contains a special kind of Zi light, which as long as it is seen by the Saiyans, it will stimulate the wildness in the Saiyan hearts and transform into a giant ape. After destroying the Zvra clan, the Saiyans directly received the scientific and technological civilization created by the Zvra clan, and through some efforts, finally developed a special potion that can make the Saiyans giant apes. A small bottle of the special Zi light contained in the potion is enough for the Saiyans to maintain the giant apes for an hour, but this potion is not easy to make, and the total number of Saiyans today will not exceed 10 bottles, and Polly obtained 1 bottle. Because of his identity. Chapter 058. P.S. 1000 tips plus 1 more chapter. The Saiyans are arrogant and warlike, but not stupid. On the contrary, they are very clever, otherwise it would not have been possible to destroy the Zvra monopoly on the planet Vegeta. It is precisely because of the knowledge of the Saiyans that when Polly does not know whether he is threatened by life or death, Frieza knows that he has a battle, and the Great Ape transformation is Paris' battle, and the only battle. Frieza's palace is isolated from moonlight. Not only can you not see the moonlight outside in the palace, but also cannot make a full moon, and Perry in the palace uses the effect of special potions to become a giant ape, which makes Frieza also a little surprised in his heart. After transforming into a great ape, Perry's sanity is still very clear. The civilian, lower-level warrior and mid-level warrior giant apes among the Saiyans have become irrational and crazy destruction, while only the superior warriors and the Saiyan royal family can remain sane and sober. He recovered from his injuries and had a huge combat power of about 100,000 points, and for a while, Polly was satisfied. Frieza, I was just delaying time before. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This bottle of moon potion is only effective when the energy in the body needs to run a special trajectory, and now, you should also be able to die blind. Ha ha ha. Polly laughed proudly. He almost died. His resentment towards Frieza was already incomparable. The only thought in his heart was to kill all life on this planet Frieza. Only in this way could he eliminate the hatred in his heart. After transforming into a giant ape, Polly felt that everything was under his control, and the lives of Frieza and the others were also in his thoughts. How could he be unhappy? Tez. Listening to Perry's words, Frieza spoke lightly. King Frieza. As soon as Tess heard Frieza's call, he immediately fell to one knee with a respectful face. Solve this ignorant scion, start clean, don't stain my palace. Frieza ordered expressionlessly. Subordinates obey. Tez stood up and walked towards the giant ape Polly with a sinister smile, and a faint red flame appeared on his body. Triple Realm King Fist. After Frieza's teaching of the Realm King Fist, Tez has been cultivating hard, and although limited by his talent, he has managed to learn the 3-Realm King Fist after 2 years of hard practice. Today's Tez is also different from the past, and its combat effectiveness has broken through to about 200,000 points, plus the increase in 3 times the Realm King Fist, and its strength cannot be underestimated. Red flames enveloped the surroundings, and Tezzy in a sneering smile threw a punch and slammed into the calf of the giant ape Polly. Bang! With a punch, the giant ape Polly didn't even have time to scream before turning into flying ash. Although the scion giant ape fought bravely and well, the gap in combat effectiveness was too great, and Polly was still killed by Tez in seconds. After killing Perry, another unconscious scion also died. Great King, the scions are also too daring. They dare to invade our planet Frieza. What they say this time should also make them pay, according to the humble opinion of their subordinates. Simply destroy the scion race. After killing Polly, the murderous Tez suggested to Frieza. After listening to Tertz's suggestion, Baruchel, Kaid, Mercy and others all agreed and expressed their support. Baruchel, you go and dispatch 1,000,000 5th Order Dark Legions, let's go. Planet Vegeta. Frieza said with a faint smile, an imperceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. Yes, the subordinates will arrange to ensure that the 1,000,000-strong army is ready to go within an hour. Baruchel laughed excitedly and left. Frieza's Dark Legion, divided by ranks, the 1st and 2nd orders do not exist, the 3rd order is the lowest, the 5th order is the highest, the so-called 5th order legion. It means that every soldier in the legion has 5 digits in combat effectiveness, and in the same way, every soldier in the 3rd order legion has 3 digits in combat effectiveness. 5-figure combat effectiveness, this is tens of thousands. A legion of 1,000,000 soldiers with a combat power of more than 10,000 points, this lineup is really extraordinary. Thanks to the fact that he subdued a large number of high-powered subordinates on the prison cage island in the cultivation star dimensional realm, and later obtained the divine spirit tree seed, it took more than 2 years for Frieza to cultivate 1,000,000 soldiers with a combat power of more than 10,000 points to form a legion. With Frieza's order, Baruchel began to mobilize his troops in a hurry. In just half an hour or so, a 1,000,000-strong army was neatly waiting in the outer space of the planet Frieza. Hundreds of large space warships led by Frieza's King-class spaceship headed for planet Vegeta, all the way to the mighty road. The planet Frieza is quite far from planet Vegeta, and the King-class spacecraft can arrive within a month, but the warships on which the 1,000,000-strong army is riding have seriously slowed down. It will take about 2.5 months to fly to reach Vegeta. Listening to the report of his subordinates who drove the spaceship, Frieza fell into deep thought. It has been more than a year since he left Nami Nemesis. More than a year ago, while cultivating, he led his subordinates to fight everywhere in the northern galaxy, adhering to the belief that those who follow others prosper and those who oppose others die, setting off a bloody storm in the northern galaxy, countless lives have died at the hands of Frieza and his subordinates, and thousands of races have perished under their hands. Today's Frieza rules more than 200 life planets in the North Galaxy, with 1 million people in the Fifth Order Dark Legion, about 1 billion people in the Fourth Order Dark Legion, tens of billions in the Third Order Dark Legion. In addition, there are hundreds of billions of affiliated forces. Frieza's prestige in the Northern Galaxy is increasing day by day. Countless people fear him, countless people hate him, and countless people deal with him explicitly or covertly, but anyone who vainly tries to challenge Frieza has ended tragically, and even few people can see Frieza's face. Just Baracle and others are like mountains that smash those who do not challenge Frieza by themselves. This time, the offense of Perry and the others also made Frieza angry in his heart. With Frieza's strength today, the Scion is no different from an insignificant ant in his eyes, and for people, ants are lazy to pay attention to if they don't mess with themselves, but when ants bite people without measuring their strength, people will stretch out a finger to crush the ants to death. Destroying the Scions is very simple for Frieza, just send a subordinate to lead a group of people, but once the Scions are destroyed, Broly, Kakarot, Monkey King, Vegeta, etc. will not have a chance to be born, which is not what Frieza is willing to do. Broly's Super Saiyan genes are something Frieza is determined to get, and as for Son Goku and Vegeta, they are just a little fun in a boring life. Since you are reborn in the world of Dragon Pearl, it would be a pity not to participate in the game in the original plot. Scion race, Frieza will not destroy at present, because the time has not yet come, but since the Scion has taken his tiger's whiskers, it is necessary to teach him a hard lesson. Chapter 059 P.S. 1000 tips plus more. Chapter 2 In a battleship following King Frieza's spaceship, thousands of soldiers in uniforms laughed and talked in groups, one of which was more attention-grabbing, only to see that one was an unusually fat and ugly person, and the other was a handsome and dashing long-haired man. If Frieza was here, then he would definitely recognize these two people. Sob. Doria. In the original book, Frieza's henchman and right-hand man is especially favored by the Kinna team, and is also the second of the main murderers who destroyed planet Vegeta. In this life, because of Frieza's rebirth, the fate of many people has changed, such as Gula and Gura's 3 right-hand men, Starman, Babe, etc., as well as Sob and Doria. Sob and Doria have recently joined Frieza's Dark Legion, and their strength is good. Sob's combat power is 19,000 points, and Dodoria's combat power is 14,000 points, both of which have reached the qualifications to become 5th Order Dark Legion soldiers. Brother Sob, this time King Frieza led everyone to planet Vegeta. It seems that the end of that group of arrogant wild monkeys is coming, haha, it's really painful. The fat and ugly Doria grinned. Hearing this, Sob sneered slightly. Doria, advise you not to be happy too early. In my opinion, King Frieza will not destroy the Scion tribe. What? When Dodoria heard Sob's words, he was suddenly shocked. Dodoria's parents were brutally killed by the Scions when he was a child, when the young Doria hid in the shadows and witnessed the killing of his parents. Therefore, the hatred for the Scions in his heart is incomparable, and he also hopes that one day he can use Frieza's power to destroy the Scions to take revenge. This time Frieza personally led a 1,000,000-strong army to kill the planet Vegeta. Doria is very excited, thinking that his hatred has hope to be repaid, but Sob's few words were like a basin of cold water that extinguished the heat in Doria's heart. He has known Sob for decades, and Doria knows that Sob's words have never been missed. Since it is said that King Frieza will not destroy the Scion tribe, then his hatred may not be repaid this time, but he is very unwilling and asks Sob why. At the moment, Sob explained, "What is the strength of the Scion clan? You won't know it. The two of us can make a big fuss when we break into the planet Vegeta. What kind of figure King Frieza is, Lord Barakar, Lord Cade, Lord Tetz under his command, which one can destroy you and me with not one finger? If King Frieza wants to destroy the Scion clan, why bother to stir up the crowd? Sending any warrior of the Imperial battle team to lead thousands of 5th Order warriors is enough to Destroy the Scion clan. Of course, it is not ruled out that the stupid Scions angered King Frieza, so that King Frieza decided to take matters into his own hands, but I heard that King Frieza's planet was robbed by Scions a year ago, and King Frieza did not bother the Scions at that time. The Scions robbed King Frieza's planet a year ago? At that time, King Frieza did not trouble the Scions? This, after listening to Sabo's words, Dororia was in disbelief and very disappointed. He thought that this time would be the end of the Scions, but now it seemed that he thought too much. Doria, you don't have to be too disappointed, there must be a reason why King Frieza did not destroy the Scion tribe. I guess the Scion tribe has what King Frieza needs. Once King Frieza gets it, the end of the Scion tribe is really not far away. Sob hesitated for a moment, said with a smile, and after hearing his words, Doraria's mood also improved a lot. When the spaceship on which Perry and 11 others were riding was destroyed, King Scion, who was far away on the planet Vegeta, knew. The Perry brothers lost contact with their spaceship. The Scion King told Barrow the news in a heavy tone, and when Barrow heard it, his eyes immediately widened, incredulous. The spaceship lost contact, and there were only two possibilities: 1, the spaceship was damaged, and second, it was in the special magnetic field region of the universe. It should be in a special magnetic field area. Our Scion scientific and technological civilization is the top of the universe, and Polly's strength is also the top of the universe, and there will be no danger. Barrow thought for a moment and said to himself, Perry, their life fluctuations disappeared. King Scion sighed. There is a special crystal ball in the Scion Palace, and every Scion will save a trace of his life fluctuation in the special crystal ball after the age of 3, and once he dies, the life fluctuation in the special crystal ball will naturally disappear. If the spaceship that cannot contact Polly and the others may be that they are in the special magnetic field region of the universe, but the life fluctuations they kept in the special crystal ball disappear, there can only be one explanation. Perry he's dead? Barrow exclaimed. Alas! King Scion sighed. Although he did not want to believe that Polly and the others were dead, it was also an indisputable fact that the life fluctuations they kept in the special crystal ball disappeared. After a long time, accepting the news of the death of Polly and the others, Barrow said coldly, Brothers Polly, they must have been killed by Frieza's gang. Hateful, absolutely can't just forget it. We must avenge Polly. Big brother, gather the whole clan and go and raise the planet Frieza. I also have this intention, not to kill Frieza. I swear not to be human. King Scion shouted. I'll go and gather the warriors of the whole clan now. Barrow said impatiently. Before Barrow could gather the Scion clan, a panicked middle-aged Scion had already hurried in. Woe to the king, Lord Barrow, woe to you! In the distance, the middle-aged Scion who arrived with a panicked look shouted. What happened? What are you panicking about? The Scion King roared angrily. Frieza has led hundreds of warships to our planet Vegeta, and it will arrive in a few days. The panicked-looking middle-aged Scion reported. What the? Upon hearing that Frieza had led hundreds of space battleships to planet Vegeta, King Scion and Barrow were stunned, but they immediately laughed viciously. Barrow laughed, Good, really good, we were about to gather the whole clan to rush to the planet Frieza to take revenge, but I didn't expect that Frieza, this miscellaneous thing, led a large number of his men to die. As soon as Barrow's words fell, the Scion King also laughed. The words of the Barrow brothers are very much to my liking. Stupid Frieza dares to come to planet Vegeta, it is simply tired of living. After some ridicule, the Scion King ordered Barrow, immediately go and inform the whole clan, enter the first level combat readiness. Wait for Frieza's gang of miscellaneous to arrive, give me a fierce attack, not a single one is allowed to let go, wait for this gang of miscellaneous to destroy the planet Frieza, and then receive all the forces of Frieza. Yes. Barrow looked excited. Chapter 060. King Frieza, you have arrived on planet Vegeta. Hearing the report of his subordinates, Frieza, who was dozing, suddenly opened his eyes, 2 essence lights flashed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Planet Vegeta, is it finally here? Scion, prepare for the coming of my Frieza. Ha ha ha. With a wave of his hand, Frieza gave the order, let Baracle command the battleship to surround the planet Vegeta, and without my permission, do not let any Scion escape, otherwise let him raise his head to see me. Yes. Under Frieza's will, soon hundreds of space warships led by him scattered around planet Vegeta. Outside the planet Vegeta, thousands of small space battleships have already gathered, facing the arrival of Frieza and others, under the leadership of the Scion King, fiercely bombarded. Thousands of Scion particle cannons are like heavenly flowers, accurately hitting Frieza's king-level spaceships or the battleships of the Dark Legion, and the result is the same as Perry and others. Their attacks cannot cause the slightest damage to the battleships of Frieza and others. In fact, the scientific and technological civilization of the Scions is not too bad, but after Babe and Dr. Meow defected to Frieza, Frieza also knew a little about the scientific and technological civilization of the Scions. After all, the scientific and technological civilization of the Scions was almost all created by the Zephyrs, and their own innovation was very little. Knowing the technology of the Scions, their warships naturally pose no threat to Frieza. Since being exterminated by the Scions, Babe, who survived by luck, was bent on revenge, so he created Dr. Meow. Dr. Meow is a robot with intelligent light brain as the core. As long as there is enough knowledge, you can create the most high-end technology. Not only all the knowledge of the Zephyr tribe was instilled by Babe to Dr. Meow, but also Babe also plundered the scientific and technological knowledge of many intelligent races and instilled in Dr. Meow. Therefore, it can be said that Drive Meow's scientific and technological level is at least hundreds of years ahead of the Scions. How can the special metal alloy made hundreds of years ahead of technology be damaged by the Scion particle cannon? Seeing that their own attack could not damage the battleship of Frieza and his group, all the Scions were incredulous. The Scion King reacted the fastest, and although he was also shocked that the strongest technological attack of his race could not damage the battleships of Frieza and his group, he still ordered everyone to retreat back to planet Vegeta in time. Scions cannot survive in space, and can only survive by returning to the protected planet Vegeta. Frieza only led a few thousand Legion of Darkness soldiers to the planet Vegeta. Sob and Dodoria also mixed in with the thousands of soldiers who followed Frieza. Because the combination of Sob and Dodoria was so conspicuous, they were easily noticed by Frieza among thousands of soldiers. When Frieza saw Sob and Doria, 2 of the more famous dragon traps in the original work, he was also quite surprised. These 2 people in the original book are his own henchmen. Although he noticed Sob and Dodoria, but Frieza will not treat them specially. Now he and is not the original work of the Big Cat and Kitten 3 or 2 Frieza. He can be called a talent under his command. Really can't look at Sob and Dodoria, especially Dodoria. The strength is poor, but also greedy for life and fear death. In the original book, in order to survive, he is willing to rebel with Vegeta. There is no integrity at all. In comparison, Sob is much better, and Sob seems to be able to transform once. After the transformation, Sob's strength will be greatly improved, and it should be able to increase by between 50% and 75%. Sob also has a bit of cultivation value, and Dodoria is a cannon fodder character. Frieza was secretly worried. Frieza comprehended the relatively heaven-defying skill of Space Shield from the dimensional enchantment outside the prison cage island where the star was cultivated, and selflessly passed it on to all his subordinates, so his subordinates can survive in the cosmic vacuum for a period of time long or short. Leading thousands of subordinates, Frieza descended on a small hovership to the void above the Scion King city on planet Vegeta, and the Scion King who withdrew early had gathered tens of thousands of Scion warriors to wait for the royal city. Frieza, you are so daring, not only kill us Scions, but also dare to lead a crowd to invade our planet Vegeta, and make you pay the price of blood today. Seeing Frieza, the Scion King roared loudly, and tens of thousands of Scion warriors roared to the cheers. The total number of Scions is close to 1 million, most of them are civilians and lower-level fighters with low combat effectiveness. Intermediate warriors and upper-level warriors are only 100,000, and now the tens of thousands of Scion warriors gathered by the Scion King are almost all the strength of their Scion tribe. If the strength of the Scion tribe is 100, the strength of these tens of thousands of Scion warriors is 99. Presumptuous, you wild monkey dares to speak ill of King Frieza. As soon as King Sion's voice fell, Sob was already angry, coldly reprimanded, and then turned to face Frieza and knelt down on one knee, taking the initiative to ask for help. Your name is Sob? Want to fight King Sion? Frieza chuckled. Hey? King Frieza actually knows my name? Sob was flattered. Subordinate Sob, may I teach King Frieza a lesson for King Sion? Sabo's combat effectiveness is in the middle and lower of the thousands of soldiers led by Frieza. Even if he transforms into a middle to upper class, he took the initiative to ask Ying to fight the Scion King, but he wanted to show his face in order to gain Frieza's favor and attention. Sabo's careful thoughts. Frieza looked at the fire, but he was not impressed. Don't kill King Sion. Frieza smiled lightly. Sob has 19,000 combat power before he transforms, and he is really worried that he will kill the Scion King. Subordinates obey. With Frieza's permission to fight King Sion, Sob was overjoyed, thinking that he could finally show his face in front of King Frieza. Well, he needed to behave well and try to make King Frieza look different. Seeing that Sob took the initiative to ask Ying to fight and obtained Frieza's permission, many of the thousands of soldiers behind Frieza, annoyed that they didn't ask Ying first, this is a good opportunity to show their faces. Frieza's conversation with Sob was also heard word for word by the Scion King not far away, seeing that Frieza let a soldier fight himself. The Scion King was angry and his face was livid. Abominable Frieza, you bastard, you dare to look down on me so much and send a soldier to challenge me. King Sion roared angrily. With the roar of the Scion King, a burly and more than 2 meters tall rugged Scion took the initiative to ask, King, subordinate mid-level warrior Abama please fight. Although Abama is a middle-level fighter, his combat power has reached more than 7,000 points, and he is not a small reputation among the Scion clan. The Scions have also made instruments to detect combat effectiveness values, but they are very low level, can only detect below 5,000 points. Once the detected target combat effectiveness exceeds 5,000 points, the instrument only shows 5,000 points, so they are not clear about the combat effectiveness values of Frieza and others. Chapter 061. The initiative to successfully ask for battle. Sob was very excited. Seeing that the Scion King did not personally fight, but made a middle-level warrior face it, Sob was angry in his heart and sneered secretly. A little soldier of Frieza dares to challenge our Scion King, first let you see the power of my Abama. Abama's sneer was full of green tendons and vigorous, and the huge combat power of more than 7,000 points was surging, and his body was covered with a faint light. Rumble. Sob also emitted his own momentum, and his combat power before his transformation was more than twice as strong as that of Abama, and at this moment, the momentum was emitted, and it shattered Abama's momentum in an instant. Hey! The momentum was shattered, and Abama was stunned. Bang! One punch, just one punch, Abama's head was blasted into a rotten watermelon by Sob, and for a while there were red and white splashes, and this murderous scene shocked many Scions. Abama was killed in one move, which? How could it be? At this moment, the Scion King is difficult to calm down, even he needs 3 moves to kill a warrior with a combat power of more than 7,000 points such as Abama, and a soldier under Frieza actually killed Abama with only 1 move. What kind of joke? It must be that idiot in Abama who is careless. Barrow found a reason. Yes, it must have been Abama's carelessness, otherwise let alone a soldier under Frieza, even if Frieza himself personally attacked, he would not be able to kill him in 1 move. Hearing the reason Barrow found, King Sion agreed very much. Thinking that Abama would be killed by Sob's move, all the Scions were relieved, but what happened next silenced all scions. If Abema was killed by one move because of carelessness, then the next 3 consecutive superior fighters with a combat effectiveness of more than 8,000 points were also killed by the other party's move, which is no longer so simple. At this time, the Scion King also realized that he might have underestimated the strength of Frieza and his group, but by now, it was too late to regret it. 4 warriors in a row were killed by Sob's move, which was a huge blow to the morale of the Scions. Seeing this, the Scion King hesitated a little and was ready to strike in person, but unexpectedly Barrow took the lead. "Let me Barrow teach you a lesson." Seeing Barrow play, Sob also smiled, "Finally a weighty one, I hope I can hold up a few more moves." Sob also knows a lot about the situation of the Scion tribe, knowing that Barrow is the second master of the Scion tribe, and his combat power is second only to the Scion King, and he is on par with Perry. For the Scions, Sob is very disdainful. If it were not for the transformation of the giant ape of the Scions, with his strength, he would have helped his brother Dodolia to avenge him. An intermediate warrior with a combat effectiveness of more than 7,000 points and 3 upper-level fighters with a combat effectiveness of more than 8,000 points were all killed by Sob's move, which made Barrow dare not despise it no matter what. Barrow tried, and he killed a fighter of about 6,000 points in a second with a maximum of 1 move. The opponent's strength is above their own, and it seems that only giant apes can win. Barrow was calculating. At that moment, Barrow quickly took out a bottle of special potion and drank it, and like Perry. As soon as the potion went down his throat, Barrow immediately turned into a giant ape. "Nanny!" Sob froze. Sob also knows that Scions can be giant apes, but giant apes need the light of the full moon, and the full moon of planet Vegeta is only twice a year. As for the artificial full moon, it takes a little time. A Scion he killed before wanted to artificial full moon giant ape, but unfortunately he did not succeed. He was confident that he would not give Barrow the opportunity to transform into a giant ape, but he never expected that Barrow could drink a bottle of potion to transform into a giant ape, which was completely unexpected to him. After the shock, Sob's face was frightened. The giant ape of the Scion can increase the combat effectiveness by 10 times. Barrow's combat power is already more than 10,000, and then become a giant ape, isn't it 100,000 combat power? Hundreds of thousands of combat strength. This is definitely not Sob can compete with, even if he also transforms. Run away. Facing Barrow, who transformed into a giant ape, Sob only had this thought in his mind, although fleeing without a fight would make King Frieza despise, but saving his life first. Although the giant ape transformation of the Scions can increase their combat effectiveness tenfold, their speed is a weakness. Turning into a giant ape, Barrow's combat power reached more than 100,000, but his speed was only about 3 times that of normal. At stake of life and death, although Sob does not like his ugly form after transformation, he can't care so much about his survival, and immediately transforms, and his combat power after transformation is close to 30,000 points, and his speed is slightly better than that of the giant ape Barrow. Humph, want to escape? Wishful thinking, come on. Barrow snorted angrily and opened his blood basin, and a ball of energy flew out of his mouth, breaking through the air and directly hitting Sob's heart. Sue! Sob narrowly dodged the energy ball sent by Barrow, but he broke out in a cold sweat. Boom, boom, boom. A group of powerful energy balls emitted from the mouth of the giant ape Barrow, chasing Sob, only making Sob embarrassed, dodging left and right, and thanks to Sob's speed is slightly better than Barrow, plus rich combat experience, otherwise he would have been bombarded by the energy ball. The escape technique is good. While attacking Sob, Barrow laughed playfully, and as soon as his words came out, tens of thousands of Scions burst into laughter. While the giant ape Barrow was chasing Sob, the Scion King raised his hands high and condensed a large soft ball of light. Drink! With a light drink, the Scion King threw his hands, and the condensed ball of light suddenly flew into the sky, and the soft brilliance spread all over the planet Vegeta. Roar, roar, roar. When the soft brilliance spilled onto the planet Vegeta, at the same moment, all the scions began to transform into great apes. The Scion King knew that he underestimated Frisia's strength, and the soldiers under the other party were so powerful, so how strong should Frisia himself be? After careful consideration, he decided to make a desperate bet to create a full moonlight ball to turn the entire Scion clan into a giant ape, so as to clean up Frisia and his gang. Nearly 1 million scions on planet Vegeta were all giant apes, and for a time, chimpanzees 4 or 5 meters tall abounded throughout planet Vegeta. The Scion King also turned into a giant ape, and the giant ape he transformed into was more than 6 meters tall, the strongest and most powerful of all the great apes. In the face of all the giant ape scion race, thousands of soldiers behind Frisia were frightened, although their combat effectiveness exceeded 10,000 points, but the scion giant ape tens of thousands of combat power, tens of thousands of points, close to 100,000 points of combat power is not a few. In such a case, the two sides of a pair, thousands of soldiers are bound to be torn to pieces by the violent scion giant apes. Seeing the scions of the whole race of giant apes, Frisia's face was expressionless, but the coldness in his eyes was even colder. Chapter 062. P.S. 1000 tips plus more. Chapter 3. When King Scion created the full moon ball of light, Frisia had enough time to stop it, but he didn't do it because he wanted to make the scion great apes and defeat them. Giant ape transformation is the ultimate hole card of the scions, and when the Scion clan shows this ultimate hole card and then defeats them fiercely, only then can this group of proud, conceited, savage, and warlike scions realize the strength and invincibility of King Frisia. In less than a minute, all the scions on the entire planet Vegeta turned into giant apes. Most of the great apes were irrationally destroying everywhere, and only a few giant apes retained their clear senses. Roar, kill Frisia this bastard! Roar, kill Frisia this bastard! Roar, kill Frisia this bastard! The Scion King roared and attacked Frisia, and a large number of scion great apes followed, and the momentum changed the color of heaven and earth. 2,000 meters. 1,500 meters. 1,000 meters. When the Scion King approached within 1,000 meters of Frisia, Frieza slowly raised his right hand, his index finger straightened, and his fingertips flashed purple light. Rumble! Boundless purple light emanated from Frisia's fingertips, and instead of destroying the artificial full moonlight ball above his head, he directly attacked all the scion great ape as far as his eyes could see. When the purple light disappeared, there was no scion giant ape within the range of Frisia's sight, and many scions covered in red fruits were lying on the ground. Defeated. Under Frisia's finger, the scions of the entire race of giant apes were defeated. Defeated? We scions lost? Isn't the whole family of giant apes no match for a finger of Frisia? Why? Why is this? Why aren't we scions the #1 fighting nation in the universe? Lying on the cold ground, feeling the cold wind blowing his body, the Scion King's heart was like winter, and his eyes oozed crystal tears. How could this scrap of Frisia be so powerful? Our scion giant ape transformation is no match for one of his fingers. Barrow muttered blankly with his eyes. Ha ha ha, it is worthy of being the strongest King Frisia in the universe. The scions who do not measure their strength cannot match a finger of the king even if the whole clan becomes a giant ape, and a group of arrogant wild monkeys dare to challenge the majesty of King Frisia. It is really ridiculous. Even if King Scion turns into a giant ape, it is just a small ant in front of King Frisia. King Frisia is a great emperor of the universe, and a group of wild monkeys who do not know the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth dare to challenge the great king, like grasshoppers shaking trees. Thousands of soldiers behind Frisia whispered, looking at the many scions lying on the ground with despise and contempt. Frisia's shot was extremely measured, and although the scions lost their combat effectiveness, they were not seriously injured. Seeing that many scions including the Scion King had lost their ability to resist, although Sob said that Frisia would not destroy the Scion tribe this time, Doria couldn't help but open his mouth and suggest to Frieza, King Frieza, the Scion tribe is too arrogant to dare to despise your majesty. According to the opinion of his subordinates, it is better to destroy the Scion clan. Hearing Doria's suggestion, Frieza glanced at him coldly, and this glance suddenly made Doria's heart jump and she was almost breathless. It's my business to deal with the Scions like this, I don't need you to worry about it, go down. Frieza will not treat Doria the same way he treats Sob. In Frieza's mind, Doria is almost useless, low in combat effectiveness, greedy for life and afraid of death, and useless. Doria carefully retreated under Frieza's hay, but there was a flash of resentment in her eyes, and she also had a different heart for Frieza. Doria thought that his mind was well hidden, but he did not know that Frieza could see it thoroughly. For a small person like Doria, Frieza was too lazy to pay attention to it, and if he turned back and explained to Baruchel, Doria would disappear cleanly. There are too many people who hate Frieza, and Frieza is too lazy to clean up personally, and there is no reason to fall for identity, and it can be dealt with by a few capable subordinates. For a long time, the Scion King and the others, who were covered in red fruit, got up one after another. King Scion, give you a choice, either lead the entire Scion clan to be loyal to me, or be exterminated. Frieza smiled lightly. Extermination? The Scion King was silent. He was naturally very unwilling to let the entire Scion clan become a dog of Frieza, but if he refused, he would be exterminated. No, we Scion can't be destroyed. Today Frieza is powerful, if you don't surrender, you will die. It seems that you can only surrender for the time being, and it will not be too late to take revenge when it is strong in the future. King Scion thought in his heart. Want us Scions to be loyal to you? This is simply a fool's dream. We are a fighting people, we would rather die standing than live on our knees. Before the Scion King could make a choice, a young and vigorous Scion was already shouting angrily, and his words echoed many Scions. For some unscrupulous Scions who refused allegiance, Frieza did not relent in the slightest and killed with one finger. Ah! Frieza, you bastard, Ibero fought with you, give me death. Seeing that his respected eldest brother was threatened by Frieza, and that many Scions were brutally killed by Frieza, Barrow was completely furious. A faint golden flame shrouded Barrow, and his hair changed slightly, which stunned all the Scions and surprised Frieza. Mimic Super Scion? Although it is still very reluctant, it is indeed a mimicry Super Scion. Looking at Barrow, who was covered in faint golden flames and had reddish hair, Frieza thought to himself. When the normal combat power of the Scion exceeds 1,000,000 points, you can transform into a Super Scion through incomparable anger, and the mimic Super Scion is an existence between the Scion and the Super Scion. The first level of the Super Scion can increase the normal combat effectiveness by 50 times. In the original work, Sun Wukong's normal combat power is about 3 million when he is matched by Frieza in Nami Buster, so the combat power after transforming into a Super Scion is about 150 million points, which is much stronger than the 120 million points of combat power Frieza. Mimic Super Scion can increase the normal, more than 1 million combat power, 40 times the combat power, or the normal, less than 1 million combat power, 10 times the combat power. Due to the extreme anger, Barrow turned into a mimic Super Scion. His combat power suddenly increased tenfold, and he looked at the artificial full moon above his head, transformed into a giant ape for the second time, and his combat effectiveness continued to increase tenfold, breaking through more than 1 million combat power at once. The Scion Great Ape will collapse after being defeated, but Barrow recovers his physical strength and energy after becoming a mimic Super Scion, so he supports his second giant ape transformation in a short period of time. Barrow's combat power was originally more than 10,000, the mimic Super Scion transformation increased tenfold, the giant ape transformation increased tenfold, and the combat power skyrocketed 100-fold, reaching more than 1 million points. Chapter 063. P.S. 1000 tips plus more. Chapter 4. Barrow gave hope to all Scions. Barrow he Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? Looking at the red-haired Barrow wrapped in golden flames, King Saiyan was surprised and said to himself, Super Saiyan, this is the Saiyan legend of 1,000 years to give birth to a super soldier. In the Saiyan family history records, Super Saiyan is the most powerful warrior in the universe, no one can match. Not only did the Saiyan King think of the Super Saiyan, many Saiyans also thought of the Super Saiyan when they saw Barrow's abnormality. It can't be wrong, absolutely can't be wrong, we Saiyans only have 2 transformations, one is Giant Ape, the other is Super Saiyan. Barrow must have become a Super Saiyan, ha ha ha, great, peak turn ah. Frieza, your end is coming. King Saiyan laughed. Lord Barrow has become a Super Saiyan. It turns out that the legend of the Super Saiyan is true, I can still see it with my own eyes in my lifetime, not in vain this life, not in vain in this life. Well, no matter how powerful Frieza is, he is vulnerable to Lord Barrow, who has transformed into a Super Saiyan. I bet Frieza won't last 10 minutes under Lord Barrow's attack. 10 minutes? You may also underestimate the Super Saiyan, this is the most powerful warrior in the universe, Frieza can withstand 10 moves, and hold out for 10 minutes? Many Saiyans who believed that Barrow had become a Super Saiyan were ecstatic to talk about it. The Saiyans were elated, and Barrow, as the party concerned, was even more ecstatic, feeling the unprecedented huge energy in his body. At this moment, Barrow was so confident that he couldn't help but raise his head and roar, in order to vent the agitated emotions in his heart. Strength, such a powerful force, no matter who it is, I have absolute confidence that I can defeat it. Barrow yelled. Listening to Barrow's roar, the corners of Frieza's mouth twitched, and he smiled disdainfully, and the combat power of more than 1 million points was excited like this. If I let you know how terrifying my current combat power is, I am afraid that it will scare you to death. Today's Frieza's normal combat power is about 50 billion points and it has become a super Nami nemesis with about 500 billion combat power, and casting 60 times the Realm King Fist can break through more than 3 trillion combat power, that is, more than 3,000 billion combat power. Although Frieza does not put the double transformation, mimicking Super Saiyan and Giant Ape, Barrow in his eyes, the only one who can fight under him is Barashel who casts the King Fist of the Realm, and as for Leela, unless the current Barrow is 100 times stronger, he can match. Both Leela and Barashel were left in the spaceship by Frieza, and now the highest combat effectiveness among the thousands of subordinates who followed Frieza was more than 50,000. Frieza, die! Let you see the wrath of the Saiyans! Barrow shouted angrily, opened his mouth and emitted a ball of destructive energy, which blasted straight towards Frieza. The ball of energy, containing more than 1 million points, carried the anger of Barrow and many Saiyans and slammed into Frieza. The anger of the Saiyans is just a fart. In a sneer, Frieza cast a dark devouring, and in an instant, a vortex of black light swallowed the ball of destructive energy sent by Barrow. Devouring more than 1 million points of energy transformed by the ball of destruction energy, Frieza couldn't look at it, glanced at Sob, and poured all of it into Sabo's body. More than 1 million points of huge energy, Sob's physique is difficult to bear, but fortunately, the energy is transformed by Frieza, very mild, so that Sob can withstand it. Ping Bai got more than 1 million points of huge energy, Sob's combat effectiveness increased to about 1 million points in a short period of time, but this is only temporary. If Sob digests it immediately, this 1 million points of energy may still be 10% absorbed by him, but now Frieza gave him energy to let him deal with Barrow, naturally there is no time to digest and absorb. What a huge amount of energy! If you have time to digest yourself now, you only need to absorb 1/10, and your combat strength is estimated to be close to 200,000 points, but it's a pity. Feeling the energy in his body, Sob sighed in his heart. Seeing that his attack was devoured by Frieza's skill and transformed into Sabo's body, causing Sabo's combat effectiveness to skyrocket in a short period of time, almost comparable to himself, Barrow was furious. Despicable Frieza, you are a shred, I will tear you apart. Barrow roared. Su. The figure flashed, and Sob had blocked in front of Barrow, sneering, ugly gorilla, your enemy is me. Give me death. Seeing Sob blocking, Barrow punched out in anger, and Sob was not afraid, and he also met with a punch. Bang! One big and one small, two fists slammed into each other, and the terrifying power burst out, causing the entire planet Vegeta to tremble slightly, the earth was cracked, and thousands of scions were killed tragically. With a muffled snort, Sob took more than a dozen steps back, while Barrow only took 3 steps back and made a judgment. After all, Barrow's combat effectiveness is stronger than Sob, plus Sob's combat power does not belong to him, and once he fights, Sob is naturally in the inferiority. Although he is in the downside, Sob is not worried at all, but seems to be in control. Barrow, you are indeed very strong now, but you are dead because you have a fatal weakness. Sob smiled proudly and confidently. Achilles' heel. Barrow's heart flashed, and he had already guessed Sob's intention, and his face immediately changed. Ha ha ha, without the artificial full moon, can you continue to maintain the giant ape? In the midst of wild laughter, Sob waved his hand and smashed the artificial full moon light ball condensed by the Scion King. Bang! Nope! The artificial full moon light ball was shattered by Sob's energy cannon, and suddenly, Barrow's giant ape state also disappeared. Although Barrow, who has changed back to normal, is a mimic Super Saiyan, his combat effectiveness is only more than 100,000 points, which is far from Sob. Goodbye, Super Saiyan, hey! In the midst of the mockery, Sob beat Barrow to ashes with a burst of energy cannon. Killing Barrow, Sob digested the huge energy in his body on the spot, and after fighting for a while, the huge energy in his body has been consumed a lot, and if he doesn't hurry up to digest it, he can get even fewer benefits. Despair. Deep despair. Originally, seeing Barrow transform into a Super Saiyan, all the Scions were extremely excited, and they were sure that Frieza's group would definitely die. But they didn't expect that Frieza didn't do it at all, but just used his skill to devour Barrow's energy transformation into Sob's body to end the battle. Super Scions are invincible, and Frieza's despicable guy used his skills to devour the Super Scion's energy into his subordinates, and then destroyed the artificial full moon, which killed Barrow, otherwise, they would definitely have no chance of victory. The Scion King thinks the same as all Scions, and for the Super Scions, they firmly believe that they are the strongest force in the universe. No matter how he thought about it, Barrow was also dead, and the Scion King sighed, helplessly leading the people to bow down to Frieza. Chapter 064. P.S. VIP collection plus 50, plus one more chapter. Having lost the Super Saiyan Barrow, the Scion King knows that he must submit to Frieza, otherwise the Scion will definitely be exterminated. Although kneeling on the ground, every Scion is hot in his heart, the legend of the Super Saiyan is true, Barrow can become, he and others will have a chance to become as long as they work hard, and when they become Super Saiyan, they will naturally have a chance to kill Frieza. Only if you save your life first, will you have the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan later. Scion Patriarch Vegeta XXVII is willing to lead his whole clan allegiance to King Frieza. King Scion bowed his head and knelt down to Frieza, gritting his teeth and saying, Vegeta, which is the name of the first Scion and the first Scion King. Since you have chosen to be loyal to King Frieza, then according to the rules, offer the symbol of the power of your Scion King 863. A subordinate behind Frieza spoke just in time. For each race conquered, Frieza confiscates what the race symbolizes power, and if it can become a symbol of the power of a race, it must be a treasure and has its value. Something that symbolizes Scion kingship? Hearing his subordinate's words, Frieza couldn't help but be stunned. There were no Scion treasures in the original book to symbolize royal power, otherwise it should also be in Vegeta's hands. The symbol of human kingship is generally the seal or the Great Ding, and since the Scion tribe also established a state and crowned king, it should be impossible to say that there is no thing that symbolizes kingship. The curious Frieza did not stop his subordinate's request, and quietly watched Vegeta XXVII. Vegeta XXVII, who was kneeling on the ground, listened to the demands of Frieza's men, and his face twitched, gritting his teeth, and the symbol of royal power was handed over to Frieza, which was a greater shame for him than death, but for the sake of the whole family, he had no choice. Frieza, you wait, when I transform into a Super Saiyan in the future, I must let you die without a place to be buried. Hatred. Vegeta XXVII took a ring from his left ring finger, raised his hands above his head, and offered it to Frieza. This is the ring of the Saiyan King, handed down by my ancestor Vegeta I. Vegeta XXVII said indifferently. Oh? What was handed down by Vegeta I? Frieza was surprised, and reached out to take the ring on Vegeta's 27th hand and looked at it carefully. This ring is silvery white all over, like white gold, but light as a feather, as if it has no weight in the hand. The shape is simple, and there are many words inscribed, but Frieza does not know a word. Opening the eyes of the heavens, but unable to see through the inside of this Saiyan King ring, this shocked Frieza's heart. Baby! This Saiyan King ring is 100% treasured. Watching Frieza play with the Saiyan King ring, Vegeta 2 and many Saiyans were angry, but they were afraid that Frieza would find out and had to lower, their fists clenched, and their nails pierced deep into their flesh. It is worthy of being handed down by Vegeta I, it is a treasure, good, I am satisfied. Frieza chuckled. Vegeta XXVII forced a smile. King Lisa is satisfied. Ha ha ha, let's go. Frieza waved his hand, and the 1,000 men left. Looking at the back of Frieza and the others, all the kneeling Saiyans got up. The Saiyan King Vegeta XXVII's face was gloomy, looked at the direction where Frieza left, and muttered, Frieza, you wait, I must transform into a Super Saiyan, and I will make you pay 10 times the humiliation I have suffered today. After teaching the Saiyans a hard lesson, and forcing the Saiyans to be loyal to themselves, Frieza was in a good mood. Looking at the Saiyan King ring in his hand, he couldn't help but grin. Doria cautiously came to Frieza's side and said, Great King, I see that those Saiyans are not really loyal to you. Many of them looked angry and resentful before, and they were afraid that they would betray the Great King in the future. Glancing at Doria, Frieza suddenly had a thought, and immediately smiled evilly. Your name is Doria, isn't it? Your worries are also good. Although King Ben is not afraid of those Saiyans betraying, but it is always a trouble, since you are so loyal, then order you to lead a group of 5th Order soldiers to garrison planet Vegeta, give me a nearby spy on the Saiyans, and act cheaply. Ah! The subordinates will definitely live up to the Great King's responsibility. Upon hearing of Frieza's task, Doria was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Sending Doria to station on the planet Vegeta is also a little fun for the Saiyans. Doria's parents were killed by the Saiyans, he hated the Saiyans to the bone, and now let him station on the planet Vegeta, he will inevitably take revenge, and the Saiyans are not vegetarians, it's a bit interesting. Frieza thought to himself, Dodoglaya is also cannon fodder anyway, it doesn't matter. This time, Sabo has gained a lot of benefits, and after digesting a lot of energy, his combat power is now close to 100,000 points. Since Sab's combat power has greatly increased, Frieza also promoted him to one of his henchmen. The Saiyan affair is over, as long as they don't make too much trouble, Frieza can open and close one eye, and wait for the plot to begin more than 200 years later, that is, when the Saiyans and the planet Vegeta are destroyed. Many Saiyans died this time, and I don't know if there is a grandfather of Sun Wukong or Broly. In case Sun Wukong or Broly cannot be born because of himself, it will not be fun. Frieza thought that he had minimized the casualties of the Saiyans. Returning to the planet Frieza, Frieza begins to study the Saiyan King rings. Frieza and his subordinates fought against various races in the universe and captured tens of thousands of symbolic rites, but there were not many real treasures, and this time they got the king ring of the Scion tribe, which is very valuable for research. Frieza's heavenly eye power is closely related to his combat power. With his current terrifying combat power, the power of the heavenly eye is simply incredible, but he cannot see through the inside of the Scion king ring, which undoubtedly proves the extraordinary nature of this ring. Holding the Scion king ring and placing it on his forehead, soul power gushed out, and Frieza sensed an invisible barrier that prevented him from probing inside the 4.2 Scion king ring, and at that moment, he began to use his soul power to impact the barrier. Frieza's two souls fused, the soul power was inherently powerful, and he learned a soul forging skill of the realm king god, making the soul power powerful to a terrifying level. Under the impact of Frieza's powerful soul power again and again, the invisible barrier in the Scion king ring was gradually shaken, but with this trend, even if Frieza's sleepless life, it would take at least a month to completely break through the barrier. Every time the soul power hits the barrier, it will be more or less depleted, but fortunately, Frieza's spirit forging skill can maintain the loss and recovery level. A month, not long, not short, but for Frieza, it was as long as a century, and for a month in a row, he used the power of his soul to impact the invisible barrier in the Scion king ring. Even if there was a soul forging skill to recover and wear, he was mentally exhausted. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 065. Rumble. Frieza's spirit was shocked, and the invisible barrier in the Scion king ring was finally broken by the power of the soul after a month of his unremitting efforts. Breaking through the invisible barrier, Frieza's soul power also entered the Scion king ring, and before he could perceive it, a mechanical voice sounded. Sensing the soul fluctuation, the system begins to bind, 1%, 2%, 3%. Binding 100%, the degree of recognition of the Supreme System officially begins. Supreme System? What is this? Frieza was confused. Frieza, who was puzzled, carefully perceived, and after a long time, he finally realized that this Scion King ring was a technological product made by the Cybians, and it only took the power of the soul to break through the invisible barrier in the ring to make the sealed Supreme System recognize the Master. Cybis? This is a 153 powerful race, and it has a deep relationship with the Scions. For the Cybi people, Frieza had a little impression in his previous life, as if he had seen this term somewhere, but he was not deeply impressed, and now he had a relatively deep understanding of the Supreme System. In the primeval era, there was an incomparably powerful race. This race was terrifying in combat, warlike in character, intelligent, and the scientific and technological civilization was extremely high-end, and even able to resist the demon world with the power of a race, creating countless legends and glory. The Dragon Ball universe is divided into primeval times, and near-ancient times, and the demon world of the primeval era is the most powerful and prosperous period in the history of the demon world. The demon world of the primeval era is headed by the demon main force Gaia, and the 7 demon kings are also extremely powerful. The power of any one is more than 100 times stronger than the contemporary demon world king Dapla. As for the demon main force, Gaia's combat power has exceeded the category of 100 million and entered the realm of trillions. The Cybi tribe is too strong, so powerful that the primeval demon world is also faintly inferior by half a chip. Perhaps the extreme of things must be reversed. Strong to the extreme began to weaken, the Cybi tribe began to infight, evolution, gradually split into 2 races, the Cygwin tribe and the Scion clan. The Cygwin tribe inherited the great strength and wisdom of the Cybi clan, and the Scion tribe inherited the warlike and talent of the Cybi clan. The Supreme System is a super-god technology created by the most powerful 4 generations of patriarchs in the history of the Cybi tribe in order to break through the realm of gods. Frieza studied it carefully and had a general understanding of the purpose of the Supreme System. The Supreme System has 4 uses. The first use is to accumulate battle points through battle, the second use is to use battle points to exchange for Cybi skills, knowledge, weapons, medicines, technology, etc. The third uses the supreme dish, which can absorb the Dao law in the universe to cultivate law seeds, and the fourth uses to integrate law seeds into the body and give birth to one law after another. The law is the foundation of the realm of God. The first level universe contains 3,000 first level laws, the second level universe contains 3,000 second level laws, the ninth level universe contains 3,000 laws. The first level law condenses the realm of the first level God, and the second level law condenses the realm of the second level God. The realm of gods of the same level is also different. For example, the earth and heavenly god Bik in the original work is also the realm of gods, but it is weak compared to the realm of the destroying god of Beerus. Power is supreme, this is the only rule of the universe, but the importance of the realm is also undoubted. The strong of the realm can only cause 1 point of destructive power, and the strong of the realm can cause 10 or 1% of the destructive power. Beerus's realm of gods can be called the first in the Dragon Ball universe. Realm improvement, many benefits, not only can make the power cause more damage, but also increase the lifespan, such as Beerus. Because of the realm, his lifespan is almost the same as the lifespan of the Dragon Ball universe. Any universe follows the 4 stages of completion, habitation, badness, and emptiness, even the 9th level universe is no exception. Although the life of the universe is very long, after all, it is not eternal, there will eventually be a time of destruction, and the creatures that exist in the universe, even if the realm of God is deeply comprehended, at most bind their life to the universe. If they cannot break the shackles before the universe is broken, they will only perish with the universe. If you want to break the shackles of the universe, the law and the realm of gods are indispensable, otherwise no matter how strong the combat power is, it will not be able to break the shackles of the universe. The law and realm are exactly Frieza's shortcomings, and now that he has the supreme system, it just makes up for it. Good cow X supreme system, but a little pit. The supreme dish that activates the cultivation law seed actually requires 100 billion battle points, and the battle points required for the fusion law seed to enter the body to breed a law have reached the upper limit of 999.9 billion, alas. Although the realm of laws and gods is tempting, it is still too far away, and it is more practical to exchange some of the skills, knowledge, and technology of the Scybians in comparison. Zero holding the Scion King ring, Frieza pondered. The accumulation of battle points is not easy. A close battle, lasting an hour to accumulate 1 battle point, only fight with people who are stronger than themselves will have an extra bonus of battle points. A close fight? Frieza was distressed. With his current combat strength, even if he did not use the Realm King Fist, it was estimated that Beerus and Whis could fight in the Dragon Ball universe, and the rest were ants. Depressed, maybe for the sake of battle points, you need to suppress your combat strength and fight with people, but if you don't do this, battle points can't be accumulated. Frieza smiled bitterly. Depressed to depressed, but the recognition of the supreme system still made Frieza excited. After all, with this system, as long as there are enough battle points, you can exchange the skills, knowledge, technology, etc. of the Cybi race, and the law and the realm of gods also have hope, although it is still far away, but through hard work, the distance from the law and the realm of gods will also approach step by step. Battle point. Looking up, Frieza sighed deeply. A life planet in the North Galaxy, a majestic mountain range, towering ancient trees, lush branches, green grass and shrubs, countless birds and beasts, a fierce beast more than 10 feet tall at this moment furiously, and a golden figure fiercely fighting. This golden figure is about 1 meter 5, the momentum is extraordinary, although the body is small, but it is comparable to the 3.5 giant beast. Like this kind of battle, in this life planet different hundreds of places fiercely unfolded. Doppelganger. In order to accumulate the most battle points in the shortest time, Frieza cleverly used a large number of doppelgangers. He learned an energy avatar from the memory of the Western Realm King God Kaz 15 generations ago, which is a skill of separating part of the energy in the body to form a doppelganger. Forming an energy avatar requires at least 100,000 combat power of huge energy, and thanks to Frieza's combat power, energy avatars can be created in large quantities. Frieza created a total of 10,000 energy doppelgangers to brush battle points around. 10,000 energy doppelgangers provide 1 battle point in an hour, and Frieza can also harvest 10,000 battle points in an hour, which is also very impressive at the end of the day. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 066. In order to brush the battle points, Frieza created 10,000 energy doppelgangers in one go, each of which contains 100,000 combat power energy. Creating 10,000 energy avatars consumes a full 1 billion combat power energy points of Frieza, and the consumption of this part of energy is permanent and cannot be replenished. Energy avatar is a relatively pitted skill, theoretically can create an innumerable, but each energy avatar needs at least 100,000 points of combat power energy, and unlike ordinary avatars, ordinary doppelgangers can return to the body anytime and anywhere, while energy doppelgangers cannot return to the body, so every time an energy avatar is created, Frieza's combat effectiveness will be permanently reduced by 100,000 points. If it were not for the purpose of brushing the battle point, it is estimated that killing Frieza would not have created an energy avatar, but still created a large number. The energy avatar did not think alone, and Frieza was also distracted to manipulate several energy doppelgangers at most, unable to take care of 10,000 energy doppelgangers, but the energy doppelganger is like a robot, as long as the program is formulated, it will faithfully perform the 0-1 task, so after Frieza formulated a brush battle point program for his 10,000 energy doppelganger, everything was simple. Although the loss of 1 billion combat power is a problem for Frieza, it is only a small problem, and it will be made up in less than a month. Although for Frieza, the more energy doppelgangers are the better, but he can only create 10,000 at present, and no more can be created. The energy avatar is the same as the Realm King Fist, although there is no upper limit, but it is only theoretical, and in practice, it still needs to be cultivated by himself, such as the Realm King Fist, Frieza only cultivates to 60 times, and the energy avatar, he only cultivates to create 10,000, but this is also because his cultivation time is still short. After all, he only began to cultivate after the Supreme System recognized the Master. Planet Frieza. Frieza felt the continuous accumulation of battle points of the Supreme System and was in a bad mood. At least a few thousand battle points are recorded every hour, ranging from tens of thousands to more than 100,000 in a day. After accumulating for a few days, Frieza's battle points also increased by hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of battle points are only a drop in the bucket to activate the demand of the Supreme Vessel, but it is already possible to exchange some of the skills, knowledge, technology, etc. of the Cybi clan. For a few days, Frieza was working hard to cultivate the energy doppelganger, while immersing himself in the exchange interface of the Supreme System, a variety of exchange images, most of which were grey and non-convertible, and only a few were white that could be exchanged. Battle points are white when they are enough to be redeemed and grey if they are not redeemed enough. After studying carefully for a long time, Frieza had already chosen what to exchange. The power of Cybi, or the power of witches, the power of Pangu, this is a chaos level power, and absorbing this power can make people's souls and bodies become one. The soul and the body are one, and there are two major advantages. The first advantage is that it can be immune to all soul-type attacks. And the first benefit is that the body is immortal and the soul is immortal. It takes 5,000 battle points to redeem one Cybi power. System, redeem 75 points of Cybi power. Frieza thought silently in his heart, since he had made a decision, he did not hesitate to regret it, and directly used the accumulated battle points to exchange the power of Cybi to the maximum. To redeem 75 Cybi power, you need to consume 00 battle points. The total battle points of the host 378,455 points. Is the exchange confirmed? Yes or no? Confirm the exchange. Frieza thought. Suddenly, Frieza only felt a grey-black turbid chi gushing out of the Scion King ring on his fingers, and this turbid chi melted into Frieza's body as soon as it left the Scion King ring. The turbid chi melted, and Frieza's soul trembled, fusing a little with the body of the demon god. Although the soul only fused with the body a little, Frieza felt a mental shock, and his combat power soared by more than 1 billion, suddenly making up for the consumption of creating 10,000 energy doppelgangers. Frieza is a person who has crossed the rebirth. The 2 lives of the soul are one, extremely powerful, but compared with the body of the demon god, it is still too much inferior, and now the soul and body are fused a little, and the soul has grown a lot under the influence of the body of the demon god. Closing his eyes and feeling his own changes, Frieza thought, 75 points of Sabi's power is still too little, only fusing one soul and body with less than 1%, with this efficiency, one soul needs at least 50,000 Sabi power to completely unite with his body. The power of about 50,000 Sabi is not a small number, and it needs to be exchanged for 250 million battle points. The cultivation of skills is divided into 2 situations, one is difficult first, the other is easy first, the latter is very common, the former is relatively rare. The cultivation of energy avatars is the same as the Realm King Fist is easy first and then difficult. Beginners are easy to get started, but the more cultivation, the more difficult it is. In Kaz's memory, the fastest of the Realm King gods who had just learned the skill of energy doppelganger also needed 3 days to get started, but Frieza only took a few minutes to successfully get started, and the strength of the talent was evident. As Frieza's cultivation of the energy avatar skill became more and more refined, he could create more and more energy avatars, and naturally, more and more battle points were gained. 10,000 energy doppelgangers. 15,000 energy doppelgangers. 20,000 energy doppelgangers. With the support of many energy doppelgangers, Frieza's battle points have gradually become more and more abundant, and the power of Sabi that can be exchanged has also increased. Continuing to exchange the power of Sabi, Frieza's soul and body became more and more integrated. What Frieza didn't know was that when he fused a large amount of Sabi's power, the planet Frieza was also slightly glowing grey and black, which was very strange, and it was impossible to see if the combat power was less than 100 million points. The strong person with more than 100 million combat strength, in addition to Frieza, is only Leela, and now Frieza is focused on the ascetic energy avatar skill, and Leela is a puppet without a single consciousness, so he has not discovered the abnormality of Frieza planet. Frieza didn't notice the faint grey-black glow of planet Frieza, but someone did. On an inconspicuous small life planet in the middle galaxy, which is very far away from Frieza planet, a young man with scattered black hair frowned, as if sensing something. His eyes looked in the direction where Frieza planet was. This young man had soared eyebrows, extraordinary heroism, and a grim expression. Is it the power of the ancient Sabi? How is it possible? How can there be a Sabi power in this universe? This is the supreme power of the Sabi race. Only the Sabi royal family is born with the power of Sabi. In this universe, in addition to Lord Ves, the Sabi people, there are other Sabi people? And still the Sabi royal family? The young man muttered suspiciously. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 067. The soul is finally fused with the body by 7%. Planet Frieza, the Imperial Castle. Frieza stood with his hands in his hands, his eyes watching the sunset through the glass giant window, and he secretly sighed in his heart. After exchanging about 3,500 points of Sabi power, Frieza finally integrated his soul into 7% of his body. With a power of about 3,500 Sabi, the battle points required for redemption exceed 17 million. More than 17 million battle points it is very difficult to accumulate, and thanks to the huge amount of energy in Frieza's body, and the cultivation talent is amazing, in a short period of time, the skill of energy avatar has been cultivated to a level that has never been seen before. Today, Frieza has created more than 100,000 energy doppelgangers, consuming more than 10 billion energy points. Because of the crazy creation of the energy avatar, Frieza's combat effectiveness has not improved much during this time, and the normal state is close to 60 billion points. As for the Realm King Fist, there is no cultivation at all during this time. Just as Frieza sighed, he suddenly had a palpitation, and his face was suddenly shocked. He sensed that a strong man was coming towards planet Frieza, and the pressure given to him by this strong man was not small. Who is coming to planet Frieza? The strength is not to be underestimated, it can make me feel so stressed, and the combat power is at least more than 5 billion points. Frieza thought to himself. More than 5 billion points of combat power, although it is nothing compared to Frieza, but looking at the Dragon Ball universe, it is definitely one of the few strong. As far as Frieza knows, it seems that in addition to himself, Ves and Beerus, there should be no fourth person for the time being. The combat effectiveness index exceeds 5 billion points for a while. For the strong man who is rushing to the planet Frieza, Frieza has a strong curiosity. Who is this mysterious powerhouse? This mysterious powerhouse does not know whether it is an enemy or a friend. If it is an enemy, although it does not pose any threat to itself, it will inevitably harm its own planet. As soon as he thought of this, Frieza immediately flew out of the planet Frieza, and with induction, his flesh traveled through the universe to meet the mysterious powerhouse. The strength of the mysterious powerhouse is too strong, the planet Frieza cannot afford to destroy, for the planet Pofliza is complete. Frieza can only choose the possible battlefield in the vacuum of the universe. The vast northern galaxy, the vastness, the bright stars are countless. A grim-faced young man is holding a defensive cover flying in the vacuum of the universe. The direction is the planet Frieza. I saw that this young man flew extremely fast, more than twice as fast as the King-class spacecraft. Sabi's power, I must find out clearly. It took a long distance and nearly half a month to reach the North Galaxy. He continued to fly for 3 days and 3 nights, and stopped the flight. He was not tired, but he stopped because someone was blocking the way, and this roadblock was a golden-skinned man, left and right, who was not Frieza. Frozen demon? How do you have 3 eyes? And the skin color is not right, mutant? Looking at Frieza who was not far in front of him, the young man frowned tightly, sinking. While thinking, the young man's eyes were sharp. Although he was far away, he still saw the Scion King ring on Frieza's finger. His eyes widened all of a sudden, his mouth stammered, and he exclaimed in a lost voice, "Honorable ring? The Cybe clan's super god technology supreme ring? What are you?" Frieza asked lightly. The young man turned a deaf ear to Frieza's question, his eyes fixed on the Scion King ring, his face full of disbelief, and his eyes mixed with incomparable greed and shock. "That's right, it can't be wrong, it's indeed the supreme ring. Ha ha ha, it's great, it's really good. As long as I get this super god technology, I can not only comprehend the realm of God, but even hope to transcend the realm of God." With a few black lines on the brain door, Frieza was speechless. Ignored, for the first time in Frieza's life. I said, how can the power of Cybe appear in this universe? It turns out to be because of the supreme ring. That golden dwarf, take advantage of my good mood now. I don't want to kill. If you don't want to die, then obediently give me the supreme ring. The young man shouted with laughter, and as he spoke, he was full of momentum and pressed towards Frieza through the defensive cover. The youth's combat power is similar to Frieza's estimate, about 5.3 billion points. The momentum is surging, huge, like the endless Wangyang Sea, containing countless waves, undercurrents, whirlpools. To the youth's surprise, shrouded by his momentum, Frieza did not change his face and did not react at all, which shocked him in his heart. Shouldn't it be that the supreme ring has the effect of blocking momentum? Frowning, an idea popped up in the young man's heart. No wonder, in his perception, Frieza's combat power was only tens of millions of points. Since comprehending the use of Qi, Frieza has been able to freely suppress combat effectiveness, and this time deliberately suppressing combat effectiveness at tens of millions of points. Unless the youth's combat power exceeds Frieza, he cannot see through the reality. Since he was sure that Frieza's combat power was only tens of millions, the young man naturally would not take him seriously. Today's Frieza, even if he does not change into a super Nami Nemesis or casts the Realm King Fist, his normal combat power is close to 60 billion, which is more than 10 times stronger than the youth with about 5.1 billion combat power. With a tenfold gap in combat effectiveness, it is already possible to ignore the momentum. Squinting his eyes and revealing a cold light, Frieza sneered, "Are you threatening me?" Those who knew Frieza well knew that he was really angry when they saw his smile at the moment. Piffo was furious, and blood splattered 5 steps. The Emperor was furious, and the corpse was million. Although Frieza has not yet unified the 5 galaxies and become a veritable Emperor of the universe, he has also initially developed an imperial state of mind, and the ignorance and threat of the young man makes him angry. Frieza's anger together could not be extinguished so easily. Although he listened to Zhao well, to see Frieza's anger and unhappiness, the young man was strong in self-possession, and did not put Frieza in his eyes at all, and laughed, "What about threatening you? The supremacy of strength is the only rule in this world, and it is also the only rule in any world. Lao Tzu's strength is stronger than you, he is qualified to threaten you, and even kill you, advise you to be smart. Kneel down and kowtow a few heads to apologize for what I just said, and then offer the supreme ring with both hands, I can also consider sparing you." Hearing this, Frieza laughed angrily, "Kneel down and kowtow to apologize? Hands on the supreme ring? Spare me? Ha ha ha, ridiculous, but you have a sentence that is very right, the supremacy of strength is the only rule in any world, the strong can do whatever they want, the weak can only rely on the nose of others, but unfortunately, you are wrong a little, you are far from being strong in front of me, your life is only in my thoughts, the strong can threaten or kill the weak, but the weak threaten the strong, that is self-destruction. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 068. Suicide? Hearing this, the young man had a mocking sneer, very contemptuous, very disdainful, he only felt that what Frieza said was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. It is ridiculous that a small ant with a combat effectiveness of tens of millions of points should talk about killing itself in front of a strong person with a combat effectiveness of more than 5 billion points. Stupid fellow, don't measure your strength, you think your strength is very strong, but you don't know that it is a frog at the bottom of the well. To tell you the truth, with your little combat power, I can crush you with one finger. Ants are always ants, and how do you know the power of giant elephants? The young man threw his head up and laughed, his black hair fluttering over his shawl, and as the black hair fluttered, Frieza noticed a silver tail growing behind his butt. Hey! Frieza could tell that behind the young man's butt was a silver ape's tail. You're a scion? Frieza questioned. The human form grows an ape tail, which is the hallmark of the scion family. The tail of the scion is generally brown, the first, second and third orders of the super scion are green, the fourth order is red, and the fifth order is silver. The god of the super scion is brown as usual, as for the sixth order is sky blue, and above the sixth order of the super scion, although there is still a realm, but so far no one has really reached it. Silver tail? Could it be that this mysterious powerhouse is a scion who has cultivated to the 5th level of a scion beyond level 170? An idea came to Frieza's mind. Scion. The young man was stunned when he heard this, and immediately mocked, "The shallow boy, tell you, Lao Tzu is not the inferior race of the scion race, I am a noble champion." Champion? Frieza knew that the Saiguan and Scions were the same race that the Saibi evolved. When it comes to talent, the Saiguan people are not as good as the Scions, but the Saiguan people are innately strong, they inherit the great strength and wisdom of the Saibi people, and they generally have 100 million combat power points at birth. The Super Scion who is born every 1,000 years is only 10,000 combat power points when he is born, and Frieza is only slightly stronger than the Super Scion, so insignificant, and compared with the champion, it is really not a star and a half. Under the avenue of chaos, existence is balance, and the existence of the universe is also in balance. There are positive and negative, good and evil, advantages and disadvantages. Although the people of the championship are generally born with a combat power of 100 million, but the talent is not high, and the cultivation efficiency is far less than that of the scions, let alone the talented perverted Frieza. It is indeed good to have strong combat power at birth, but in contrast, talent is more important. With strong talent, through hard cultivation, it is not difficult for combat effectiveness to catch up with or surpass the champion. Although the champions and the scions are the same ancestor, they can only transform once like the Nami Nemesis, and the combat effectiveness of the transformed super champions is only increased by 10 times, and there is no second or third order of super champions. People who don't know who compare the champion and the scion are mostly considered to be excellent, but after careful understanding, they will find that the champion and the scion are far worse. It turned out to be a champion, no wonder there will be a combat power of 50. Frieza suddenly realized that he had 100 million combat power at birth, and although it was not easy to increase his combat power to more than 5 billion points through cultivation, it was definitely not that difficult. After all, it was only 50 times. Boy, since you are not interesting, go and die. The young man couldn't hold back, and attacked Frieza with a sinister smile, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, he wanted to take the supreme ring. It is worthy of being a strong person with more than 5 billion points of combat effectiveness, although he is in a cosmic vacuum, but as soon as the young man moves, he will be in front of Frieza in the next moment. The left hand punched Frieza's head, the right hand grabbed the supreme ring, and a smile appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. It worked. The fist hit the head, the hand also grabbed the supreme ring, and the young man grinned. However, his smile quickly froze, because his fist passed through Frieza's head without hindrance, and his hand was also empty. Illusion? Not good. The heart secretly shouted that it was not good, and the young man threw his leg as a whip before he could turn around. Bang! Abby, with a loud bang, the youth snorted and fell back a few hundred meters, while the punching Frieza stood steady, a confrontation, strong and weak. The illusion? When? The young man who was shocked into a cold sweat had palpitations, but fortunately he had rich combat experience, otherwise he would inevitably suffer a big loss. Noble champion? It's just shit, even a tenth of my strength can't match, rubbish. Frieza scoffed. Yes, Frieza did not go all out, and only played 1/10 of the normal combat power. Frieza's normal combat effectiveness is close to 60 billion points and 1/10 is close to 6 billion points, and although the combat effectiveness of young people is more than 5 billion points, it is still hundreds of millions different from Frieza. The gap of hundreds of millions of points of combat effectiveness is nothing for a strong person with tens of billions or hundreds of billions of points of combat effectiveness, but it is very important for a strong person with billions of points, enough to determine the victory or defeat of a battle. Su. In front of the panicked youth, Frieza disappeared out of thin air, and in the next moment, a golden light flashed from the left side of the youth, and the young man was hit on the cheek by the golden light before he could react, and suddenly, he covered his face with a scream and flew out thousands of meters away. Pumping the young man's tail, Frieza smiled coldly and continued to attack. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. A golden light flashed around the youth, and every time it flashed, the youth would be attacked once, either a fist, a leg, or a tail. In order to brush the battle points, Frieza created a large number of energy doppelgangers, which also increased his combat experience. Doppelganger battles are more or less beneficial to the growth of Buddha figure's combat experience. Although Frieza only used 1/10 of his normal combat strength, he was hundreds of millions of points stronger than the youth, and coupled with the combat experience slightly better than the youth, this battle naturally had the upper hand. The battle was one-sided from the beginning, and although the young man roared and fought back desperately, it was in vain after all. His attack could not hurt Frieza in the slightest, either failed or resisted. In fact, with the strength of Frieza's demon god body, the young man could not be injured even if he attacked. The battle lasted only 10 minutes before it was over, and Frieza was still dying, but his opponent was already dying. "It's really boring, you're too weak, this battle is very boring, and it's over just after finishing the warm-up exercise." Sighing and shaking his head, Frieza was helpless. The half-dead young man listened to Frieza's exclamation, and he couldn't breathe to suffocate. How can this weird frozen demon be so powerful? The young man's heart was difficult to calm for a long time. He didn't know whether Frieza's statement that he only used 1/10 of his combat power was true or false, but even if he bragged, he defeated more than 5 billion combat power points is an indisputable fact. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 069. Using 1/10 of his normal combat power to severely abuse the young man of the championship, Frieza saw that he was dying, and hurriedly stopped, lest he kill him. The young man's life was left precisely to preserve his soul memory. Although the darkness devouring is relatively against the sky, if it devours a dead person, it is impossible to obtain his soul memory. For the sudden emergence of a champion, Frieza has many doubts in his heart, and the easiest and most direct way to solve his doubts is to devour the youth, as long as the memory of the youth is obtained, but everything the youth knows in his life, Frieza can also understand it all in sight. Drink. With a low drink, Frieza waved his hands, and suddenly, 3 black light vortexes appeared out of thin air, and under his manipulation, he saw 3 black light vortexes fused violently, evolving into a huge black light vortex with a diameter of more than 10 meters. 9 levels of darkness devoured, and Frieza was now able to cultivate to the 3rd level. No! In the desperate shouts of the youth, a vortex of black light swallowed him. Devouring a strong man with more than 5 billion combat power has improved Frieza's combat effectiveness a lot, reaching about 65 billion in one fell swoop. In addition to the improvement of combat effectiveness, the cell genes of the Saiguin clan have also made Frieza's demon god body slightly transformed. After digesting the youth's memory, his name, origin, skills, knowledge, etc. were all penetrated by Frieza. Atlas, that's the name of the youth, he's a 300-year-old champion. The life expectancy of the champion and the scion is similar, are between 100 to 200 years old, slightly longer than humans, but also very limited. Even if the super scion or the super champion, the life expectancy cannot be extended for many years. Atlas's situation is more special. He was originally the son of an elder of the 3rd universe of the Saiguin clan. When he was young, because of greed and mistakenly broke into the cosmic axis, resulting in falling into the 7th universe, just happened to be saved by Weiss and survived. It is precisely because of the influence of the cosmic axis, his lifespan has been extended 100 times. The Dragon Ball universe, also known as the 7th universe, is the 7th universe of multiple parallel large universes formed by the overlapping of 12 universes, and the cosmic axis is the only channel connecting the 12 universes, but under 10 billion points of combat power into the cosmic axis 9 deaths, Atlas can survive is really lucky. In the chaos, there are countless universes, with different levels, ranging from the 1st level universe to the 9th level universe. When different universes in chaos are closed together, they will merge to form overlapping parallel universes. 3000 level 1 universe overlapping flat is a secondary universe, 3000 secondary universe overlapping parallel universes is a level 3 universe, as for 3000 level 9 universes, it is unknown. According to Atlas's memory, the power of the Saiguin clan is really huge. The entire 2nd and 3rd universes are basically under their control. The huge power of the preliminary championship clan, Frieza is also secretly frightened. Once the cosmic axis fails, the overlapping parallel universe is bound to be unstable, and if the cosmic axis is destroyed, the sustained heavy universe will fall apart. Through Atlas's memory, Frieza learned that the universe he was currently in was only the 7th universe among 12 overlapping parallel universes, which was shocking. Sooner or later, he will one day become the supreme godless king in the parallel universes that dominate the 12 overlapping universes. Great ambition was born in Frieza's heart. It is very difficult to dominate one universe, let alone 12 universes, but Frieza has confidence in himself. All he lacks is time. As long as he is given enough time to accumulate, it is not impossible to sweep the 12 universes. 12 universes, in any universe there are similar to the existence of the god of destruction Beerus, more powerful than the god of destruction Beerus, want to dominate the 12 universes. In addition to requiring a large number of high combat subordinates, their own combat effectiveness needs to crown all the strong in the 12 universes. Without the supreme combat power, Frieza will not be able to sit on the throne even if he uses intrigue and trickery to become the emperor of the universe. If you want to dominate the 12 universes, the axis of the universe is crucial. If you do not control the axis of the universe, it will be difficult for you and your subordinates to leave the 7th universe and enter the remaining 11 universes, but the axis of the 7th universe in Atlas's memory has been sealed by Whis, and only by defeating Whis can you break the seal. Frieza is distressed. With his strong combat power and Realm King Fist, he is confident to defeat the god of destruction Beerus, but he does not have absolute confidence against the mysterious Whis. 0 Ask for flowers. In the original work, the god of destruction Beerus was also knocked unconscious by Whis' move, which shows the terrifying strength of Whis. After thinking for a long time, Frieza couldn't help but smile bitterly. He seemed to have thought too far, and now even this 7th universe could not dominate, even if he defeated Whis to control the axis of the universe, who had the power to control the rest of the universe. Rise from the ground, you still come step by step. It is imperative to unify the 5 galaxies of this 7th universe. As for the axis of the universe, it is better to wait until you become the emperor of this 7th universe. Frieza's heart suddenly brightened. 0. Time flies, 10 years pass. In 10 years, King Frieza's prestige has completely resounded in the 7th universe, and the entire northern galaxy and a small part of the galaxy have become his sphere of influence. There are countless hidden dangers in the huge force, but they are all dormant under the suppression of Frieza's Dark Legion, and Frieza's iron-blooded methods are even more terrifying, and too many unruly races are left behind by Frieza's slaughtered chicken dogs. There are countless people who try to kill Frieza, including vengeful, righteous heroes, and ambitious people who want to replace Frieza, but few of these people can see Frieza's face, and the number of people who can make Frieza personally take action is less than a palm in the past 10 years. The King of the North and the King of the Great Realm, who nominally govern the North and Middle Galaxy, hate Frieza to the bone, but their strength is low and they can't do anything about Frieza. So they lie dormant on their respective realm kings and try in every possible way to plan how to eradicate Frieza. Although the Eastern Realm King God and his entourage Jebet in the Realm King God realm also had the intention to get rid of Frieza, but after secretly observing Frieza's strength for a while, they were scared and did not dare to leave the Realm King God realm, and I have to say that they were very self-aware. Many overlords of the West, South, East, and Middle Milky regions are deeply jealous of Frieza, whose power is expanding rapidly, especially Frieza's unabashed claim to be the emperor of the universe. As long as he is not a fool, he can see Frieza's ambition to dominate the 7th universe. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 070. Either universe is divided into 3 realms, namely Heaven, Man, and Earth, and the so-called Earth is the underworld of Hell. The Celestial Realm, Realm King, God Realm, Destruction God Realm, etc., is the place where the gods live. The human realm, cosmic life, planets, dimensional worlds, etc., is the place where the body lives, and the Earth realm, Hell, Underworld, Demon World, Ashura World, etc., is the resting place of the soul. At the entrance of the Hell Underworld of the 7th universe, there is a magnificent palace. The palace is called Yanluo, and behind the temple, There are 5 long snake paths, and the end of each of these 5 snake paths leads to a realm king. The Great Realm King, this is the residence of the Great Realm King who governs the galaxy. At this moment, it is quite lively on the Great Realm King. I saw the 5 Great Realm Kings gathered together, and there was a black-haired baboon jumping around and a strange man sitting cross-kneeled. I saw this strange man dressed in a blue and white robe, brown and green belt, wearing a white scarf and brown hat, all green, no nose, square 637 ears. The contemporary king of the Eastern Realm is a woman, but extremely fat, loves racing. The king of the Southern Realm is tall and arrogant. The king of the Western Realm likes to wear monocles, and the spirit of competitiveness is extremely strong, and he has repeatedly suggested to the king of the Great Realm to hold the world's first martial arts meeting in the underworld of Hell, but the king of the Great Realm did not adopt it. The king of the Northern Realm likes to drive around, count the grass on the ground and tease the orangutan barbarous. The status of the king of the Great Realm is slightly higher than that of the other 4 king of the realm, and the strength is very strong. The combat power is between Sun Gohan, who defeated Shiryu in the original work, and the Third Order Sun Wukong, a Super Saiyan, which is not a star and a half stronger than the other 4 realm kings, and although the god positions of the Eastern Realm King God and Jebet are higher than the Great Realm King, their combat effectiveness is much inferior. Although the Great Realm King has strong combat power, he does not like to cultivate, and is funny and playful. King of the Great Realm, the Universe Emperor Frieza in the North Galaxy is too hateful. Because of him in the past few years, the souls in the underworld of Hell have been congested, and the Yanluo Hall has been repaired and expanded 3 times, consuming a lot of money, and if it goes on like this, the Order of Hell will definitely be chaotic. The king of the Northern Realm complained. Frieza is ambitious, vainly trying to rule the universe. If he succeeds, the consequences will be unimaginable. King of the Great Realm, you can't sit idly by, you are the strongest among us, or please personally take action to clean up Frieza. The king of the Southern Realm, who has always liked to contradict the king of the Northern Realm, has changed his sex this time. The king of the Eastern Realm and the king of the Western Realm also urged the king of the Great Realm to take care of Frieza. In the face of the bitter persuasion of the 4 realm kings of the East, West, South and North, the king of the Great Realm shook his head as always and refused. What kind of joke, he still wants to live for a few more years. The king of the Great Realm is self-aware, although his strength is not low, he has no chance of winning with that unfathomable Frieza. To deal with Frieza? It would be nice if he could escape back to the Great Realm King Star alive. Lord King God of the Eastern Realm and Jebet don't dare to deal with that Frieza, and the King God of the Western Realm, whose strength is still above the King God of the Eastern Realm, is only Frieza's subordinate, and I will be stupid to deal with Frieza. The Great Realm King was worried. Taking turns to persuade, seeing that the Great Realm King was not moved in the slightest, the 4 Great Realm Kings sighed helplessly in their hearts. This is not the first time they have collectively persuaded. If it were not really helpless, they would not have persuaded the Great Realm King again and again. Surrounded by the 4 Realm Kings and persuaded, the Great Realm King covered his ears, suffering unspeakably and suffering. Stop! The Great Realm King drank loudly, and the shocked 4 Realm Kings suddenly stopped talking. Pointing to the person sitting cross-kneeled not far in front of him, the King of the Great Realm said, "The rib rice has been completed by me, and I can shoulder the heavy task of eradicating Frieza." Ribs rice, originally the strongest in the history of the galaxy ruled by the King of the Western Realm, after his death, because he was a righteous martial artist, he was allowed to stay on the Great Realm King Star with his body to cultivate, and received great guidance, and his strength increased day by day. Can't get rid of the Death Stalker of the 4 Realm Kings, the King of the Great Realm simply came to the east of the disaster, although this is not very authentic, but he is also forced helpless. Ribs rice. The 4 Realm Kings looked at each other and thought to themselves, even your Great Realm King does not dare to deal with Frieza. Is the rib rice that you learn martial arts have the ability to defeat Frieza? Seeing the suspicion of the 4 Realm Kings, the Great Realm King said with a serious face, the ribs rice is very talented. After my practice, the strength has improved tremendously, and now his strength is not below me, and may even have surpassed me. If he can't defeat Frieza, then I am even less capable of defeating Frieza." Seeing that the Great Realm King was serious, not like a lie, the 4 Great Realm Kings secretly communicated, so they temporarily let go of the Great Realm King, surrounded the cultivation ribs rice, and only asked him to deal with Frieza as soon as he woke up. Time passed in the waiting of the 4 Realm Kings, and in the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Seeing that the ribs rice was still immersed in cultivation, the 4 Realm Kings gradually lost patience. 0. How did it take so long? The king of the Western Realm muttered impatiently. Hearing this, the king of the Great Realm smiled. The ribs meal is fixed once, the short time is 10 days, and the long is a year and a half. So how long has he been in the settlement? The king of the Northern Realm couldn't help but ask. Hearing the Northern Realm King's inquiry, the Great Realm King pretended to wrench his hands and count his fingers for a while before answering the Northern Realm King's question. The ribs rice was ordered 2 days before you came. We just came yesterday. Doesn't that mean that the ribs rice has just been settled? The 4 Realm Kings were shocked when they heard the Great Realm King's answer. Well, it's been 3 days. King of the Great Realm. The 4 Realm Kings. The strength of ribs rice in the original book is definitely not weak, as can be seen from his record. Vs. Shailu, when Sun Wukong and Shailu confronted him, he suddenly struck, and Shailu was careless and was knocked down by 2 moves of ribs. Vs. Frieza and King Kurd, knock down King Kurdish with 1 punch, stun Frieza with 1 palm, and win easily. The strength of the rib rice can be said to be above the complete body Shuru, which can be said to be no problem. Regarding the special tricks of rib rice, there are 4 kinds of tricks: dance air technique, Kikong bomb, platoon exclusive whirlwind and lightning light blaster, and his biggest weakness is that he must maintain a half squatting and hands forward movement when using the Raiden light strike cannon, which is easy to be attacked by people. After waiting for more than a month, the bored king of the 4 realms was counting 0.6 baboon hair, and the ribs rice in the middle suddenly opened his eyes, and suddenly, 2 cold lights flashed. Seeing the ribs rice wake up from the settlement, the king of the 4 realms was overjoyed, and the hand that counted the baboon hair trembled, and he grabbed 4 baboon hairs, and the painful baboon teeth howled, jumping 3 feet high. Ribs rice, you are a righteous martial artist. Now that the evil wind is flourishing in the North Galaxy, you should stand up. Ribs rice, our 4 realm kings have entrusted you to clean up the Frieza that is ravaging the Northern Galaxy. Pork rib rice, you kid still owes me a big bowl of exquisite red beef ribs fried rice. If you can help us clean up that Frieza guy, I can consider letting you pay back half of it. How about it? Be generous enough. As soon as the ribs rice woke up from the settling, the 4 realm kings immediately surrounded him. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Collect. Chapter 071. After waking up from the settlement, the ribs rice was surrounded by the 4 realm kings. Looking at the enthusiastic attitude of the 4 realm kings, listening to their mouths and tongues, the ribs rice couldn't help but be stunned. This is the Shenmue situation. The ribs rice was confused. After a long time, from the 7 mouths and 8 tongues of the 4 realm kings, the ribs rice finally understood the beginning and end. Frieza? Dare to claim to be the emperor of the universe? It's not arrogant, since he and his minions are the scourge of the North Galaxy, then I will eradicate them no matter what. After knowing the beginning and end, the ribs immediately shouted indignantly, he was a righteous martial artist, and he was very jealous. Then without further ado, I will immediately take you to the King of Hades and bring you back to life. Seeing that the rib rice was willing to deal with Frieza, the king of the Northern Realm was overjoyed, and he was impatient to grab the hand of the rib rice and go to Yanluo Hall to complete the resurrection procedures. Resurrecting a person is not easy, you need to go through many procedures, and you must obtain the approval of the King of Yan, but the divine position of the King of the Realm is far higher than that of the King of the Realm, and the King of the Northern Realm has a word, it is still no problem to let the king of Yan resurrect a person. Resurrection. Hearing this, the ribs rice could not help but be stunned, and then rejoiced. After the resurrection, his strength can be more or less improved. Seeing that the king of the northern realm was pulling ribs to go to the king of Yan to go through the resurrection procedures, the king of the great realm hurriedly opened his mouth to stop him. Wait! The 4 kings of the realms and ribs rice. Ribs rice cannot be resurrected. After resurrection, although his strength will be improved, but his physical strength is not high, he cannot persist in long-term fighting, and without resurrection, his physical strength is very abundant. The great realm king said in a deep voice. After listening to the words of the great realm king, the 4 realm kings and the ribs rice also felt reasonable. King of the great realm, although you are right, if the ribs are not resurrected, how can you leave the underworld of hell? The Eastern Realm King scratched his head and asked. It's okay, just say hello to King Yan and let him give ribs a privilege. The Great Realm King chuckled. This. May I? The King of the Southern Realm frowned. After all, there was no precedent to follow. In a hurry, I personally greeted King Yan. I believe he will give face. The Great Realm King said lightly. It's strange that King Yan dares not to give you face. The 4 realm kings and the ribs rice secretly slandered. Since the king of the great realm opened his mouth, the 4 kings of the great realm and the ribs rice had no opinion. Only the rib rice secretly said in his heart that it was a pity that he missed a chance to resurrect in vain. Since there is no need for resurrection, then I will directly take ribs and rice to the North Galaxy. The king of the Northern Realm said anxiously. Nope. The Great Realm King stopped the Northern Realm King again. One after another, they were stopped by the Great Realm King, and the Northern Realm King was also depressed. The Great Realm King sighed. Although the strength of the rib rice is not weak, even stronger than me, but that Frieza's strength is unfathomable, with the current rib rice, there is no hope of defeating him. Hey! Ribs can't beat Frieza either. What then? Upon hearing the words of the Great Realm King, the 4 Great Realm Kings were shocked. Frowning, the ribs were light. Lord Daja King, don't worry, I will definitely defeat that arrogant Frieza. Ribs Rice is confident in his own strength, in his cognition. Big strength is the first in the universe, and he is sure to defeat the King of the Great Realm. Defeat a Frieza, how difficult is it? I have a skill that can stimulate people's potential, but I can't use it on my own. If you 4 Realm Kings are willing to help, you can use it with the power of 5 people such as me. If you stimulate the potential of Ribs, his combat power will be greatly improved, and then dealing with Frieza will also increase his certainty. The Great Realm King said slowly. Unleash human potential? The 4 Realm Kings and Ribs were stunned, and their faces were surprised. Surprised to be surprised, the 4 Realm Kings and Rib Rice were still very happy to hear that the King of the Great Realm had skills to stimulate people's potential, especially Rib Rice. After all, he was the personal beneficiary. Is there a way to unleash the potential of Ribs Rice? That's great, so that the chances of defeating Frieza are even greater. The King of the Western Realm smiled. The King of the Northern Realm couldn't wait to ask, King of the Great Realm, since you have the skills to stimulate people's potential, then quickly teach us, and then work together to stimulate the potential of Ribs Rice. Time does not wait for people. One more day of delay and Frieza and his minions will do more wrongdoing. Yes, yes. King of the Great Realm, pass on to us the skills that stimulate human potential. The King of the Eastern Realm, the King of the Southern Realm, and the King of the Western Realm all echoed. My skill that can stimulate people's potential is called the 5 Realms King Introduction. Only by gathering the power of our 5 Realm Kings can we use it, and once I cast it, I can draw out the latent energy in other people's bodies. The Great Realm King did not hide his selfishness, and directly taught the 5 Realm King to the 4 Realm Kings and Ribs Rice. In order to eliminate Frieza as soon as possible, the 4 Realm Kings wholeheartedly learned the 5 Realms Kings. This skill was not complicated, they only took half a day to learn. As soon as he learned the 5 Realms King's introduction, the 4 Realm Kings did not rest for a moment, urging the Great Realm King to start casting. I saw that the 5 Realm Kings stood in the direction of the 5 elements, each in a strange pose, and the ribs were standing in the center of the 5 Realm Kings, uneasy and excited to look forward to. Whoosh! The Great Realm King screamed strangely, and his posture changed, but it was even more strange. Gah! The Eastern Realm King also changed his posture. Whoosh! The King of the Southern Realm has a kind of learning. Day! King of the Western Realm. Hey! King of the Northern Realm. As the 5 Realm Kings took one pose, a faint white light appeared on their bodies, and the white light gradually became 813 strong, shrouding the ribs rice, and as soon as it was touched by the white light, the ribs rice trembled and changed his face greatly. Ugh! A harsh scream came from the mouth of the ribs meal, and at this moment, he only felt that life was better than death, as if thousands of snakes swam out from the depths of his body. In pain, the potential of ribs rice is drawn out little by little, and his fighting power continues to grow. Finally, the white light on the 5 Realm Kings was extremely intense. The extremes of things will be reversed, and the prosperity will decline. After the white light was strong to the extreme, it began to fade, and after it dimmed to the extreme, it began to gradually intensify, and so on 9 times, the white light disappeared. Haha! After casting the 5 Realms King introduction, the 5 Realm Kings were tired enough, and wiped the sweat on their foreheads while panting. After lasting more than an hour, the painful torture of life and death finally disappeared, and at this moment, the ribs were relaxed. Feeling his own transformation, the huge energy in his body, the ribs rice was surprised and delighted, and laughed, "Powerful, too powerful, my combat effectiveness has almost doubled." The combat effectiveness of ribs rice has doubled. The kings of the 5 realms were all surprised. Well, the effect is much better than I expected. I thought that the king of the 5 directions realm could only increase the combat effectiveness of ribs by 30%, but I didn't expect it to double it, which is really good. The Great Realm King laughed. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 072. The planet of Frieza, compared with 10 years ago, is not the same. With the domination of the entire northern galaxy and part of the galaxy, Frieza's planet gathers hundreds of elite races and talents, and technology is highly developed. In the outer space of the planet Frieza, tens of thousands of huge space warships patrol, all thousands of meters long and powerful. On a small life planet hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Frieza planet, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. It was the king of the northern realm and the ribs rice, and I saw an aperture hanging above the ribs rice. Frieza rarely goes out, usually on the planet Frieza. The king of the northern realm said in a deep voice. Nodded, the ribs rice did not say much, only dropped a word and held up an energy shield and flew towards the planet Frieza. Lord King of the Northern Realm, wait for my good news. Holding the energy shield, the ribs flew directly into the cosmic vacuum, and in just a few hours, he saw the planet Frieza from afar. As soon as ribs rice approached planet Frieza, several patrolling space warships came up to stop him. Death to those who stand in my way. With a loud shout, Pak Kishin's hands sent out one Qigong bomb after another, accurately bombarding the space battleships that stopped him, but he saw that the huge space battleships were turned into pieces under the bombardment of his Qigong bombs, and none of the soldiers in the battleship survived. There are as many as 10,000 space warships patrolling and guarding the planet Frieza. However, scattered around the planet, there is no time to gather in a hurry, so there are only more than 100 space warships that block the ribs, and they are all destroyed under his Qigong bombs. Destroying more than 100 space warships, ribs and rice broke into the planet Frieza, killing Frieza's imperial palace all the way, and all the obstacles encountered along the way were shattered in the face of his powerful combat power. In a short time, the ribs rice had arrived outside Frieza's imperial palace. Frieza, Get out of here and die. The ribs rice took a deep breath and shouted loudly, and the sound spread throughout the thousands of miles. As soon as the words of the ribs fell, more than a dozen figures flew out from the imperial palace. The first one was Frisia, and behind him were Leela, Barachel, Cade, Tets, Sob, Mercy, and Severn. Pointing at Frisia, the ribs laughed wildly. You are Frisia? Take your life. Ribs Rice. Seeing Ribs Rice, Frisia also recognized him. After all, he was also quite brilliant in the original work. Hey? I can't imagine that you still know me. Hearing Frisia call out his name, Rib Rice was also surprised. Humph, outspoken fellow, you don't need the prince to do it yourself, I'll teach you a lesson first. In a sneer, Sob behind Frisia slowly came out. A little ant, since you are in a hurry to die, it will fulfill you. Seeing Sob fighting, Ribs Rice smiled disdainfully. Sob, stand down, you are not his opponent. Frisia said coldly with an expressionless face. Hearing this, Sob was stunned, although he did not believe that the Ribs Rice would be better than himself, but it was not conducive to SA, so he had to obediently return behind Frisia with his head down. Sabo's combat effectiveness is much improved compared with 10 years ago, such as more than 700,000 points. And cultivation into 10 times the Realm King Fist, full of arrogance, in his heart, in addition to Frisia, Leela, Barachel, Cade and Tets, he is the 6th strongest in the universe. Sensing the chi of Rib Rice, Frisia was also secretly surprised in his heart. The combat power of Rib Rice is about 1.5 billion. How is it possible? This is much more powerful than in the original work, and it seems to be its own butterfly effect. Although there is no accurate value for the combat effectiveness of Ribs Rice in the original work, it can also be roughly speculated that it should be between 800 million and 1.5 billion. The official combat power of Frisia in the original work is 120 million points. Sun Wukong angrily transforms into the First Order of Super Saiyan with normal 3 million combat power points, and the combat power has skyrocketed 50 times, reaching 150 million points. Vegeta prides himself on being stronger than Sun Wukong when he becomes the First Order of Super Saiyan through penance and anger, but does not rule out boasting, let alone that he is slightly stronger than Sun Wukong, and his combat power will not exceed 200 million, much stronger than the artificial humans 19 and 20. The combat effectiveness of Cyborg number 17 and number 18 is stronger than that of Vegeta, who first transformed into the First Order of Super Saiyan, but it is also limited, and the combat power is about 200 million points, and the error will not be too large. Shailu just born weak strength, only slightly stronger than Artificial Man 17 and Artificial Man 18. After swallowing a large number of humans, the combat effectiveness is about 250 million. After swallowing Artificial Man 17 evolved once, the combat effectiveness increased greatly, breaking through 300 million points, but it should not exceed 400 million points, otherwise it will not be blocked by Tianjin Rice's new Qigong cannon, and was finished by Vegeta, who cultivated it, swallowing the Artificial Man number 18 evolved into a complete body of Shailu's combat power easily defeated Vegeta, better than the First Order of the full power Super Saiyan, very close to the second level of the Super Saiyan of Son Gohan, and the combat power of the second level of the Super Saiyan is 100 times that of the norm, twice as strong as the First Order of the Super Saiyan, 50 times the normal, which shows that the combat power of the complete body Shuru will definitely not exceed 1 billion points. And it is more reliable between 600 million points and 800 million points. In the original work, although the Ribs Rice has a proud record of 2 moves to stun Shailu, it is a sneak attack, which is not accurate, and through the equal competition with Sun Wukong, his combat effectiveness should be slightly stronger than the complete body Shailu. At about 1 billion points it is impossible to be higher. About 1 billion points of combat effectiveness. This is Rib Rice more than 200 years later. More than 200 years later, the combat effectiveness of Ribs Rice is about 1 billion points, but now it is about 1.5 billion points. This NEMA is not scientific. It is undeniable that because of Frieza's rebirth, it has produced a lot of butterfly effect in the Dragon Ball universe, but it is not so outrageous. King Frieza, his subordinates ask for battle, let me Barak, King's Zhao, pinch this kid to death. Seeing that Frieza retorted sob, Barashel asked for battle. He was the most powerful warrior under Frieza except for the puppet Leela. Barakar's combat power has now reached about 2.5 million points, and the Realm King Fist has also cultivated to 10 times. If he goes all out, he can exert about 25 million points of combat power in a short period of time. After all, his physical strength is not enough to maintain the 10 times Realm King Fist for a long time. For Baruchel's request, Frieza also waved his hand and refused. With the combat power of Ribs Rice today, not to mention Barashel, even Lila will definitely die. Frieza was worried. Seeing that Frieza constantly refused the initiative of his subordinates to fight, the Ribs were even more arrogant, and he immediately raised his head and laughed. Frieza, although you are arrogant, you are still very smart. I didn't let this group of stupid subordinates die. In that case, do you want to fight alone, or do you want to go together? Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. Chapter 073. Both Barashel and Sob are Frieza's painstakingly cultivated subordinates, and they are loyal to Frieza. How can he be willing to let the two die in vain? After all, it makes no sense. If you want to achieve great things, it is inevitable that there will be the assistance of many powerful subordinates, and it is not easy to cultivate a loyal and capable subordinate. Seeing that Frieza refuted Sob and Baruchel's request for battle, Ribs Rice only thought that he realized his strength and did not want his subordinates to die in a vain attempt to gather the crowd to bully the less. I only thought that I had seen through Frieza's thoughts, and the Ribs Rice was very disdainful, and sneered in my heart, whether Frieza fights alone or bullies the less, it is meaningless, the gap in strength is not something that can be made up by quantity. Listening to the ridicule of the Rib Rice, Barashel and the others were furious. Although it was not allowed by Frieza, they would have already pounced on the Rib Rice and shredded it, of course, if they had this strength. Together? Ribs Rice, you are also too arrogant. Yes, your combat effectiveness surprised me, but it is far from enough to threaten me. I heard that you are a righteous martial artist, so let's give you some discounts. I only attack one move. If you don't die, then spare your life. Frieza chuckled, but felt helpless in his heart. Fighting with Ribs Rice is pure bullying. Although the Ribs Rice was inspired by the 5 Realm Kings joining hands to exert the 5 Realm Kings, and the combat power reached about 1.5 billion points in one fell swoop, it was still too weak compared to Frieza. Even if he was 10 times or 100 times stronger, he was like an ant in front of Frieza. One move? Spare my life? I'm afraid that the wind flashed your tongue and made you say the opposite, and, who did you hear that I am a martial artist with a righteous nature? Ribs Rice scoffed, and at the end, it was also doubtful. Listen to whom? Who else but Akira Toriyama? With a bitter smile in his heart, Frieza naturally wouldn't say it, just smiled faintly, and didn't answer the words of the Ribs Rice. Let you see the power of the stars shattering. In a chuckle, Frieza's right fist was slowly struck, seemingly slow, but in fact extremely fast, strong enough to make it difficult for anyone who witnessed the punch to vomit blood. An intense azure glow bloomed from Frieza's fist. Silver River Big Star burst. Bang! It was as if thousands of planets were shattered at the same time in an instant, and the boundless blue light shone on the entire planet Frieza, blinding everyone on the planet except Frieza. Ah! The bitter screams of Ribs resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, and the screams disappeared. Galaxy Star Burst is a skill created by Frieza himself, with many names, such as Akbai, Galaxy Explosion, Demon God Cracking Fist, Demon God Crushing Star Fist, Galaxy Ultimate Concussion, Galaxy Super Destruction, Galaxy Bursting Fist, Star Smashing, etc. This move is amazingly powerful. The principle is very simple, it is to release its own energy out of the body, Concentrate on the enemy, can cross long-range attacks, the range is huge, it is difficult to dodge, this highest realm is to use huge energy in the hand to simulate a galaxy of stars brilliant to hit the explosion, the power is almost comparable to a real one-river explosion. With one move, the entire Frisia trembled, and the blue light covered the sky, which lasted for more than 3 hours before gradually subsiding. When the blue light disappears, where is the figure of Ribs Rice? What a great realm king! Finally teleport the Ribs Rice through the air. Muttering in a low voice, Frisia sneered slightly. Although the king of the great realm is the head of the 5 realm kings, his strength is not weak, and he is even above the king god of the eastern realm Enjebet, but how can he be put in the eyes of Frisia, if he is safe and busy fighting the universe? Frisia, who dominates the 5 galactic hegemonies, is too lazy to pay attention to him, but he takes the initiative to provoke, then it is to blame Frisia. The Rib Rice has been teleported away by the great realm king, and I don't know where it is, so it's hard to find. Saved by the king of the great realm from a trick, Frisia was angry and had a murderous intent in his heart. The old thing is tired of living, since you want to die, then Lao Tzu will fulfill you. In a secret sneer, Frisia directly cast teleportation, left the planet Frisia, entered the underworld of hell, and quickly searched for the 5 realm kings one by one, but there was no trace of the 5 realm kings, knowing that they had escaped, and now they don't know where to hide. Unable to vent his anger, Frisia simply destroyed the 5 realm king stars, and then killed in hell, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of ghosts in one go, which calmed the anger. In a certain space in the underworld of hell, the kings of the 5 realms hugged their heads and crowded together, shivering. It's too ferocious, this Frisia is too ferocious, our realm king star was destroyed by him, and he killed so many ghosts, at least tens of thousands, the crime is extremely evil, it is really a great crime. The king of the northern realm squatted while holding his head and whispered. "Shh. Silence, don't be discovered by Frisia, otherwise none of us will want to live." The king of the southern realm scolded in a low voice. Alas! I didn't think that Frisia was so powerful, and the Ribs Rice that doubled his combat effectiveness was far from being an opponent, and if I hadn't saved it in time, that kid would have been killed by Frisia in a second. The great realm king sighed bitterly. You saved the Ribs Rice, but you also angered Frisia, this is good, let's hide in the future, don't let Frisia find out, otherwise none of them will survive. The king of the western realm burst into tears of sorrow. What do you mean? Shouldn't I save that kid from Ribs and watch him be killed by Frisia? Listening to the western realm king's complaints, the great realm king's eyes widened, and he said angrily, his voice was very loud, and the frightened eastern realm king hurriedly and nervously stretched out his hand to cover his mouth. Woohoo! Was covered by the eastern realm king, and the great realm king struggled, but he couldn't say a word anymore. Okay, everyone don't argue, the matter has come to this, no matter how noisy it is, it's pointless, let's consider eradicating Frisia like this, otherwise we will inevitably have to hide in the future. The Eastern Realm King sighed and said. After listening to the words of the Eastern Realm King, the other 4 Realm Kings were silent. After a long time, it was the King of the Northern Realm who was the first to speak. The priority is to find Ribs first, although that kid's combat power is not as good as Frisia, it is also extremely powerful, and it is also a big help to us. As soon as the Northern Realm King's voice fell, he and the 3 major Realm Kings of the East, West, and South looked at the Great Realm King together. Facing the gaze of the 4 Realm Kings, the King of the Great Realm was uncomfortable, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "Don't look at me, I don't know where the kid of Ribs Rice was teleported, because it is ultra-long distance teleportation, this control degree is not good." As soon as the Great Realm King's words were finished, the 4 Great Realm Kings were extremely disappointed. It's a pity that our Realm King was destroyed by that murderous guy from Frisia, otherwise searching the galaxy under their respective jurisdictions, are you afraid that you won't find the kid with ribs? The King of the Western Realm said depressedly. Although the 5 realm kings can monitor the galaxy under their jurisdiction, they need the assistance of the bounded king, once they leave their respective realm kings, although they can also monitor the Milky Way under their jurisdiction, but it takes a relatively long time, and at most they can only monitor 1/10 of the Milky Way under their jurisdiction, and the bounded kings assist, in a short period of time, can monitor the entire region of the Milky Way under their jurisdiction. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 074. A blue light, burning pain. This is the last consciousness of Ribs before he fell into a coma. When he was conscious, he only felt that his body was weak, and it was very difficult to move a finger. Am I dead? Back to the underworld? Ribs thought to himself, trying to open his eyelids. The piercing gold color made him close his eyes again. After adapting for a while, Ribs found himself in a metal room of thousands of square meters, surrounded by mechanical instruments, while he himself was bound hand and foot. Wires and pipes were inserted into his body, and mechanical instruments were connected. Where is this? Pork Ribs were puzzled, gritting their teeth and struggling, but they couldn't break free. The only electronic induction door of the metal room suddenly opened, and a golden figure slowly walked into the room. Frieza. As soon as he saw the figure walking into the metal room, the Ribs Rice couldn't help but exclaim. Wrong. Not Frieza. Ribs Rice frowned. It is undeniable that the figure entering this metal room is very similar to Frieza, but first of all, the figure is not right. Frieza's height is about 1 meter 6. And this figure is close to 2 meters, followed by Frieza's eyebrows has a third eye, and this figure does not, and finally, this figure does not have Frieza's unique majestic temperament. Who the hell is this guy? How is it so similar to the Friezana bastard? Is there any special relationship between them? Ribs Rice thought to himself. Hello, introduce yourself, my name is Gura, and I am the brother of Frieza in your mouth. The golden figure's well-defined face is very cold, and the smile at the corner of his mouth is terrifying. What the? This guy named Gula is Frieza's older brother? Upon hearing Gula's words, the Ribs were shocked, and he sighed in his heart that he was unlucky and was not killed by Frieza, but fell into the hands of Frieza's brother. The injury on your body was caused by my brother? Gula asked expressionlessly. Humph. For Gula's question, the Ribs Rice snorted coldly, tilted his head, and was lazy to answer. He was extremely desperate in his heart, and in his mind, it fell into the hands of Frieza's brother, and he must be 10 dead. It seems that my brother really did it. Unexpectedly, in just 10 years or so, he has grown to such a strong point that even a strong person like you will be seriously injured by him. Gula sighed. Don't talk nonsense. I fell into your hands, I am unlucky, I want to kill or kill, listen to the respect. Ribs Rice shouted angrily. Hearing this, Gula sneered, don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being, you are dead. How can my super soldier Metal Gula Legion be strengthened? Super soldiers? Metal Gula Legion? The Ribs Rice is not stupid, on the contrary, it is very, listening to what Gula said. He still does not know the other party's sinister intentions. The reason why the other party does not kill himself is to use the huge energy in his body to strengthen his Metal Gula Legion. Abominable. He was furious, gritted his teeth, and his forehead was bruised. Don't work in vain, the energy in your body has been controlled, it is futile to let you struggle like this, obediently accept your life. However, there is one point, you should thank me, because, I will avenge you, Frieza's life will not be long before my brother will end, ha ha ha, after saying proudly. Gula threw up her head and laughed and left the metal room. As soon as Gula left, the open electronic induction door closed. This guy named Gula, as evil as Frieza, not only uses me to strengthen his legion and make me his energy, but also wants to kill his own brother. No, I can't sit still, I must try to escape. Looking at the closed electronic induction door, Ribs Rice thought to himself. As Gula said, the energy of rib rice has been controlled, and today's rib rice can't use his huge energy in the body, and the rope that binds his hands and feet doesn't know what material it is made of, which has the effect of electric shock and paralysis, making rib rice weak and weak. After struggling for a long time, until I was exhausted, the ribs rice was finally desperate. By the way, Lord Great Realm King once taught me the skill of spiritual communication. Wouldn't it come in handy at this time? As long as I contact Lord Great Realm King, there is naturally a way to save myself by his means. Despair was like darkness covering Rib's heart, and suddenly, he moved with a flash of light, dispelling the darkness that shrouded his heart. 0 Ask for flowers. Lord Daja King, Lord Daja King, Lord Daja King. Thinking of the skill of telecommunication, Ribs rises like a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw, and can't wait to silently call in his heart. The call after call never received a response from the Great Realm King, and the Ribs were anxious and anxious. In a vast, dilapidated mechanical space, a huge figure composed of countless wires grinned, "Want to use your mind to transmit sound for help? It's too naive. On my planet, any mental power will be blocked, and no matter how hard you call, it will be in vain." The huge figure is more than 10 meters tall, only the upper body, but no lower body, and the upper body is incomplete, the face is hideous and distorted, and the eyes are crazy. After laughing, the huge figure sneered and said to himself, "Frieza, you are afraid that you will never dream. My Gula is still alive? Ha ha ha, you failed to kill me, just wait to be killed by me. When my 100,000 Metal Gula Legion is strengthened, each of them can break through 5 billion points of combat effectiveness. At that time, it will be your time of death, hee. 100,000 strong people with more than 5 billion points of combat power form a legion. In this universe, who else can match? No matter how powerful you Frieza is, you will only have to perish in the face of my strengthened Metal Gula Legion." Ha ha ha. In the laughter of the huge figure, golden light flashed in the shabby and vast mechanical space, and every time a golden light flashed, a golden Metal Gula appeared. Thousands of golden flashes. Thousands of Metal Gulas lined up in neat formations guarding huge figures. The momentum of each Metal Gula is very powerful and increasing every moment. A total of 100,000 Metal Gulas, the combat effectiveness is unified, all reaching about 4 billion points. Frieza, I am so grateful to you. If it weren't for you, my Gula would not be where I am today, and if you hadn't seriously injured that strong man with a combat power of about 1.5 billion points this time, the combat power of my Metal Gula Legion would only be 3.5 billion points, and I don't know if I want to break through 5 billion. Ha ha ha. The strange laughter of the huge figure was as piercing as a night cane. _ Philo reminds you. 3 things to read collect. Chapter 075. Lord Daikai, Lord Daikai King, Lord Daikai King, please answer when you hear it. Using the telekinesis skill to call in, he was never able to get a response from the Great Realm King, and the hope of Ribs rice was worn out little by little. Heart-to-heart talk was the only hope for Ribs, and now that hope has been shattered, he is completely desperate. Bang! Just as the Ribs were desperate, the aperture suspended above his head shook, and immediately, his soul was separated from his body. The soul is freed from the bondage of the body, and the Ribs are free. Although free, he lost his body, and the combat effectiveness of Ribs rice decreased by 1/3. The strong man whose combat effectiveness exceeded 100 million points died, and the soul in the hell underworld only needs to be cultivated for a short time to recover its strength before death. The Shalu and Frieza father and son in the original work are examples. After the death of the Ribs rice, with the grace of the King of the Great Realm, 920 can retain the body to cultivate in the King of the Great Realm. He has a combat power, 2/3 in the soul, 1/3 on the body. Although it has dropped by 1/3 of combat effectiveness, there are still about 1 billion points. It should be that Gulagai absorbed 500 million points of his own energy, which caused his soul to be separated from his body. it seems that my ribs are not destined. Thinking in his heart, the ribs flew out of the metal room. The soul, belonging to the spiritual body, can pass through any substance. With excitement and apprehension, Ribs Rice carefully avoided the patrolling metal Gula one by one, and escaped from the planet of Gula in a thrilling way. Shortly after the Ribs Rice escaped, numerous metal Gulas searched wildly. In the vast dilapidated space, the huge figure formed by countless wires roared angrily, "Damn, how could that guy escape? 1 billion points of energy. That's 1 billion points of energy. Just flew like that, abominable, abominable, ah." Not to mention Gula, who was furious because of the escape of Rib Rice, only said that the soul of Rib Rice looked back after escaping from Gura's planet, and was immediately shocked, but it was no longer able to see Gura's planet after being away from Gura's planet for a distance, which is strange, or Rib Rice is only seen in his life. The soul of the Ribs Rice that escaped from heaven entered the underworld of hell, and the heart of anxiety calmed down. Ribs Rice, Ribs Rice, Ribs Rice. As soon as he entered the underworld of hell, before the soul of the Ribs Rice had time to catch his breath, he received the call of the king of the great realm, and at the moment burst into foul language, and when he needed it, he couldn't contact it alive, and he didn't need to contact it again. Pit Daddy. Although depressed, the Ribs Rice responded to Daikai in time. They had a connection, and it didn't take long for their souls to converge with the 5 realm kings hiding in the darkness of the underworld. Ribs Rice, where are you? Teleport. Why can't I get in touch all the time? As soon as he saw the Ribs Rice, the great realm king questioned. In order to find Ribs Rice, the 5 realm kings were enough to choke, first to monitor the galaxy under their jurisdiction, and then the great realm king remembered to teach Ribs Rice to talk to the heart, and quickly called after the big joy, but N could not get a response, making him depressed and want to vomit blood. Faced with the questioning of the great realm king, Ribs Rice smiled bitterly and told the 5 realm kings the original version of his experience. Gula of the Frozen Demon Clan? Wasn't he killed by Frieza? I didn't expect to be alive, what an accident. After listening to the description of the Rib Rice, the king of the Northern Realm frowned. You carefully describe the planet of Gula. The great realm king seemed to have thought of something, his face changed sharply, and he said to the Ribs Rice with great seriousness. Although he was very confused that the great realm king cared about Gula's planet, the Ribs Rice did not hide it, and told the great realm king in detail what he had seen and heard. After listening to the detailed description of the Ribs Rice, the king of the great realm was silent for a long time and sighed for a long time. It's really a high star. Then Gao Xing. The 4 realm kings of the southeast, southwest, and northwest and the Ribs Rice are all curious. What kind of planet is Bai Gao Xing? From the reaction of the great realm king, it can be known that it is not simple than Gao Xing, who knows nothing about this planet, and even the 4 realm kings and Rib Rice, who heard the name of this planet for the first time, asked. After a moment of silence, the king of the great realm told the 4 kings of the great realm and the Ribs Rice about the history of Bai Gao Xing. In ancient times a long time ago, there was a cemetery in the universe, piled up with countless abandoned spaceships and artificial satellites, a computer chip in this cemetery to absorb all the energy of the cemetery, grow and reproduce. After I don't know how many years, that computer chip turned into a huge machine planet enough to devour planets. This is Bai Gao Star. Then Gao Xing's technology is extremely developed. A computer chip grows and reproduces to form a higher star than a high star? Can higher stars devour planets? After comparing Gao Xing and having an understanding, the 4 realm kings and Ribs Rice were shocked zero. After telling the history of Bai Gao Star that he knew, the king of the great realm suddenly smiled and said, although Gula is Frieza's brother, he was almost killed by Frieza, and he must hate Frieza, and now with the help of Bai Gao Star technology, it is estimated that it will not be long before he will take revenge on Frieza. At that time, there will be a fierce duel between the 2 of them. We can sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, no matter who wins or loses them, we can make a profit. Hee. As soon as the great Realm King's voice fell, the 4 Realm Kings and the Ribs Rice all laughed and thought deeply. Lord Daju King is right, Frisia's strength is unfathomable, and the forces under his command are huge, but Gula, who has obtained higher star technology, cannot be underestimated. They are definitely a dragon and tiger fight. No matter who wins in the end, it is inevitable that the vitality will be greatly damaged. We can take advantage of the void, and it is not impossible for them to die together. The King of the Southern Realm said with a smile. Then let's wait and see what happens, and get ready. Ha ha! The King of the Western Realm also laughed. The 5 Realm Kings all hated Frisia, and they used a lot of effort to create their own Realm King, but they were all destroyed by Frisia, which made them gnash their teeth with hatred for Frisia. Several Realm Kings, through the battle with Frisia, I realized that my strength is weak, so I would like to ask you to approve me to enter the 19th layer of Hell to cultivate in 5.3. After hesitating for a long time, the Ribs still spoke. 19th level Hell? As soon as they heard that the Ribs wanted to enter the 19th layer of Hell to cultivate, the 5 Realm Kings were shocked, and they all shook their heads and refused. No, no, the 19th layer of Hell is too vicious. It is already dangerous to enter the 18th layer of Hell with your current strength, and entering the 19th layer of Hell is almost 10 deathless. The Great Realm King refused the request for Ribs Rice without hesitation. But, Ribs Rice was eager to speak, but before he could speak, he was blocked by the 4 Realm Kings of the Southeast, Southwest, and Northwest. Rib Rice was a big help to the 5 Realm Kings in dealing with Frisia. How could they allow Rib Rice to cultivate in a vicious place where there was almost no life? No matter how hard the Rib Rice begged, the 5 Realm Kings never agreed, and in this regard, the Rib Rice could only sigh in disappointment. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Filu.